Okay. Anyway, the BCTV needs money, and one of the things that they have done is they've asked the producers, me, Tom, to make a contribution. So what we're doing is we're asking our viewers to make a contribution. There is a lot of work that goes into the show. I think it deserves contributions. But I mean, if you take my blog and assign all the work that goes to this show, the work that I do on the blog to this show, and plus your work and so forth, I think it comes to about probably 50 or 60 hours a week.
I wouldn't be at all surprised.
For which we're compensated nada.
Satisfaction.
Yeah, but we are looking for contributions, so we don't have to put cash out of pocket in order to do it. So we ask people to go to brattleboro.tv.org and make a contribution. And when you make a contribution there's below the contribution box, there's a little thing that says notes or comments or something like that. And if you comment,
that's important.
Yeah, if you comment that it's for Energy Week, then it will be credited to us. The way you get to that is go to bctv.org, go down to the bottom of the page where it says support local broadcasting or something to that effect. You can just click on the support button and go from there. Best way to do it is probably PayPal, but you can do it by credit card. And now we have to get out of that and into what's actually going on. And every day I get up and I go to the internet and I do research on news relating to energy and climate change. And I put together 10 to 15 articles that are of interest. Each one gets a synopsis, about 50 words, 55 words, plus a link to the original. And we will go through these day by day, telling you what the days are, so that if you go to geoharvey.com, GeoHarvey, you can click on the calendar to go to the day and then look through 10 to 15 articles, usually 15, and find the one that you're interested in.
Well, some of these are worth doing.
Yeah.
Worth looking up, because there's some good stuff on some of these websites. Stuff.
That's right.
I'll try to mention some of the better ones as we go through.
You always do.
I usually do, yeah.
Okay. So we're starting off with a picture.
Yeah,
this is one of those
here.
Tesla ads. They drive me crazy. Everything's perfect and there's nobody in them. There you go.
There it is.
Just click once, Tom, not twice.
Yeah.
And we finally figured out that the superimposition of two pictures is because you click twice to get to it. Anyway.
Well, we got a house with Tesla storage, Tesla panels on the roof.
Tesla
and
car.
It's a Tesla car,
which
yeah.
is being charged by the
and
Tesla batteries and the Tesla storage.
And the Tesla batteries on the wall.
Tesla. I wonder if Elon Musk lives
There's
there.
another car hiding in there.
Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess there is. Maybe it's a BMW. I doubt it. Anyway, this is from Clean Technica. What have you got for a title, Tom?
Tesla and Green Mountain Power launch new flat-rate solar and storage bundles.
Tesla,
this is an interesting thing, and it's a good deal.
Yeah. Tesla and Vermont's Green Mountain Power kicked off an initiative that lets customers lock in a flat monthly rate for solar plus storage system. Tesla's tiered approach to solar rentals and loans can include 2 Tesla Powerwalls for $30 per month extra.
That's a good deal.
It's a good deal
for them and for you.
Yeah, I think so. If you don't include in the whole thing the possibility of putting in your own system with your own batteries and your own solar and panels.
That costs
and so
money.
They're expensive, but you could do it cheaper. But the Tesla deal should lower your utility costs, give you power when there's power outages everywhere else in the neighborhood. And,
a few takeaways here.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's for green. It's available to all Green Mountain Power customers who own their own homes.
Yes.
Okay. At the end of the 20-year term, the homeowners own their own system.
Yeah.
Okay, which is neat.
Yeah.
Besides saving money, they can also store power.
Yes.
You know, in case the grid goes down.
Yes.
Okay. But Powerwalls are integrated into the Green Mountain Power reserve. So Green Mountain Power is accumulating a huge amount of virtual reserve.
Which drives costs down for everybody they
Well,
serve.
yeah, they don't have to buy expensive peaking power. They
That's
got
right.
the power
And
sitting
the
there.
transmission costs, the line costs are based on the peak load that they have delivered during the year.
So they're saving money that way
They're
too.
saving money.
My
that's
God,
what
how
this
the
is
money
all-
rolls in,
Yeah,
huh?
I guess. Okay. Is that all with that one?
Well, I just wanted to mention it is a virtual power plant.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And
Good
they've
point.
saved hundreds of thousands of dollars on this already.
Yeah. Okay, our next item is from Utility Dive.
This is an interesting one.
Yeah.
Renewables and storage poised to undercut natural gas prices and increase stranded assets.
Yes.
Bingo.
Increased stranded assets
is-
is a problem
Oh, sure.
for the natural gas and oil industry.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. If all proposed gas plants are built, 70%
There
of
won't be.
70% of those investments will be rendered uneconomical by 2035, according to two reports from the Rocky Mountain Institute. Carbon-free resources are now cost competitive with natural gas plants, and that thing that happened in Los Angeles is a really good example of this. They closed down 3 natural gas plants so they
Yeah.
could put in 400 megawatts
Yep.
of solar power plus a 300 megawatt
Yep.
battery. This is solar and battery, solar, wind and battery, wind and battery. It doesn't matter what it is. It's the cheapest
Well,
source
you can
of
see
power we've got.
you can see a progression here.
Yeah.
Low natural gas prices undercut coal costs.
Yes.
Okay, so they went to natural gas.
Yes.
And now renewables are undercutting natural gas
Right.
before they planned on this to happen.
Yes, absolutely.
And so they're going to have some stranded assets.
And it's one of the things that really kind of drives me nuts is I see this saying, this story, it says they're going to be uneconomical by 2035. Are you kidding me?
That, way before
They're starting to get uneconomical right
Already?
now.
Right.
I mean, that thing in Los Angeles was they had to overcome objections from the union that represented the people in the gas plants.
Yep.
Because they wanted to close those gas plants down in order to get cheaper electricity from the sun. And it's, so I have to fault the Rocky Mountain Institute. I think they're off on the timing here by a few years. Nevertheless, any more?
No, we got another picture coming up.
We
though.
do indeed. This is an Indonesian forest. And that's,
It is that.
Yeah. And by the way, in the news today,
Yeah.
it said people have been arrested already in connection with these fires.
By starting fires.
They're starting the fires on purpose.
Yeah, they're trying to clear the land.
Yeah,
Because they want to grow things that they shouldn't even be growing.
absolutely. This is from CNN.
Indonesian forests are burning, and Malaysia and Singapore are choking on the fumes.
Intense forest fires have raged across Indonesian regions of Sumatra and Kalimantan in recent weeks. More than 930,000 hectares, which is about 2.3 million acres of land, have been burned, and hundreds of residents have
This
been
is terrible.
evacuated. It's awful.
The fires are allegedly caused by farmers using slash and burn techniques to clear the ecologically rich land.
And in defense of those farmers, and it's not an adequate defense, but it does kind of point to they're not necessarily thinking that this is a bad thing. That's the way agriculture has been done in that part of the world as long as
For a
people
long
can remember.
time. Yeah, absolutely.
So they're doing what they were taught to do. But nevertheless, we've got too many people in the world now to do that kind of thing. And
Well,
what's happening
This is the same thing that's happening in Brazil.
in Brazil, in Bolivia, in other
Yeah.
parts of the world. The forests are being attacked, and the forests are the best way we've got to get the carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. So,
Planting trees. We
Yes,
talked about it on the show.
absolutely, this is kind of like killing the goose that laid the golden egg, So those stories were on Thursday, September 12th, and we're up to Friday, September 13th.
Friday the 13th.
With an item from EcoWatch, and Friday the 13th was a very weird day.
Was it really?
Yeah, for me it was, and for some other people too. Okay.
Well, Greta Thunberg. I heard her called Thunberry.
I actually went to find out how this is pronounced
Yeah.
in Sweden. I don't think I could duplicate it. Greta sounds more like Greta.
Okay.
Greta.
Yeah.
So it's like 4 syllables. Thunberg is Thunberg.
Okay.
And it's like, okay, we've taken 4 syllables and turned it into 8. Okay.
Well, in any case, Greta
Yeah.
responds to the cost of climate action critics.
Yeah, this is from Echo Watch, and actually that title goes a little bit farther with a quote of hers. If we can save the banks, we can save the world.
Bingo.
During an event.
Good point.
Yeah. During an event with Naomi Klein, 16-year-old Swedish activist Greta Thunberg had a message for those people who claim it is, quote, too expensive, end quote, to confront the climate crisis boldly with sweeping policies like the Green New Deal. I got news for you. If we confront the climate crisis, we're going to be employing hundreds of thousands of people to do it, and it's going to drive prices down for everybody.
Isn't that strange?
Isn't that strange? But you know what? It's going to be expensive for the oil and gas industry, and that's what's stopping it.
That's what's going on.
And
if, by the way, if you guys can look up this Naomi and Greta show.
yes,
It's worth looking at. Well,
Yep.
this is something that she has to say, and there's more on this coming later in the show.
Yeah.
If there is something we are not lacking in this world, it's money. We need to have the polluters pay for the damage they have caused. The money is there.
yeah,
What we lack now is the political will and a social will to do it.
yes.
Bingo. She's right on the money there.
She's got it right.
it
Absolutely
right.
right there. Okay.
We got
going
another
on.
picture coming up.
We do, and this is
Interesting picture here.
That, by the way, was from Echo Watch. I don't know if I said that. This one is from the BBC. Yes, that is an interesting picture, isn't it?
Well, what's even more interesting is very few years ago, these guys were fighting each other.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
And now the guys are looking tough, and the girls are looking happy.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay.
Well, in the Brazilian Amazon, old enemies unite to save their land.
While the world's attention has been focused on fires raging in the Amazon rainforest in Brazil, indigenous people warned of that policies of President Jair, how is that pronounced? Do you know? Bolsonaro.
Well, it's Portuguese, so it's probably a zzz.
Yeah, it probably is.
Jair.
But you know, Portuguese is different from Brazilian, just like
Yeah.
American is
Yeah.
different from English. And when I lived in England, I had to learn that there are certain words that are not the same.
Oh, yeah,
And,
definitely.
yeah. Okay, they warned that the policies of the president pose a bigger threat to their existence. Rival groups are uniting to fight government plans for their home region. So their own government is a bigger problem than the fact that they might go after each other, you know.
Well, these people traveled by foot
Yeah.
for days
Yeah.
to get together and meet.
Yeah,
And it's saying, you know, we used to fight each other, but now we got a common enemy.
yeah.
Today, our only enemy is the government of Brazil. Wow.
Yeah.
And there's more than 800,000 people living in indigenous territories across Brazil. So there's a bunch of those guys
There's a
down
bunch
there.
of them, yeah.
And a lot of them are still
And
living almost like they lived before Columbus disturbed them.
Yes, and you know, I don't think that my bet is that the people running the government of Brazil right now really don't care very much.
I don't think they do either.
Okay.
Come on, guy. I lost.
Have you got it?
No.
Tom's looking for something on his.
I'm looking for everything I got on this computer.
Did you lose the thumb drive?
Well, the thumb drive is still there.
Okay.
But
I'm going to start on this next item while you're looking, if you don't mind.
we'll go for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next item is from Clean Technica, and this is Tom speaking. The title is Satellite Data Reveals a Link Between Hotter Climates and Forest Fires. NASA satellites have been gathering data for many years. Now, in a report by the Goddard Space Flight Center, NASA scientists say analysis, I'm getting confused here, and it's because I keep hearing Tom's mouse click, of all that data analysis of all the data shows a strong link between higher global temperatures and the frequency and severity of forest fires. And guess what? I don't think that's the only link there is.
I was trying to screw with my computer so I could see it.
Yeah.
Well, what I got coming up here is satellite data reveals the link between hottest temperature and forest fires.
Yep,
Which is what you said.
That's what I said.
Now this is interesting. There's a video has on it a map of the world fires from 2003 to 2018.
Yeah, this is really scary.
And cycles over the years, and you can
Yeah.
see what's happening where these fires are.
Yeah.
Well, the takeaway here is El Nino is a major driver of fire activity.
Right.
Okay. Higher temperatures and low humidity increase the likelihood of natural fires from lightning strikes
Yes.
and fires caused by outdoor human activity. So it's a loser twice.
Yes.
Okay. And fires, this goes without saying, they reshape the landscape and the atmosphere.
Right. Okay, we are up to Saturday,
Yeah,
September
we got a picture coming up here, if I can find
September 14th. That last item was from Clean Technica,
it. And we got a picture.
and we have a
There it is.
picture, and this is from CNN.
That's the Tongass in.
That is not the Connecticut River and Wantasket Mountain from the bridge.
That's Alaska.
That's Alaska.
The Tongass.
They stole our countryside.
The Tongass sticks down in the Atlantic, in the Alaska Panhandle.
Right.
Okay, I think Juneau is in the middle of the Tongass.
Yeah.
But it's a huge natural development that they've saved some of the prettiest land in America.
Yeah.
As you can see by the picture.
Yes, absolutely. And it's also some of the pleasantest, I've been told. If you can deal with the fact that the days are very short in the winter and nights are very short in the summer, the weather in that part of the world is really pleasant, I've been told.
Uh-huh.
That's what I've been told. Maybe somebody lied to me. I don't know.
Well, this is the headline. How Trump may bulldoze America's Amazon.
Nature lovers and earth scientists have been fighting Alaskan politicians over ANWR and King Cove Road for decades.
That's the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. For
Right.
those.
Now Trump's mention of logging reopens a different front in the old war because everybody knows he's talking about Tongass, the crown jewel of the national forest system.
This is a good one to look up. There's a lot of good stuff in this article with some videos. There's some a lot of nice pictures. There's a beautiful picture here that I love. It's a brown bear that has just caught a fish.
Yes.
And there's an eagle looking at the bear trying to figure out how he can steal it.
I saw a picture, a YouTube video not long ago of a little fox that was running along with a rabbit in its mouth.
Uh-huh.
And all of a sudden an eagle came down and grabbed the rabbit. And the fox wouldn't let go.
So the fox is up there
So the fox,
hanging
well,
off
the
a
eagle
rabbit.
couldn't get very high. So the fox was dangling about 3 or 4 feet above the ground for quite a while before it finally dropped. And then it ran toward the camera and had the most perplexed, confused-looking face.
Was is lost.
What is this all about? How did this happen?
A
Okay.
little takeaway here.
Yeah.
Tongass is in the Alaska Panhandle near Juneau, as I
Yep.
said. It's roughly the size of West Virginia.
Yes.
So this
big.
is a pretty big spot.
Yes.
The pristine wilderness holds a bounty of salmon, bears, wolves, eagles, and whales, living alongside 70,000 people. So there's not a lot of
Imagine
people
living
there.
alongside a whale.
Trump
Tom.
also mentions drilling for oil in ANWR and building a truck road through the Isenbach National Wildlife Refuge. He's looking just to make money. He's looking to despoil this because there's money to be made.
He's got political people who are willing to support him in exchange.
That want to make money.
And
That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
They're not building that road for tourists.
They're not building that road for America. They're not
No,
building,
they're building
that
it
road
to get
make America
resources
great.
out of there.
They're building that road to
To despoil it.
despoil American countryside, which is not going to make it great. Okay, you got more?
None in this one.
I want to escape from that. It makes me mad. Our next item's from PV
Stomp on a
Magazine.
table or something
Huh?
like this.
From PV Magazine International.
IRENA and UN link agreement to combat desertification with renewables.
IRENA,
You're going to
but-
tell us what
Yeah,
IRENA is.
I don't have it in here, but I know. It is the International Renewable Energy Agency. This is part of the...
That's it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's it.
Renewable energy plants can do more than provide cheap, emission-free energy. The shade cast by PV modules, this is utterly fascinating to me.
We've talked about this on the show
Yeah,
more than
but
once.
the shade cast by PV modules can help mitigate the adverse effects of desertification. The advantages of shade under the PV modules for agriculture have already become known. As we had talked.
that's what they're starting to realize. They can make money on PVs and still have their farm.
And not only that, but
they're increasing the yield and
bingo.
yeah.
So you can drive the financial productivity of the land up to 180% of what it was.
Something like that.
But
yeah.
what they're
it's
saying
a win-win
here,
situation.
Yeah. What they're saying here is you put these things out into the desert, and all of a sudden the desert ecology changes so that it can draw down.
It can start growing things instead of
you
it
can
being a
start
desert.
growing things, exactly. How do we deal with an increased population in the world? Well, one thing that you can do is allow people to farm in the desert.
Well, food crops do better in the shade of the solar panels.
Yeah.
Okay. The use of PV for shading reduces water consumption.
Absolutely.
Okay.
This is counterintuitive.
In Vietnam, they've examined a combination of shrimp farming and solar power.
Yeah.
With the solar power floating on the water.
Yep.
Which is interesting.
They've done that with fish. You know, the Chinese have been fish farming for centuries.
Yep.
And they do this in cycles that involve planting rice and things like that, where the fish live in a pond, and then they plant rice.
They move it around.
They move it around.
They let the fish fertilize the land.
Yeah, and the now what they've got is the big fish farms with solar panels on the surface. So it's just a step up from their traditional thing. Okay.
Well, we got a picture coming up again.
We do indeed, and this is item.
Click it once this time.
From Clean Technica.
Oh, that's pretty.
Isn't that pretty?
That is pretty.
Yeah.
That's Greenland.
It sure is.
And it shows a 15 to 20 foot sea level rise possible sooner rather than later.
And this is something that's getting scary. A draft of a report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change says rising sea levels and warming waters are about to unleash, quote, misery on a global scale, end quote. The final report warns that ocean levels could rise by several feet before the end of the century.
Well, I was listening to something on Vermont Public Radio about Greenland.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the land in Greenland that gets snowed on by the winter,
mm-hmm.
in the summertime the snow melts and then it freezes. So instead of having porous snow, they now have slick ice.
Yes.
And when the glaciers start to melt, the water goes right into the ocean.
Yeah, straight off. And it also is doing other things too. We reported on this earlier, where the snow is melting and covering the top of the snow, and then it freezes in places like Finland, where the reindeer who had been able to beat through it and get to lichens and grass and so forth that were under it,
they
can't do it anymore.
Wow.
Because it's covered with ice. So, you know, this is not good. Anyway,
well, the IPCC prediction that we just described may be greatly understated.
Well, it looks like things are happening.
As bad as we think climate change might be in the coming decades, the reality could be far worse.
Could be far worse. That's right.
And they're talking about kiss virtually every major coastal city in the world goodbye.
Yeah.
Miami, New Orleans, Boston, New York.
Yeah. Washington, D.C., not Brattleboro. But Brattleboro, you know, there are people. You know, I used to live in New Hampshire above the Connecticut River.
Yeah.
And I've known several people who have had dreams that the Connecticut River below that point, which is below the dam in Vernon, was a fjord.
Oh, yeah?
And in ancient times it was a fjord. But, you know, things are, it's a very weird thing. But nevertheless, we should probably go on, shouldn't we?
I think we should. We're hitting
Even
Sunday, September 15th.
We are indeed, and we have an item from CNN to start.
Oh, and this just happened. This is part of this big on the news right now.
That's right, it is.
Coordinated strikes knock out half of Saudi oil capacity. 5 million barrels a day. That is significant, folks.
It is, yep. The strikes on key Saudi Arabian oil facilities were among the world's largest production centers, have disrupted about half the kingdom's oil supply, or 5% of the daily global oil supply. Yemen's Houthi rebels have taken responsibility. Now, since then, the U.S. has said, no,
Iran did it.
Iran did it. And, you know, who knows? You know,
who knows? I mean, we got warmongers in Washington would blame Iran for
something they did themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they wouldn't do that.
No, they wouldn't do that.
Well, this is interesting. It's CNN, and like a lot of CNN stuff, it's worth looking at.
Yes.
There's a 2-minute video there that shows the burning facilities. It
Yeah.
doesn't really show you what happened.
Yeah.
But we do know that 10 drones targeted the state-owned oil facilities in Abqaiq and Khurais.
And
And
I've seen,
Abqaiq is big.
yeah, I've seen pictures of the facilities that were hit by those drones.
I've
and
been
those,
there.
Those were precision shots.
Oh yeah, they knew what they were doing.
They were within a couple of
They
feet
knew
of
exactly
where
what
they
they
were
were doing.
targeted.
Well, Pompeo has directly blamed Iran, which one way or another was involved, I think.
Well,
They may not have done it.
Apparently, they made the missiles.
Apparently they did. So,
Yeah.
they were definitely involved. And they're backing the Houthis. And this is Sunni versus Shias going back to the death of Muhammad.
I think this is a really bad place in the world to get involved in.
This has never been good.
This thing, the argument between the Shias and the Sunnis is a tar baby from an American point of view. If you touch it, you're going to get stuck. And
Absolutely.
From the Soviet point of view, it was the same thing. When they invaded Afghanistan, they got stuck fighting people that fight
They
for
didn't
fun.
need to fight.
They didn't need to fight them, no. It was just a bad idea. And I think it's a bad idea for us to be involved in that.
Oh, definitely. No kidding. I mean, we were involved with Saudi Arabia, and we shouldn't be. We're helping them destroy Yemen, which is...
I don't mind...
Yemen, they don't deserve to be destroyed. They're a small little country. They're poor.
But
they don't bother anybody.
Too many Shiites. That's the problem.
In this particular case, yeah.
And the same thing with Iraq has too many Shiites, and Iran is almost solid
too
Shiite.
many. Iran is Shiite, right?
It's
And
almost
Saudi
solid.
is Sunni.
Sunni. And, they have to get along well enough for everybody to be able to make a pilgrimage. But,
Yeah, that's interesting.
yeah. Okay.
Well, we got an interesting one here. Tesla announces simple pricing on commercial solar. I mean, we talked about Tesla on residential.
Yeah.
This is the commercial
This
end
is
of
the
it.
commercial side.
And they're talking about $1.01 per watt to build these things.
Yeah, why don't you read the title?
Tesla announces simple pricing on commercial solar. That's sort of what I was doing.
Yeah.
$1.01 a watt will blow some minds.
Yes. This is from Clean Technica. Elon Musk announced California customers. Now, this is just in California, but it'll spread.
It's going to spread.
Can now order commercial sizes of solar power in 5 minutes at a Tesla website. Tesla is getting within a penny of the psychologically magical dollar a watt for solar generation capacity. Well, the fact is, for a lot of installations, we've already gone to below $1 a watt in much of the country. It's just Tesla has got
Well,
its
these are the
price.
big ones. These are the commercial installations.
Well, the commercial
and they're getting
installations.
that
Yeah.
low too.
But the thing is, the thing that blows my mind is not the fact that they're at $1 and a penny a watt. The thing is, if you want a 25 megawatt installation and you've got a place to put it, you can order that by putting $100 down.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. They're really making it easy.
They're making
You
it
can do it in
super
15
easy.
minutes on your home computer.
5. You can
Yeah,
do it
probably.
in 5 minutes. I actually went to the
Did you
site
really?
where I could have ordered something. I think they would
For $100.
for $100. but the thing is, you had about 2 pages of things to put in. You had to put in your name and your address and your phone number and stuff like that.
Duh.
Credit card number. But once you've got that,
Well, you get 3 options here.
Yeah.
You can pay cash.
Yes.
Okay. Or you can subscribe, which is sort of like rental, but
Yeah.
you'll eventually own it.
Yes.
Okay. Or you could just pay for the power.
Yeah. And it's all a question.
How could you not pay?
Yes. Okay. Should we move on from
Yeah,
that?
this is an interview. And it's a good one to look up because the interview is interesting.
Yeah.
We can still save the Earth from climate change. Here's how.
Yes, and this is from Clean Technica. A years-long research project simulating a global pathway toward 100% renewables across all energy sectors bears a clear message. A global energy transition with real climate action is not only technically feasible, it's also cheaper than our current system.
Duh.
And the thing that's interesting is Nancy Ray Mallory, who is the editor of
You
of
talked
Green
to her,
Energy
talked
Times,
about her.
and I write for.
She lives off grid.
She does. I write for them a lot, probably an average of close to 100 articles a year. She wanted me to write a short article about this.
Okay.
And I looked at it and I thought, nah, you know, I'm not going to write about that. I'm going to write about an almost identical thing that came from Truth Out about
Oh,
Mark
okay.
Jacobson, who said almost exactly the same
Is
thing.
that so?
And the reason is because we know Mark Jacobson. He's a professor at Stanford. He's the guy who, 10 years ago, came to the world and said, here's how you get out of the climate crisis. Here's the pathway. You need this much solar, you need this much wind, you need this much battery. And, you know, he gave us, on a state-by-state basis, he had all of that stuff.
I think this
worked out.
interview mentions all of that stuff.
Yeah, but this is, you know, he's in it, and so are a bunch of other people.
Well, I couldn't synopsize it. It was just too much there. It's,
There's-
like I said, it's an interview.
That's why. The thing she wanted me to do was a 300-word article, and I felt that it was easier to do the one with Jacobson.
Well,
Nevertheless,
this is the basis of the interview.
yeah,
What lessons are to be drawn? What actions should be taken right now by governments all over the world to avoid catastrophic climate change?
you know what?
That's what Greta's saying.
What we should do is tell Donald Trump that we need to drill oil like mad to avoid climate change. And then what he'll probably do is close down the oil companies.
He might. He might. He's just capable of. Well,
Okay.
let's look at this picture here a second.
The
We got
picture,
a picture
yes.
coming up.
There it is.
Is that the
solar
picture?
system.
No.
That's
I got
that's
how-
the Tesla solar system.
I,
Oh, we have a picture coming up.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
we're up to
yeah.
Monday, September 16th, and we have a picture of
That's
a
the picture I
teacher
wanted.
teaching kids about climate.
that's just what you
And
saw.
you know, climate is it's teaching about weather, and weather is a component of climate. It's an important component of climate. But
well,
this
weather is what happens on a day-to-day basis, and climate is what's happening long-term.
that's right. And this is from Earth.com.
How American communities are preparing for the impacts of climate change.
A study from the American Association for the Advancement of Science found that many communities across the United States are addressing their own unique challenges associated with climate change. Some communities are also working to reduce emissions.
Yes, they are. There's a couple of quick takeaways from this.
Yeah?
This is what these communities are doing. There's about 5 steps here. Use of wetlands to limit flooding.
Yes, absolutely.
And we've talked about
Big
that
deal,
one as a
big
biggie.
deal.
The modification of water, food, and waste systems.
Yes,
Okay. Sea level sensors and monitoring.
yes,
Okay. Capturing methane,
yes,
or as
absolutely.
they say
Big
in
deal.
Britain, methane.
Methane, do they?
Relocating buildings to protect from shoreline erosion. They've had to relocate whole towns in Louisiana and
They're
and
going to
Alaska.
have to relocate a bunch of more towns in Louisiana and other places.
There ain't going to be any Louisiana left.
There ain't going to be any Miami left. You know,
No.
we have to worry about relocating scores of millions of people
What
in
are they
this
going to do
country.
about Trump Tower?
I don't know.
It's going to be underwater.
It's probably, you know, I mean, what are they going to do about Mar-a-Lago? Mar-a-Lago
Well,
is
that's what I was
exposed.
thinking of. That's the one I meant. Yeah.
Well, Mar-a-Lago is exposed. Mar-a-Lago could be devastated by a single big hurricane.
Oh yeah, it's
I mean,
very vulnerable.
It's very vulnerable. It's something like 13 feet above sea level, but 13 feet above sea level. Think about, you know, the super floods that you get with hurricanes sometimes. 13 feet isn't going to protect that thing, and if the sand starts washing away, they've got a problem.
We got an interesting one coming up. It's a debate,
Yes,
and it's called "The Faster Pace of Climate Change is Scary."
yes, indeed. And this is something that this is. I should say this is from BBC. This is just one article. There's lots of articles like this, about different people saying different things that all amount to the same central issue. It is getting scary.
Well, I listen to the BBC here in the morning on Vermont Public Radio,
Right.
and they usually have some pretty good and accurate news. I mean,
Yeah.
they don't have an axe to grind.
Yeah. But
They're
you know,
telling it like it is.
one
I
of the
guess,
things
yeah.
that's happening, and this is something that people are starting to notice, is that the big news organizations that have not been putting the emphasis on this issue that they might have in the past
Starting to pick it up.
are starting to pick it up. Okay. You read the title, I believe.
I read the title.
Speaking
Mentioned
to the
it's a debate.
Yep. Speaking to the BBC, Professor Sir David King, a former chief science advisor to the government of the UK, said, quote, "It's appropriate to be scared We predicted temperatures would rise, but we didn't foresee the sorts of extreme events we're getting so soon. And one of the things that he says here that I think is important is he kind of says he doesn't like the idea of scaring the children. But the fact of the matter is...
Well, there's a takeaway here.
Yeah, go ahead.
People won't act unless they feel fearful.
Yes.
That came from the debate.
Yes. And we've got a problem, and the problem is far worse than most people realize.
Well, there's a 4-minute video on his website that's worth looking at.
Yeah.
The acceleration in melting of the ice sheet glacier covering Greenland.
Yes.
It has shocked researchers.
They've all said that. That's what they're saying. They're just blown away by this. Some of them are pointing out that Greenland, the scientists had sat down, they'd done their prognostications based on their models, and they'd said this is what's going to happen to Greenland, among other things. Right now, Greenland is what they were predicting 5 years ago it would be in 2070.
And it's
so
happening already.
We're like 50 years ahead of schedule, and it's not going to slow
That's
down.
what they're saying here. Extreme events are occurring much sooner than expected.
Right.
Wow.
Yes.
The world has changed faster than predicted.
Much.
Some scientists believe their communications have been failing to provide an emotional response that would convince the public to act.
Well,
that's what Greta's saying.
Yeah, and I mean,
we'll talk about that.
The last Category 5 hurricane, Donald Trump says, I've never heard of one of these things before. It's the 4th one in his own presidency to hit or run by the United States.
We just missed one. It didn't do much.
That's the one that's out in the Atlantic now.
Yeah, it's out over Bermuda now.
Yeah.
Bermuda's going to get hit, but not too badly.
Well, the Bahamas got hit again by that thing.
But not badly. It's
not as badly, certainly, as the last
one. We got a picture coming up,
and this
is the Gulf of Maine.
This is the Gulf of Maine.
And let's see if I can't pull it up. I got to click it once.
There you go.
And for those who are not in the know, the Gulf of Maine is the extreme part of the ocean that touches Maine. Just beyond the Gulf of Maine is the Bay of Fundy, which has the highest tides in the world.
Yes. So
Maine Institute launching new climate center.
This is from Boston.com. The Gulf of Maine Research Institute said its new climate center will be, quote, a new interdisciplinary center focused on solutions to local, regional, and global challenges related to ocean warming, end quote. The Gulf of Maine has numerous fisheries and is warming faster than most ocean waters. This is a serious problem because if you think about it, the lobsters are
they're migrating.
They're migrating in effect.
They're leaving Maine and they're going to New Brunswick.
Right,
yeah.
and
things are cheaper in Canada.
Right. the lobster population on the south coast of Massachusetts and Rhode Island has just disappeared.
It's gone.
And so we've got the fishermen who are going after these and other species have no.
That's basically this is about the fishermen.
And it's this is not going to stop soon, and it's not. And I think if you like Maine lobster, have it because you're not going to have it for very long.
The new center will focus on issues such as helping fishermen adapt and preparing communities for sea level rise. So it's a good idea.
Yeah, I think we should start thinking about crayfish.
Yeah,
they're good.
They are good.
But the
gotta eat a lot of them though.
They're bigger than shrimp, smaller than lobsters. The thing about this is a disturbing thing, and I can make light of it with the crayfish, but it is disturbing. We are up to Tuesday, September 17th, with an item from Down to Earth magazine.
This is an interesting article.
Yes.
Solar power to drive renewable energy investments to $2.6 trillion by the end of 2019. This is 2019, guys.
Yeah. This is 2.6 trillion since whenever the thing started, which is not 2.6 trillion a year, it's just 2.6 trillion altogether.
No, this is where it is wound up. And we're talking about capacity here.
Yeah.
We're not talking about generation. We're talking about capacity.
Solar power has seen a significant increase in capacity investments in the last decade, so it's the last decade, is set to drive global investment in new renewable energy capacity to $2.6 trillion by the end of 2019, a report from the UN Environmental Program said.
Well, renewables have nearly quadrupled in the last decade.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's about money.
It's
about
about money.
economics. In 2009, there are only 25 gigawatts of solar power capacity worldwide. Okay, solar power attracted $1.3 trillion in investments in this last decade, followed by wind at $1 trillion and biomass at 115 billion. So between solar power and wind, there's a lot of investment there.
Yeah, but we've got a lot of investment that we can do. We've got that biodigester that's going up.
We talked about that on the
near
show.
Middlebury College, which is going to be the biggest east of the Mississippi River.
Well, that's an area that has to be inspected.
It has to go, and
cows generate an awful lot of biodigestible refuse.
I got news for you. So do human beings.
And so do human beings.
And we could probably have 20,000 of those plants, and that would make a big difference in both our electric supply, but also our generation of methane.
And probably lower our taxes.
They probably would. Yeah, absolutely. And the product of those things could be made into a lot of different things. I think that we should make it into plastics and dump it in landfills. Okay.
Be better than what we're doing now.
Yeah, we are up to two. We have already said that, haven't I?
Yeah,
we've got an image from China.
This
is courtesy of the government of China.
Isn't that nice?
Isn't that nice of them? Yes, they wanted to prove that Beijing has blue skies. But this item from Clean
Well, we've
Technica
seen the pictures of Beijing where you couldn't see a bicycle in front of you.
That's right.
China is doing a lot better on climate change, on climate action, than most people realize.
Although they have over
This is a good article.
They have over 200 gigawatts of coal power scheduled to be built. Can you believe that?
Yeah, they do. Well, it's a big country.
Yeah,
and they still have a lot of coal.
And they're still building these coal plants. I think they're going to stop doing that soon, though.
I think they've said already that they are.
They're trying to. China may be the biggest CO2 emitter, but China is turning on more low-carbon electric generation annually in the form of hydro, wind, solar, and nuclear than any other country. China invested $3 in renewable energy for every $1 the United States invested in 2017. And the thing that was interesting about this article to me was the very beginning of the article where the Michael Barnard, who is the person who wrote the article, was in Vancouver, and he was talking to a friend of his who had just come from spending a month in Beijing, and that man said, Beijing is typically, the sky is
The sky
clear.
is blue, guys.
The air is clear. And
that's why they wanted to show you that picture.
Yeah, and the city is quiet because almost all the vehicles, or possibly all the vehicles, are electric.
They mention that right here. I've got some points here, and we've got time to do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
China is likely on track to achieve its emissions targets a decade early.
Yes.
Okay, and there's charts in the article about that.
Yep.
China is turning on more low-carbon electrical generation in the form of hydro, wind, solar, and nuclear than any other country. They mentioned the Three Gorges Dam, which is the largest one in the world, 100 terawatt hours of low-carbon electricity every year. Just
how many hot dogs could you cook on 100 terawatt hours?
More than 17, I tell you. China is building more high-voltage direct current transmission than any other country.
Yes.
Well, they're getting this power around their country. It's a large country.
Well, the direct current transmission also is far more efficient.
Oh, very low loss.
Yeah, very low loss, and then nobody knew really how to do it until recently, because they had to change voltage, and the voltage changes were not easy. But
correct.
Now they can do that.
They've got the electronics to do it that they can afford.
Yeah.
Okay. There's over 400,000 electric buses in China. How many do we have?
I think probably fewer than 3,000.
Versus 400,000.
That's right.
Yeah, that's about
right.
For
every bus that China, this is one of the things that it just appalls me about the Trump administration. If Barack Obama had done as president what the Trump administration is doing right now, the Republicans in Washington would have been impeaching him.
Yeah.
I have no doubt of this.
I think you're right.
Why is it that the Trump administration is letting China take over the bus market worldwide? This is a $100 billion a year market. And
look, China has taken over a lot of the places where we were.
It's like we aren't even trying.
We're asleep. We're not
really,
watching these
we are
guys.
not even trying. And the stuff that
Well,
Donald,
wait a second. Trump put a tariff on Chinese stuff, didn't he?
it doesn't help.
No.
It hurts.
It hurts. Yeah.
And you know, the thing is, one of the things that's come out in the news in the last day is you know, people are talking about how Donald Trump is doing his environmental damage in the United States in ways that Richard Nixon wouldn't have permitted and Ronald Reagan wouldn't have permitted. This whole thing of Donald Trump withdrawing, actually we're going to have that coming up in the next item. Donald Trump withdrawing from an agreement that between the federal government and California.
Yep, we'll talk about that.
That whole thing started with Ronald Reagan and
It was
Richard
Republican
Nixon. That was
program to begin with.
this is mind-boggling, and it does nobody any good from if you analyze it carefully, except one industry, and that's the oil industry. Yep. And guess what? Citizens United says that they can finance a bunch of people who are running for Congress, and that's why they have the power they do. And this is so far outside the realm of what. I'm sorry. I'm spouting.
One of your speech guy, you know.
Okay.
Well, there's a few more here. China has over 400,000 electric buses, I mentioned.
Yeah.
Chinese citizens buy half of all electric cars sold in the world.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
China has about...
Poor people who only their job consists of planting rice in paddies. That's the way, that's the way. Go ahead.
China has about 20,000 miles of electrically powered high-speed rail. How much do you think there is in North America?
I don't know.
None.
Yeah.
There's none. Okay?
These things are not like the Acela.
And this is a good one right now. China has the most aggressive reforestation program in the world.
Yes.
Having planted about 38 billion trees since 1990.
Wow, how do they count them all?
One at a time.
But you know what else they have that's aggressive? They have an aggressive military thing going on where the Dominica gets hit by Hurricane Maria, and the United States says, that's not part of the United States. We're going to make, we're America first.
So now we got a
people in Dominica
Chinese
have got a choice of sleeping out in tents for the rest of their lives or finding somebody who will finance them. And who finances them? China. And what do they want? They want a military agreement.
So we got a Chinese fleet in the Caribbean now.
What are we going to do? I mean, this is mind-boggling, and the Republicans in Washington, D.C. are letting it happen because they're supporting a president of the United States who pushes it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm spouting. Okay.
Well, two final takeaways. 8 of the largest 10 manufacturers of solar panels in the world are Chinese.
Yeah.
And finally, Goldwind, the Chinese wind turbine manufacturer, is the second largest by market share in the world.
After Vestas.
After Vestas.
Which is
absolutely
the biggest company, I think, in Denmark.
I think it is.
Why aren't we making wind turbines? I mean, GE is making wind turbines, but I think it's the only American company that's really big in the industry.
That's the only one I've heard of.
Well, we've got, forgot the name of the company in Barrie. Northern Power.
I don't know them.
Well, they make beautiful wind turbines, but
they're making these big guys.
They're making big wind turbines that will withstand really tough environmental problems. But
so they're specialized.
They have their own. They have issues.
Because GE's going after the big guys. They're talking 12 megawatts.
That's right. Okay.
That's pretty big, guys.
We should probably move on, Tom.
Well, we got time.
Yes, I know.
7 minutes left.
Yep.
Climate change and health. This is an interactive website.
Yes.
It's interesting if you can figure out how to get onto it.
This is from Clean Technica. The New England Journal of Medicine, one of the world's most prestigious medical journals, has created an interactive online presentation, The Climate Crisis, Health, and Care Delivery. It illustrates the relationship between climate change and health.
It's well done. It's a clever thing that they did.
Yeah.
And if you can think of the words, the climate crisis, health and care and delivery, that's what you got to click on to get into it. If you click onto the link that says click here, it doesn't work.
Ah, thank you for pointing that out. I tried this. I couldn't get to it. But
you got to click on the red words.
What I did was I went in a more roundabout system to get it than you. You found the way to do it from Clean Technica. Okay, we should probably go to Wednesday,
Well, we got
September
a couple of
18th.
quick ones here. There's 13 conditions that this report approached.
Yeah,
Okay, and they got a lot to say about every one of them.
yes,
Cardiovascular,
yeah,
dermatological,
yeah,
gastrointestinal,
yep,
intestinal, no,
okay.
geriatric, infectious diseases, mental health, neurological, nutrition, obstetrics, pediatrics, pulmonary disease, renal disease, and trauma.
anything
They've
that they
covered
did?
about everything.
Yeah,
And they
okay.
can tell you what climate change is doing
yeah, in terms
in
of
these
each one.
particular diseases.
Yep,
Well, we'll move up to the last
day.
article,
This
last
is an
day.
interesting picture of
and we've
Greta
got a-
Thunberg
and she's smiling, guys.
in a very kind of crooked way.
Yeah,
It's
there
like,
she
I'm
is.
going to get you. Okay, this is from BBC.
Greta Thunberg to the U.S. politicians. Sorry, guys, you're not trying hard enough.
This, by the way, we are up to Wednesday, September 18th.
Yeah,
in
we're
fact.
on the last day of the
Greta
week.
Thunberg has told U.S. politicians they're not doing enough to combat climate change. She also told the Senate Climate Task Force to save their praise. Quote, don't invite us here just to tell us how inspiring we are without actually doing anything about it, end quote, she said.
I got a couple of quotes here. I'm linking them together.
Okay.
I know you are trying, but just not hard enough. Sorry. I don't want you to listen to me. I want you to listen to the scientists. And I want you to unite behind the science. And then I want you to take action. This is not about us. We don't want to be heard. We want the science to be heard. And her appearances are coming ahead of planned climate strikes around the world, which is happening tomorrow.
That's right, for a week.
Well, you're not going to see that on the show because tomorrow it's not going to be broadcast yet.
Oh, it might be.
It might be. Well, tomorrow there's a Brattleboro.
It'll be on YouTube probably.
There is a rally Friday, September 20th.
Which
at
will
Plenty
be covered
Park,
by BC.
which BCTV is going to cover.
Yep.
11:30 at Plenty Park.
Yep.
I'm planning on being there.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's move
Okay,
on.
our next item is from CNN.
EPA set to revoke California's authority to set vehicle standards.
There's
This is a hot item right now.
Going to be a big lawsuit over this, and
It
Vermont.
started
by the
already.
way,
They've sued already.
Vermont and basically all of the states in New England, New York, New Jersey,
Everything but Pennsylvania, I think.
Maryland,
Yeah.
Delaware, Washington D.C. All of these
The
states
Northeast.
are sticking with the California standard.
Yep.
The EPA is preparing to revoke California's authority to set its own vehicle emission standards, as a source familiar with the plan told CNN. Now we know in the news today they have done that.
They've had that. Yep.
The Trump administration is in an ongoing fight with the state as it works to reduce former Barack Obama's environmental legacy, and that's what this is all about.
That's what it's all about.
It's
it's
Donald
about
Trump
Obama.
doesn't like Obama,
Yep,
and
absolutely.
so he is propelling a policy after.
Well, I gotta want to mention that.
Okay.
But I also wanted to mention there's a good video here.
Yeah.
Okay, Trump's rollback to make air quality worse is 3 minutes. It's worth looking at. Okay.
Okay.
And this is what the article says. Trump has made unraveling Obama's legacy a priority.
A big priority.
He has already revoked the Clean Power Plan and announced the U.S. would leave the Paris Climate Agreement. The administration also recently revoked Obama's Waters of the United States rule. I don't know anything about that. And has made a number of other moves that would allow for increased oil and gas production on public lands.
Right. Even
Okay.
Australia hasn't done this kind of thing.
About a dozen states, which you just mentioned, have adopted California's standards, which are geared toward curbing greenhouse gases.
Yeah. In addition to the ones that I mentioned, are Washington State and Oregon.
Okay.
So those.
So
are
they're all in the east except for those two.
three: California, Oregon,
California,
and, yeah.
the entire West Coast. Okay.
The entire West Coast and
the Northeast.
Yeah, with the exception of Pennsylvania.
Well, we got a kind of disturbing picture here.
Yeah.
This is San Francisco.
This is San Francisco. This is also the San Francisco Chronicle.
It is that. San Francisco approves legislation requiring renewable energy sources for commercial buildings. This is an interesting article.
It is. The San Francisco Board of Supervisors approved an ordinance that requires commercial buildings over 50,000 square feet to begin relying on electricity generated from renewable sources. The legislation was passed by a unanimous vote.
Well, they're getting on top of things here.
Yeah?
Nearly half of the citywide emissions presently come from buildings.
Yes.
Okay? The ordinance requires the city's largest buildings to rely fully on renewable electricity by 2030.
Yes.
Okay? San Francisco hopes that by 2050, the entire city will be run on renewable electricity.
Right.
Okay, now already, San Francisco has reduced its greenhouse gas emissions 36% below 1990.
They are 36,
Already, they're at
36%
36%.
below, and they're trying to go farther.
They're on the ball here.
Yep. You know, if you want to return for a minute to the California thing and the EPA, the Californians could do a lot of things that would make it far more desirable to use high mileage cars than setting emission standards.
Well, Trump's not going to let him if he can do anything about
Hey,
it.
if they decide that they're going to tax cars according to their mileage, where the lower the mileage level is,
that would do a lot to solve the problem.
it would.
Yeah.
They don't have to go to this emissions thing. And the thing that's going on in San Francisco, if it wanted to, could make things. For example, they could say, okay, we don't want any gasoline sold in San Francisco. We don't want any diesel oil sold in San Francisco.
Or put such a high tax on it.
Yeah, I mean,
There's many ways to deal with that.
there's many ways to deal with this, and the fact of the matter is, the whole oil industry is vulnerable in a way that renewable energy is not.
Well, coal we know is a zombie.
Yes.
And oil's a zombie too.
Yes, although they don't want to let you know that.
No, but it is. I mean, it's no longer worth doing. Or at least in another few years, it's just going to be uneconomical.
We had an item a couple of weeks ago where we talked about the fact that 98% of the oil exploration done worldwide is done in the United States.
Yeah.
Why do you suppose that is? Do you suppose that people in the rest of the world know something that the Trump administration doesn't know?
That whole thing kind of puzzles me. I mean, why put good money after bad?
Because you can get a lot of money from investors who are buying bonds.
So they're selling bonds. They're not. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, look,
From that standpoint, yeah.
If
So the money rolls in.
The money rolls in. If I'm a wildcatter and I buy a $1 billion contract for reserves, and I say, okay, I've spent $1 million buying a $1 billion contract, so that I've got a lease on this property, I can go to potential investors and say, look, I just got a contract which only 5 years ago was sold for $1 billion. I got it really cheap because I know how to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Loan me the money.
This is a Ponzi scheme, isn't it?
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it is. And that guy who we talked about a couple of weeks ago who said investors really are losing their money like mad, and he was a former executive officer of a fracking company.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway.
So it's all about investments, not about reality at all. About making
absolutely.
Some short-term profits.
And the Saudis aren't doing that. They're building solar arrays.
Well, they got plenty of sun.
They
The
sure
Saudis
do.
have more sun than they got oil.
It is time for us to go.
I think we should
I'm
say
going to
goodbye.
put this thing up that says "Have a perfectly lovely week."
And I will wave.
Have a nice week. Bye-bye.
(6:30) on the agenda. Okay, well, I'll call the meeting to order at 6:30. 6:34. Go ahead, Tammy. Additions or deletions to the agenda?
I had emailed today wondering if we could possibly discuss field trips.
Okay, so we'll add that in new business.
Okay.
Cool. Anybody else with any additions or deletions? Members of the public? Review and approve the minutes of the August 19th, 2019 meeting minutes.
I'll move that.
Rick moves, Barry seconds. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I'm gonna jot some stuff down.
Oh, I get it.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah. I'm gonna give it to Matt to type.
Good luck to you, Matt.
Just remember, I'm a proud graduate of Leland and Gray like you, Matt. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, old business, policy C35, age of admission. So we, at the 8/19 meeting, we went through this. Tammy, did you have a copy hung up in your building?
Yes, it's up there.
Does it have a hole in it?
I think it does.
Do you have one, Matt, in your building?
And it does have a hole in it.
Okay.
It's been up for a while.
Yeah, since the middle of August, almost a month. So basically, it shall be the policy of the River Valley Unified School District Board that children who desire to enter 3-year-old program, pre-K program must have reached their 3rd birthday before September 1st, in the year in which they plan to enter, the 3-year-old program. And it shall be the policy of the River Valley's Unified School District that children who desire to enter the 4-year-old pre-K program must have reached their 4th birthday before September 1st of the year in which they plan to enter the 4-year-old program. It shall further be the policy of the River Valley's Unified School District Board that children who desire to enter kindergarten must have reached their 5th birthday before September 1st of the year in which they plan to enter kindergarten. There shall not be any early admittance of students who were born after this date. Can I have your copy?
Sure.
So if we're all good, we warned it on 8/19, so we need to adopt it, and we're just gonna make one quick change, Tammy.
Okay. The plan.
Yeah.
Play the plan.
Okay.
I move that the board adopt policy number,
C35.
C35 as amended.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We have another policy, yay!
You were yaying for this policy.
Yeah, this was not an easy one.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one, school board member visits the school. So this is one we had discussed. Thank you, Matt.
You're welcome.
So we haven't voted on this. I think, did we get this handed to us at the last meeting?
No.
Okay. It is policy of the River Valley Unified School District to encourage school board members to become familiar with their schools, its programs, and the needs of its staff and students. Implementation. Individual board members may visit schools periodically to expand their knowledge of school programs and staff and student needs. Is that proper English?
It's a comma, isn't it? Comma.
School
It's
programs, comma, staff, and, but of course, you know. These visits should follow prior notification of the principal. Concerns raised as a result of school visits by board members should be directed to the superintendent. What do you all think? Hey, Carrie. There's chairs here, Carrie. Hearing no discussion, does nobody like it? Nobody want it? Anybody want it? Go ahead. You always have something to say.
What's fun?
Rick?
Do you guys need notice? I mean, it says prior. I mean, I could call you from my house and be here in 30 seconds. You good with that?
Or do we knock on the door and then enter?
Exactly.
Get me buzzed in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as we get buzzed in, and say surprise visit.
We're coming.
Does that mean I have to give up my card?
Your key to the building?
Yeah.
I do think the principals should know that we're in the building.
Well, somebody will always know you're in the building because you have to sign in.
Okay?
I
mean,
didn't.
I'm
like-
fine with it the way it's written. I'm
I
just
didn't
fine.
like
That's
the
why
prior notification. I mean, you know, it seems to me like, you know, we always are having all these discussions about how to have more parents' involvement and community involvement in the buildings, and then we make it more and more difficult for people to get into the building. Well, no or yes? I mean, what do you all think? It seems weird to me.
the whole thing seems weird to me. I mean, honestly, I mean, you can come in as a parent at any time without prior notification. Why would you need to have prior
And this, you
notification
know,
to come
I
in?
mean, this was definitely more of a thing where people were concerned, like, you know, the board member walks in and sees Mr. Martin doing something he's not supposed to, and I got you type of thing, or, you know, I mean, I think there was teachers at one time that were concerned board members might go into a classroom and observe them teaching. Hi, Peter, how are you?
I mean, does the superintendent announce himself before he comes? If
Yeah.
I were you, I'd be more concerned with him than I would us.
He just calls or emails.
Oh, does he?
He's
Okay.
stopped by sometimes before.
What was that, the
At the
super?
SU when I passed it.
No, Bill's not here tonight. I mean, personally, do we really need this policy? Can it just be a procedure? We've never, has Wardsboro ever had a policy like this in the
Not that I'm
past?
aware of. Not a policy, no.
No. Dover's never had a policy like this.
Why are we looking at this then?
Because it got brought up about, during the retreat, about coming into the building and going through the building, and somebody said, oh, well, there's a policy, and the question I asked was, you know, like, I would go see the principal in Dover as chairman of the board, not so much with Matt, but I would go in occasionally and just say, hey, how are things going, what's up, do you need anything, how you feeling, but then I would feel bad as chairman of River Valleys going in to see Matt and saying, Tammy, you're not important enough, I'm not gonna come ever visit you. You know, and is that fair? Or should I come over and say hi to Tammy once a month, and like I try to do with Matt? You know, or I tried to do with Matt when it was just the Dover school, not the River Valleys Unified School District. So we discussed it, and you know, what did the staff want to see, and somehow we got to this model policy of the Vermont School Boards Association, and that's where we're at.
Isn't it part of our expectations as school board members of what we're doing, in addition to attending meetings, going to the schools? And
Not really, because you only have, you know, you've only empowered to do anything
as a board?
as a board.
Right.
But the board can say, hey, Rick and Rich, you know, you can negotiate on behalf of the board. But remember, you know, it's different in the education world, because they, you know, like on the Safe Place Board, I would not walk into the middle of a MTD meeting as a
Right.
board member and say, what are you guys doing type of thing. And I think that's the other thing is, you know, I shouldn't, as a board member, walk into, you know, Mrs. Jones's classroom and sit down and watch her teach. Because she's gonna say, what the heck am I doing there? Why is a school board member here? And, you know, then she's gonna get all nervous, and then, you know, Mr. Martin's gonna get yelled at, Mr. Anton's gonna, so I see some of that. But I mean, that's just common respect that I think we've all shown. Matt, have you ever had a board member walk into one of your classrooms without?
No, I don't think so.
Tammy, I won't ask you because you haven't been doing it that,
Yeah.
but we'll have you.
No.
You know, I mean, it'd be nice if one of you had 20 years in the building as a principal. Say it never happened in 20 years, but
So it sounds like we don't need this policy of,
yes.
So I think we probably don't need this policy right now. So if we had a new board member and they showed up at Dover School or Wardsboro School and just started walking around, going into classrooms, you know, Matt, I want to talk to you about what I'm seeing, you know, like, do you feel like you have enough tools to handle that? Would you want a policy at that point? What would you do?
Well, I wouldn't have them walking around I wouldn't, any guest would be escorted around, first of all. And if it came up and it seemed like they were asking questions, it's just easy to say, well, you should really bring that up with the superintendent,
Or bring it up at a board
bring it
meeting.
up at a board meeting, yeah.
Or you
yeah.
could call your board chair and he would.
Yeah,
I mean, my point is that I think right now, probably fine, right? But boards change, people change, and so, I mean, I think it's incumbent upon us to just think about it's not all of us sitting up here.
right.
And we might not be sitting here either. There might be
Right.
other faces on this side of the table.
Right, right.
I think the last meeting, Bill had suggested maybe to consider this as a procedure. But then we talked about, well, can you have a procedure without a policy? And
Yeah, you can have procedures without policies. You can also have administrative procedures that go along with policies. Here's the policy and the administration will make a procedure. I mean, you can have rules in your building,
Right.
I would think that maybe there should be a rule that, nobody is allowed in the classroom without setting it up with the administration.
Yeah, we
You know-
definitely don't let people in classrooms without a reason, certainly.
But we've had in the past where, we had a politician come in and some board members came in and it was set up. So, I mean, maybe it's just an understanding that, if a board member can stop in and if the administration is available, can visit with them, but they sign in and they follow all the procedures just like a parent or any other member of the public.
Is that something that as a board you would want to know to the board first that we're doing that? Hey, Rich, I'm planning to stop by. I'm going to ask Tammy if I could go to Community Sing. Just
No.
want to let you know that.
No, because anybody can go community sing. If you were to be going in to talk to Tammy about busing, transportation is transportation, I think she deserves a warning about that.
Absolutely.
And I think, the rest of the board should know because we appointed you kind of as our quasi-transportation coordinator. But I don't think you should all of a sudden just stop in because you happen to be driving by and say, hey, Tammy, I need to talk to you about transportation. Or you could stop by and say, I need to talk to you about transportation. At some point, is this a good time? And she'll let you know. But, for you to stop in and say, hey, I don't think your fifth grade teacher's doing a good job and I want to talk to you about it. I mean, that's definitely, I think, inappropriate.
Yes. But coming to see Wardsboro go to Community Sing or their art night or
Yeah,
open
but,
house.
and I think that's something you plan ahead enough that though you can also just ask ahead of time or just let them know that, hey, I'd like to come.
Absolutely.
Again, I was going at it from a different angle. I didn't want Tammy to feel like because chairman happened to be from Dover, we were, and I happened to be driving by and stopped in because Matt had asked me something and I wanted to answer him, and then I don't ever do that for her. I just didn't want to feel like there was a difference in there. But if I was driving like to
Well,
go,
there is, you're driving right by.
right. But if I'm driving over to Sersosmos to pick up aggregate, should I stop in and just say hi, Tammy? Just stop to see how things are going. And that was kind of more my question than getting into a full blown policy. Or like Rick, you're driving by Dover School because you had to go to Newfane for
Sure.
a meeting. Do you just pop in and say hi, Matt? I've always wondered, what an IB class looked like. Can I observe something?
Yeah, right.
So,
Personally, would be a little more considerate than that.
yeah, no, but that's where I was just trying to get at is how we
How do we do that? And do we need to?
So either one of you, if you ever have anything you want to go over with because of the board level before a meeting or something, then give me a call, and between Rick and I, we'll figure out how to come and see if you want to kind of bounce something off the board beforehand, or one of the board members, and then why don't we do that and not do the policy for now, and see how it goes, and if it becomes an issue. And again, most of the reasons we have policies and laws and warnings is because somebody did it, or somebody did it wrong. Like somebody really put their little puppy in that microwave to dry it off, and that's why there's a warning.
What is happening, Richard?
That's so kind of crazy. Illustrations.
Thank
No,
you
I'm
for
just
that.
thinking that, you know, we
That's now in your vision, huh?
we don't need to, so it's maybe nothing we need, it's just an extra policy. But if it becomes an issue, we can have that, and you folks, your administration can bring it up. Is that fair?
Yes.
Cool. That was easy. Pre-K maximum capacities discussion. I think this was a little bit of a result of also the age issue too, and then tuition and stuff. So, what is our maximum capacities?
So we're 24
We're 20.
licensed, but our staff capacity is also 20 in Dover at the moment.
And that's one of the reasons why you folks were looking, that's one of the reasons why in Wardsboro, we were looking to possibly put a small addition on or add some space.
Well, we added our 3-year-old program, so that was really more about programming and being able to offer them some additional offerings throughout the day while other programming was happening for our other students.
So I live in Dover, and you have 20, and I want to bring my child to the program, and you say, I'm maxed out. Will you tell them that they need to come to Wardsboro? Would you offer somebody in Dover the ability to go to the Wardsboro program versus the Dover program? How would that work? Or vice versa? How would you deal with it if you were maxed out and the other school, the other building had room?
We have universal pre-K throughout the state, so I would go, down the district list and say, these are your options. You could go to Dover School. They also have a program in Townsend. I think there's the Hilltop Montessori School that's offered as well, or Timpson Hill.
And I think that's what the essence of this agenda item is, to get on your radar, to have a discussion about what you think would be best in those situations for the community.
Well, to me, saying that there's other schools available in the district, that's not Dover and Wardsboro anymore, because we're one district. It's more like there's another building in our district, in this building. I think there's a little difference there, because also with the
They can
unit.
choose to go wherever they would like to.
Right,
for
they can
universal
choose.
pre-K.
Right, but if they choose to come to the River Valley's Unified School District for their preschool, can you folks tell them which building they need to go to? Because remember, they're no longer schools, they're buildings in a district,
No, I don't.
Yeah.
whether they
That
say
we-
Dover, Wardsboro or not.
Right, I mean, I think we can respond to our capacities, our
Right.
maximums, but I don't think we can direct families to go to another building. But if we're full, I think we can say we're full. I mean, other programs have done that. I think it would be a good idea to have this conversation, as a group with plenty of research, and make sure we're all coming to the table with all the necessary laws and.
So, with universal pre-K, I can choose to send my child anywhere and the home district pays for it.
Up to 10 hours a week.
Right. Well, I'm just thinking because, if we had capacity so the district is River Valleys. So if you have capacity in one or the other of the buildings, to me, it seems like,
We can encourage, sure, and recommend.
yeah. Oh. Whatever. Okay. It seems kind of weird to me, and it seems sort of like, just because I live in Dover, and I can't go to Dover school, but I can go to Wardsboro, but then I choose to go somewhere else, it's taking resources away, because then we have to pay that money out that would normally be used to,
Yeah, but it's always been that way, right? I mean, since this program was set up.
no,
you go.
originally you could, you there wasn't universal pre-K.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, but since
Yeah.
the universal pre-K came
Right,
into
since
play, they can really go anywhere anyway and get
Right.
those 10 hours. It really doesn't matter where it is, right? I mean, you don't have to go in your district.
Right.
I think that since the law was passed, it was my understanding that you could go.
But if somebody from Dover comes to Wardsboro, Dover's not paying Wardsboro any money.
No.
Right.
It's within our district.
Right.
Exactly.
Right,
Okay.
so even if they stay full-time in Wardsboro, they don't have to pay the balance because they're a Dover resident, which is in the district. Or vice
Yeah, I
versa.
mean, I would love to see us do anything we could to keep them. in the
Right.
district, Like,
Right.
within one.
Right.
How many hours do you guys offer a week? In your program?
3-year-olds, it's the 10 hours, and
10
then for
hours.
4-year-olds, it's full-time.
Full-time,
And how many do we have?
yeah. We have 17 in ours,
We have 5.
And the
Oh.
4-year-old program?
in the 3 and 4-year-old program combined.
And ours
Let's
is
say like
combined 5.
four students move in,
Yeah,
you don't have staff enough.
right.
You know, if we could get somebody to come to the Wardsboro one, whether, it doesn't matter that Dover has to hire him for that building, it's still costing Wardsboro money and Dover money, cause that's the
Right.
district
Right,
now.
exactly.
Yeah.
And if we, you know, that's why I was saying is that it's too bad there wasn't a way to, I mean, I guess, and we can only hope again,
Can you
but,
discount it? Oh, they're not paying.
They don't have-
no, they don't pay because they're in district.
That's why I was asking if it was just 10 hours here, because, I mean, then you could at least say, well,
Hey,
have
but you
15
can,
hours.
so, you know, you could go to Newfane and get your 10 hours, but if you go to Wardsboro, you can have 15 hours.
Well, you could have, if they're a 4-year-old,
Full-time.
you could have full-time,
Right.
you know, for no charge, just because you're a resident.
I mean, in a bigger scale, let's just say we had 36 graders in Wardsboro's building, or 35 sixth graders. So Tammy's saying, God, I really need some help in that room. I have to hire a person, but gosh, in Dover, you know, the 5th and 6th grade only has 12. You know, if we could get 3 or 4 to go over there, then the whole district saves money. Can, you know, is that appropriate to recommend to say, hey, look, this is a really big class, but what we can do is, you know, your child, if you want to, we can get them to,
More likely, we would see that, like, we wouldn't just see that like in 5th grade kind of thing, right?
well, we have, because in Dover, we had the bubble. Remember that?
But they traveled, so you'd see them younger. The only
Right.
concern I would have about like, oh, so let's smooth that out between the two schools, which makes a lot of sense to me, is on a case, you know, like 1 year we're doing that, because then you've got kids and like the social things or, you know, kind of weird.
No, and that's just, and then maybe this is more for that forward-thinking retreat. Peter, could you write that down in the forward-thinking retreat next meeting?
Is that what we're calling it?
Well, yeah, there was the operational retreat, and then there was the planning retreat.
And
Isn't planning like forward-thinking?
yeah, it's definitely not backward thinking.
Okay. Get me going. We're not mom. Anyways, invite one of the senators to the board meeting.
Can I just ask one?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Tammy, you said your capacity was
20.
20 and yours is,
Well, it's 20 because of our staffing. We have 2 staff members and the ratio has to be 10 to 1.
But the building is big enough to allow 24.
that's what I was wondering.
Licensed.
So he could,
because I
if he
thought
hired
about
another staff member, we could go as high as 24.
Yeah.
Okay.
But even with Tammy hired 3 staff members, her building only allows you 20, right?
Yeah, and we've,
Okay.
my first year, I was the pre-K and K teacher here, we had 24, so we switched classrooms, so there is a way, I mean, we could,
If you had.
if we had to switch classrooms, we've done that before. It's based on the square footage, you need 35 square feet per child, so.
Okay, thank you.
That was one of the reasons why Dover bought all that extra land, because there actually used to be a requirement, so much property per student, per, and then buildings, you know, were the same way. I think they did away with that when they did the public school approval, right?
I'm not aware of that. I've not heard that. but-
Well, that's it. School board didn't lie to us at town meeting, because that's why they told us we should buy the land.
The school boards.
You know how school boards are.
Is it acreage per child? Is that how they?
No, well, so many square feet of land per child to allow you to build a school of the size, you know, So it was, so that's why we bought those extra lots that,
Yeah.
you know, like where the solar field is and
Yeah, ball
stuff.
fields and stuff.
Or at least that's what the school board at that time said.
You'd think a big school in Vermont must have to have a lot of outside square footage then.
Yeah, well, but I'm pretty sure, I'm almost definite it's changed for land, but I didn't know if it's still changed for building. So, so I forgot to send an email. Oh, she doesn't show up today.
Same.
Wow. We're gonna invite the senators to our meeting in October. So, later on, somewhere, we had this human resource protocol update, which was Carrie had asked about, checking social media when doing backgrounds, which was not as simple as just checking social media for human resources background. So, we're gonna discuss that at the first meeting in October. Right now, it appears as though we may not be allowed to do that. That it may be illegal, or it may be not proper. So I think it would be a really good topic to discuss when Bill is here, who's talked to the attorney, and maybe when our senators are here and our representative will be here, because it may be something we ask for as a legislative change, and it may be something that has to be changed in legislation to allow to do it if we're all on the same page of what you were kind of looking for. So I was gonna ask if on that one and inviting senators, if we could postpone that until the first meeting in October. If nobody has a problem with that, then we will do that.
It's fine.
Okay. Equity, working definition, equity role in budget planning. So this equity was Laura's thingamajigger. And Bill got us something that's,
Definition.
yes, a definition. And I'm probably not gonna be able to find it right off, but, which I can't. Does anybody have that paper? What was the definition of equity that we were gonna use?
You sent it to me.
There was a link on.
Well, can you read it?
I can read it as far as I know. Okay, educational equity means that each student receives the resources and educational opportunities they need to learn and thrive. Equity means that a student's success is not predicted nor predetermined by characteristics such as race, ethnicity, religion, family economics, class, geography, disability, language, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, or initial proficiencies. Equity means that every school provides high-quality curriculum programs, teachers and administrators, extracurricular activities, and support services. Equity goes beyond formal equality, where all students are treated the same. Achieving equity may require an unequal distribution of resources and services. Equity involves disrupting inequitable practices, acknowledging biases, employing practices that reflect the reality that all students will learn, and creating inclusive, multicultural school environments for adults and children. Vermont Principals Association, Vermont School Boards Association, and Vermont Superintendents Association. Does anybody want that?
I don't, because I have it somewhere if I can find it. Anybody else need it?
I have it on my-
Okay, so Laura, what was I know we wanted to have this brought up around the time we were discussing budgets.
So it was, how could we say to the voters in both towns that the students in our district, in both buildings, were getting equitable opportunities? So how would we be able to say that to, how would, like,
Well, I think
What would we
based
say?
on that definition, that's what we're doing. We don't, students that need more assistance get more assistance. We have in place what is it called again, the thing with, from the study group, the plan there for students that, pardon?
District management group?
Yeah, we incorporated that one recommendation where, you know, whatever supports are needed by students, that we supply that to all students. So we're making sure that, and we're not saying that there's not enough money, we're saying that we will provide these supports throughout the district to any student that needs them. Saying, we're not basing it on financial, we have not said that we can't afford it, we're not gonna do it because we can't afford it. So I think that kind of covers that part of the equity. And I think with the testing results are showing that our students who usually struggle more are doing not bad. I mean, they're not at the top of the list, but our test scores tend to indicate that our performance, that we're reaching across all classes and groups of students. And there's always room for improvement, but you know, we have a plan to constantly improve it, and both of them present to us every spring their plan for the following year, along with, you know, when they do their budget, they set up for any assistance they need in the building, for any special programs needed, and any assistance needed specific to a certain group, and the programming through the district through the supervisory union into the district is set up to accomplish the same goals. Am I correct? Or? Matt's shaking his head yes a lot.
How do we assess that, you know, how do we assess that and see how each school or each building is doing without what Laura was saying at the earlier meeting, you know, money. Money is always an easy way to say how much money we're spending.
But we're
on
also
each building.
on test scores.
Right, besides test scores though, is there another way to
money,
to track that, right? To see that we're.
Well, that would be maybe a good question to throw out there. If you guys want to defer the answer till the next meeting, that's fine also.
so can I just, so I would say, I mean, at the state level, we have really measured equity by dollars spent per pupil, which I would say is a fail. And that definition is trying to get us to a different place. When we talk about, you know, every student will be offered a high quality education, you know, that's equity. I will tell you, through Act 46 process, these, you know, all of the districts had to go through an assessment. There is not a school in the state of Vermont that is not offering high quality education, according to that school district.
Well,
Okay?
according to Act 60, every school is spending all their money on
So-
student outcomes.
So those are things that, you know, I mean, you know, I don't think there's an easy answer. There's not a place that I'm specifically trying to go. It is a provocative question on purpose. But even here in our district, you know, I think it is much more challenging looking across a much wider landscape with lots of different schools, that sort of thing. But even in our district, you know, it seems like we should be able to, you know, so are we offering Spanish in both of our schools? So does that mean, is that part of equity? Or is it not part of equity? You know, is it like, how do we answer that question?
Well, I thought we as a
So-
group decided
so-
equity wasn't exactly the same.
Equity and equality are two different things.
Great.
Right? I mean, you said that. I'm taking that right
Yeah.
out of your mouth from a few
Yeah.
meetings ago. I mean,
So, I mean, but what is the,
I think we can still do equitable without having to be exactly equal.
Right.
And it goes back to the conversation about, you know, we have IB in the Dover building, we don't in the Wardboro building.
so
But
if kids wanted, they could access it?
they
and
can
if kids
still,
wanna do
there's no,
STEAM?
right, they can, we allow for them to move over. If Spanish is really important to them and it's not in this building, they can go to that building.
Is that true? Could they do that?
They could move
They could
and they could
choose,
ask to,
Elect their school.
Oh, they could go to the
right,
other.
we give them school choice.
Okay.
Building, well, not school choice, more building choice. And I think, again, you have to go back to, you know, at one time Dover reversed the curve where our students that usually don't perform as well on the standardized testing had actually outperformed
And this building had the
the
same
other
thing, right?
students. Yeah, and I
Your
just
free and
can't
reduced lunch
speak to
children actually had better results on testing than
the not.
those that were not.
Right,
Although
so,
everybody
I mean, I
gets
think
lunch.
that there's a very good example that, yes, we are, reaching a vast majority of our students. There's always gonna be an outlier, we can always do better, and that's why we review it with our staff, our administration, and this SU is working,
So when we're looking at the budget,
yeah.
and we're putting together a budget, how can we say this will provide equitable opportunities across the district? I mean, are we gonna be, so like, things that the state does are classroom size, right? I mean, like dollars per student, I don't think that's gonna work here, right? I mean, maybe,
I think how we do it is when the administration presents us a budget, and we need to ask them, does this provide so that you can take care of all students and do what you need to do with the students that you have in the building currently, that you project to have? And, what, is there something more you need? Is there, something less? Is there something different? You guys are now, the administration and our curriculum coordinators working on trauma, students who've experienced trauma. 5 years ago, how much time did you spend about trauma and students with trauma?
0.
Right, because it's now something that we, 10 years ago, 15 years ago in Dover, the teachers came to us during, that quality part where you're supposed to come up with your plan for the school. But basically, they were saying that one of the things they put in their plan was to budget to feed the students breakfast the days that they test. Because they really felt that too many students just either not even because their parents couldn't afford it, or they couldn't afford it, or it's just, they were so rushed in the morning they didn't have time to eat. So they would get to school. So they said, let's feed all the students before we do this testing, and we budgeted for that to give them the best possible chance to perform.
I have another question. When you guys built the budget, did you guys build the budget last year?
No. No.
Okay. So you they had input into it.
No, we basically took the two
Okay.
budgets for the
So when we
previous
do
year
it
and
this,
put them
when we do
together.
it this coming year, what role will you guys play?
We're gonna meet ahead of time this year. And
Yeah, we'll look at the programs,
Right.
and as we sort of process the definition of equity, from a budgeting perspective, we're looking at similar financial investments in both areas, and we're looking at academic opportunities, so.
So you'll be working together
Yes.
to build
Right.
one budget for the district that operates two schools. You won't be building budgets and then rolling that.
I don't know if we'll still, because of the accounting system, they have to be able to separate those, and I don't know what the impact that will have on the planning processes. but-
It's crazy that you have to build two
Yeah.
budgets to build
Yeah.
one budget.
Well,
It's
they
crazy.
still, they
Because
want
we're
us
held
to
back by
combine,
software.
but
Yeah.
the state wants a report by building.
Right.
Just saying, that's.
But, so just again, folks, because maybe we forget, so we did last year, when we put the budget together, we
It's
added
going forward.
$20,000 in professional development to be kind of pushed over to the Wardsboro side, because we knew we were gonna be trying to expand with a new program. At that time, we weren't sure what it was. So, yeah, I'm sure there's gonna be certain things that Tammy is gonna say, hey, in my building, I really, there's something that we're really missing that's needed. So, yeah, that'll have to be put in, and Matt will have to put something in maybe from his
Yeah,
building.
absolutely. But we have two educational professionals, and so for me, most of the question gets answered if they're building the budget together.
Yeah.
Yeah, which we will.
That's,
Well, no,
I mean,
they,
you know what I
They will
mean?
with help from the administration
Yeah.
at central office.
Yeah, that's really, I think that's, so that's easy for me. Like, our administrators are working together to provide a budget and programs across the district. Like, you guys are both aware of what the programs are. That feels very easy for me to say to a parent or, a taxpayer, like, yeah, we're, like,
Here's
I was
something you
concerned
could
that
do.
it was kind of coming like this, or that it would come in like that. That was making.
We did the first year, but we also said that we knew this was gonna
Yeah.
be,
That's
because
okay.
there
I
wasn't a
mean,
lot of time,
yeah,
but
that's
that we
great.
wanted more, we wanted to really look at the budget better. So now, what would be very appropriate for the board to do is the board can make a motion to direct the superintendent's office and our administrators that when they prepare the budget, to consider the definition of equity that we just discussed, and that we will ask them to tell us in the budget how this budget accomplishes that goal. We're allowed to set goals as a board.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask a question of the
Yeah.
administration. You do individual learning plans for each student, right?
Not all students.
Not all students, okay.
That was one of the
I was gonna
things-
say, that would be equity.
But that was one of the
Yeah.
goals that we wanted when we gave Bill the guardrails for
Yeah.
building the system. And we were told by the administration that to do that for all students like preschool and kindergarten was not probably as appropriate, but that they would work on that for us in the next couple years in grades 4, 5, and 6, or 5 and 6. And you guys correct me, because that is something that will get the students prepped for that, because they have to do that in the middle and high schools.
But it also forces you on an individual basis when you're building a budget to say, I've got 70 students, this is the need of each one of those students. And then you're catching everything.
Yeah.
We were talking about the motion a couple meetings ago when Lori and Bill were here. We had asked Lori, actually 2 meetings, and she said that for the budget, she would identify the areas of what spending is a little bit different in each building. And she gave examples of language, foreign language, lunch program, and there was another one that I can't think of right now that she was gonna highlight of what is spent in each building, so that when we put a budget
Transportation.
together, I think it's transportation, that we could start looking at equity too, because that was a question that kind of was repeating
Yeah.
that we had of, other than dollars spent in each building, how do you really kind of gauge equity within the,
Yeah.
And we all
Students.
hate dollars spent, because it's just such a poor,
right.
It's a poor measure.
Or indicator.
Yeah.
So I think, Rich, they're already planning to do that, because we identified.
no, I'm not saying make a motion, I'm just saying
Yeah.
it is in the board's purview.
Yeah.
If you want to make a motion to give guidance, we've
Yeah.
also had a discussion, hopefully they'll take some,
Yeah.
maybe we oughta, or you can make it pretty specific.
And I appreciate that the district, the supervisory union, is gonna be much more engaged in budget building than the Dover board members are used to having been in the past, and I mean, as was this year. But it's important to me that our administrators are really engaged in the process to make, because you guys are the ones with our students day in and day out. And so that equity thing for you all to say, yep, we feel really good about the program we've built for all of the kids.
I think one of the advantages speak for Tammy, that I look forward to working with Tammy is that when we work together with Lori, we'll be able to go through all the line items and see what are we spending on this, what are we spending on that, and, come to agreement on that.
But,
That'll
you
be
know, being honest, with all things being equal, 90% of our budget's set.
Right.
There's very, I mean, contracts are set by the board on what we vote. Staffing is, the big issue. Secondary tuition, which has always been, 40 to 60% of your budget, we have no say over. And when you really look at it, there's very little that they can play with.
Yeah, but they can understand, and they can flag if there are inequities or problems.
Yeah.
And so I know we're a new district still, and so I really appreciate the time that we've spent on this, and I would just ask that, we revisit this, after.
Well, I think nobody's made a motion, they can if they want, but my suggestion is that, No, we
Do they
don't
need a
need one.
motion? I was asking them. if they
Oh,
wanted one.
but I just think, really remember that somebody's gonna be sitting here
Yeah.
and is gonna ask you, how does
That's
this,
on camera.
I think
by
it's
the way.
good.
This is just good planning. That definition of equity is just good planning, so it'll be
yeah,
easy to.
but just be prepared, you're gonna get
Yeah.
asked.
No, I think it's a good
No,
process
and
for
I'm not
us
saying that's
as a
bad,
new
I'm just
district,
telling you, there's no
Yeah.
motion, there's no requirement,
Yeah,
so they cannot be prepared, and
Yeah.
then maybe there will be a motion.
yeah. And, not to belabor the point, which has already happened, or the discussion, but, like the definition,
Yeah.
I'm not so much in love with like, oh yeah, let's take the statewide definition and say that's what we're gonna measure by here. It's a little, but,
We can also, if you want to pursue it more, we can work and have our own, we can have the River Valley Unified School District definition of equity and tailor it specifically for us. And that would be appropriate, I think, again, because that would help give them guidance. I don't know, I don't think it would be like a policy, but I think it would be more like, when we did oh geez, I'm gonna lose. Remember when we went through a few years ago and we have like, we have 4 or 5 things. We have our mission statement, we have, and that could be part, like our mission statement or our I forget what the vision, one of our visions can be is that we're gonna provide equity, and equity is, boom.
I would really want them to feed into, the administrators to feed into that.
Well, no, it wouldn't be
Yeah.
something we would just say, let's take this and do it. I mean, we can put it down and we can have discussion about
It
it.
sounds like a committee that Laura should chair.
Oh, good idea. So Rick made a motion, that Laura chairs a vision committee.
I didn't make a motion.
Oh.
It sounds like. I was gonna make a motion, but thought better of
It
it.
sounds like maybe a great thing to talk about after this budget.
Well, I think it's something we could start talking about now. Because I don't think it's something you're gonna do in a meeting or two. I think it's gonna be a lot. It probably won't be done until next spring, if we started doing it now. So, Peter, just note that we wanna have a discussion on vision. And we'll ask so that we don't overwhelm these guys, or equity, I'm sorry. We want Bill to, we're gonna let Bill kind of drive that. We'll let him work on that with us. How's
I'm
that?
sure he would be ecstatic.
I'm sure, but that way we're not overwhelming our people.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay. Any other old business? Okay. If there is none, old and moldy. Where's Mark? He hasn't been here for a couple meetings. You got nobody to hang out with.
I
I
know.
feel bad for you.
It's lonely at my table.
It is. You want Matt to move over? Matt, invite her to your table. You're like excluding her.
Oh,
Thanks, guys.
Hey, so we had a written principals report, and so if nobody has any questions on the items in the principals report, is there any other questions for the principal? If they take the time to write a written report, I just don't want to reread it.
thank you.
Yeah. So is there any questions about anything that was written in the principal's report from the board?
No, I read through it quickly.
Karen?
I didn't get it, so if it went to an email, then, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Laura? Matt or Tammy, is there anything in addition to what was written that you want to bring up? We are going to discuss the field trips in a little bit. Go ahead, sir.
I didn't have this at the time, but we had one of our staff members nominated for UVM
I
Outstanding
have that. I was
Teacher.
going to do that at the end.
So I have something that I'll get to you that announces that. And it's going out in our newsletter tomorrow, which I'll send out to all of you as well.
So,
So,
the 39th Annual Outstanding Teacher Day is Wednesday, October 9th, 2019. From 3 to 4 p.m. is reception and 4 to 6 is awards. And anybody who can go, it's in Most Peculiar.
I think it's in Burlington.
Burlington, even worse.
Yeah.
Okay, further away.
Do we
But
know who's been nominated?
do you not want to say it now?
No, it's public.
Okay.
Nancy Baker.
Nancy Baker.
Yeah. And we're going up. I have a meeting in the morning, and so anybody wants to go up, carpool or whatever.
That's
The
awesome.
Grand Maple Ballroom at the W. H. Davis Center.
Oh, that's
Has she ever been nominated for something like that before?
I don't think so.
Wow,
Yeah.
okay.
So I did ask Bill to do a little research. So there is another teacher from the West River District who was nominated, and it's not like there's just one or two. I think there's a couple from each county.
2, I think, per supervisory.
Supervisory, yeah. So it's not. It's pretty prestigious. I mean, it's out of the whole SU, which or the whole area. So it's really nice, and I think it was a great honor. it's funny because I was somewhere on Saturday night and this little girl was talking about her teacher, Nancy Baker. So
Aw.
I said, yeah, you know, those two people over there, my wife and my sister-in-law were sitting there. I said, they had Nancy Baker when they were in
I
school
was just
too.
going to ask you how long she's been with you.
And she said, no, they're way too old. So,
I've been sworn to secrecy on the number of years she's been teaching. So,
Rich is trying to calculate.
no,
how
it's
old-
really her and the librarian were
Albarno.
Marianne. They were both about the same time.
yeah.
They actually been there so long they didn't pay Social Security. Because in the old days, if you had a job with a retirement plan, you could opt out of Social Security. Because that was what, was retirement. So they'd been there a long time. And I gotta tell you guys a quick story about her, and I'd love to be able to tell it somewhere, but we interviewed her for the preschool position. She had been full-time
Gym teacher.
gym and health. She was half health and half gym. We interviewed her back when the board used to interview for teaching positions. She wanted to be the first preschool teacher in Dover. It was, you interview older teachers with a lot of experience, and you get this kind of like, level, good answers, You interview a teacher who just got out of teaching school, like they're all enthusiastic. Nancy came in like she was just graduated
She's like
college.
that every day.
And the energy, and so she deserves it. It's well. But thanks for taking my thunder.
Oh, sorry, I wanted to make sure we got it on there.
No, I actually put it in my pile. So, you all set with principal's report? Okay, I don't need it back. Cabinet report, Bill sent out a cabinet report. He's not here to ask anyways, but anybody
I
have
have to
any?
admit, I didn't read the whole thing. It's long.
Yeah, it is. You know what it is it's
I've got an
every
American attention
every
span.
administrator writes something up. So, how are you guys finding? Because one of the things that we told them we had to jump into. How are you finding out the? How are you finding the new facilities operations person who's working out?
Fantastic.
So what has he done for you?
Well, he helped us with the pump replacement, and then recently we had another pump break in the utilities room, the one that supplies the school well with the water. So he also got us in touch with Lindwell and arranged for all of that. So he's been really helpful for me.
We haven't had a lot of experience with him, but he still comes and visits and checks on us, checks in with the custodians, and so it's been good to have him around.
So there's a lot of big stuff coming on with the water
Yeah.
testing, because of the PFO.
FOAs, right.
Yeah.
PFAs.
And so hopefully that will be less headaches for you guys, and he'll be able to coordinate that.
We're looking forward to that. And there's a new school safety plan template that is being released, and so he's planning to coordinate our development of those, so we're not all
Right.
doing them in silos, and be consistent, and we're looking forward to that too. Yeah.
So under new business, we had school events, and we had Wardsboro first. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So-
Hang on, I missed something.
Sorry, I have a question on the safety plans, just shifting to a different type of plan. Are the emergency managers working with the superintendent in these new supercharged supervisory unions, or are they working one-on-one with the principals on,
Good question.
like shelters, that sort of stuff?
I don't think we've done any work yet together, but with the new plan, it's certainly an opportunity.
Well, in Dover, we spent a lot of time and effort, and the emergency management director got the police and fire and the school. And we're also in Dover a little bit luckier because we have a local police department. So we have a very good plan, and when they actually reviewed it by the state, it should have been a model. So now the state has to make up their own plan, which will change things. Again, because you're in different districts, Wardsboro's a little different. They have a different fire department, fire chief. I don't know who your emergency
When we
manager
did
is.
it, we worked with everybody. when we
Did you
set up the plan.
use the
are
sheriff's
actually
department or the state police?
State police, yeah.
So this is a good question for the superintendent, because he has to have a sense of,
Well, no, it's actually for the operations person.
yeah.
So wait and see what he rolls out.
Good question. But certainly collaboration with the local plan is gonna be really important.
Well, it has to be.
So well developed, I mean.
Feel good?
Yeah, just sending myself an email.
Okay, so school events, Wardsboro.
So, thinking of events, I guess it was last Thursday, we had our open house, which was, Rick, you came, it was very well attended, I would say. We had probably 80 to 90% participation. That was great. We've had 2 STEAM team events. Every Monday, we are engaging in STEAM as a school. So we had our first one last week and our second one today, which was exciting.
Can you tell us a little bit? So what is it
Sure.
look like that was
So-
different than another day?
So at 1:30, the students and teachers gather for, as a whole school, to talk about what the STEAM challenge for the day will be. The teachers and I over the summer planned out pretty much the whole school year as far as what we're going to be doing during those days. We divided the kids into teams, so each teacher and each student is assigned to a STEAM team. And then on Monday afternoons, we're engaging in those activities. The first one last week was more about establishing roles, so each student gets a role each week and they learn that role. And then during the challenge, they play out that role. So we've got like our chief architect and we've got the materials master, and so that's their role during the STEAM challenge. The first STEAM challenge was very simple, with it being the first one. They were challenged to build a structure out of toothpicks and marshmallows, and you can see there's some pictures out on the bulletin board out there. So the materials master was in charge of the materials. There was the architect that actually designed the structure, and then the builder was the person that had to actually take the architect's design and build the structure that they came up with. And then we had a reporter, and the reporter would report out to the whole school how the challenge went.
That's really cool.
Today's challenge was actually a challenge from the Bucketville News. They want a way to report the weather in town. So the kids are challenged now with designing a weather station, and we made rain gauges today. So we're going to be collecting data from that and then reporting that back to the Bucketville.
So, with your kids, with the students being on the teams, is it mixed groups then, or?
It is. We did go with mixed age groups, so we have 4-year-olds working with 6th graders.
Oh, excellent,
Yeah.
that's even better.
Yeah,
It's really cool. Sounds great.
yeah, it's exciting.
So how many teams, how big are the teams?
We have 4 teams of like 10 to 12 students each.
So the architect doesn't design in a vacuum, I mean, they're getting opinions
Exactly.
from everybody, he's the one who's, or they're the one who's supposed to like draw it up.
Right, right.
The builder
And
doesn't build it all by himself, he's
right.
excellent, so.
Yeah, and they'll take turns with the different roles throughout the
Right.
school year. But
And it seems to be working.
first two times have been a success. We're pleased back. You know, we might have to make adjustments along the way, but
But that's excellent, because we were thinking before it'd be a couple years before you could even
yeah.
do
so
anything, so,
We're engaging in it, and
well, good job, excellent.
That would be fun, once you guys have a couple more under your belts.
come check it out.
Yeah, to come in and
Yeah,
see.
absolutely.
You know what would be neat, if you could just let us know what your projects are, like maybe for the next month, and then
Sure.
if, board members, so that we don't all come down on you, but I would love to see that too, I think it'd be really cool.
We, Monday afternoons and this first half of the year, we're focusing on weather and earth and space science. So we've tried to align it with the next generation science standards as well. So we're taking that into consideration too.
That is so excellent,
Good.
it's just what we were looking for, and I think very compliments to you and your staff.
Yeah, they're excited. The kids are excited too, so.
Everybody good?
I'm good.
Yes.
You guys got kids, did they tell you about it?
Yeah, no, he's very excited, yeah.
Mine's
Yeah.
not in.
Oh,
He's not, yeah. Mhm.
Mine are out.
yours are too big.
Too big.
Hey Matt, you're up for Dover if you have anything.
So we have open house coming this week, Wednesday night. Very exciting. Kids are back in the flow, working on the usual work. Pre-K has started a Woods Wednesday program where they're going out and essentially using a outdoor classroom that they're working on. And there'll be a volunteer day this Friday where some community members are coming in and helping to bring the outdoor classroom, some light and clean out some sticks and brush and set that up for them. Yeah, it's things are flowing along nicely. We're trying to set up our individual plans with the new academic support team. We're very excited about that through the district office. This week finishes up the benchmark window for the district for the supervisor union. So we're finishing up all of our beginning of the year foundational testing, so we know where kids are starting and what supports need to be brought in. So people are excited about that. We expect our new academic support team to be on hand next week, getting to work. So it's been a good year so far. It's been a good start, really smooth. The new busing system with the Brattleboro bus run is working very well, smooth. So, yeah, it's been good.
You pick anything for Matthew?
Fantastic.
Matt, not something, I don't need an answer now. Do me a favor. Check with Marco and make sure that the solar thing is we're still getting our credits.
Sure.
Because we're supposed to get a portion of the credits for all the municipal sites. And we had a real issue trying to put that together. Because Chip wound up having to set up the spreadsheets and stuff and was working with Marco, but I kind of lost track of it. We used to get reports occasionally, like how much everything was generating.
Sure. I'll give them a call.
Cool. Anybody else? Anything new before we go to Tammy? You're on.
All right, I just, we have, in planning, we've got a field trip coming up, and this might be more of a bigger conversation when Bill's around. We've used West River for transportation for field trips, but I just wondered if I should still continue in the path that we have in the past, or as far as transportation goes, explore other avenues.
So, my opinion would be, we own a bus, we own 2 of them in Dover, which is part of the district. We have people who are licensed to drive them. Would it be cheaper for us to just do our own thing? Or is it cheaper to have West River at their rates? And, I know they have a mileage rate and an hourly rate for field trips. The only thing that you would have to work out with Matt is, is the bus gonna be back in time, is it gonna be needed? But I would think if we could run our own bus, that it's gotta be cheaper. And I would recommend that you two just figure it out. I mean, I actually hope that the Dover came off the bus, and I hope it says River Valley's Unified School District on it.
Does it?
No.
No, and it shouldn't. The buildings don't say
He got
that
you with
on
the head
it.
shake.
And don't do that, Matt. We'll have to figure that out later. But I mean, does anybody on the board disagree? If they can work it out, I mean, it's one district, so it's.
Yeah, as long as
Okay.
it
I mean,
interfere
is
with
there
scheduling,
some-
I
it's
would disagree
fine.
with that.
Is this just like, this is the first time it's come up, or is there some other, okay.
The other thing too, just because, and Matt, and you to consider is, if they're gonna be out of the building more, you might have to bring some extra help in. So if you have a janitor who's got a few extra hours and isn't full, maybe they can go to Dover and work with the janitor for a little bit to kind of cover some of the time. But you guys work it out. I mean, you have a budget. You probably kept your budget the same,
We
so
did.
you have the transportation budget, but it doesn't mean we have to spend it.
Well, we'll work it out and see if the timing and all of that works out with the morning and the afternoon drop-offs and.
We have a lot more flexibility this year with not running the Brattleboro run, just in
Right.
terms of equipment and drivers, so.
Yeah, so if you have it, I mean, then let's utilize it. And, you know, it'd be a little bit nicer maybe for them because it'll be on, you know, their bus instead of West River's bus. Don't you have a field trip planned together too?
We do.
Wednesday,
Actually, yeah, tomorrow.
Wednesday.
Oh, no, Wednesday.
yeah.
And so is that with our bus?
Yeah.
So they'll kind of take the Dover students, come here, get the kids in the
We're
Wardsboro? and
meeting
then-
them at Dover.
Yeah, because they're going south,
Right.
so.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's again during budget prep time and hopefully the facilities person will be kind of making some recommendations to us.
And the two classes are going together, Carrie.
I know, I knew that. You had told us that last year, and then during the summer also, so it's an early start, they're going to Sturbridge.
Yeah. No,
So-
I'm just saying that's
Yeah, I
something we
know,
always
I-
bring up and
Yeah,
seem
I
very
think it's-
passionate about, so.
It is great opportunity for the students to see one another and to do academics together or field trips together, so I am excited about that.
It's just more efficient for transportation too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's just a bonus.
That's just.
That's
Hey, and Matt, we're still asking whoever, well, both of you all, we're still asking whoever's doing the transportation to kind of track the number of students out of our buildings, just so we can see, you know, I mean, that's one of the things that happened when we had tried to, you know, going back to the equity and the money spent. You know, we had one student going to Brattleboro on Laidlaw, and, you know, it was a $60,000 a year contract for one student, and, you know, it didn't seem to make a lot of sense. So,
So we've done that this year with the secondary bus run.
you're
to
still
Brattleboro.
tracking all that?
Well, we've tracked it and we've reduced a run. I mean, we've saved a whole run to Brattleboro by collaborating with West River and with West River Transportation. So the bus that generally was, you know, not, there weren't a lot of kids that rode that bus. Now there are 20 kids on that
That's
bus
great.
both ways, pretty regularly.
Cool.
So, yeah, it's good.
Okay. Well, I got it. If nobody else has anything.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
I don't see, we don't have any executive session, do we, folks?
We don't.
Okay. So our next meeting, the 25th, is that the last Wednesday?
Oh,
You skipped it to the week after. I think
What?
the 23rd is the.
No, the 25th is WCSU
Oh,
retreat.
which I cannot make.
Cool. It's gonna be a really good meeting.
The Secretary of State is coming to talk about apportionment on that night
Dover
in
Temple.
Dover. Yes.
Cool. And then September 30th in Dover from 5 to 8 is retreat. Matt, we have a planning session for that next
This
Friday. This Friday,
Yeah.
from 1 to 2.
Yeah.
Okay, Rick, if you can make that.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Friday, 1 to 2 at Dover School.
Okay.
We're gonna
Yeah, that'd be
kind of put the agenda together. So Rick and I are gonna meet with the administration and central office staff to come up with an agenda. So if there's anything you guys specifically wanna see, like your vision thing, or your, I'm sorry, not your vision, your equity thing, you know, let us know and we'll make sure that that goes on. So this was the meeting, we kinda had the future planning. One of the things I have in my notes is, Rick had talked about, you know, more opportunity for secondary students. You know, because a lot of students are filling out, getting all their work done by the time they get into, as a senior, and they have to take 1 or 2 classes, and there's not a lot of other stuff going on. Is there a way to fill that better? And, I know we had that, we've talked about, budgeting in the future and where we see ourselves in 5 and 10 years. And then whatever else
We
anybody,
have policies too, right? We still haven't really
No, I think
looked at-
policies were,
We're gonna-
I
we're gonna
thought,
try to do those five
hey,
at a
Matt,
time.
Yeah.
I had asked for, and I got the wrong thing. What I was looking for, and I think we can just do it at a regular meeting, take the policies that we had in Dover,
Yeah.
and Tammy, if you could take the policies you had in Wardsboro, and any ones that aren't, I mean, I asked for that, and I got a list of all the recommended policies, that's not what I wanted. I wanted a list of what policies Dover had and what ones, and then compare that to the policies that we have for River Valleys. And any ones we don't have, then I'd like to just have that package put together.
So we have those three groups here,
Okay.
and Bill is aware of them and is working on having his staff do that cross analysis to see which ones are in the approved river valleys, which ones were in Dover, which ones were in Wardsboro, and then the three of us will get together and tag the ones that we think are really important.
Yeah,
that
but
maybe are not
I want for the board to have every policy that Wardsboro had and that Dover had that don't exist anymore because we're River Valleys.
Yeah, that's what we
Those are
have.
on the list.
Okay,
That's okay.
we don't need somebody to go through and tell us which ones they think are important. We'll ask your opinion on that later, but just let the board see it also, so that, you know, that way there's not a policy that we don't get to see that both
Yeah.
schools had, because, you know, somebody didn't think it was, I think that's definitely a board, in the board's purview is policies. It's one of the only things we get to do,
Yeah.
policies and go to meetings.
Pass that on to them.
What?
So the next board meeting is the 30th.
Right, 5 to 8 in Dover. And then we'll be back to regular schedule. The first Monday in Wardsboro and the third Monday in Dover. Something else to think about, guys, too. I kept thinking about this on the ride over. You know, now we gotta have our budget ready so early because we wanna meet in February at our annual meeting. I wonder if we can change our annual meeting and have it in April. Is there any reason that we have to do it in February?
So if it went down in April,
You
still have
have it
time.
again in May. 30 days, do it the 1st of April. That way town meeting's over. That way the legislature may we may have some clue what's going on in legislature.
no.
Are you talking for
Well, we'll have a
next
better
year?
clue.
No,
Like
no,
February.
this coming year, we have to do it in
Right,
February.
right, at least
But for
directional.
future,
In the future, is that something we should consider? Because, you know, we had it on town meeting day, so we were okay. Now we gotta be a whole month earlier to put everything
Yeah.
together. Would we be in better shape? Because the staff will have had a couple months to, so right now, they're gonna start preparing a budget for us after being in school less than a month.
Exactly.
So this way, they could prepare a budget for us, you know, if we were to do it April 1st, we'd have to warn it March 1st.
Maybe not April 1st.
Well,
It
yeah,
just feels wrong.
but, you know, the beginning of April.
You could do it a day, the first Tuesday in April, and sometimes it might be the first.
Sure.
Unless it's, how do elections go? It's the first Tuesday followed by a Monday. So you can never, if the first is, November 1st is a Tuesday, you can't have an election that day. It has to go to the following week. I don't know. Think about that too,
Would
folks.
April be okay for you guys? Does it seem like there would be any problems with that?
Well, I'm also thinking it offsets West River too, so that we're not fighting for attention with West River.
But I mean, I would think about that, just how that workflow shifts if we do that for you all.
If you switch from February, is
Yeah,
that
to
the
April.
proposal to April? And the benefit is more time to plan earlier in the year, is that the,
Well, to not have to be so
Right.
rushed, not have to
Yeah.
compete with West River, not have to compete with Wyndham Central.
You're not saying for this budget
No,
season?
But we're set for this year, and maybe not next year, but as a part of the future planning, would that make more sense? Cause right now, we gotta have a February meeting, we gotta warn it in January. The budget's gotta have to be done by December, so in October, November, you're doing a budget when you haven't even been in school 2 months. Legislature hasn't even met yet, so we don't know what their plans are. You know, I heard there's Act 88 coming along the lines, which says that, you know, every town has to kick in an extra $1 million to
Do you know when it's
Montpelier.
coming? the waiting study.
No,
It
after
really
5
is.
years.
It really is. It really
But
is.
anyways, so just, it would help put it off.
Yeah.
I mean,
How would that go with contracts? When are contracts due as far as
Usually go up.
April 15th, around the middle of April.
middle of April? Okay, and they have to be back to you by
May 15th.
May 15th. And I'm just trying to think of how
Yeah.
that's one of the things that,
No, I mean,
Shift it
it's,
between
like I
them.
said, it's not a decision we're gonna make now, but maybe that's something that we can talk about for planning and maybe it's not April, maybe it's the middle of March.
March 15th.
Yeah.
something like that.
But
Or
just,
the
you know,
second
I
March
feel like we're
preceding
jamming
that.
things in and we're competing for mom and dad's attention, you know? Because
Sure.
the business managers, you know, the West River District's a lot bigger and they got Leland and Gray they gotta worry about and. you
Doing
know,
it this early, we don't even really necessarily know what the WCSU budget is going to be
Right.
either.
We won't be
You know what I
voting on
mean?
that
Which is
till
a-
December.
Which, that's a very big chunk of the money that we spend.
Exactly.
So to know nothing about that or where it's gonna land,
Yeah.
when we're making our decisions based on that.
I think it's good
doesn't seem
thinking.
Fiscally
You know,
responsible.
Rich?
I know I shouldn't be allowed to drive by myself.
Oh,
Okay, I'll entertain a
we
motion to
have
get,
financials too, though, I'm not sure.
oh, we have to sign them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So a few things for you to go over.
Is it one big thing?
That's exciting.
Oh, no, this is,
Holy cow.
yeah, no, this is all
School's in
just.
session, huh?
Is that pay orders?
Yeah,
Do I need to record that?
yeah. There's 8 pages. $253,000, guys.
Barry, why don't you sit there and review them and
Uh-huh.
we can sign them. We'll come back in an hour and a half.
Sure. Go get some dinner.
You know what, guys? Barry and I are allowed to sign them, so if we wanna call the meeting, we can, and we'll just make Barry stay here and sign. It'll be his turn.
That's why he wore the Superman shirt.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, but they're not like they used to be. They're not really tiny lines anymore. They're pretty good
Is
sized
there a way
lines.
to break those down?
Hey, Tammy, do me a favor. Can you just 2-sided copies of this and make like 3 so the board can just look at them? And then,
Is there anything else besides that one?
no, because the rest are all the backup for those.
If you make one for
Not
me,
to
I'll.
report about this.
Well-
Okay, so make 4 copies.
I think that's just a check register.
I was 10 minutes late. Did anyone take a note?
I did.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, I think those are all the backups for the.
Night.
Good night.
Wow, we spent $1,500 to repair a drinking fountain. Yeah. We had Beck Engineering engineer a water system for $541.25. Black River Produce, we spent a total of $405 with them. Brattleboro Roofing and Sheet Metal did a roof inspection leak repair for $704.
That's it? Okay. What roof was
Lindsey Brown Russo got fingerprint required. We had to pay for that. Classroom supplies, storage boxes, and tuition reimbursement. A lot of supplies. A bad case of tattle, Connect 4 game, kindergarten diplomas, pencils, wooden stacking board, Summer Institute, roll of forever stamps, chart of paper, pencils, grade K classroom pirate hats. Oh, isn't it Speak Like a Pirate Day soon?
Yeah. 19?
Sorry. Sorry.
Happy birthday pencils, classroom pirate rings, cap erasers, daily language post-it, batteries, composition books, teacher welcome back lunch.
Here's the original.
Here, Barry, that's all yours. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Thanks.
Yeah, so everything on that register, Barry, is here.
Is on this
Yeah,
kind of fun
yeah, ours are two-sided, yours
Will
are
it be
one-sided.
okay if I scan this and append it to
More
the
general, it's hard to.
document?
No, just do the number. We don't need to.
Do we wanna just go like down the
It'll
list?
save you money.
Like, just read them off? And have the, like, double check, just read them off?
Well, I
and
tell
then
you
make
what,
sure
the
you know.
check register is much better than this
Is that
thing.
this thing?
Yeah, because the check register actually tells you the description.
Well, we get
So
the
there's-
check register and the,
Do you want me to make copies of that one too?
Mm-hmm. No, so basically there's a bunch of supplies, yoga mats. There's asbestos removal service from Catamount Environmental for 200. Fire extinguisher maintenance from Code 3 for 500. D&K Painting LLC scraping, priming, and painting for 2,800.
let's just go through them. Or do you wanna just sign it?
I mean, we can go through it. How do you want to go through it?
The way to
just-
go
we
through
could
it
just-
is to go through,
we'll
look at
just
the
have the-
entry and then look at the receipt.
Yeah,
Right. Well, this actually, this lists it. So like on page 1 of this, it
Yep.
says Aflac remittance. It shows, it doesn't have an act, but the next one, 1054, is Al Jefferson Sons,
Yep.
Inc. It says repair drinking fountain, 1588.20.
yeah.
So this one doesn't tell you what it's for. It just says there's a check for Al
There's a check for
Jefferson.
Jeff.
Yeah,
If you want to see it, then he's got the backup right here
yeah,
that has Al Jeffers' bill. But I know it was for
Yeah.
repairing of the drinking fountain.
yeah.
And then there's a whole bunch of business. All these business card services were all stuff that was ordered by classrooms and schools, supplies that they use the credit card for. So I mean, this just says it tells you what it is. Would you rather Tammy copy this for you then?
So, what I would like to do is dispatch with this task as quickly and efficiently as possible.
Okay,
So
so
I'm wondering
Why
if
don't you look
we-
through and see if there's anything questionable, we can ask
See if
Barry.
anything looks like it's.
Look it up.
You know what? Let's ask
Same
Tammy.
copies of this one?
Yeah, please.
Sure.
Make them two-sided and make
Okay.
make 4 of them.
I mean, I would never question an expense. I would just make sure the amounts were matched.
What is Quill Corporation again?
Quill is like office supplies. It could be paper, copy paper usually.
Let's go connection.
Yeah, that was the
Where
first
is
one that
that?
popped out at me.
This stuff here, I mean, it's like 1,000.
Yeah, one of them's 4,200.
Oh, that could be-
4,200.
So look in there. But GovConnection, Matt, is that
Technology, it's gonna
right.
be computers.
Is that the
It's a-
software
Okay.
Yeah.
it's
Hardware
connecting
stuff.
and
It's
yeah.
hardware.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So just a hardware vendor.
The other one is better. The other one will say it has a better description. So
Page
Will
7.
it suffice for me to just record the total?
yeah, that's all I said. That's
Who's doing cybersecurity for our website?
Google Chromecast.
Yeah,
That's in-
the
yeah, so that's
SEO.
printer, that's-
okay. So whoever asked about that thing is Barry's got the bills here.
Assume that would fall
Yeah,
under
the
his-
Gov Connections, like projector wall mount,
Okay.
short throw projector,
Um,
Chromecast, acoustic headphones, Chromebook.
Two packets.
I mean, there's a million things here. You can go through every last one of these lines here. or,
It's you can run a backup, you can create a backup site, but
So if we got ransomed, what would we lose?
2 hours of labor to recreate
Okay.
the website. There's no sensitive data on,
Yeah.
I mean, there's no like personal confidential data on the website.
The Top Shop replacement of counter.
So Carrie, look at
Installation.
don't look at that first one we got. Look at the second one.
I'm looking at the
Cheers.
second one.
Yeah.
What is that?
What's
Is that
that?
in Wardsboro or is that in Dover or
I didn't hear what you asked.
What was it
was
called?
it in
What
Wardsboro,
page?
Dover? Well, it's page 7
Okay, so
on the
it's,
vendor, and then on the special cheat sheet here, it just talks about countertops and installation. Top Shop Inc. I'm just wondering,
Top Shop.
so down should be down towards the bottom.
Yeah.
yes.
Of course,
countertops and installation, 3330. Do you guys know Top Shop Inc. off the top of your head?
Do I know what about them?
Who had countertops installed?
So we had a remodeling project in Dover in the bathrooms, and that reflects the countertops. And the water fountain repair is actually the full plumbing for all that project as well. It's a little bit more than just a water. There were a couple of water fountains that were repaired, but it also included doing all the plumbing for that
Well, then you
project.
did good, because I went to a class in Bennington.
Yeah.
And they were talking that some of these water fountains, because of the testing and the lead and
Lead.
copper stuff,
Yeah.
that they're looking at like $1,500 per water fountain.
Yeah, and we will, I'm assuming we will also be looking at that moving forward with our fountain replacements and repairs and stuff.
But there is money available from the state for that too.
Are there some grants or, yeah. that's
Yeah.
good.
Okay, Terry,
Good, no, thank you.
good?
Okay.
Again, this really drives me up a wall, and just as a, for our one legislator, you make Act 46, you make it so that we can do everything put together.
Are you-
Not you specific.
I'd like to go sit in the audience if you're gonna be.
No, but yet we still have to report by school, and
Yeah.
they should cut that.
Well, we just put in a request to do it. We'll just, we just try and, although, I think it's probably pretty hard to get much changes right now with.
Yeah, no, I know.
AOE's
but-
pretty understaffed. Yeah.
Can I ask one other question?
Yeah.
Roofing inspection leak. Who had the leaky roof?
Dover,
Oh,
got a
okay.
leak in the roof.
The big roof?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably why you're using Brattleboro Roofing Sheet Metal, because they're one of the only people that does rubber. Yeah, they do the membranes.
And occasionally, we'll get a leak and then we'll call them up to fix it.
When was the last time you had a leak?
Not recently. We had a leak in the winter. They had some, and actually, they came up and took care of it.
We wrote the check on 9/16, so,
Yeah.
Inspection.
Of this year?
yeah.
Yeah, so that leak is over the summer, I think.
I think all the checks
This
are.
summer, we
Yeah.
had a leak this winter.
In the winter, yeah. Yeah.
And then, did we have one prior to that, since you've been here?
We haven't had any major catastrophic leaks. We've had a few trickles or where snow backs up and it, eventually finds a way through, but nothing major.
It's my understanding that eventually it just kind of all.
Yeah, he's
The rubber stuff.
They have these, because he's the engineer that put the system in. He's
Oh, system.
Tammy, what is Matt actually has a title other than
Matt
that?
tests the water, and he was the engineer that designed the system, which is a very complicated system.
That you're septic.
Yes.
Yeah, but, so, this is why we hired a facilities person to test the water.
He's not licensed, though. I think he's in the process of getting licensed. But
But
there
I
is.
thought,
But if he's not licensed, he can't.
no, he can work under somebody who has a license, and then I thought that's what we were doing. So we're still gonna pay, Dover's gonna pay somebody for for another year, and Wardsworth's gonna pay somebody to do something that we're paying central office for too?
We would have to ask Bill. I don't know what the plan is for the schedule for licensing Chris, or
Well, it's 3 years.
it takes 3 years to license.
Yeah,
I don't know.
2 years, I'm sorry, 2 or 3, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not an easy process.
No, but I thought central office was gonna hire a person to work with him that would then become the licensed operator of all our systems.
I have not heard of that plan yet.
Well, I'll take that up with Bill. Oh, Bill. Okay.
I've got no questions. So, 3 people have no questions, we can sign it.
Okay, somebody make a motion to approve the pay warrants in the amount of $253,702.67.
So moved.
Laura moved, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Anybody opposed? We have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
No, just sign, it should be on the back of that one. So, we just need everybody to sign this and we'll get out of our, sign in black. Red's a bad color when you're doing financials. There you go, Laura.
signing this?
Well, you all made a motion. Y'all voted. Jeez, I gotta
And we'll all hang together.
We either hang apart or we hang together.
That's right.
So,
I'd much
It's
rather
good
not
on
do that
this,
in solitary.
Very true.
Where's the original?
The original, I think.
Yeah, but she gave it back. I just don't know what I did with it. Here. It's gotta be here.
Yes.
Okay, thank you guys. Right here.
you're welcome. Thank you.
No, it's too silent.
Thank you all for coming.
For folks who have not joined us yet this summer for one of these, I want to make sure that you know who we all are and who we represent. So I'm Senator Becca Ballant. I'm chairing. I represent Windham County.
I'm Representative Mike Yantochka. I'm a representative of Charlotte and part of Heinsberg, and I'm on the Energy and Technology Committee.
I'm Andrea Papiti. I work for the Public Utility Commission, and I'm representing them here on this committee.
I'm Lauren Glendavid with the CCTV Center for Media and Democracy, and also here on behalf of the Vermont Access Network.
I'm Karen Horn, and I'm with the Vermont League of Cities and Towns.
And I'm Clay Purvis, and I work for the Department of Public Service.
And we also have members of Ledge Council. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought we started with you. My apologies.
Good morning. I'm Dan Glanville, representing the industry, and I work with Comcast.
Wonderful. Thank you. So we also have members from Ledge Council, from the Joint Fiscal Office, and our wonderful Mike Farron, who is helping us guide the ship to its conclusion in all various forms. So thank you very much. We're going to start, as we do, with public comment. So my understanding is there are some folks who did want to offer some public comments this morning. Come on up, please. Introduce yourself.
Madam Chair, Peter Wall. I don't think you hear me.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Rob Chapman. I am the Executive Director of Orca Media, which is the access center that's based here in Montpelier. First of all, I just want to again express my appreciation for the work that the committee is doing. We feel it's very important. I just wanted to ask, I understand that there is part of this process is a public hearing, and I wanted to know if it would be possible for us to get the specifics of that sooner rather than later. And I'm hoping that maybe by the end of this meeting today, we might be able to get a date and a location for that. I know that there are a number of people in our communities that are interested in coming to that public hearing. I think it's an important part of the committee's work and being able to hear from those people. So that's my sort of request for this morning.
Wonderful. I will just say I do not think we'll be able to get that to you before the end of the meeting today, because we need to have some conversations about where that might be and the logistics of that.
Yes.
But I hope within the next week we'll be able to post something on the legislative website so
Great.
that
Thank you very much.
Can get that information out to folks who would like to be present.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Stephen Whitaker from Montpelier. The focus that y'all are wrestling with, how to fund the access media organizations, I'd like to spend a few minutes to help you tie together how it affects other. The demise of Vermont Interactive Television a few years ago left a big gaping hole, and I would encourage you to assign a task to council to search the statutes for all of the references to where video conferencing, teleconferencing is utilized. You're probably aware of arraignments, et cetera, but in the budget development process, that Department of Finance and Management is supposed to be actively engaged with the public in defining the priorities in the budget development. The only effective tool for that was VIT. And all they've done now is create a web form, and that's totally ineffective. So there's many gaps that are left. Going forward, many of the consolidated public safety dispatch is going to necessitate intensive training around the state. Participation in Public Utilities Commission, public hearings, and even dockets is going to require interactive television. But I would encourage, and I've made this point at the PUC, that we not settle for a compressed, low quality, yesterday's technology, that we really use it to demonstrate the fiber capacity that we have here in Vermont, the ultra low latency, high definition, as a way to demonstrate and showcase what our infrastructure is that could support economic development. Part of the reason we're here is the reframing of accounting rules for cable companies, which is severely impacting the finance for the access media organizations. I think we need to look at the length of.
Why don't you hold on a second, Stephen? Yes. Yes. All right. Thanks.
Certificates of public good, I would ask you to consider whether or not those need to be reduced from 11 years, possibly to 7 or 5. I'll note that incentive regulation plans governing consolidated, those are 3-year plans. But the fact that Comcast CPG ran 11 years and then has been extended through gaming or litigation into, 14 or more is unconscionable. The public benefits that were to be accrued under the last CPG were not adhered to, and now we've lost several more years. One benefit of financing access media organizations and PEG stations from public money would be increased transparency and accountability. Right now, it's kind of a loose federation, is probably the generous way to say it, of independent entities that all play by their own rules, do or don't archive the footage, et cetera. So increased accountability, adhering to public meeting, open records, record retention schedules would be an increased benefit of access media organizations being funded with public funds.
Are you talking about increased accountability for public access?
Yes. Between and among public access and to the people that they are to be serving, which is not only cable subscribers, but they are in effect the community memory of Vermont, archiving and sharing this content.
So, Stephen, we have about 4 minutes for public comment. Is there anyone else in the room that needs to speak? Great. So if you could,
sure,
that would be wonderful.
I'd ask you to take a look at the telephone personal property tax. There has been a 10-year docket in Vermont that's been to the Supreme Court twice, and it's been 14 months or 15 now, and the PUC has not ruled on a motion for reconsideration by Comcast. Again, we're gaming the system, but telephone personal property tax is in statute, and for any company providing owning telephone lines, which would include VoIP over coax, which would be Comcast and Charter, which would include VoIP over fiber, which would include First Light. These companies are supposed to be paying 2.37% of the total infrastructure value of all of their infrastructure in Vermont, valued according to their federal depreciation. But my off the back of the envelope, off the cuff calculation is that the last 3 years, they have obviously not been paying. The tax department is not at liberty to disclose who's been paying and who hasn't, but you need to get to that information. Calculating the receipts. The receipts should have been going up as these hundreds of millions of dollars have been invested in telephone infrastructure, and they've been going down dramatically. So we don't know how many of the companies are paying, but my calculation estimate is that 3 years recoverable might amount to as much as $100 million. So asking directly whether Comcast and First Light have been paying the telephone personal property tax on their federally depreciated infrastructure would be a good place to start to look for money to fund the AMOs. The reliability of these networks is essential, that public access stations are in an emergency situation, which we are likely to see more of. Public access stations, possibly even including community radio, are going to be the go-to for instructions on where to get water, where to get food, who needs taken care of. And so we need to design our networks so they're most resilient and survivable. We cannot have a company a stockholder company like Comcast or First Light deciding how much resiliency and redundancy to protect the network with. We need to bring this network reliability in favor with the rationale that that's going to support and keep the AMOs online as a place to get current information and know what to do in an emergency.
So Stephen, one more minute, okay?
That's
and
enough.
anything, okay.
I'll drop it there unless you got questions.
You should always feel free to send your remarks to us in writing as well, and we will make sure that they get posted along with the other information.
You've got a relationship between the 10-year telecommunications plan, the health IT plan, the 5-year IT plan, and an emerging consolidated dispatch plan. All of those plans need to account for the role of the access media organizations in educating.
I don't disagree. I just want to make sure we have modest goals for this committee and the amount of time that we have to address these issues. So I appreciate that you always give us broad scope and context, and that's important, but I want to make sure that I'm clear with the audience what our charge is here, that we are trying to ensure that long-term that our public access TV stations are financially viable, because we know that they're critically important to our communities. But I want to be clear that we have a very narrow charge here. That doesn't mean that there aren't other committees within the legislature that can look more broadly, but I want to be clear where I'm coming from. I don't know if there are other people on the committee that disagree with that sentiment, but I want to give you an opportunity to weigh in now.
I concur with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I concur with that, but I also encouraged Stephen to come and speak today, because I think there is a bigger context that it's helpful for us to be aware of.
Absolutely. Yeah. It should be guiding our work. I think sometimes in the legislature we forget what you can get done in 5 or 6 meetings, and I want to make sure that we are very tenacious about what our charge is and making sure that long-term we have a funding stream, and that is certainly going to be informed by the context. So I appreciate you coming and giving your time, and I appreciate that you invited Mr. Whitaker here. So thank you. And as always, if there are folks who would like to testify in future, we start each meeting with public comment. At this point, if there are no more comments from the committee before we begin, I'd love to turn it over to Mr. Glanville, who is going to be talking about an update on the Comcast CPG.
Great, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the time here. We have been working with all of the AMOs through their representatives to resolve this matter, also with DPS. We worked diligently through the spring and summer in multiple negotiation sessions with a mediator in place in Burlington, and we have successfully resolved the issues before us. Next week we'll be presenting a filing to the PUC for consideration and adoption for appropriate amendments. So I'm going to go through the details basically of what they are. What I'm going to leave out, there are some financial provisions in here as well. I'm going to leave those out at this juncture other than to say there are some fairly significant financial provisions in there as well, which will be outlined in the filing next week. But the main issues for consideration.
Just want to make sure that since this hasn't been filed with the commission yet, that we're just sticking to what will be said and not commentary and such. Is that a good understanding of what?
Oh, absolutely.
We're expecting?
Sure.
Okay. I'm just trying to be cautious because since I work for the commission and it hasn't been filed with the commission yet. So.
Great. I mean, there is the opportunity, I don't know if we want to consider it, that we could do it in executive session.
I would have to excuse myself. So, is there a chance? I don't know, Clay, what do you think?
No, I think you highlighted an important concern because you are a member of the commission, or not a member, but staff of the commission. Didn't mean to promote you, sorry. But Yeah, I mean, the ethical rules for courts would apply here, I would think. Just off the top of my head, I haven't reviewed them, but something to consider that I had not considered walking into the room.
So I could excuse myself.
If that feels most comfortable for you, then I'd encourage you to do that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
This is one of the things that we've learned from this work group is that there are all kinds of overlaps and somewhat awkward and uncomfortable connections and situations, and yet we need all these people at the table for us to wrestle with this issue. So I appreciate your candor, and we'll have you come back in when Mr. Glanville's done.
Well, I'm curious if we should do this in executive session now, because it's going to be taped and aired. It's just a brief overview of the parameters. I don't want to overstep, and I don't want to in any way muddy any waters of what's going to be filed next week.
So the purpose of your testimony on this today is to inform us with regard to funding for the public access stations?
Just the overall resolution of the CPG issue.
Mr. Purvis?
I was going to ask, have all the parties signed the...
Well, they signed the settlement, and absolutely, and it's been, yeah.
I don't feel like we need to go into executive session.
Probably, well, I don't know, I would hesitate to give an opinion one way or the
Maybe
other.
Maria has some advice?
Counsel.
So I hadn't considered this at all, and just saying that at the outset, is the concern, I'm not exactly sure what the concern is, a public document, you're discussing something that may or may not be adopted by the PUC?
Right, it is a public document, correct?
Not
Well, it will be. It's
will
not
be.
yet. The filing will be public next week.
Right, I think when we discussed this the last meeting, we had anticipated that it would have already been filed by now, so.
Okay. So here's what I say. Let's take a 2-minute recess while I talk to my vice chair and with counsel, and we will reconvene in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. So I should start by apologizing. I should know by now, 5 years into the legislature, you never say, we'll take a 2-minute break. That never happens. So I apologize. After discussions with the vice chair and with counsel, we are in agreement that we do not want to go into executive session. That is not the direction that we want to go in. We are interested in having Mr. Glanville and Mr. Purvis, if they're able to give us an overview of what the issues are that have been discussed. We do not need to know the details. We understand that it has not been finalized, it has not been filed, it's not a public document. However, the charge of the committee, I think it's important for us in order to get to some solutions to understand what are the issues that are on the table. So that is our proposal. I'm wondering if you are each comfortable with that.
I am.
Great, wonderful, let's proceed.
Great, thank you very much. I will not cause any more 2-minute breaks. I hope. So the issues are pretty succinct that have been resolved. One of the big issues is the issue pertaining to AMO access to the interactive program guide. We believe we have successfully negotiated and resolved that issue. We have a resolution to the issue of line extension requirements. Also, there is an issue with what's known as ROS, Remote Origination Site, also known as return line capability. So that is there as well. Simultaneous live PEG programming, also resolved. Issues pertaining to institutional network, also resolved. And those are the main issues that were under dispute and that we believe have been favorably resolved. Clay, I'm not sure if I missed anything for Warren.
I don't think you have. I think that's a good, succinct
That was a pretty quick list. So I got AMO access to program guides, line extension requirements, return line capabilities. that what you said?
I think that ROS.
RLS?
ROS, which stands for Remote Origination Site. We also call them return lines.
That's the ability to go live from a location, like a municipal location.
Oh, okay.
Like here.
Lauren Glenn, can you just bring the mic a little bit
Yes,
closer
I'm
to you?
sorry.
No, that's okay.
Remote origination site allows an access center to go live from a remote location, such as the State House, for example.
Okay, and then institutional network you mentioned, and was there something else
Was
that I
that-
missed?
I'm sorry, Lauren Glenn?
That was the last one.
That was the last one.
Institutional network was the last one, right? Was there something in between?
Oh, simultaneous live programming.
Simultaneous live programming.
That's the ability of an access center to run live programming on more than one channel at the same time. So if you have a P, an E, and a G channel, you could go live simultaneously from those 3 channels.
Lauren Glenn is my translator this morning to get me out of technical mumbo jumbo, so thank you.
Clay, anything you'd like to add?
No, I think that that's a succinct statement of the issues. Considering that we're filing next week, perhaps the following meeting, we could have a more in-depth conversation of what the settlement agreement contains, because it'll be public at that point.
That would be great. And if, as soon as that is public, if you could make sure you get a link to Mike so that he can send that document directly to the committee members, and so that we can.
I will do that.
Absolutely. We can certainly dive into that well before the meeting. Questions for either Clay or Dan? Anything else you'd like
I
to
did
say?
have
Okay, great.
a handout document
Yep,
that I was
forgot
going to
about that.
clarify from our last meeting.
Wonderful.
We've made it more viewable and more accessible, and we have made it available electronically as well. I think some of the key points that we've updated it through Q3 of 2019 and Q3 of 2019 thus far brings us to a total annual combined payments of $5,104,586.11. The good news on that is that if you take that for the 3 quarters and add in the 4th quarter, you will see that calendar year 2019 is very consistent and in line with the prior 7 years of access funding. So pretty consistent funding over those years. And as I stated, the spreadsheet is also available to bring you back to 2006 when we first entered the market. When we entered the market, that annual number was roughly $3.5 million and has increased today annually between about $6.8 and $7.2 million. So we think a good news story. And that's available to the group as well. That's all I have, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Questions from the committee?
Just keep in mind, this is Comcast revenue, so it isn't all the cable companies in the state, but it's the predominant one, obviously.
Great. Thanks for that clarification.
And I've been on vacation, so basically forgot everything. So these revenues are from taxes or from?
It is an assessment on our cable subscribers for cable services.
Okay, right. Thank you. Thank you.
Franchise fee. Franchise fee would be another way to think about it.
Karen, did you have any questions?
That's it. Thank
Okay,
you.
wonderful. So at this point, we're going to move on to the topic of AMO governance, operations, and budgeting. And next on the agenda is Kevin Christopher from the Vermont Access Network.
And I think Elizabeth Malone.
Wonderful. You're gonna
From
join him?
Northwest Access, Executive Director there.
Wonderful. You're going to testify
joining.
together? Great.
And do you want to do the presentation?
Yeah.
Why don't we do view, and we'll do full screen. Where did it go? Oh yeah, thank you. Hard to read. Sideways. So just these buttons will go up and down. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I am Kevin Christopher. I'm the Executive Director of Lake Champlain Access TV in Colchester and the President of the Vermont Access Network until May of next year.
And I'm Elizabeth Malone, and I serve Northwest Access TV in St. Albans, Vermont.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having us.
Great. So the presentation we have today answers a few questions that came up at the last meeting, and that's where our funding comes from, what informs and who oversees the spending of that funding, and to whom we are accountable and how we maintain oversight.
Could you speak into the microphone a little bit more?
You'd think I'd know that.
AV professionals.
Yeah, that's right. So we start by looking at revenue. As you see, this pie chart tells a very clear story. Nearly all of our funding comes from cable PEG fees. The remaining about 10% is made up of everything from fundraising from individuals or municipal contributions to underwriting sponsorship. That's the 0% is actually about 0.5%.
Okay.
And the other 4% can be made up from paid production services, class fees, or other smaller sources. But as you see, this funding has really driven how we do our work, which is almost entirely direct services. So pivoting quickly to becoming a fundraising organization like a traditional nonprofit is not really in our purview of where we're at now. So looking at how we spend about $8 million that we receive every year, we have 24 studio locations across the state, and even though we have so many locations, it's still a good hour drive for some of our producers to reach their nearest access center. So as we all know, transportation is an issue in the state, so being as close as possible to truly allow access is really important for the state of Vermont. We have 81 commercial-free channels, and that's both, this is where the PEG comes in, public, educational, and government access channels, and those are both high definition in some areas and standard definition in the most areas. We also provide about 200 jobs to Vermonters, and this is where the majority of our expenses lie. Over 65% goes directly to employing Vermonters and really directly serving the public. So we don't have those folks that other nonprofits would, like a fundraising or marketing person. Pretty much every single staff person is directly serving the public. In partnership with the schools, the residents, the nonprofit organizations, and the municipalities of our areas, we provide over 18,000 hours of programming every year. So it's a great partnership that we've built with all of our community members to pull off this much work. And the final number here is $1 million in equipment that's available to the public. We're kind of like a production library, if you will. In the same way that people go and sign out a book, they can go and sign out the media equipment they need and also get the training that they need to use that equipment.
Before we leave that section, questions for Elizabeth on that part?
I do. Just thank you, Elizabeth. With regard to the overall funding, I know last week there was some discussion given to charging members of the community for use of facilities. Is that separately in any way put together in a review, perhaps in your annual report or elsewhere?
I don't believe that any of us require payment to use our facility. Some of us have supporting memberships, kind of like Vermont Public Radio or Public Television does. It's free access to everyone, but we encourage, if the community is able and willing to support our mission, we invite them to do so. But I'm not aware of anyone that requires payment in order to use the facility.
So are you trying to get at how much of that $8 million is from?
Yeah, we had talked about some local government contributions at our last meeting.
Yeah, so that's all, that 4% of individual and
that's the other?
No, that's The red piece of the pie there, individual and municipal contributions together, and you have that as
okay.
4%. You have that as a handout
Got
as
it.
well.
Thank you very much.
And the municipal is definitely the larger of that 4%.
Okay, and I just had a quick question in terms of, I can make some guesses, but I'd love to know where's the high definition capability? Is that mostly in the Chittenden area?
That's Burlington Telecom offers them, and VTEL.
VTEL and Charter, it was part of Charter's most recent CPG. Excuse me, Ron, do you know if Charter's live on HD? I don't know. Okay. So there are two AMOs who are on Charter who may have HD channels as well.
Okay.
But the majority do not.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm just going to talk a little bit about how we are structured and in relation to that, how we're accountable for the monies that we're getting primarily from cable subscribers around the state. We are 25 independent and autonomous 501c3s. We're each nonprofits. I believe you all had a sampling of mission statements from organizations around the state. They're all a little different, but there are some things I think you'll find similar through those. We foster free speech. We provide education and training to community members. We provide a connection to local governments and government transparency. So we're all doing essentially the same thing in slightly different ways across Vermont. We're overseen by volunteer boards of directors. Those can be organized by geography. They can be organized by cable subscriber numbers in a particular community. They can be organized sometimes by our P, E, and G, public, educational, and government, the three types of access. Board members can be appointed by municipal boards or school boards. They can be appointed internally. They can be elected by community members. They can be at large. Some AMO boards have staff members, AMO staff members on the board. The number of members and frequency of meetings can vary a little bit across the state, but we are all meeting at least quarterly with our boards to guide the organizations. Our boards provide accountability in terms of budgeting, just like a school board would or a select board. They're part of the budgeting process from drafting the budgets, planning, long-term planning, the approval, and then the review as the fiscal year is going on. I think we all do this in some way. It can be very different, but we're all doing some sort of community needs assessment in our organization. And that's really what drives our planning, our budgeting, and our services to the community. And I'm going to get into that a little more right now. I have provided a number, there's a link I think that you have with a number of community needs assessments from around the state. This is my organization's community needs assessment. We all approach this a little differently based upon capacity, based upon the funds we have available. They can include things like surveying, written surveying, online surveying, in-person surveying, analysis. I think all of them would include some sort of analysis among board and staff of the needs of the organization. In our most recent community needs assessment, we did a big phone poll with the Castleton Polling Institute, which is where we got most of our good information to kind of guide us through our next 5 years. Community meetings are a big part. These can be either whole communities, sectors of communities. I know we've, in other organizations, have split it up: educational communities, government communities, spiritual and religious, which is a big part of the services we provide, are to church groups and other spiritual groups. Sometimes we divide those sorts of meetings as well with that P, E, and G to kind of get all of our users there. And one-on-one interactions, I think, are very important. With our most recent CNA community needs assessment, We had over, I think, 24 one-on-one interviews where we talked to both existing and potential users about what they wanted from us, what we were doing right, and what we could be doing better to serve our communities. So how does that hold us accountable? How do our boards hold us accountable? I think there are various processes in place to make sure we're using the monies we receive in the best way possible. It's largely results-based. It's the goals that we set forth in our strategic plans, which are the result of these needs assessments. Are we meeting those goals? Are we providing the communities that we serve with what they indicated that they wanted in those planning processes? There's a community oversight that happens. I should have mentioned that our boards of directors, these members come from the communities we serve. Almost uniformly across the state, the AMOs are populating their boards with people from their geographic service area. So those are part of the people that we're serving. So it's being accountable to those boards and that two-way conversation there between boards and communities and the staffs of these AMOs. Another big part of how we're accountable, especially with the state, are our annual reports. So we are required by Rule 8, which is the Public Service Board, now the PUC, rule that governs telecommunications, and specifically Rule 8.4, to submit an annual report every year. That goes to our cable operators, be it Comcast or some other cable op. It goes to the PUC, it goes to the Public Service Department, and it goes to VAN. So I send mine to myself. And that summarizes budgeting for the previous year, spending for the previous year, volunteer usage, programming information, anything else that I'm missing in there?
Yeah, general services.
General services.
Future planning consideration.
Future planning, there's a planning consideration part of that that looks out at least 3 years to what we hope to accomplish. So that is the real piece that is very tangible and is going to these different bodies who are looking at what we're accomplishing, what we're spending, and sometimes asking questions about what we've submitted to them. This is a Rule 8.4 is somewhat general about the requirements for this reporting. The Vermont Access Network has worked for years on perfecting, might be a strong word, but developing a form so that we can collect uniform data among AMOs. Okay. So we all use the same form and submit that each year. I also want to, this is kind of a different way of looking at accountability, but AMO coordination and the work that we do together within and without VAN. First of all, there is the VAN board and the organization of the Vermont Access Network. That's fostering accountability with that annual report form. In our participation in regional and national membership groups, I think that's very important so that we are doing our due diligence on a national level, being aware of what's going on in terms of regulation and FCC orders, for example, beyond Vermont. Many of you know this, but we have created something that's been in place for quite a while now called the Vermont Media Exchange. This is a program sharing back channel, if you will. This is the way we're able to, in the old days of mailing videotapes, this replaces that. This is the way we're able to send our content across the state easily, and that's really been a boon to many of our AMOs, especially the smaller ones, to to have a wider variety of content if they're not able to produce as much as they would like to because of their capacity. Certainly, we just hit upon this, but our legal and regulatory efforts, VAN has been a major driver of that. Since 2013, our members have spent around $300,000 on legal and regulatory efforts, starting with the Charter CPG in 2013 and through Comcast CPG up until this very day when things are still happening.
Is that a cumulative 300,000 or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much is that per year?
Math. 60,000 a year, yeah.
Okay.
And that's that hasn't been, it's sort of an all-at-once kind of prospect. We get, there are periods of non-activity and then we're back in the ring there. So that's been a huge part of what VAN has been doing for almost a decade now is in those sorts of proceedings. And we're also really fostering collaboration and support that can be things like sharing policies, sharing our HR work, things like that, just being support mechanisms for our fellow executive directors and other staff members across the state. And I mentioned this briefly last meeting, but there are 2 AMOs in Burlington that are in the process of becoming something called the Media Factory. So combining their resources and their knowledge into a single entity to better serve their community as a one-stop media shopping center. Is that it? So any questions on all of that?
Yeah. Have you found that your legal and regulatory expenses have increased over recent years, over what they used to be, and what would be the reason for that?
Yes, we've been involved working with Comcast on the CPG renewal for a number of years now, so that's been a lot of those expenses, first through the regulatory CPG process, and then through what we've been doing in federal court.
Okay, and I have one question regarding, you said you have 25 independent autonomous 501c3 organizations and 24 studio locations. Yes. So what's the extra one?
So those 2 Burlington organizations that are joining forces as the Media Factory, that's Vermont Community Access Media and the Regional Educational Television Network, they share one studio space.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
So something that was brought up in one of the last meetings was a statewide TV channel. Is that something that would fall under your purview of VAN, or?
Theoretically, yes. I think we would have to petition to be the AMO for such a channel, which has been certainly discussed in a theoretical fashion.
But not a priority yet?
It's something that's on our horizon. Yeah.
Thanks.
I wonder, go ahead.
Well, maybe the chair should pick.
I did call on Clay, so why don't we go Clay and then to
thank
Karen.
You. So you mentioned the Media Factory. Could you talk a little bit about other ways that the AMOs maybe share resources or share costs, and if there are any plans to do more sharing in the future as a cost savings measure? Or I guess how do, I guess as a second question, how have you guys become lean over the years and kind of become more efficient? Just some examples would be good.
I would say we're certainly very lean to begin with. We were talking earlier this week, none of us have...
Elizabeth, can you slide the mic over?
So our staff is incredibly lean. We typically have an executive director at every location, and in some places, that's the entire staff. It is just an executive director.
Doing all the stuff.
Yes, but honestly, we are not glorious executive directors. The majority of the executive directors do direct services, and we get our hands on cameras pretty regularly. So we're already operating pretty leanly. I think as an organization, VAN has grown tremendously and matured, and that investment in legal and regulatory work is a real demonstration of that. In the past, the larger of the studios who could afford to pay for that sort of work were involved either individually or in a much smaller collaboration. At this point, VAN has grown into a statewide organization that definitely represents and involves, both the Hardwick studio that's operating with a very small budget all the way up to some of the larger studios. And I think in addition to the collaboration on legal regulatory, there's often a lot of sharing, like Kevin mentioned, along policies and things, and really making the most out of the resources and not thinking of, well, I'm doing this work for the people of Colchester in this Colchester area. Kevin is very generous about sharing, what he's dedicated in funding toward policy development that maybe someone in a smaller studio like Hardwick just simply doesn't have the funding to allocate.
Can I just add something there? In terms of economies of scale, I think you spoke about the geographic location of these centers. So it's not easy for us to consolidate expenses because we're serving, it's almost like the small school issue, right? But it's difficult for us to merge expenses that we have, and there are two reasons. One is geography, the other is the local nature. So if we were to say, let's all buy insurance from one insurance agent, everyone loves their local insurance agent and they're giving business to their local insurance agent. So to say Bennington and Brattleboro find some economy on insurance, it's just not, and it's a common issue with nonprofits. We've looked quite a bit at the question of merging and consolidating resources, and it's not as straightforward as it appears. So I think, A, that we're lean, B, that we are serving these unique geographic areas that are hard to consolidate without declining in service. And 3, the nature of the services that we buy are very local, tend to be.
Clay, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just had one more question, and I think you said it already and I missed it. So how is VAN funded again?
We're funded almost solely through membership dues.
Okay, so the AMOs pay dues to VAN. Okay.
Exactly.
Karen?
So I wonder if you have a sense of whether you're more regulated in Vermont than similar networks in other states, and that would contribute to your costs. More or less regulated?
I think we actually benefit because unlike many other states, we're regulated on the state level as opposed to each municipality. So the CPG applies to the entire state of Vermont as opposed to I having to go and negotiate with the town of St. Albans, say, and Kevin having to go and negotiate in the town of Colchester.
It's a more predictable regulation, I think, which is beneficial.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, the CPG is once every 11 years. So we really marshal our legal expenses for that decade event, that event that happens once a decade. This one has been protracted, this most recent one, but that's unusual. But since the 90s, VAN members have pooled their resources to negotiate together with the prevailing cable operators.
Just a couple of questions. Kevin and Elizabeth, thank you very much for the presentation this morning. I know when I presented, I talked a little bit about the nearly doubling of funding made available to the AMOs over the last decade. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to that, or if maybe you need some some time to follow up in providing us some data in, during that tenure, how the 200 employee count might have changed, and what the additional funding might have gone to, and how it was spent.
As far as employee count, I think we would go back and do some research, look at our previous annual reports.
And just for the sake of time, I think what would be useful is if you can get us that information, and then you can submit it to the committee, and then we can post it online, just because I think it is an important question, and I just want to make sure I'm keeping us on track today. So why don't you give them now publicly other information that you'd like them to gather for us, so that we all hear that, and then we can have you do that over the next week or so, and then get that back to us.
Great, just some detail on how since the funding has changed, how over the last decade the provision of services have changed, whether it be with regard to employee count, whether it be because my analysis, my quick math, and I wasn't very good at it, but my quick math of the 81 channels and 18,000 hours comes to roughly 0.6 hour per channel per day. So if you could speak to that with regard to how original programming might have changed over that decade as well, I think that might be helpful to the organization, to this group. And then just two other follow-up matters here. Also, if you could include in that as well, I know in your annual reports you give balance sheets and perhaps some maybe cutting from the annual report some direct data on savings or cash on hand by the AMOs that may exist in CD forms or investments or other nature, so that we could have access to that information. And then two additional questions. One, you might be able to comment on here this morning. I know you spoke to the annual reports. I'm just curious if you can speak to, I know that the vast majority of members, to my knowledge, are able to file the annual report on time. Do you have experience as to whether some members might not be able to file that? If they do not file it, are there parameters in place that can assist to getting that annual report filed?
I know there have been historically issues of AMOs wanting to provide 990s with the annual report. We did, as you know, we were able to change the due date from 120 to 150 days after the end of the fiscal year to help in that. I think there might be very AMO-specific reasons that we could talk to AMOs if we have anyone in mind that we're waiting for. But I think in general that would be probably a case-by-case basis of what's going on at that center.
Again, thank you both, Senator. That's all my questions.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question that has to do with penetration. So primarily, the AMO is broadcast via cable, right?
By cable and via our websites.
And via the website, so over the internet. So in areas like the Northeast Kingdom and other rural areas where there isn't a lot of broadband, that hampers the ability of citizens to actually see what you're producing, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Does a signal come over DSL very well? I mean, what kind of speeds do you need in terms of broadband in order to really stream your...
I think it probably depends on the platform that you're using to host the videos. A lot of platforms have gotten very good about being able to read the speed at which the videos are being downloaded. So depending on the flexibility of the platform, it may or may not be as good as you would hope, I guess.
Yeah, speaking personally, our website, if you're watching and you have a slower connection, there's a high-quality file or a low-quality file available, and automatically you'll stream that low-quality file.
Okay. Do you get any feedback from people like in rural areas that can't access your stuff?
I do quite often, yes, because we're serving, other than Colchester and Milton, I'm serving a wildly rural area, and there's not a lot of cable penetration, and so I'm hearing a lot, why can't we get you? Why can't we see you?
I think the more common feedback that I hear in the rural areas is people do not have cable as opposed to, or do not have access to cable as opposed to do not have internet. It's always very welcome when we do make videos available online because the availability of cable is lower than the availability
So
of internet.
certainly in rural communities, access to the internet is extremely important for this. And, okay, then basically that's it. Yeah.
Lauren, Glenn, did you have something else?
No.
Okay. Yeah, Clay.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to one question about regulation and just kind of get some clarity on what exactly you mean by regulation. I think PUC does regulate cable companies, and there is in the cable rules general obligations of AMOs, but to what extent are the AMOs themselves actually regulated by the PUC? In that, does the PUC call you to a hearing to examine, say, costs or your performance or things that, the PUC might do with, say, another public utility like electricity or telecommunications or something like that? Is there, in your opinion, is there a difference or a commonality with how, the PUC is set up to regulate other entities?
I know I can't speak about other utilities. This is kind of this has been my career in telecommunications. But I think we'd all welcome that, honestly. I mean, we always turn in our annual reports and we typically do not hear any feedback. So most of us enjoy our work and are happy to talk about what we do to serve the community.
Okay. No, I just wanted to, kind of get that out there that we don't actually specifically regulate AMOs. And I'm not asking that we do that necessarily. I think
It's an
I'm not sure
important
that there's-
aspect of the
This
conversation.
is an important distinction to be made in the CPG process. That's really the cable company that's being regulated, and the AMOs are a party to that in that they are either a beneficiary or they could be harmed by decisions that the PUC makes, but the PUC isn't necessarily regulating the AMO specifically.
And just to make a connection to that, the budget that you were talking about, or the amount of funding spent on regulatory participation, was mostly related to the cable CPGs, not to your own needs to go before the Public Utility Commission,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So that kind of flows onto what you were saying.
Yeah, that's where I was trying to get at. Yeah.
So the funding source pie chart that you had, have you looked at other funding opportunities and sources like grants and what that would mean for your organization? You mentioned briefly that you don't have development staff, and so it seems to me that would be a big change and a big investment. So I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more to that.
Work that's been done to diversify revenue?
Yes, and then also what the limitations are.
Yeah, I would say starting with your first point about grants, we are a curious animal. I mean, yes, we're a nonprofit organization, but I've been applying for a lot of grants between this year and last year to try and offset some losses. And it's very hard. Like, typically we try and shoehorn ourselves into the line of something like an educational grant. Like, we just got a grant from the Building and General Services through the Building Communities Grant Program, and we fit into the educational model. But, clearly we're not purely an educational organization. So grants can be, depending on what they're specifically aimed at, it can be a little tough of a fit because we're really not a traditional or a widespread form of nonprofits. People are really working hard to do things like Dan mentioned about asking people to contribute, to become supporting members. As we look ahead to trends of things like cord cutting, we're asking for support from the community, and that's also why we're going to the municipalities that we serve as well. And some people have long-running contracts where some of their costs are offset, but more of us are going to towns and asking for a little more to help us cover those expenses of covering all those meetings. So that's a few of the ways that we've started to do it. It's certainly been a discussion at every single conference that's been held with media organizations in the last few years, is talking about how to diversify in order to prepare us for cord cutting and more potentially drastic changes like the FCC order.
And is that, so that's broader than just Vermont, those discussions?
Yes.
And seeing what's going on out in other states and jurisdictions?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll talk more of that towards the end of today when we really get into a deeper discussion about alternative revenue models. So this isn't our only opportunity to do that. Any final comments that well, not final because you're here every time and I appreciate that, but for today, anything else we need to know?
I just want to say thank you for your time and attention to this issue. I think it really speaks volumes to what our role is in the state. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Great. So I need to speak briefly with Legislative Council staff. So I'm going to propose that we just take a quick 3-minute break, stretch, get a drink, go to the bathroom, meet you right back here. Thank you. The next thing that we're going to be talking about are fees on...
Internet service.
Yes, fees on internet service providers. And we have on the phone Peter Blum. Is that correct? Are you still there with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we're going to put a microphone to the speakerphone so that we might be able to hear you better. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome. Madam Chair, I have the opportunity to speak today. The comments I've prepared relate primarily to the history and legal structure of the Vermont Universal Service Fund, as well as the prospects for finding additional financial support for community PEG systems, with particular reference to broadband services. I plan to be reading prepared comments, which you do not have, but which I will file later if you wish. And I'm also aware that it's now about 11:20, and you have a scheduled adjournment at 12:30. I have about 11 pages that I've prepared, and you could give me some reading for how much time you'd like me to spend. I could either read, carefully, I could skim, or I could just skip to the end, depending on how much time you want to allocate.
I would like to give you about a half hour.
Okay, I think we can do that. I think I'll just start reading then, and try to pace myself.
Okay.
Thank you. First, let me just introduce myself briefly. I lived in Vermont for 35 years, don't anymore. I live in Massachusetts. Early in my career, I worked for
So Peter?
For 10 years.
Peter?
Yes.
I'm going to have you stop for a moment. We're having some technical difficulties hearing you on this end, so if you'll just sit tight for a moment, we're going to try to figure out how to make this a little bit more audible.
I think if we lower the volume.
Okay.
So, Peter, we're in a big...
It's coming in quite distorted to me, too, when you speak, so I don't know if the volumes are too high or what.
Can you try lowering the volume?
Yes, we're going to try lowering the volume.
So I'm going to lower our volume, and if you're on a speakerphone, please pick up and speak directly into the phone.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah. Can you speak a little more?
Go ahead, Peter, say a few things.
All right, testing. I'll start until you interrupt me again, and then I'll stop. I worked for the Legislative Council as a young person for about 10 years. I worked for Governor Cunin as Deputy Secretary of Administration, and then most of my career was at the Public Service Board. How's this going? Is this all right?
It's better. It's not great.
It's still a bit
I actually think
loud.
a little bit away, yes.
Okay, will you say?
I wonder if I should, would it be better for you if I just filed my comments and then we can talk another time?
No, it's better now.
It's better? Okay. All right. Anyway, during my time at Public Service Board, I worked on telecom matters, and I testified in the legislature frequently, and I drafted the bill that became in 1994, it became the Vermont Universal Service Fund, and I managed that fund for about a decade. After retiring from Vermont state employment about 10 years ago, or 12 years ago now, actually, I worked for the National Regulatory Research Institute, and I later have worked as a consultant in telecom with a range of clients, including state utility commissions, public advocates, and even a small telephone company in the Midwest. So the first topic I'd like to talk about is universal service historically. The concept dates back to the early part of the 20th century when rural areas of the country were unable to get either electricity or telephone. Vermont worked hard in cooperation with federal agencies to solve this problem. It created Velco, and it allowed municipal electric companies to cooperate to form co-ops. But Vermont's efforts to expand telephone service were not quite as aggressive. Instead, the FCC pulled most of the load in helping to get costly service into rural areas. Until the 1990s, the chief support for universal telephone service took the form of implicit transfers that rose from regulator set rates. Monthly rates for local service were set low and were nearly the same, or were the same in cities and in the countryside. The costs were vastly different, however, so the regulators increased other charges. Business rates were higher than residential. Toll usage rates were very high. Many people criticized these policies as implicit subsidies from urban areas to rural areas. In the 1990s, these subsidies looked vulnerable to competition, and there was an effort to replace these pricing mechanisms with so-called explicit mechanisms, consisting of support payments. Vermont also took several important initiatives to enhance universal service. First, we adopted a lifeline program that was funded by having the Vermont telephone companies pool subsidy monies and using an industry-wide pool. In the 1990s, as the local exchange competition was coming and cross-subsidies between urban and rural areas looked doomed, it seemed that if there was cream to skim, so to speak, in Burlington and Rutland in the form of above-cost rates, it would increasingly go to the new competitors, and incumbent carriers would no longer be able to overcharge some customers for the benefit of others who imposed higher costs. The 1994 Vermont Universal Service Fund statute thus created a system of explicit universal service charges and authorized distributions primarily aimed at reducing rate and service disparities that disadvantage the state's many rural customers. The Vermont legislature has recently adjusted that system by passing Act 79, which increased the VUSF charge and created some new spending programs. But Vermont's VUSF law is 25 years old. In the intervening years, telecommunications technology has changed dramatically. Cell phones are one big change. Cellular lines now have far eclipsed landline service. Many households with both services available have even terminated their landlines. Fortunately, cellular companies contribute to the VUSF, just as do wireline companies. Broadband is an even more dramatic development. In 1994, internet service was almost entirely provided as a dial-up service over the telephone network, and it was slow. You may remember you got mail from America Online. Broadband service was something that big companies bought at a great cost from the telephone company in the form of special access circuits. The universal service problem persists today, even after these changes. The problem still is that it costs a lot to string cables to houses in rural areas that are widely separated. It doesn't matter whether those cables are copper pairs or of wire or fiberglass strands. The average distance between customers is still the most compelling variable. And now PEG funding has been added to the problem list as well. Like E911 and rural network deployment, PEG is yet another communications-related program which has an eroded funding base due in part to ever-increasing usage for broadband. My next comments relate to two legal structures that I think are important on background. I agree with the Vermont Access Network memo already in your record that telecommunications policy historically has comprised a mixture of benefits and burdens. The benefits have included the right to use public ways, pole attachment rights, and exemption from antitrust laws. The obligations have been many, but have often included unique and intrusive regulatory systems and unique taxation burdens. Those obligations also classically included the obligation to extend existing lines to serve new areas, the so-called carrier of last resort obligation. Later, we added the duty to pay the VUSF surcharge, a revenue stream devoted to promoting benefits in the telecommunications space. One key decision made in 1994 by the Vermont legislature was that since the VUSF would support programs that benefited both intrastate and interstate telephone service, both of those services would be surcharged equally. This decision, intended to secure the benefit in the fairest possible way, also created a legal risk. The legal fiction of intrastate and interstate is almost as old as the telephone itself. Intrastate telecommunications were mainly the calls that originated and terminated in a single state. Interstate calls across state lines. Telephone companies had to live in both worlds in this greatly complicated rate setting. The division worked because calls were the unit of nearly all communications. And for billing purposes, the network kept track of where each call originated and terminated. Telephone companies were treated as dual entities, each with two revenue streams and two separate sets of costs. The states and the FCC each tried to avoid intruding by setting rates only within their own regulatory, quote, jurisdiction. Today, there's very little equipment or traffic in the telecommunications network that one can fairly characterize as inherently intrastate or interstate. The reason is primarily technology. The digital packet has replaced the call as the basic unit on the network, and nobody tracks or wants to track where these packets originate or terminate. Nevertheless, the jurisdictional fiction still powerfully influences regulatory policy, and specifically universal service. For example, federal USF charges apply only to, quote, interstate telecommunications, and the FCC asserts broad jurisdictional power over those interstate telecommunications. Thus, what is interstate has virtually no surviving technological significance, but it is still legally paramount, especially as a rationale for federal preemption of state regulation and even of state taxes. I now want to talk about the Internet Tax Freedom Act. As of yet, there is no VUSF surcharge on broadband. This may have made sense 25 years ago when the Internet was still a young technology needing shelter. By contrast, today's broadband service is the dominant stream. It carries both voice, telephone, and video as mere applications. But Vermonters today are paying for extra broadband deployment under a telephone surcharge that was designed 25 years ago, before many people even knew what the word broadband meant. And broadband is a large market to overlook. Most customers, even in Vermont, have broadband available at their location, and most subscribe. My own cable provider charges me 150% more for my internet service than for my telephone service. Moreover, customers increasingly are cutting their cable service and rely on internet video streaming. Imposing substantial charges on only a portion of the market can create competitive distortions over time. Moreover, such a system can be unfair, especially to poor or elderly customers who may be unable to afford broadband, but who still need telephones. In sum, broadband has become the key telecommunications goal for the 21st century, and the broadband dog now wags the telephone tail. Broadband has also begun to affect cable television revenues as more and more customers terminate their traditional video subscriptions and rely instead on internet streaming from companies like Hulu and Netflix. I recommend below several options that might allow for increased PEG funding by altering charges on broadband. Before offering them, however, I want to discuss the terms of the Internet Tax Freedom Act, which is a possible barrier to any such step. The basic provisions of the ITFA is to prohibit state and local taxes on internet access. This today includes broadband access, although originally it meant such dial-up service as America Online. The ITFA was first enacted in 1998 as a temporary moratorium, but it has now become a permanent feature of federal law. The ITFA has 4 exceptions, which I want to mention here. First, there's a broad grandfather clause that protects the existing DUSF. It exempts from the Federal Act all state universal service funds in effect on February 8, 1996. Vermont's USF surcharge was initially imposed before this date, but it has never applied to internet access. Thus, the exemption is likely of little value to current Vermont law. If Vermont were to amend the USF to include broadband, I think the courts would likely hold that Vermont had dissolved whatever grandfather protection it may benefit from today. Another exemption is benefit fees. The first, this is a fee imposed for a, quote, specific privilege, service, or benefit conferred. As was discussed in the DAN memo in your record, this is the basis on which the Oregon Supreme Court upheld the license fee in Eugene, Oregon. The court held that this fee was not preempted by the ITFA because it was a fee entitling the cable company to use the city's rights of way. Under this model, a fee could be imposed on broadband providers other than utilities who use the public. Can you ask him what he... And other utilities
Peter?
who use the public rights of way. Yes.
Peter, can you pause for a second?
Can you just,
Can you tell who's asking the question?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Yeah.
Could you go closer to the microphone? I'm getting a lot of echo, and it's hard to understand what you're saying.
Okay.
can you hear me now? Speak right
Yeah, pretty well.
Oh, I didn't know if the microphone would work. Okay, this is Andrea Papiti. I am analyst for the commission. And I just had a question if you could clarify, because I'm still having a hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry, but there's so much echo that I can't understand what you're saying.
That's okay, but could you...
That mic is
going that mic is
yeah,
going out.
You're right.
Should I continue? Should I continue?
No, well, he just does that he'll hear her better.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Oh, that's way, way better. Yeah.
So you were mentioning Oregon and how there was a tax that was, or a fee that was found to be okay, but I'm not sure what that was actually called and what it actually did. I just kind of heard a little bit of what you were saying. So just so I can...
Yeah. I'm not sure that I can tell you much without further research, but the case involved a city franchise of a cable company, and the city decided that it wanted to impose a charge on the use of the city's rights of way. And what I don't know is whether it also applied to telephone companies and electric companies, or just to this one litigant. The reason I mentioned it was that it was using this exemption in the ITFA and upholding the fee. So I guess to answer in any more detail, I would need to go back and do some more research.
Okay. Did you have a follow-up?
Should I continue?
No, it's actually on Lauren's memo. So we have another reference to it somewhere else, so please continue. Thank you.
I do have a follow-up too.
All right.
If you're going to provide some data to that, sir, if you would not mind also speaking to the federal cap with regard to franchise fees and how they were implicated in that particular case.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure if I am going to provide additional data, but we can talk about it later if you'd like something further from me, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so just continuing with my presentation then. The fee could be imposed on broadband providers and as well as other utilities who use public rights of way. There are several legal issues with this approach, however, including the terms of existing cable franchises and implications for various forms of property taxation, and I do not offer any opinions here on those issues. The third major exemption I want to discuss in ITFA is at the tail end of ITFA, and it is the 911 charges exemption. And I have sent a handout to you which has that text. I hope you have that before you, because
We have that in front
nothing
of
in
us.
this act bracket. Okay. So the only limitation here is that the funds so raised must be expended only for that purpose. And as you may know, some but not all current USF proceeds are used for E911 purposes. Actually, I think the majority are. Therefore, if you were to revise the statute, so long as the 911 portion of the broadband access charge was separately imposed and deposited into a special fund used only for E911, the statute would continue to exempt that surcharge from ITFA. The fourth and most complex by far exemption in ITFA is the universal service exemption. It applies to all state universal service funds, quote, authorized by Section 254 of the Communications Act, which was the 1996 Telecom Act. And that's in your handout also. It begins with the word state authority. Oh, I'm sorry, no, it's just a short thing. And it refers to subsection F of 254 of the 1996 Act, which is also in your handout, which is a longer portion beginning with the word state authority. And I think the copy you have, I've italicized and underlined several phrases that are particularly problematic and because they're so vague. Because it's so complex and vague, there are many avenues for legal challenge. And it is even more complex maybe than appears at first light because Vermont may or may not be free to define terms for its own purposes, terms such as telecommunications. The statute requires telecommunications carriers that provide intrastate telecommunications service to pay USF charges to the states. Those charges must be equitable and non-discriminatory, a standard that is open to wide interpretation. Historically, Section 254F has been interpreted by the courts narrowly to mean that the states can impose a USF surcharge only on intrastate service and therefore not on intrastate service. The two sound so similar, I can hardly tell myself which one I said. Fortunately, Vermont avoided the challenge to its current USF statutes because Vermont's USF is an exercise of its sovereign taxing power and is not delegated authority under Section 254. Vermont's USF statute was modeled on a Supreme Court decision that was decided about 5 years before the Vermont law passed, and that Supreme Court decision upheld an Illinois telecommunications sales tax. The statute creates authority only to collect funds from certain telecommunications carriers. Under recent FCC decisions, broadband access providers neither provide telecommunications services nor are they carriers. Also, state laws must be not inconsistent with FCC rules. I am not aware of any FCC formal rules on the question of imposing state USF charges on internet access. Nevertheless, as discussed below, the FCC has seemingly signaled an intention to do just that in an appropriate case. The statute also allows for states to provide additional definitions and standards to preserve and advance universal service. This language is obscure, but in context it is understood to authorize additional supplemental state USF funds. Regrettably, and from my point of view, this delegated power is subject to two important limitations. One, it has to be specific, predictable, and sufficient mechanisms. And two, they must not rely on federal universal service support mechanisms or burden them. Federal courts have repeatedly overturned state efforts to broaden the base for their universal service programs using a variety of rationales based in the statute. In 2004, a federal court invalidated Texas's effort to include interstate revenues in its universal service base because it failed to be equitable and non-discriminatory. Another federal court invalidated Oregon's effort on the ground that a state universal service fund surcharge burdened federal universal service mechanisms. The South Carolina Supreme Court has taken an opposite view, however. Vermont statute has never been challenged on the basis of Section 254F, even though we surcharge interstate telecommunications. Possibly this was because it was drafted to emulate the Illinois telecommunications sales tax law, which had been upheld by the Supreme Court in 1989. I know my time is almost up. I now want to talk to three options that I want to present to you, and I'll try to finish in 5 minutes, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
That would be wonderful. I was just about to give you the 5-minute warning, so you're right on target.
Okay. So three options. One is add broadband to the USF base. This is an obvious choice. It would reduce competitive distortions, and it would help poor people who have phones but no broadband. It is also, I think, consistent with the intent of the 1994 legislature, which insisted that all telecommunications, not just intrastate, should contribute to the USF. I think it raises considerable litigation risk, however. I discussed with Bob earlier the traditional legal fiction that divides telecommunications regulatory jurisdiction into intrastate and interstate regimes. The FCC has repeatedly insisted that broadband is exclusively interstate for purposes of regulation. This policy not only precludes state regulation of rates and terms of service for broadband, but in its arrogance, the FCC also supposes that it has control over which state and local taxes may be applied to interstate traffic. In a 2015 decision, the FCC said in paragraph 400 and something, the text that you have in the handout, I think it's on page 2 of your handout, predicting that even though they don't have any rules prohibiting states from doing this, they would likely preempt. So this decision was issued in 2015 during the Obama administration, and much of that order has been reversed subsequently under the Trump administration, but not the above prediction. It is widely believed that the FCC would still subscribes to this policy and would quickly seek to preempt any state effort to subject broadband revenues to state universal service charges. By the way, this is a change from, Mr. Yanchapka, I think you and I may have spoken in February, and I had the opposite opinion, so I've changed my mind about this since we spoke last winter. The last clause in the quote I gave you suggests,
Peter, it's Representative Yantachka. Could you clarify then what your position is? Is your position that it likely would not succeed if there were a challenge, or is your position the other?
Yeah, I'm about to do that, but
okay.
Yeah, I think there's substantial litigation risk. If the FCC were to preempt the state from imposing USF's charges on broadband access, I think the legal outcome is in some doubt. Nevertheless, if Vermont were to go down this path, even though you have a chance for success, FCC preemption is highly likely, and the ultimate success would depend on the outcome of a long and costly appeal. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. That's
okay.
what you stated in your handout, in your longer edition handout, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
That was what you stated in your longer edition handout, in a footnote, I think.
Well, in my handout, I gave you the FCC quote, and what I just said is in the prepared remarks that I've made, which I will be glad to file with you if you'd like.
That would be wonderful. It is. I know we're all concentrating very hard on your words, and I can tell because most people in the room have their eyes closed so they can focus on the sound. So, myself included. So, if you could submit them in writing, I know that would be very helpful.
All right, sure. There's nobody snoring, is there?
Nope, not here. No snores.
Okay. The second option is to broaden the sales tax. The suggestion is to abandon the USF model entirely and apply the sales tax to telecommunications, including broadband. Thus, the current USF surcharge and funding programs would be merged into the state's general tax structure, and USF programs would be funded from the general fund using the normal appropriations process. I make this suggestion sorrowfully, first because it's a huge change in the state law, and second because it's an admission of final defeat for one of the original objectives of the 1994 law, which I was involved with. That law was passed at a time when the telephone industry provided many cross-subsidies by which one customer helped another. The VOSF was a state program, but we tried to keep the system of implicit subsidies as far out of the budget as we could and as similar to the pre-existing conditions as possible. We wanted to maintain the system by which the telephone industry continued to raise funds and continue to see them spent only on telephone network benefits. But that goal has been frustrated in large and small ways subsequently. First, the accountants decided that notwithstanding the language that the legislature had passed, the VUSF is state funds and belongs in the state accounting system. I'll skip the intervening chapters, but the big disappointment now for me is that the VUSF spending provides benefits across the telecommunications network, primarily to broadband, and it can raise funds only from a small portion of that network. The tail is paying for the whole dog, in other words. If the sales tax can overcome this, can broaden the base to all retail telecommunications billed in Vermont, that would be a way to restore the original objective. The third option is is widely understood to avoid the problem of the FCC's claimed intention to preempt any state USF charges on broadband. I think the FCC is endlessly clever in finding ways to expand its own jurisdiction, but I accept the common wisdom that connection charges stand a good chance of avoiding a preemption effort. The method is to stop looking at revenue from telecommunication service and focus instead on the wires and other facilities used to provide that service. In most cases, there is a monthly or yearly charge, quote, per connection. A connection would be a telephone line or a broadband line. A line that provides both might be one or two connections as you choose. Connection plans are not ideal because some connections have data rates thousands of times faster than do household DSL or cable modem services. So any connection plan should consider whether all connections are equal, and if not, how to charge for the fast ones. A recent study by the National Regulatory Research Institute indicates that connection charges for universal service purposes have been instituted in Maine, Nebraska, New Mexico, and Utah. Maine has imposed a fee of 21 cents per line or telephone number per month with a limit of 25 lines per account being billable for its Telecommunications Education Access Fund. A parallel change is being considered for the state USF. Nebraska has applied a flat rate per connection charge of $1.75 per year to each residential line and small business line. Meanwhile, large customers will continue, at least for the moment, to pay on a percentage of revenue basis. New Mexico, responding to a continuing decline in intrastate telecommunications revenues, has prescribed a new connection charge of $1.24 per year per, quote, communications connection. And last, Utah has imposed a charge of 60 cents per month per access line. That concludes my remarks, Madam Chair. Thank you for the chance to speak with your committee.
Mr. Blum, thank you so much. I know this was not ideal circumstances, but we very much appreciate your time and your testimony, and we look forward to reading the comments that you'll submit. You can send those to to Mike Ferrant. It's on the website for the committee. It has the email address there. And again, thank you.
I've been working with Mike Ferrant. Can I just send it to Mike?
Yes, exactly. Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you and goodbye.
Okay, thank you.
I think it doesn't make a lot of sense to keep him on the line to ask and answer questions since we're all, I think, on the verge of a migraine. But it's certainly useful to have that, 40,000-foot view, at least for me, to get a sense of where we're at as we launch into the next big part of our discussion, which is on alternative revenue models. And I'm going to turn it over to Lauren Glenn at this point.
Thank you.
So Peter's paper is actually referred to in the memo that I sent you. And what I'd like to do is just call your attention to the memo that I sent you, and then I'm going to take up some of the alternative funding ideas that are contained in them. Just to say about this memo, the first few pages are meant to recap some of the discussions that we've had about the nature of U.S. telecommunications and media regulation. So that's page 4. U.S. communications policy is based on an exchange of public benefit for commercial access to the public rights of way. So there's a little summary there that we talked about last meeting. And then on the next page 5 talks about the value of PEG, which we have talked about today and previously. Yep. Yeah. And then page 7, item 4 really talks about how we have started to focus on the PEG is distributed on the internet, not just on cable, and so we wanted to start to look at the internet as a possible revenue source given that there is no public benefit requirements from Title I internet, according to the FCC. So that has been a curiosity of this committee, which is what's led to this conversation today. On page 8, there are links to the different ways that the FCC is foreclosing on the state's authority to require public benefit in exchange for the use of the rights of way. And on the bottom of that is the paper that the presentation that Peter gave in February to I think it was Senate Finance. And a lot of what he talked about today is included in that, the first half. But what he did was he went back and he looked at the constraints on state authority. And so here I get to the meat of the presentation. So there are a number of ways that local authorities tax or collect fees from telecommunication carriers. And what's really interesting on page 10 is a recap by a company, a telecommunications company called Mitel, if you go to their website, and they say, here are all the taxes and fees that we pay to the states and localities, and it's really quite impressive, the contribution that these companies and their ratepayers make to the public coffers. And this is a handful of them. So just at a very high level on page 10, and we could, maybe Rob, can you just scroll to page 10 on that presentation? So just very high level, and then we'll drill down. There are communications taxes. There are franchise fees, as we've discussed, for cable. There are sales taxes, district taxes, excise taxes, utility user taxes, and telecommunications kinds of fees and taxes. So on a very high level, states and localities and the federal government is pretty creative in how it accrues value from these firms. Wheel rides and theater tickets and anything that is amusement in the city of Chicago, and it recently applied this tax to online entertainments and amusements, and under that would be your Netflix, your online gaming, and so this sales tax is applied at the point of purchase. Now, this has been contested. There's obviously pros and cons. Most recently, there's been a suit against this application of the tax. But again, I'm going to kind of go quickly, but I think it's an interesting example of a kind of sales tax that is on the consumption of amusements and entertainments. Yeah.
Is it okay to ask a question about that?
Sure.
When you say on the providers, is this a tax that's levied against Netflix or purchasers of Netflix services? And can it be passed down to the consumer in these examples?
I believe in this case that it is the consumer pays it at point of purchase, and then Netflix has to pay it to the city.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So this would apply only to entertainment over the internet that you pay for?
Right. So it applies to a whole series of entertainments, but this...
You can get free programs.
Yeah, this is for an entertainment that you purchase, so you would pay a sales tax on it. So I think it works like when you buy something on Amazon and the sales tax is applied based on the percentage for the locality that you're in, and then they are responsible for paying that back to the state. Right. And again, I just want to say this is not without controversy, right? None of these actually are. There is also, just to add to this, in Massachusetts, there is a bill along these lines to implement a sales tax on online entertainment designed to give 20% to the state, 40% to the local government, and 40% to the local PEG channels. So there's a link to that legislation there. It's been recently introduced. I think the prognosis, I mean, they're going to move ahead with moving this forward. I think some people say it won't happen. Some people say it could happen. We don't know yet. But that's an interesting solution from the PEG community. In Minnesota, there is a heritage tax. Again, this is a kind of sales tax, but there was a coalition of arts organizations and outdoors education, outdoor hunting, fishing, sort of organizations that came together and were successful in adding 0.5% to preserve Minnesota heritage. It's also written into the Constitution, which is interesting. It cannot be vetoed or swept into the general fund, and it generates, in obviously a much bigger state, $150 million a year to fund wildlife conservation and the preservation of arts and culture. These are distributed through grants, and so PEG Access are among many nonprofits that apply to use these funds. So it's an interesting twist on the sales tax and an interesting coalition that brought that together. Then we move into the realm of telecommunications tax, and the caveat is I am not a telecommunications lawyer. I am a researcher, but there are some examples here. Massachusetts has a sales tax on telecommunications. In Eugene, Oregon, there has been a telecom tax. Of course, the recent FCC ruling was aimed, FCC ruling applying to in-kind payments of cable operators towards public benefits. And the FCC really was very focused on Eugene's tax and the Oregon court decision that upheld it. And the FCC said, there's a quote here at the bottom. Licensee. To address this problem, we now, this is the FCC speaking, expressly preempt any state or local requirement, whether or not imposed by a franchising authority, that would impose obligations on franchise cable operators beyond what Title VI allows. So I think Dan actually would be more expert in discussing the pros and cons of this, but this is an example of a telecommunications tax, which again is not without its fraud. It's I think as Peter said, it faces litigation risks. The next example that we came up with, which is an interesting one, is spectrum proceeds, and I know that that has been a topic of discussion in the legislature and a little bit of a sore spot for Vermont Public Television. The board is currently discussing how it will expend the proceeds of the sale of Vermont spectrum, but in Philadelphia, the public television outfit decided to sell all its channels and to achieve its mission in a different way by generating $135 million and distributing it through grants to foster free speech, diversity of ideas, free expression, et cetera. So Holly Groschner is willing to come in and talk more about it. I'm not sure it actually has legs as a source of revenue for PEG, but it certainly is a way that the state is going to be funding public benefit media. So those are the things that have happened, that are in play, and it certainly is not an exhaustive list, but it might be worth us discussing if we want to go down any of these roads and thinking about it. The next section here are about emerging policy ideas. So these are ideas that are not yet fully in play, but are being talked about. The Massachusetts legislature has a bill under consideration to look at the state's news deserts and how to solve that issue. So that's at a study stage, but this idea of news deserts is one that's gaining currency, just like food deserts have been, and how to address the gaps in news and information in areas where local newspapers have closed and there are no local alternatives. I think that it's safe to say that PEG access is one answer to local news deserts. It is debatable whether Vermont has big news deserts, but it is a core idea that's gaining currency. And then this idea of community information districts. So along the lines, I think Karen's going to talk a little bit about local municipalities creating tax districts themselves. And this idea, which is not yet, I think in New Jersey, it's gaining some momentum. But as of right now, it's an idea about creating information districts that have some taxing authority to generate revenue to support local media. And then this last one, I think, has less applicability for the legislature, but just as an interest, it's interesting because it's research done by the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas about how to address digital divide and diversity of ideas, et cetera, using the CRA as a mechanism. But as we know, the CRA tends to be implemented on a bank-by-bank basis. It's not kind of a big statewide initiative. But I think that report itself adds some legitimacy to thinking about the use of community-based resources to address disparities in distribution of the internet and distribution of news and information. So, yeah. So this is really meant to generate discussion and thought about ways that we might want to pursue this, and research that we might need some help with from Ledge Council to talk about some more.
Thank you. Questions for Lauren Glenn before we move on to Karen?
I do have one comment.
Sure.
With respect to the tax on the right-of-way, and I'm not a lawyer, but it just seems to me that the state and the municipalities own the rights of way, and what federal government gets to tell you what you can charge for rent, it's not really a tax. I mean, I would characterize this as rents for use of the right-of-way that's owned by the state and the localities.
What page are you on, Karen?
That's on page 13, the bottom, and it talks about the FCC's order aimed at the court decision.
Okay.
So, where do they get, excuse me.
No, I'm sorry.
Where do they get off expressly preempting state or local requirements? That's a states' rights issue, it seems to me, anyway.
The research, again, I think Clay would have more to say about this, but the research that I've done on the state's right-of-way lease and rent, so the Agency of Transportation makes deals with private entities that want to use state property, and they create lease arrangements or renting arrangements. Those arrangements go into a fund, those funds go into a fund that are used for transportation purposes. And both in that case and in the case of pole attachments and the rent that is charged for pole attachments by Green Mountain Power and other electric companies, there seem to be restrictions on those entities' ability to charge anything more than the cost of maintenance. There seem to be prohibitions on the ability to add extra fees for public benefit uses over and above the cost of actually managing the physical right-of-way. So you may be able to add to that, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of latitude that we have to pile on to what is currently being accrued from the direct use of the rights of way without a policy discussion. Right.
And I would, sorry, I would just say that there is some risk there because in our broadband discussion this last session, you don't want to actually discourage the deployment of broadband service to rural areas where it's not happening now. So there's a balance there, but it just kind of strikes me.
Did you want to?
Yeah, just to say that I think AOT restrictions on or requirements for what they charge the use of the right-of-way comes from federal funding obligations and federal highway rules about how states manage rights-of-way that receive federal funding, whether they're controlled by the federal government or not. If they receive federal funding, that's kind of the has been the federal hook for putting obligations on states or restrictions on what states can do with their right-of-way.
And that's not to say we couldn't look into it more. I think that's really where we are today. Right. And just to finish, I think that, I know it was hard to hear Peter, but I think the most important thing that he said were the last two things, which was the potential to broaden the sales tax. So I think what he was proposing is rather than having, is to look at how the Universal Service Fund is collected and that may no longer actually be serving us. He said the tail's wagging the dog. Mm-hmm. And to maybe look instead at a sales tax that's on the use of telecommunications. And then this idea of connection charges, which focuses on the wires and not the service itself. And there are some good examples. He sent me that paper. I think he could also, may have sent it to Mike, where the Maine, Nebraska, Utah, and New Mexico examples are included. So I think that I would not lose that thought. I think that was an important contribution he made to the discussion.
Just, can I add two comments on that? So I think that we should look at those and we should have an open discussion on them. The question that I would have is whether or not this has been looked at, or I think the word is called scored from with the functional equivalent of the Department of Revenue or taxes to speak to a little bit of that going forward. And then with regard to the connection plan, I don't know the answer to this, but perhaps we can dig into it regarding Maine, Nebraska, New Mexico, and Utah, as Peter spoke to. I would be interested to know if in those communities today, if there is a 5% franchise fee that exists, and if there is in those communities, what percentage of the franchise fee goes specifically to PEG access today?
I would just comment with respect to the sales tax also that right now 100% of the sales tax goes to the education fund, and it would be a fraught discussion in this legislature to talk about sales tax revenues, even if you're expanding it anyway. But yeah, so should I talk about my table here?
Oh, I would love that.
Okay.
Karen.
So this is actually a table that we put together for the Government Operations Committees a couple of years ago. And all it really does is list out the variety of intermunicipal districts and their purposes that are authorized in statute today in Vermont. And we can only, we're Dillon's rural state, I won't explain that to y'all right now, but we can only enter into these kinds of district entities if they're specifically authorized in statute. So I think what's interesting is that some of them, aside from the purposes and aside from the sort of general willingness of the legislature to say, yeah, you can try this, telecommunications union districts and REDIs, rural economic development infrastructure districts, are the most recently added. And the legislature definitely has an open mind about saying, yeah, if you think this will work to meet your purposes in the, in whatever endeavor you're pursuing, we'll give you the authorizing legislation. Several of them may use the property tax directly. Basically, school districts, which are under union municipal districts, municipalities themselves. The others can use fees that are raised from the service they're providing, wastewater or water supply fees, or assessments that are voted on a particular district, special assessment districts, or they're funded through property taxes that are raised at the municipality and then provided to the whatever the special district is. I should mention that with respect to mass transit authorities, which is a little more than halfway down the list, and provides for public transit, GMTA, those kinds of things, that actually it's a mix of apportioning costs to each member municipality. So up in Chittenden County, where you've got bus lines in Burlington, South Burlington, and so forth, they have an assessment that they pay to the Mass Transit Authority, but the outtowns are based on donations. So then in the same way that the PEG stations go and ask the towns for a donation at town meeting, that's what the public transit authorities do as well. And as you can see, there's a variety of governance models there also. So that's just by way of what's in place today. And I don't know if there's questions or...
Do you see any applicable to this conversation?
Well, it's interesting because the Telecommunications Union Municipal District might be one that could be sort of twisted to apply to PEG stations. But, you know, it would be, these aren't statewide groups. These are groups that are created by a number of municipalities, generally speaking, adjoining each other. So the Public Safety Authority in Central Vermont is 2 towns now that have gotten together. The mass transit authorities might be the most expansive in terms of number of municipalities, but there's not a statewide group. The only other one that comes to mind that is not on this list yet, but will be at some point, are the Clean Water Service providers, which is embodied in legislation that you passed this year to address clean water, and that is going to be implemented through regional entities yet to be created.
Clay, did you have a question?
I do.
Okay.
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Thanks.
So we have 15 minutes, and I would love to know from the group here, Lauren Glenn has given us a lot to chew on, as has Karen and Peter. Are there ideas that individuals have had on this work group about funding sources that haven't come up in the documents and the testimony that we've heard so far? I know I'm still digesting all of this, but I'd love to just talk to the group about what other ideas should we be putting on the table.
So can I offer one thing?
Sure.
I like your word digest. I think we have a lot of digesting to do.
There's a lot to digest, and I want to be clear that, as I said earlier, we only have, you know, a few more meetings. We're going to also have a public hearing. I know that in speaking with the vice chair, we want to head into the legislative session with some kind of roadmap on this issue. And so I think we all feel somewhat pressed for time and space, and so I think some of what needs to happen is going to be outside of this work here in this room that each of us need to sit down and really, as I said, digest. So, but we will not be having additional meetings beyond this. That is not our charge, and so we all have to take on the responsibility of doing some of this intellectual work on our own before we come back together. So.
I think that's a good idea that we commit to doing that before our next meeting. I also think we'll be a little more public with the resolution of our bigger issue, which hopefully will look favorably upon our work. You know, I want to say, too, that I think that everyone has done a great deal of work. Our public presenters, so far the members of the group that have presented. And I just want to be, at least from my perspective, I want to respectfully be careful that we don't, just keep in mind that we don't become a solution in search of a problem as well. In the sense that we look at current funding mechanisms, we look at the trends that have existed over the past decade, and we look out into the future to be sure that we continue to keep PEG and the AMOs as a viable option, but that we are just careful in that approach as well.
Well, I think you make a good point, because we're not, and the revenue isn't declining steeply today, this minute. Mm-hmm. And so if we, for example, were to say, oh, let's have a half cent on the sales tax as a way forward, it's really hard to make a case that you need that money at 2021, 2022. So I think we have to just keep that in mind of how we might structure some alternatives, how we might lay the groundwork for revisiting the alternatives. Sure. So I think we have to think about some other models that may also maybe include kind of trust fund models, or just, we have to take the long view, because what will happen probably, I mean, let me restate that. I don't know what will happen, but I suspect that the revenue is going to be going like this. And I know that Comcast is working very hard to keep the revenue not going in that direction, but you know, it will start to decline. And then at the same time, the FCC is mounting these dockets. I mean, they've just had one that we kind of, you know, they said, we're not going to take the cost of a channel and subtract that from the funds that you receive today. But we haven't yet decided. We didn't say no. We just put it aside for now. We don't know, for example, how Comcast might implement that order. The FCC is now taking up the question of leased access, which is a kind of public access, but you pay for. Really, we see that as a step towards making a case against PEG access, ultimately. So it's a steady threat. And I think we have to be positioned as a state to respond when any of those corners get turned. And so that's really what we're talking about, is how to prepare, and what makes sense and what latitude do we have. So I understand the question of timing is one that's on the table. Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair.
I just wanted to comment. I believe that the product that the committee submits is in the form of draft legislation. My study committee's mixed up. And
so that's why I had Mike print out our charge so that we could all remind ourselves. Does everybody have the document in front of them? Mm-hmm. So reading from creation under section 27, PEG Access Study Committee. There is created a PEG Access Study Committee. The committee shall consider changes to the state's cable franchising authority and develop for legislative consideration alternative regulatory and funding mechanisms to support public, educational, and government PEG access channels and services to communities across Vermont.
Yeah, and E requires that the report come with a recommendation of draft legislation. And so that militates toward coming up with an actionable, Obviously, you have to. You know,
Right.
So you can't report we're going to do nothing because that's against the law. We have to do something. And so I guess the question that I'm left with after hearing today's presentation, which I thought all were very good, and I very much appreciated the van presentation, it's just what is the revenue requirement, just like a black and white, because I think that question answers what you do about it. If you know exactly how much money you need, when you need it. Without that question answered, I wouldn't know how to respond. Obviously, I have an employer, you know, my boss's boss has very clear opinions about taxation, so that puts me in a particular position with regard to a discussion about taxation. But you know, before you even get there, I think that you have to answer the question.
Absolutely.
What do we need?
And I'm not sure that we're going to be able to answer that question right now. Based on, you know, your assessment of revenues in the next few years. And I'm not suggesting that we do this, but I do think that we could say we're not ripe for legislation yet. You know, if you don't have to write legislation if it's not going to actually accomplish anything right now.
So a couple of thoughts is one is that considering the differences in distribution that we're seeing, apart from broadcast over cable, now it's going over the internet and everything, I'm looking at how do we make the funding more equitable across the various distribution channels. And that's, you know, what we heard today from Peter Bloom speaks to part of that. The other thing is that it says the report shall be in the form of draft legislation. So I think that's something we have to do. We're going to have to come up with a draft legislation in order to reflect what we consider here, and I assume that's going to require us to come to some sort of consensus on what that should be.
I think it's hard to, I mean, you could say the revenue requirement's $8 million or some variation on that, or you could say that it's not realistic to expect that we would get $8 million from an alternative revenue source for the state. I mean, that's a lot of money. When $8 million comes to the table in a state budget discussion, that's a big, significant discussion. So it may be that we think of some different ways to skin the cat over time, you know, start to set aside dollars that become a fund. So just in terms of the dollars that are needed, we can give a number, but I think we then have to walk the cat backwards and say, what are some of the alternative ways to get to it? And we're pretty much foreclosed from several ways of getting the money on the internet side, right? So I think for us to have some clarity about what are the ways that, you know, given what we know now, what are the 2 or 3 possible ways to skin the internet cat?
So these poor cat
It's a lot of
lovers out
cats.
there.
I'm walking a lot of cats.
You're,
Sorry.
we're
about
walking
that.
forwards, backwards.
Walking, skinning, yeah. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We're all a little loopy at this point, Lori Glenn.
But I think it would be really helpful to have some Ledge Council research on, given what we know.
Sure.
How could we proceed?
Absolutely.
And then we would know how much revenue that could possibly generate. We could also address other issues in terms of broadband equity, up here, asterisk. And it also, yeah. So I think that would be important to know what we can do, what the legislature actually has the authority to require. And then we may start to work on, well, what is a realistic portion of this budget for the legislature to fund? And what do we expect the PEG Access Centers to go out and start operating more like your typical nonprofits? Right? So I think we understand that this will ultimately be a combination of state funds, municipal funds, philanthropic funds, underwriting funds, fees for service, membership.
Right.
You know, that pie in 10 years is going to look different than it does today.
Such an excellent point, because I think, you know, Clay's question is a good one, that we have to keep in mind what is the revenue required, but the caveat is we're not charged with coming up with all the entire 8 million and figuring that out. That, as you say, we have to really think about how that pie chart is going to evolve over the next 10, 20 years. I think this is a good place to wrap. I would just love to take the last couple minutes, Maria, if I could have you recap for us. So this was our third meeting, correct? Here's a question that I have for you. So looking at powers and duties of the committee, I'm not clear on whether one of our 6 meetings that we are allowed to be reimbursed for includes the public meeting, or is the public meeting in addition to? And then the third question I have is, could we have a public meeting and then as a group meet at the conclusion of that public meeting? So would just love.
Just about to suggest maybe that latter option, to the extent there's any ambiguity, you could hold a public hearing and have a meeting immediately following.
Okay.
And it would all, you know, capture any of the expenses and not run into a.
Great, because.
Is that 7th meeting? So.
Exactly. I mean, I think we, of course, we all support the public meeting. It was important for us to have it, those of us in the committee who made sure that this language got in, but I would be very scared to give up the entire work meeting to a public meeting and then not have a chance for us to digest that. And so it does mean more of a time commitment on our part to meet after the public meeting, but I wanted to get a sense from people if you're willing to do that so that we don't lose that entire meeting time.
Yes.
Does that make sense? Lauren, Glenn, does that make sense? So then what I'll do, I will huddle up with Maria and Mike, and we will get a poll out to committee members and figure out dates that make sense for all of us. And we'll do that in the next couple of days so that we can get a date out to the public as soon as possible so folks can start making plans to come and testify.
Do you anticipate holding that public meeting here or going outside of Montpelier, which is, you know, might get you a different set of comments?
That is a great question for the committee. I have no agenda, and so I would love to hear your thoughts on that, Karen, whether you think
I think you'll get a different set of comments outside of Montpelier.
And so, of course, the danger in doing that is we have one public meeting.
Right.
Where do you hold it so it is centrally enough located that folks from around the state can attend? So, again, something for us, we can certainly have this conversation in addition to a doodle poll of where we think makes the most sense and where we can be accommodated. I don't think you're wrong. It's just, as someone who drove 2 hours this morning to get here from Brattleboro, like, depending on where it is, I want to make sure it's still somewhat centrally located for folks. How do other folks feel about that? And I know you
Any
have
location, any location. I'll go to Brattleboro if you want me to.
Yeah, it's a little easier for you.
I'd also just say, I think we want to have a public hearing where we have something to present for reflection. In other words, we could have a public hearing where everyone comes and tells us how great public access TV is, but we've had those hearings. We have that already written down. We know that. But what I think we want is, here are some possible ways of going forward. What do you think about that? You know, is a sales tax going to fly? Is a connection fee going to fly? You know, and make sure that we invite people, not just the public, right? All of our supporters who will come and say, keep funding public access, but people who are experts in the field or who will have an opinion on the wisdom of an additional sales tax that's not going to go in the ed fund, for example, just example, or amusement tax, or, you know, why didn't the cloud tax go anywhere last year? Is this going to be a rehash of that discussion, right? So I think we
No, it's
want to
an
have
excellent
those
point.
conversations here and then come up with some ideas that then could get us more insight.
Absolutely. I think that's an excellent point. We are here because we believe in the value of PEG access, and we have many people in the legislature who already believe in that, and many townspeople, citizens across Vermont who believe in that. So we don't need to be convinced of that. We really need the brainpower of the state to come and help us wrestle with these options. So I think it's a good point, and we can talk more about how we want to structure that. So anything else from the committee or from the staff?
So just to clarify.
Yeah.
The legislation tells us that we should have at least one public hearing. And I was under the impression that all of these meetings we're having are public hearings. So do we need one in addition to this, our regularly scheduled meetings?
I think, as I read it, and I drafted it, but I don't know understood exactly what was meant, but just the way that it's written, let me look at it again. The committee's authorized to meet up to 6 times, and the feast is on December 15th. The committee shall hold at least one public hearing on the value of PEG access television to Vermont communities, the costs of such programming and services, and funding options. So I read that as, you know, all of those topics are presented for the public to come in and talk about each of those, respond if it's something that you want them to respond to. But that's really a public forum, public hearing, you know, hour and a half, what have you, that's separate from the 6 meetings that the committee is.
Yeah. And as someone who was on finance where we wrestled with this wording, as you know, this is a perfect example of hamburger making. And so, but I think the committee was very strong in their belief that there should be a time dedicated that we actually invited people in. And yes, there is a public comment period for each of our meetings, but we wanted to err on the side of more input and not less input. So,
Should
any
the
other
public
questions?
hearing be after the next meeting potentially? Is that something that you would come back to us with based on?
I want to have a conversation with the vice chair about the logistics going forward and sort of do a little backwards design, figure out where we need to end up by when, and do some date checks on that. And so again, we're going to huddle up over the next week, and we'll get a doodle poll out to all of you about dates. But I'm not clear on that and how that should work in terms of when we need to produce a product and how much time we're going to need to do that. So bear with me. Thank you. Very much appreciated.
Thank you. Is our September date set?
This is for all fiscal officers. At the same presentation, 18F, which is a federal government IT group, and they're working with integrated eligibility, they gave this presentation and they handed out this workbook called De-Risking Custom IT Projects. And their target audience was exactly people who are making these decisions, funding them. You know, how do you manage these enormous projects? And a lot of what they recommend is what integrated eligibility is doing smaller chunks, trying to buy smaller pieces. But it's about this big. I brought in my hard copy. They talk about user-centered design, agile software. Who owns it? They're like, states should own the product. You don't let the vendor take it when they leave. Modular contracting. They also had this thing, required demos, not memos. I mean, it's really,
Did you say?
Demos, not memos.
Good.
So they're saying, like, don't let the contractor come in and say, this is what we did. Have them come in and show you what they did. Because I think a lot of times contractors come in, demos, and so this it's not hard reading, and even if you just read the bold, it's a really interesting thing, and as you all review projects and move forward, like I said, integrated eligibility is doing chunks of this, so you will recognize it, but it's certainly not, it's a real transformation in how you think about funding and managing big IT projects, and it's hard for, to change people's ways of doing it, and procurement's a big part of it, so I highly, when you're bored.
Is that out on NCSL's website for the copies?
You sent us the link.
I sent the link, and we've actually posted it on this committee page. It's not on the NCSL because it wasn't part of the major program, because it was just the fiscal officer program, but you do have it, and there's a press release also that I can send to you if you want it. But it's fun reading. I mean, it's fun reading. It's more fun than some other things I'm reading.
Really?
So even when you're not bored, it would be useful for you all to read it, because you're going to be continuing to get projects, and I think Dan Smith I think he uses a lot of this also, and it's a useful way for him to think about analyzing projects. So
one thing that was really important that you mentioned was the notion of looking at true demos of what it is you're buying, because I remember in dissecting the Vermont Health Connect, there were actual demos of things that involved software that had not yet been written, so the demonstration that was actually presented was fraudulent.
So demos.
It's not just demos, it's basically you've got to have some independent view of what you're getting to make sure that you're not getting a black box that looks as though it's working, but it actually is not.
Catherine, I wanted to just clarify, the audience for that is it is the legislative branch? Is it state government in general?
It's state budgeting and oversight is what, if you look at, so it's for people, it's not for the IT specialist. I mean, it is in this big picture, but it's really written for people like you, for finance and management, people who are being asked to fund and think about projects. What are the right questions to ask? How do you want to manage it? One of the other things I want to mention they do talk about is you need to hire in good IT staff. You need to have people in your business or in your state government who are good also. You can't just outsource everything. Like, you need some people inside who are good. So that speaks to, hiring, budgeting for that kind of thing as well.
Well, that again was one of the things I know that we talked about a bit the last time, and that was the ability to hire people at the levels that you need, given the salaries that the state was paying. And again, if you take the Vermont Health Connect as an example, the lowest paid person from any of the contractors was earning more than the people who were providing the oversight at the state government level. And I just remain concerned as to whether or not in the hiring structure that we do, without some sort of an override, a market factor adjustment, if we're actually able to hire people at the competency levels we need to provide the oversight that's required.
That has been a perennial issue since the 70s. Although we see that wage disparity between state government and even nonprofits. Look at hospital salaries. Look at a variety. So it is a challenge for government.
It is absolutely challenging. I will say that one of the things so this group, 18F, is a little bit like the Peace Corps. They go and work for this federal agency for 4 years and then they're out. It's like a short term, boosting in. But they said, people want to do some good service in their life, so they may be willing to come. If there's not, it's not always just about money. Obviously, money matters, but sometimes there are other reasons that people will come and do if they feel like they can help out in some way, feel good about what they're doing. That is a piece of it also, because that's a problem I think for every fiscal officer who's there. Is like, who has the money to compete with California, right? Right. And
so that was a different workshop than the one that you went to.
Yeah, because did you go to the cybersecurity one? Is that what
the task force, which I'm really happy that we went to that. So it was good.
It was a one-day effort, and they had a single program that they did on Monday. It was about 2 hours or thereabouts. It was word for word identical.
Oh, good. I'm glad I didn't stay.
It was identical. Except the audiovisual didn't work properly.
I mean, probably the biggest takeaway that I took from that task force was, most legislatures are behind.
and this is really expensive, and you have to prioritize, so, there you go.
There we go.
Everything. Okay.
So anyway, you have access to this, and I'm happy to get you hard copies if you want. And then, the other thing I wanted to.
Catherine, if you can get hard copies, I would love a hard copy.
Okay, we'll just get.
Of the
Of that workbook, the handbook?
I already asked for one, so
Okay.
you don't need to make a copy for me. It's already,
And I'll look at it online.
I can't look online. I like.
I know.
Like a book. Well, so
You can't feel it online, is that what you're saying, Senator?
I mean, can I,
I
one of the
can't
other.
feel it online, but I
Look
can
at that.
see this, see, right here. I can touch it, I can look at it. So, don't make me a copy, is what I'm saying, I've already got one.
One of the other interesting things that he talked about was, Waldo is his name, Waldo and Robin. And Waldo was talking about in his presentation, you know how we all have all these things that plug into the wall, the outlet is a standardized thing. Really, you should be designing systems so that you can unplug pieces and plug in different pieces so that you're not locked into one person who manages everything and it's a customized thing. Now, that doesn't always work because you had beta versus VHS, right, when you did the videos at first. But the concept is that you really you need to control vendors and you need to make sure that they can make it accessible in a timely way, which is a good lesson for all of us as we've learned when it hasn't worked. The last thing I'm going to talk to you about is integrated eligibility funding. And in the capital bill, the integrated eligibility project is funded in installments. And September 1st, AHS and ADS have to deliver a report. And then at the September joint fiscal meeting, the joint fiscal committee has to approve it, give them authority to have the next chunk of money. Joint fiscal is supposed to get recommendation from the chair and vice chair of this committee, the chairs of the institutions committees, and the chair of the House Health Care and the Senate Health and Welfare Committee. And so you're going to get the report September 1st, joint fiscals meeting September 16th. There's not a lot of, it's a pretty short turnaround time. Dan Smith is his plan is to turn around a memo, a recommendation within a few days of getting the report. So you all will have that in your hands for those of you who have to provide a recommendation, and joint fiscal will have it also. Do you want to talk about what you were thinking for the process?
We talked about trying to get that turned around pretty quickly, so getting the report, the recommendation, and then having Becky draft a letter, and then sending those three things out to the committee to see if there were additional edits or.
And then that recommendation would go to the joint fiscal, so.
Yep.
Sometime before the 16th.
Yes. Yes.
I may be incommunicado, so if you don't get a response from me, just keep that in mind.
Winter.
Sounds like you're incarcerated.
Bolivia, is that it?
Bolivia?
Yeah.
Where?
All over.
Oh God, I was in Bolivia.
Well, we'll talk later.
Yeah, we should. Oh.
So this same thing, if this works, will probably happen. Well, it needs to happen again in November because you have the same process. So if this works, that's great. If it doesn't work and you want to have a different plan in November, you will have, because the joint fiscal will meet again in November and have to prove them next.
So this report is supposed to be presented, completed and presented by, I just want to get the date, September 1st.
September 1st.
September 1st.
Yeah.
All right, so we're only days away from when that report is supposed to be.
Right.
So I would assume the update today is going to be pretty much give us what would be in that report. So that the timing is kind of helpful in terms of the quick turnaround.
I think the only other alternative to the plan that we've kind of talked about in terms of that letter is if the committee wants to convene on the phone or in person, which.
Can we reserve the right if the report is sort of shocking in some
Or
way?
what we hear today somehow, so that they're way over budget and way behind, then perhaps we would want to meet.
Okay. All right. I think that's it for me. And I will get. Do you have any questions? Anything?
No,
Okay.
that's great.
Yeah. Okay.
Cass, you ready?
Sure.
Wherever you'd like to sit. We've extended our cable to anywhere you want now.
Thanks. And I think we have your materials.
Yes.
Great, okay.
Okay, so for the record, Cassandra Madison, Deputy Commissioner at TIBA and Program Sponsor for Integrated Eligibility and Enrollment. So I'm here this morning to just
Is that
give
a
you.
program sponsor?
Yes.
Oh, is that a new title?
No.
I'm sorry, say it again?
She's program sponsor.
Program sponsor, business lead, person who cares the most about this thing.
Is that an ADS term?
It's a project management term.
That I've heard.
I would say.
Is that consistent for all of our IT projects?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great.
So, wanted to present an interim update. You're right that we're gonna have the written report ready for you on September 1st, so a lot of what you hear today will be reflected in that report, although there are some things that we're working on from an IT perspective that are kind of late breaking, which will be, need to be updated in the final report. I will say, just briefly touching on what Catherine said on 18F, they are an advisor, as she said, to IE&E. We're working really closely with them. Basically, what they've laid out in that workbook is the heart and soul of what IE&E is trying to do. Some parts of it are harder than others. It's a large-scale transformation project. It's not just about delivering the technology, it's about changing the way we deliver technology. And I'm sure that if you all were interested in hearing more from 18F directly, they would be happy to make a trip here and talk to you. So that's offers on the table if you want more information about their work. The focus of this, I think we can look at, I just tried to make it really simple to look at our in-flight projects and understand their status. I know we only have 15 minutes, so I'm gonna focus on the places where we have risks. The places where we're doing well, you can see healthcare paper application, that project's in its phased rollout. We've met our first 2 CMS mitigation items, that's also in green on there, third from the bottom. And the 2 new projects that we started, our online application and premium processing projects, have started off really well, and we expect to have a vendor on the ground in September. The places where we're having challenges, so business intelligence, this is our reporting and analytics projects. We talked about this last time we all met. It's basically, we're sunsetting the Vermont Health Connect standalone solution for reporting and analytics and moving to SQL Server, which is a solution that is already owned and maintained by ADS staff. When we talked last time, we talked about state network issues that were preventing us from loading that database with production data so that we could start testing, and that really delayed this project by 3.5 months. Those issues have since mostly been resolved and the data is in the database. But as we started testing, we're seeing that there's a lot more work that needs to be done on the database itself for it to be functional. So we've had to trigger a couple contingencies. One is to delay some critical Oracle upgrades that we were gonna do in September of this year. We're delaying them until February so that we can maintain the existing data warehouse for the next, through open enrollment, so we don't pose any risk to open enrollment.
You mentioned that as a contingency last time.
I did, and we're triggering it.
Okay.
We are also moving to actually contract out for 1095 and enrollment reporting instead of bringing it in-house. Because at this point, we don't believe that the state staff are in a position to handle the complexity of that reporting. So for at least the next year, we're gonna need to contract out for that.
Why?
And that,
Why? Is the state?
I think that that reporting is very complex, and we want to narrow the focus of what the state staff are working on and have them focus on setting up the core warehouse and setting up operational reporting, and not pose any threat to our ability to accurately produce 1095s and enrollment reporting to meet federal obligations.
Is that your?
I have a similar question. Have we been, is this a process that's been in-house and we're gonna start contracting, or have we always had it
We
handled by a contractor?
have always had it handled by a contractor. This project was an attempt to bring it in-house as a part of our overall reporting solution. And
Just given where we are, we need to get this done by February. We need to get the core data warehouse built by February.
That's a form people need for their tax.
Yes.
So that,
it's really important.
that we would hear, the phones would ring.
Yes.
if those were-
The number one priority is to protect operations. So what we're trying to do is narrow the focus of what the state staff, the ADS staff need to work on, and we're focusing on them on finishing the build of the core data warehouse and getting just regular operational day-to-day reporting up and running. 1095s and enrollment reporting to the federal government are very complex, and so moving to contract that out, we feel like is just safer. Let's not mess with that.
It's not moving, it's keeping it contracted.
Yeah, but we're gonna, we're
Change
looking
the
at moving
vendor?
a different vendor, yeah. And we're, yes.
So, not to get
No,
too
it's
far
fine.
off, and this is probably a John question, the network issue, the network delay was at a high level because of,
We don't know.
okay,
We have 4 different vendors working on it, including us. And, you know, we don't know that it's a network issue or a configuration issue with the system.
yeah,
But we have the vendor on site for that product. They're not seeing anything. We have network vendors here. We have C2 here. We have everyone looking at it. We're doing line captures from the network.
so
We're
for those of
seeing-
us that aren't
Yeah.
like, network engineers, how did that manifest, like what did that look like? Like we weren't able to move
It
from one
was,
place to another?
yeah, it was disconnecting partway through the move. So as we move
Okay.
files, it disconnects and stops.
Okay,
And then we have to start
and that
over.
was a 3.5 month problem,
Yes.
okay.
On and off.
Okay.
Which for business intelligence is mostly addressed. We have the data in the warehouse now.
Yeah.
And it's replicating with reasonable speed. But now we are seeing a network issue in a new project, our enterprise content management project, which is document imaging and scanning, is another project where we were sunsetting the standalone VHC solution and moving to OnBase, which is owned and maintained by the state. That project is green, green, green. Everything's looking good. We went to move the data, the files into production 3 days ago, and it times out at 150 files, and we need to be able to move 10,000 a day. And so we're in the same situation where there's teams trying to figure out what the problem is, and we can't seem to figure out what the problem is. And so it's impacting go live for that project, and it's also impacting go live for the document uploader, which is because the document uploader, when people take pictures with their phone, it uploads to the document imaging and scanning system. So if the document imaging and scanning system can't move the files, then neither can the document uploader. So we can't go statewide with that project without these issues being resolved.
Okay.
So I think Secretary Quinn is the best person to be able to explain what is happening on the tech side. I think on the business side, we are trying to figure out what our contingencies are. Like I said, we've set ourselves up in the value of doing smaller modular projects is that we have isolated risk. So we're gonna be fine with open enrollment. There's no risk to the existing system today. What it does mean is more time and more money as these projects get delayed. And at some point, we're gonna have to have conversations, like at what point, like, can this be addressed? I don't know. It's a technical issue that Secretary Quinn really has to talk about. And if not, what are our other options for this capability?
Okay. I don't wanna take really much more
Yeah.
of your time and ask any question, but I am gonna ask one more question, which
Sure.
is, and we can talk about this later, John, at the end of the meeting,
Mhm.
maybe more, but are we seeing that kind of a delay or problem with any other IT projects in terms of?
No.
Okay.
No, not that I'm aware of. This is the one area that we're seeing, and that's the puzzling part. When we look at our network, it looks like traffic's flowing just fine.
Okay.
And that's why we brought in so many vendors, is because we can't identify where the problem is.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Are we gonna have time with Secretary Quinn, or what, I mean?
We have 15 minutes, and you know, I don't know how long Secretary Quinn's available. I'm happy to stay past that at the end to just talk about where we're at. He's with us for an hour and a half at the end of the meeting, but if we have a presentation, so.
Well, so is it appropriate to just ask questions now? I mean, it's,
Sure.
to me, this is, I'm trying to get my head around it, and Secretary, I don't know, you're always in such dangerous territory, because somebody like me knows very little, but
Yeah.
it, you know, I sat through it with the exchange, and these are the kinds of reports that just are sort of hard to digest. So, so I remember from a couple of meetings ago learning about this data transfer, and the, you know, that's a big chunk of data moving through our network, and we were watching that, and so I guess I don't understand how do these produce months of delay? Like I download movies, you know, I mean, it's just so hard to fathom what is going on, so.
What I would like to ask is if we can keep those types of questions towards the end so that we can make sure that Cass has enough time to tell us what she needs to tell us. That sounds more like an ADS kind of oversight, a more general ADS oversight. Would you agree?
I certainly agree with that.
Okay. So maybe.
But it's not in the cybersecurity discussion, so, I mean, it is, to me, it directly relates to the question we're about to be asked, which is, how do we review the September 1 report? And so, I don't, as long as we get to have that discussion, then does that begin?
I mean, do you have a brief kind of answer on that, or do you have an answer for that?
Brief one. I'll try to make it brief. Yeah. You know, when the problem was identified, we immediately started working on it, but as I've testified before, our network was never documented as it was put together. You know, we don't know how things are connected. We have VHC, which was put together without any real thought based on, you know, the federal guidelines that we had to follow, and it's a complicated system. You know, we've had issues with AHS systems overall because they're in very, very poor condition, and so is the network. I mean, we took that over and we've been working on it, but this is a long, complicated process. This isn't like, you know, changing a tire on a car. This isn't something that's easily repetitive. This is, you know, technology that's fairly complicated. I mean, we have 4 vendors on site trying to help us with this issue. So it's not a skills issue with ADS necessarily, because we have outside vendors. We have vendors outside of Vermont working on it. We have, you know, product owners working on it. When I say product owners, like the ECM, the Highland on-base contractor or company is looking at their logs and looking at the products. It's not a trivial situation. I mean, it's not for a lack of trying by any means, or lack of, you know.
But are we talking about sort of wiring or servers or the whole mix of it, or, you know, can you just paint a picture other than this is old and we're trying to figure it out?
Yeah, so we don't know whether it's the servers, the data center, or the, you know, packet transmission that's happening. So, you know, we have stuff living in one data center that has to go to a different data center. So one of the things we're doing is moving it all to one data center to try to stop some of the network issues between, or potential for that as a way to rule things out. We've looked at the product. It looks configured correctly. Highland has, which is the company for the enterprise content management, has looked at the configuration, said everything looks pretty good. You know, we don't understand why it's timing out at 150 files, which means it's not a firewall issue because some of the packets are getting through. Like, it's, you know, there's several areas that it could be, and I think that's why it takes so long. The other part I would say about this whole entire thing was, you know, when we talk about an agile process, you're not supposed to have a drop dead date at the end of it. It's supposed to be iterative. You're supposed to look at the problem, work the problem, and here we're, you know, in this You know, we call it an agile process, but it's only, you know, we're trying as state government to move to this agile process, but we still have those hard deadlines that we're trying to meet. And so every time we get close to one, it's, you know, we're falling way behind, when really, when you're doing a agile project and you're developing something for the first time like this, it's not supposed to be a drop dead date.
I will also say, so if we take a step back and just look at the approach that we're trying to take, user-centered design is working really well for us. Working in a more agile way is working really well for us. I think approaching things modularly and having smaller procurements is a really positive thing. It's like I said, even when we go into the red or the yellow on some of these projects, the ramifications of that are contained, right? It's not disrupting our operations the way it would have when we were working on Vermont Health Connect. So we have successfully reduced risk. The projects that are in green, and even to some extent the ones that are in yellow, are already making people's lives better. So for example, we know the document uploader is out there at least several district offices and working with the sisters, and people are really excited about it. I think where we have a challenge here is it seemed logical to take a technology that was already used and owned and maintained by the state and to expand the use of that technology. So in the case of OnBase and in the case of SQL Server, these are not new technologies to the state. We have state teams that use them. That's where all of our data is already for the other integrated eligibility programs. So there was logic in expanding that. I don't know if there is something we could have done ahead of time to analyze our network capacity, for example, or our staffing capacity to make sure that we were equipped to expand it in the way we were trying to expand it. And maybe we couldn't. Maybe this is just part of the agile process and we're gonna find out about this stuff as we pick pieces of it apart. But I think that's what we're facing now, because the places where we're having problems are the places where we're trying to expand existing state technology. It's not the new stuff that we're trying to go out and procure.
Okay.
Well, I'm having a hard time sorting this all out because you're talking about the AHS network not documented, even the state's network is not documented. Right. So it sounds like, in fact, inherent in this project is a need to examine and start documenting and formalizing the network. So we're, in some ways, not only doing integrated eligibility, we're doing a lot of house keeping, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And it's hard to sort out how much of this is, maybe this gets to Senator Pearson's question. We've got the work that's being done on the agency side, then we have the hardware and the responsibility that floats into your shop. And they are interrelated, and obviously Cassandra's efforts are very much contingent on how the ADS side works. If we look at the summary, for those of us who are trying to sort this out, would you say your work on your side is pretty well ahead, and that what we're really dealing with is a very complicated tech issue that needs to be solved? And are we going to end up with a network that is documented? And I'm not sure what happens to the AHS network that you're. Is that going to be subsumed? Is that going to be replaced? Because that is more than Medicaid. It's all benefit programs. So could you just help me understand how much of it is going to fall to you and we're going to hold your shop responsible, and how much is because Cassandra's folks aren't getting the work done?
I can take responsibility certainly for the technical side of things, being delayed and being behind. This is a complicated project. We're gonna continue to see, this is just the way I see it. future reports, we'll have yellow areas, and we may
Oh,
even have
we
red
should
areas.
expect it.
Right? You know, I think with a project like this, I mean, look at Vermont Health Connect, right? I mean, and then you step back and you look at the way we're doing it now in a modular way, short, you know, small pieces of work, developing as we go. There's gonna be slips in time. I mean, that's all part of the learning process of Agile and continuing to learn. But the network piece, we are doing that work, but it affects our cybersecurity as well. When we see an issue, when we see, you know, give us an address, we don't necessarily know where that address is at this time, right? So we're doing that work behind the scenes, and some of the money that you all appropriated to us for some of the network replacement is helping with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
The date that is on there for target delivery date, is that a date that has slipped from its original date because of the delays?
The only one that is slipped at this point for sure is business intelligence. Something may happen today if the network issue gets cleared on enterprise content management today. Our goal now is to be able to go live on the 29th, and there are war rooms going on.
Of February?
No, sorry. For enterprise content management and document uploader, those are the dates, those are original targets.
Okay.
We would like to, right now, our next target is to try to go live with enterprise content management on the 29th of August. If we can get these network issues cleared. If that happens, those projects both flip to green and we are fine. If that doesn't happen, we are likely to be in a position where they're not going to go live till after open enrollment, because October 1st we have to have a code freeze, and so it's either this stuff gets in September or it waits until end of January.
Does that mean that business intelligence has to be cleared, or only the other two?
Business intelligence will not be cleared because the database still, the testing revealed issues with the core data warehouse. So there's still work that needs to be done to finish building that core data warehouse between now and February. So that won't go before February.
What dependencies, if any, are driven by business intelligence? In other words, if business intelligence is not completed, and if those network issues are not timely resolved, what's the net impact to the rest of the project, if any?
So right now it's a cost issue because we're basically maintaining 2 warehouses. We're continuing to maintain the Oracle one that exists today so that we can use it for day-to-day operations, and we're working on building this new one. So right now, like until February, we're just spending more money. When February comes, we're gonna have some really big decisions about, there's Oracle upgrades that are set to happen in February that we delayed from September. And so when those Oracle upgrades go in, at this point we lose the existing data warehouse. So we have set a drop dead date for ourselves in February that we need to contingency plan around now. And so, you know, there isn't really an option to push the Oracle upgrades out anymore. So we would if we don't think we can hit February, we either need to find a different data warehouse between now and February, or we need to pay to install the existing data warehouse in the new Oracle environment in February. So we are trying to work on some contingencies, but right now there's no operational impact, it's just financial.
In terms of financial, though, the September 1 reports will drive, I'm assuming, JFO to fund additional amounts to continue the project. And if additional monies are needed by virtue of these contingencies, does that impact JFO's decision at this point?
I can't speak to what will impact JFO's decision. I can say that there are 2 places where there's a financial impact. The fact that the project is taking longer will certainly impact the capital budget and what other projects we can start given the financial constraints we have. So it may mean a later start to other projects because we're still trying to finish this out because we have a constrained dollar amount. The other place where the bigger impact here is in the operating budget, because the DIVA operating budget is where the funds are to continue to maintain the existing data warehouse. So that is it's going to be $3 to $5 million gross. 75% of that is covered by the feds. Right now is
is the hit to the operating budget.
3 to
So
5 million is the hit?
is gross, and then it's really 25% of that is what would hit the DEVA operating budget.
So
So
that's
$1.5 million bucks.
That's an unexpected, unplanned for cost, $1.5 million.
Yeah, because of the business intelligence delay. So.
I think that that's critical information, in terms of what would be those potential collateral impacts.
Yes.
In the delay.
Yeah.
Even though it's, and articulating the gross, but also what would be the general fund, impact, whether it's capital bill or, your operating budget, to, understand. I think, closing your eyes and hoping it will go well, we've tried that in the past, and that's not.
That's definitely
So
not what we're
I'm not
doing.
anxious to repeat that, and it's better to, take time than be rushed by artificial deadlines, but we need to, and certainly, those deadlines are not set in stone and obviously have to have some flexibility, but, in terms of what would be the implication, what would be the revised timeframe, what would be the impact on other projects, and what would be, the fiscal impact, I think, for me, as a member of joint fiscal, is kind of key information.
Yes, and those are all the contingencies that we're working on now.
Okay.
I think, we had contingencies, we've triggered a couple, now we're looking ahead at the next milestone and thinking about how do we protect ourselves if we can't hit the next milestone. So expect as much information as we have about that today in the September 1st report, and that information will continue to grow as we do additional planning over the next couple of months.
So I want to be clear, that we already have a $1.5 million
Correct.
impact.
Yes, on the DEVA operating budget.
And that is because of the delay.
The delay in the business intelligence project,
Okay.
yes.
And there are potential additional financial impacts? I'd like to understand that
Yes,
a little bit
so
more.
I think on enterprise content management, if we have to maintain, so again, that was an Oracle solution that was supposed to sunset at the end of September. If we can't sunset that,
Mhm.
we will have to pay Optum to maintain that and host that solution again through open enrollment. So there will be some financial impact to that as well.
And we'll know that shortly.
Yes.
And your written report will have this information. It's hard to,
Yes.
hear it, retain it,
Right.
and so, what you're telling us today would be reflected in that report in terms of, it's sort of, if this does not occur, then the impacts are this is the price tag. I mean, that's really what I think.
With as much clarity as we can give. I think the important thing to know is that this enterprise content management issue is about 3.5 days old. So the information is changing every day. So as much as we have, we'll get in the September 1st report. If it makes sense to give you like a weekly report out after that on some of these key issues, we're happy to do that as we have additional information.
Okay. I think, so one of the things I think is we want to make sure we schedule more time for you.
Yeah.
In September.
Yeah,
So
that makes
that
sense.
will definitely be happening.
Yeah.
Are there additional items that are important for this committee to know in advance of your September 1st report and our need to make a recommendation?
There's one other thing that I want to give you a heads up on, are some conversations that we've had with our federal partners at CMS about our cost allocation, and this is going to be most impactful on the financial side. We have had an so cost allocation is basically when you build a technology project, how do you spread the cost across all the programs that are going to benefit from that piece of technology? So if you're just doing healthcare, the feds fund it at roughly 90-10, 90% federal, 10% state dollars. With the introduction of integrated eligibility and all these other programs, we have to distribute some of the costs across other programs like LIHEAP and SNAP and TANF. And the only other federal agency that helps reimburse is the Food Nutrition Services, which does it at a rate of 50-50. So
the rest would all be on the state dime. GAs, it's
all
state,
on
and
the
TANF
state
is
dime.
already maxed out, and in terms of the block grant, there's no matching. So, so
Yeah.
food stamps is the only one where
Right. And we've had
you
trouble
pony up 50
actually-
cents, they'll match it.
Right, and we've had some trouble getting actually drawing down that money from FNS. So we've had a cost allocation with CMS that's been approved for the past year and a half. And our capital bill request was based on that cost allocation, that approved cost allocation. And we've stayed within that budget.
And that was 90-10?
No, it roughly turns out to about 70-30 or, 68, whatever, 34, when it's all said and done, but that's all accounted for. About 3 weeks ago, we got on the phone with CMS and they told us they no longer like our cost allocation. And they've had a lot of turnover, and the changes that they would like us to make to the cost allocation.
It's to their advantage, I'm sure.
Yes, would make it more expensive for the state for projects that include all of the programs. So our capital bill ask was 4.5 per year. It would roughly put us a little over 6, which is a lot of money in the capital bill. We are making a counter proposal to CMS on cost allocation that we feel makes logical sense. And if they accept our counter proposal, we will be fine with the 4.5. If they do not accept our counter proposal, when we come to talk to you in September, we'll have more information and we're just gonna have to talk about what that means, and then there's gonna be a decision. Like, are we gonna continue, does the state want to continue to put in the extra money to continue to move forward with the vision of integrated eligibility so that all of those customers have an integrated experience? Or are there places where, because there's not enough funding, you want to pull back and do just healthcare?
So can you tell me what the difference in, tell me again when you expect to hear back from them with regard to whether or not they'll accept that proposal?
I have been eagerly trying to schedule a meeting with them. I just came back from a conference that they were at and talked to them about it a little bit in person. So I'm trying every week to get on the phone with them. It's been hard to get a clear response, but we're aggressively trying to get on the phone with them.
So when we think about the recommendation to join fiscal in September,
my goal is to have an answer for you by then, but of course I don't control their timeline. So all I can say is that we're doing our absolute best.
It seems like a big change that we're talking about.
Yes.
And so what is the difference between making that decision in September, when joint fiscal needs to make that, we need to make that recommendation, or their next point, which is when? Is it November? What will be the difference between September and November?
I think November would be fine. I think we have projects in flight that are already going.
Okay.
It's not going to impact any of these in-flight projects. It's really about the next round of things that we're going to start up. So our next project that we're talking about starting up was master data management in October, and quite honestly, until some of this stuff clears, I don't recommend that we pick up anything new. And then after that, our next project doesn't really start until May of next year.
It seems
so
like
we have some time.
We are really getting into a policy and a fiscal issue, and not a tech issue.
For cost allocation, certainly.
And because then the question is, well, do you want to do a Medicaid-only standalone healthcare and pick up all the 90-10, or do you want to give Vermonters back what they've had previously, and that is one application would provide the data to determine that you get your health care, you get your food stamps, you get your LIHEAP benefit, et cetera. And to me, then the policy is, do we want to provide that level of integrated services to Vermonters, and what that price tag would be?
And I think that I think that even if CMS were to force us into this worst cost allocation, we can do the online application that is integrated for everyone. We can achieve Vermonters going online and filling out an application for all programs. Making it any more integrated than that on the back end is what would be significantly more expensive. So I think that's where the choice comes in, is how much more do you want to do beyond that initial application experience? Because that initial application is likely to, create, it's the economic services data is going to go into the access system, and the healthcare data is going to go into Vermont Health Connect or Access, depending on the program, and the workers are still going to process things separately. So So it's not an end-to-end integrated experience. People would still get separate notices, but we can at least for sure make sure that they fill out one online application and that their information is routed to the right place. I think it's the question for the committees are gonna be, what investments do you wanna make on everything after that? Unless, again, I feel like my job is to bring risks forward, and so there is a possibility that we're gonna be able to solve this, and by the next time we talk, it's not a problem. But I wanna make sure that you understand that these conversations are happening, and I don't know what the outcome of it is gonna be.
Yeah.
Just quickly, I want to say, obviously, we wish this was sort of more green and less red, but to me, this seems like proof that this new approach is the smart one.
Right,
We're
right.
not totally dangling out there.
Yeah.
My question, though, is about the Oracle updates, and is it a case where Oracle insists on, because of security and other things, these updates, and that's where we get in trouble? Like, are we trying to say to Oracle, can you just give us another 6 months on your old system, because that would be, sounds like really a lot smoother? Is it a case of them putting pressure on us because they don't want to have sort of outdated stuff out there, or how does that?
I mean, from the business side, as I understand it, is a question of these things being out of support, and you have to pay extra dollars to get support on outdated software. And so there are also some things on our security assessment, our POAM, for those of you who are familiar with that these Oracle upgrades that will resolve.
Right.
So there's some critical security reasons to move forward with it, but I will tell you, this is again one of the reasons why we're approaching IE in this way, and why we want to move to modularity, because on the Oracle side, it's like, it's all or nothing. You have to upgrade everything, and it takes a lot of time and money, or you do nothing. Like, you can't do anything piecemeal. So a lot of this, to Secretary Quinn's point, these artificial deadlines are artifacts of this old monolith that we have. It's not about these new projects. It's like we're up against a wall with some of these support issues because it is one monolithic system that we have to update.
I'm gonna try and wrap this up after Seth's question, and we can come back to your suggestion that maybe we need to meet again.
Same, worst case, if we do need to decide between the 4 point whatever and the 6 point whatever, an important piece of information would be the opportunity cost. How much extra is the Oracle support gonna cost us? What's the extra labor for not having this stuff integrated in state labor costs? And third, overall, what's the impact to the Vermonters? The quality of service.
Yes.
Because it's not just a 4 point something versus 6 point something decision, there's other factors.
Yeah, it makes sense. I also just know that our current Oracle contract expires, I think, on February 17th, so that's another, what we can ask of Oracle to help us with is wrapped up in that contract.
Oracle, Oracle's not the most friendly vendor to work with either, or the most forgiving by any means. So,
well, we did have a love affair with them for a while.
It's in our best interest to
be on the
move
good
away. And everyone has their eye on the ball, watching that date and working towards it too. We'll continue to bring in more and more network vendors until we have this fixed. We know those dates out there are going to present some real problems if we get to them. What'd you say?
Are they better or worse than Cisco?
Well, Cass, I want to make sure, is there anything else that you want the committee to know today?
I think I
Okay,
gave
and
you
so
the
we will get that report from, who is that report gonna come from? It's gonna come from you?
Yeah, but it's a
and we'll
joint
get-
report.
yeah,
Yeah,
great.
I'll have it to you.
Okay, thank you.
I think the fundamental question is, do we really have any option? We've got this old, not well-functioning Vermont Health Connect. We're dealing with some delays. We know that we're probably gonna have some, I love all this new terminology, war rooms, agility, in-flight,
Sorry.
I gotta, in some ways, I sort of feel like we know that we've got a system that, and Randy, you understand it better because you really looked at, how the Health Connect got created. And and if we agree that we've got to replace it and we gotta migrate from that, then I sort of like, feel like, well, we can't just say, well, we're not on track, we got too much red, we're gonna stop. I think we've really got to figure out, and understand what the delays will be and what the impact will be.
impacts will be.
Because,
And don't forget, we have the CMS Medicaid mitigation plan,
yeah,
which is
so,
driving delivery of a lot
so
of
part of
these
me is
things.
saying, gee, this is all interesting, I want to know what the implications of this, but I sort of feel like, our options are somewhat narrow.
Yeah.
Well, hostage, I get,
are.
right,
But we're
so,
making progress out from under it, it is just,
all right.
it's a slog.
In this modular approach, I mean, you saw a lot of green things on there. If we
Yeah.
were following the monolithic approach, it'd probably all be stopped
All
to
be
some
stuck,
degree, right?
right.
Right.
So we're making progress, and that's, that's part of the reason for doing it this way, so.
Yeah.
We will have you back in September,
Sure.
and we will probably schedule an hour of time just to
Yeah.
make sure that we're staying right with you
Thank
on
you
this
very much.
journey. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And so thank you, Jeff and Pat, for your patience. And Tanya, I see you're in the back. So we're just gonna have to shift a little bit in terms of time, and we may be able to have you come back. We have someone from out of state that we have a hard stop. We have to move at 10:45 to have them start testifying. So if we could have you folks come on up.
Thanks. You all have these presentations in your packets, and I'm gonna, while they're getting ready, just pass out. This is the ending presentation for today. The cybersecurity. And they're all online as well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jeff Lower. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the Judiciary.
And I'm Patricia Gable. I'm the Vermont State Court Administrator.
Thanks for seeing us today. We're going to talk mainly about giving an update on our next generation case management system, and also about how we're working on cybersecurity for the judiciary. I included in the presentation some slides about IT at the judiciary. Some of that might be reviewed, so we'll go through that quickly and stop us if you have questions. So we always like to start with a slide that sort of talks about IT in Vermont state government and where we sit here. You know, the judicial branch, the court administrator works for the Supreme Court, and we in Research and Information Services work for the court administrator's office. And you'll see we have colleagues both in the executive branch and the legislative branch who have similar functions that we work with. And we have an IT team called RIS, or Research and Information Services. We have a help desk that we support the needs of the courts. You know, the court's operations are somewhat unique in state government, so our folks on our help desk know how courts work and know what kind of questions they get. They then interface with other parts of state government, including ADS, as needed. We also support systems. Our main system is called the Court Case Management System. We have a legacy system today that's, I think, about 28 years old that's providing that function. We'll talk about how we're replacing that in a moment. We also do a lot of statistics, business analysis, and forms. Many statistical requests, many media requests. We're very busy, seemingly very busy this summer with information requests from the external world.
Yeah.
Meaning records.
Yeah, so we're just so I don't know if other parts of government are experiencing this.
Requests for information?
We're experiencing an explosion of requests for information. It's challenging.
I don't think you're.
Like public records requests?
Yes.
Public records requests, you know, formal, official, data requests from various organizations, state and national, wanting more information. Just media requests, a lot more media requests, people interested again in trying to analyze data. And as you know, Jeff will explain in a minute, our current case management system is really wasn't designed, it was really designed just to run cases. It wasn't really designed to provide reports. And so that's one of the reasons we're working on the transformation.
One, back in the cobwebs, Seems like 4D actually helped do some funding of the case management system 27 years ago because
That's
of the child support
right, that's
connection.
possible.
But there's no 4D, there's no other funding source in the development of this much larger than, more the technical management of individual cases. This is all being funded with state dollars.
That's correct.
Okay.
I don't know if it's in our slide,
It's
but
not, but we
remote-
can talk about it a little later as to how we're funding our new case management system.
It's either general funds or our tech fund, which is a.
Yeah,
And the
okay.
capital
Are they-
bill.
Well, I understand,
Yeah.
but it's not, there's no federal dollars involved.
No.
Okay.
And just to follow up on the information requests, one of our challenges is we not only have to have the bandwidth to fulfill them, we have to make sure they comply with our rules for electronic access to case records or public access to case records. So there's vetting that has to happen, and then there's a can we do it question.
Are we allowed to do it? What parts are we allowed to do or not?
So
I guess you need legal expertise.
Yes, we do. The judiciary needs more legal expertise.
And this is a slide you may have seen before too, but we are close partners with Agency of Digital Services. And although my terminology may differ from theirs, I always break that up into two pieces. Sort of the allocated per employee services that they provide us, and the on-demand or more a la carte services they provide us. And we utilize both. One item I have starred here is Office 365, and I have that starred because one of our budget challenges right now is that that moved from being allocated to being by demand. And our allocated services are basically a pass-through for the general fund. When it moved to demand, it's created a challenge that our team's working with ADS on right now, but it's something that we'll probably be having to revisit later as well. And this, I realize, is not easy to read, but this is a technology roadmap we did in 2015, showing the breadth of services.
Can I just stop you for 1 second, Jeff?
Yes.
I'm sorry. So just to go back to the allocated versus on-demand, when did that change align with budget years and budgets?
We
or-
first were made aware this spring of this problem, so.
Is it a problem
But
or
did it
just?
align with budgets?
It's a
or-
budget gap because it wasn't built into either our BAA or our budget.
So that's what it is.
Right, so it was an unexpected change.
Okay.
Well,
And do you, roughly how big is that? I'm sorry, so how big is that gap roughly?
I believe it's about a $400,000 gap for us.
So it moved from allocated to demand.
Yes.
And in doing that, I would think actually demand would be a more accurate billing mechanism because it would be based on actual.
Yeah, the problem for us became that our allocated services are funded as a pass-through, right? So if we're
Like
being
fee for
charged
space and
$500,000, we get that pass-through. Our demand services, we fund through.
So it's a matter of how the
It's
the
a
cost is.
budgeting problem,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
You'll,
So-
you'll
Save
see us
somebody over
later.
here and cost us
Yeah,
over
I know
here.
which pocket, yeah,
Yeah,
right. Uh-huh.
It would, right.
So,
Would this be what they would call a Gantt chart?
a
No,
little bit.
You can
It's-
tell because you can't read it.
It's a mix, but really what it's meant to show is, we did this chart in 2015, showing all the kinds of things we support. But you'll see, moving to 2018, 2019, how our new case management system really takes a lot of these functions and consolidates it. So we're on track here, and I would anticipate in 2020 we'll refresh this roadmap and get another view for the next 5 years.
The colors are beautiful.
Yeah. So talking about our case management system project, which we call NGCMS, or Next Generation Case Management System. As I mentioned, the courts run on a system called VTADS that is between 25 and 30 years old. The principal resource that supports that just passed its 30-year anniversary with the judiciary. And it served us really well, and it's very customized. But it was developed for a world 30 years ago where we weren't interconnected very well, and it's very county-based. So even though we have the same system in each county, they're a little different, and the data sources are different. We've worked to overcome that over the years, but the system has really been an impediment for the courts moving forward. So in 2015, we kicked off an initiative to replace that, and went through a pretty extensive request for information, request for proposals, lots of study, lots of looking at what other states doing, lots of work with the legislature and the Joint Fiscal Office through that process, and selected a vendor to implement our next generation case management system. One of the key drivers for that vendor selection was that we felt as a state, and the legislature was certainly advising us that as well, that Vermont could not be out front in this, that we needed to pick a system that was tried and proven in other states. That really limited our selection, but we chose a vendor called Tyler Technology, who's now in 14 states statewide and thousands of counties around the country. Tyler is now working with us on implementing the next generation case management system. If you look at the project timeline for this, we're really proud to say that the Judicial Bureau, which is our statewide bureau that does traffic, municipal violations, fish and wildlife, that went live on Tyler Odyssey June 3rd. So that was, as they talked about earlier, we broke up our project into smaller deliverables and started with our Judicial Bureau. So that go live has been successful. It's really exciting to go through. You know, we've got a punch list of issues that have resolved that we're working through, but we've got a team doing that and are moving forward. So we're happy that we've got the first piece of the system in place. Our next chunk of functionality is going to be trial courts, and we're implementing the trial courts for all the dockets regionally. So we're starting with Windham, Orange, and Windham counties, or excuse me, Windsor, Orange, and Windham counties. Someone has called that WOW, and that's sort of stuck. But we're starting with that group to implement our first trial courts. And we're on
Two
track.
would be bar and.
Yes, yes, we have chosen bar too, yeah. So we're on track for that as well. But one thing we're working through right now is when to go live with that first rollout. Even though I would consider the Judicial Bureau a success, I think that our schedule really shortchanged a few pieces, mainly around training, user acceptance testing, and making sure that the technical infrastructure was frozen. I think that Tyler came in with really short time frames for their recommendations and all that, and we want to stretch those a little bit. So we're looking at doubling all those times to make sure that we put less stress on the user base as we go live.
So I have a question in that regard. Would that have a fiscal impact?
It mainly doesn't. The Tyler contract is deliverables based, so they would get no different money. The only real fiscal impact is our staffing internally. But that's, you know, those staff
But
are
you're
really,
having to pay them anyway.
they're committed for the project, and moving deliverables around really doesn't change the finish date of the project at all.
But I would say, you might recall that what we do is we have backup people coming in as we put our operations people on the project. So that one delay, it doesn't, it's not part of the capital bill, it comes out of our tech fund. We have a small tech fund. But because we're deliverables based, we're able to manage the budget issue much better.
So there's not gonna be a staffing?
No, and there will be no
financial
additional
impact.
requests for funding for the project. And, you know, we really want to do better. We think we did well for the Judicial Bureau. We really want to do better.
Could you I'm reconciling the dates here with your comment, you might be asking for more time.
Yeah.
What you have here reflects taking that more time in
Yeah,
terms of
so
that rollout. I just wanted to take that comment and relate it to this document.
As of today, we have not had the project sponsor, Pat, and the steering board ratify this decision to change the schedule. We're going to do that the first week in
So
September.
is this
So what
the
I-
schedule change or the old
Yeah.
schedule? Is
What I
all
would
I'm asking
anticipate
for.
is, this is the WOW rollout. I put a little dotted line here saying, that's probably gonna move to February of
Okay.
2020.
To begin.
Right. To be rolled out, to be done. So I put this block in here to show where
Okay, so
we've got some
the
room.
arrow is.
Yeah. You can see that we've got ample spaces here, that everything can shift a little bit without affecting that end date.
Will everything shift?
We think that we will shift a little bit for the Addison, Rutland, Bennington. You know, if you think about the way the vendor wants to work, they really want to get out of here, right?
Right.
And I think we do too, so I believe we'll be able to make up the time.
And just, you said through our earlier discussion, I just want to make sure I'm hearing this right. This is not a technical issue. This is really about making sure the training and the people who are using the new system have a little slower on-ramp, is that?
It is.
right?
It's about taking the time to really get them better up to speed before we go live.
That's
You know,
probably smart.
it's interesting, the Judicial Bureau is unique in that it has a huge volume.
Oh,
right?
sure it does.
But it's also simple in that it doesn't have a lot of case types. As we get into Windsor, Orange, and Wyndham, the volume is much smaller, but they're doing a lot more things. So we really want to make sure we give them the tools to do that
Just a
successfully.
question regarding the e-filing
Mhm.
dates. They all are essentially the same date as the project dates in each category, except when it comes to rollout number 4, where it's a year later. Is that a typo?
No, winter 2020. So we plan on staggering the e-filing 4 to 8 weeks after the go live.
Well, this goes winter
This down
2020
here,
to
this
winter
big-
2021.
Yeah,
it could be
so
January.
it
Yeah.
means December to January, so
All right.
I should make that clear, thank you.
And it might be helpful, just to mention, because I'm not sure everybody would understand how the court system is organized. The Judicial Bureau is a kind of a standalone court. Our Superior Court, which is a statewide court, is divided into 5 divisions. And so the trial court rollout, like Regional Rollout 1, is gonna be much more complex because we're dealing with different divisions, and we're also dealing with different stakeholders with whom we interact. And so part of our planning, like just yesterday, I met with Annie Noonan and Scott Woodward, who's our project manager, to start talking about what they're doing and what we're doing and how we're gonna work together. And so adding a little more time there is not only helping us with testing and all the rest of it, but I think it's also giving us more time now that we've had some experience with our first rollout to get people
So where is
together.
probate in this?
They're part of the rollout. They're one of the 5 divisions.
That's all, I just
Yeah.
wanted to.
Yeah, they'll be in each regional lab.
And so I'm clear, an attorney that works across counties will have a time when they're in the old system in one county and starting to learn the new system.
They will, depending on how their work breaks out. So.
And an important thing there is, it isn't just an attorney.
Judges.
Yeah,
The whole,
Yeah.
student match.
right,
Yeah, yeah.
and that will, I've often said when I've come to sort of talk about our project, the most vulnerable time for us as an organization is right now, which means that we will, as an organization, without a lot of additional resources, be running both on the old system and on the new system. And because we're kind of leanly staffed, it's just very challenging. So for Jeff's shop, he's got technical people still carrying that old system, technical people starting to learn how to carry the new system, including a more robust development of our help desk staff, where people out in the courts will be calling on the help desk, not just for, gee, my computer doesn't work today, but really making sure that they understand how to work it.
And does Tyler come with built-in support staff? I mean, or do we have temps come online to help with that?
So for the rollouts, Tyler came with a tremendous amount of people. I think at the Judicial Bureau there was a 1-to-1 ratio.
Right.
So they essentially what they do is they take people from their other projects around the country and they all descend on the state that's going live. So they've been great there. For ongoing support, they have a help desk as well, and all of our calls and emails for support will be funneled through our help desk, and then if we need to escalate to Tyler, we will.
Okay.
All right. So next slide starts to talk about information security, and I've tried to break this up into a couple of pieces, policies, training, and then the cybersecurity spot. And on the policy side, the judiciary has some legacy policies around electronic communications and passwords and personal devices and mobile devices. They're a little old right now, but we've got them in place. What we would like to do moving forward is take a combination of our policies and refer to the new state information security policy that executive branch Secretary Quinn's team is developing, and be able to reference that as we need to and put together our own set. That's what other state judiciaries have done successfully, where we're not reinventing the whole wheel, but we're just doing what we need to do to be unique. I believe there's only a draft of that in place. I'm not sure when the final one will be done from the executive branch, but we're looking forward to be able to incorporate that with our staff as we need it. On training, similarly, we have leveraged what the executive branch has to offer, and we had judiciary folks this spring go through Securing the Human. We had, I think, 83% attended that class, so we're happy to be able to move forward that way. Then as we get into the cybersecurity spot, I think I mentioned during our last meeting that we do partner with ADS in some areas on this and then are unique in other areas. And I tried to lay this out as to who does what. Our work with ADS, they're providing us sort of network and perimeter security through their firewalls, virtual private network certificates, and internet border intrusion security. So they're able to do that. We also went through an effort last year where we took our desktop environment and migrated it all into a managed environment that we work with ADS on. So as part of that, they're providing desktop and laptop security through the local operating system with BitLocker, Windows Defender, and security patches. Judiciary also utilizes OneDrive and Outlook, which both have built-in encryption, and we have implemented multi-factor authentication. We had an old version of that before. We've gone with a new version with ADS that essentially lets us secure people as they're off of the state network. And we utilize that both for Microsoft Office and OpenVPN to get to our network drives remotely. It's been a very successful implementation working with ADS. Then on the RIS side, we're responsible for our server operating systems and making sure they're updated with antivirus and security patching. We have 115 servers we host with ADS at their Tech Vault site. But they do the hosting, we do the operating system management. And we're working to improve some of our management tools on that. We also have 60 servers out of that 115 that are just running this NGCMS, Tyler's Odyssey. And we're working with Tyler a lot to make sure that's secure. One of the interesting parts about going with a tried and true vendor is their architecture is tried and true, but somewhat archaic in some spots. So we've really had to push on them to make sure we're implementing the right security items. And we've worked with the ADS information security team to make sure we're doing the right things there. That's going to be a continuing effort to make sure Tyler is providing us the right configurations to keep it safe. We do have a public portal and website hosted that go through to the Tyler system, so there are special areas we need to focus on.
What, you read in the news lately about particularly cities, small cities that have had their data ransomed, and I guess I'm curious, if something like that happened, does Tyler hold liability, or do we hold it? How does that look for the courts?
Our data is held by the state of Vermont, so Tyler would not have liability for that data. So we need to make sure that any tools they provide are secured through the firewalls.
But we have like a 1,000-page contract with Tyler, and they do have certain responsibilities in that contract relating to security issues that do relate back to Vermont laws regarding consumers and the web. And one other thing I might add, and I might have said this the last time, because so many states use Tyler, my counterparts in other states and I are in a special user group. And we have been, in the last year, become much more active in trying to improve Tyler's performance, asking them to, continue to improve. And I think we hope that will help balance the fact that they're kind of a monopoly in, for state judiciaries in the country. So these kinds of things, as you know, those attacks will get more sophisticated. Our responses will get more sophisticated. It's likely, we'll be attacked all the time, and you'd like not to be attacked, but if you are attacked, then what's your response? And we realize that that's just going to be an ongoing and growing aspect of the work that we've got to do.
Yeah, as Secretary Quinn has talked in earlier sessions, we do, like the other parts of state government, get attacks. And we've had both phishing attacks and spear phishing attacks that have gone after specific people in the Supreme Court. So,
do you have any notification protocols or procedures that you follow in those types of events that are established and set up?
We work with the ADS security department. Are you talking about notifications external?
So if there's a phishing or spear, are there people, like, who would you notify? How would you notify them? I see Secretary Quinn has his hand up. Do you want me to defer to him?
Let me start and then throw it over to John. So what has happened in practice is we are notified by ADS that they have noticed, and we then work tightly with their team to make sure it's resolved. We have not had any resulting loss of data, so we have been fortunate to have caught things quickly.
Okay.
We have a system set up where when we see emails come in, if there's a particular spear phishing type of email that gets delivered to us, we alert everyone on our email servers that, we saw this, please don't click on the link. If there is a breach or if there is some kind of attempt on our network or some kind of data loss, we follow Vermont state statutes and then notify the Attorney General's office.
Okay.
So they have statutes pertaining to notification of the public.
I'm reflecting back. I think Secretary Quinn referenced we have a few servers that are not part of the ADS network in the state. And you say you have 115 servers within the ADS network. Do you have anything out free floating that's not part of the ADS network that poses risk? Oh, you're going to talk about it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So,
are you okay, Sam?
I'd just like a question back on the notification system, because we have a similar system in the legislative branch where we get an email that says, please don't look at that email that you just got. And I guess my question maybe is for Secretary Quinn. That always strikes me. I sort of look at my email in a crudely chronologically. So I would have approached the scary email and
before the notice.
Maybe acted, maybe not, and then looked at the, and I guess I don't, why wouldn't we, and is there not a way to suck that email back into the server? Is that a safety and a privacy issue, or it just always seems sort of weak to me. Hey, we really hope you didn't open that email. It's you know what I mean? So are we just not, we don't want to be set up that way? Or
yeah, I think it's twofold. In some cases, we do pull the email back. In other cases, people have already clicked on it. We want to notify them and alert them, hey, don't. And if you did, here's the number to call. If you're not in trouble, just let us know.
Yeah.
Don't open the attachment.
Yeah.
So,
if you already did.
Jeff and Pat, will it be possible for you to finish your presentation within the next 5 to 6 minutes? Okay, great.
Yes. Okay. So, Senator, your question about other servers. We have 5 servers that aren't hosted at Tech Vault by ADS. And they're legacy servers that mainly run, we have a system called FTR, for the record, that does courtroom reporting, that we've always supported, and they're running that. We have 2 servers that our developers use. Those right now are in Wright River Junction. We have an effort underway to move those to Costello Courthouse to a better environment. We've been working with ADS to look at that move. They've done some security scans, helped us with improving those servers, and we want to spend the time to re-architect those to be more secure. So there are a few outliers as well.
I should have just read ahead.
Quickly focus, I know this committee has talked in the past about websites. The VermontJudiciary.org website is hosted on Amazon Web Services Government Cloud. It's running Drupal. We have a vendor in Maine, Portland WebWorks. We had gone through an RFP process for that hosting that does all the work to keep that up to date and secure. It's notable that that is really an informational website. It's not holding any private data. So the risk is minimal. It also doesn't have any direct connections back into our network. But nonetheless, it is, we do the work to make sure it's secure. We also utilize VIC for some legacy solutions. VIC is largely being replaced by our NGCMS project. The Judicial Bureau part of VIC has already been replaced by NGCMS, but we've got Vermont Courts Online, some criminal division payments, and attorney licensing still on VIC. And just to real quickly talk about next steps, it's become clear to us that judiciary staff alone and our partnership with ADS isn't enough here. So we're working to establish a relationship with an external cybersecurity partner. The first step of that will be an assessment, a risk assessment that we're going to do to see how we're doing and what gaps we have, and really come up with essentially the next 10 steps to improve our security posture.
So is this partner one that specializes
Yes,
in judiciary?
we're not naming them because the contract's not done, but we're now talking to a partner who's worked with the state. They've worked Secretary of State's office, they've worked with the Department of Tax, and Health Connect, as well as a lot of other states. So, there would be someone specifically bringing this to the table here. We're also working, and Pat can talk more about an MOU between the judiciary and ADS, so we can smooth our collaboration in this area.
Yes, and all I would say, because I know you're so short of time, is that Secretary Quinn and I met with our respective counsel, and we're working on an MOU that will supplement existing service level agreement to account for the fact we're a separate branch of government, but we're part of an enterprise technology solution, and so how we would work with them.
And so, Pat, you and I spoke briefly about that, and I think in the future, when that agreement is worked out, we would love to have a presentation. I'm really interested in how the branches of government are collaborating around these issues, so when you all have that.
Yeah, we're happy to
great to talk about that.
I also am working closely with Maine and New Hampshire judiciary CIOs, and we're actually going to have a meeting early fall to talk about not only what we're doing in our branches, but how they work with their executive branch, because Maine especially has a similar relationship and working a little bit differently, so we want to learn from each other. We also see that as an opportunity to share resources, to scan and do some risk assessment across these 3 states.
Are they Tyler?
Yes.
States as well?
Great. So that's what we had. Thank you for the time. Do you have questions?
So the takeaway is that it's moving well. You just want more time, not because of technology, but for training and to make a more reasonable implementation time frame.
For NGCMS, correct.
And the money, except for some little things that you talked about, is pretty on target. So we should say, leave here saying things are going satisfactory.
Things are in our view, satisfactory. NGCMS. Cybersecurity will always be a work in
Oh, sure.
progress. So I will never pretend that we're on track or done in that topic. We're always going to have to be getting better.
Is it important that the systems that contain sensitive information are publicly accessible, internet connected, or would it make sense to have a private WAN for the court system that's air-gapped from the public, just for that additional layer?
Sort of yes to both those. The public portal that's part of our NGCMS has limited information about cases. It follows our court rules, and we'll have a gap between it and the core case management data.
Okay.
And maybe one parting thought I would leave with you. We've always been, along with the rest of government, really part of open, accessible, accountable, and transparent. Recent trends with the weaponization of personal information and data has really had me pause about that and think about, policies we've always taken for granted. So I don't have anything more to put on the table, except it feels like that's not just a little glitch or a bump in the road. It feels like that there may be the need to sort of step back and maybe have a little quiet group that takes a look at how we're doing that right now and thinks about information and data slightly differently. It's really important that we report data that shows accountability and transparency, and in the judiciary that people understand why cases are decided. People have to have enough information. At the same time, we don't want the experience of exposing people's personal information to be so broad now that they stop coming to the judiciary to have their cases decided. Right. So that's, just a thought.
One of the things that I notice a lot in doing record searches for information across states, is that the states are very, very different in terms of the court information that's available. If you go to Florida, for example, and you pick a particular county, you can do a search for a name of any individual who's been involved in any kind of litigation, and in effect bring up that case and the case results, and indeed the documents that go to that case. In Vermont, it's virtually impossible to find anything, and in fact, it's even difficult when you go to the courthouse and ask for records, to be able to get records. How do we, as you look particularly working with other states and how they do things, on the one hand, I get the sense that Vermont almost treats record information from the courts as if it was the court's information rather than the public's information. Other states deal with it very, very differently, in which it's considered a public record that the public has a right to deal with.
So our records laws, our rules, because we have court rules on that, actually are, with the exception of legislative policy, are very open. And so legislative policy has certain divisions that cannot be online. Mm-hmm. But our public records laws and rules are pretty similar to other states. Florida is known as a huge outlier. There are a couple of, like maybe one or two other states like
California,
Florida,
for example, is very similar.
Right, where personal information is not protected at all. Mm-hmm. Other states are much more conservative than Vermont and really protect personal information, which I want to distinguish from data, but things where you can actually look in people's personal lives, and they restrict it more. And so Vermont just went through a rewrite of the access to public records laws, because we now that we're online and not on paper, it's changed quite dramatically in terms of people's ability to access. So one of the issues you would find in trying to get court records is we're not online right now. But as court records go online, it will become easier technically to access them. And then the question is, what is the state's policy and what is the court's policy about what should and shouldn't be accessed? And we're actually, in the Conference of State Court Administrators, we're actually looking at those issues right now. Do the states overall want to have a policy, or is it so unique to states that we can't do that? So we'll be able to report more about that in the coming year.
Well, that's really what I was getting at with the comment, is that once we go to what essentially is an online system in which the information is there as to whether or not it will be available to the public. Will the public, for example,
be able to go into the court record system and say, give me all the cases in which John Smith has been involved, and show me where they are, and then indeed go to the extent of being able to provide documents associated with that case. The same kind of information that might be present if you were to go to the courtroom and sit there and listen to the record.
So right now, the legislature has adopted policies that mean data mining companies could not just do that. And so the real pressure that's on states right now is that data mining companies who take this public information and they turn it into money. And we do not make information available that way right now. And so there will be certain things that one could do. Well, let's use civil, because the legislature has not protected the civil docket for electronic access. So there will be access to certain information on civil cases. But even in other kinds of cases, people can go to the courthouse and get on a portal and get that information. What we don't do is we are not designed either, unlike some states who make money by selling to data mining companies, up to this point, we have not considered ourselves in, yes, they do. That's a revenue source for them.
The courts do that?
Yes.
But in other states, that information is publicly available without charge.
Yes, so you've got it's all over the map, is what I would say.
Can I give a quick example too, though, Senator? So we talk with the people in Maryland often. And Maryland, for a long time, has had criminal case information openly available on the internet. We, as Pat said, it's only available by going to the courthouse, purposely. In Maryland, many data aggregators have taken that information and created their own databases of criminal cases. Maryland, like Vermont, is very active in expungements, right? What should be expunged, what shouldn't. So their challenge right now in that as they're expunging cases in the courts, other people have copies of this. The courts have no authority to have them get rid of it. So it's created a real challenge for them, and they're talking about backing down on all of that public access to criminal records because of this. So it's a very active topic amongst the courts and very important.
And so all that to say, if the legislature decides to have a little thought group about that, I'd love to be part of it.
Okay, and I think we would like to just continue this conversation with you all as you're thinking about it as well.
Thank you
for your flexibility and your report. Tanya, thank you for your flexibility as well. And I'm hoping that we can get you to go to about 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's
We've
not a
given you about
problem.
an hour.
I'm Tanya Marshall. I'm the Chief Records Officer and the State Archivist for the State of Vermont and the Director of the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration. I'm probably the only person in statute that has 3 titles. I'm going to talk to more on information and governance, and I just do a little overlap on cybersecurity because all the conversation that actually just ended with the judiciary is really about the larger picture, and that's the role that the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration plays. Just for background, there is in statute the statewide Records and Information Management Program, and that is done by the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration. We are in the Secretary of State's office. We're charged with administering it for all public agencies, so it goes across all different branches. It goes on local government as well, to really espouse the industry standards in terms of generally accepted record-keeping principles. So if you're familiar with general accepted accounting principles, there are some for record-keeping as well. Industry standards across the board, and best practices, and our citation is in Title III, 117. The specifics within that mandate that we have is to provide assistance to public agencies in creating the Records and Information Management Program, and we're format independent. So all the policies that come out of that, which I'll talk in terms of governance, are format independent. It breaks down everything from the people involved to the processes involved, and then the infrastructure that supports the management of information. Our other charge is related to having and ensuring that there is repositories across the state that can effectively manage each public agency's records and information, regardless of format, and that they're operating in compliance with the law, the standards, as well as the Public Records Act. So the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration actually administers 3 enterprise-wide repositories right now. We operate the Record Center, which is used by all 3 branches of state government. We operate the State Archives, physical state archives, which is used by all 3 branches of state government. And we also do a digital archives, and that is currently government and then parts of local government. When an agency's day-to-day operations around a record that has continuing value or a piece of information that has continuing value subsides so they can continue with their regular work, they can transfer legal custody of those documents and that record and information to the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration. The Secretary of State's office becomes the legal custodian.
Are there any agencies, branches, entities of state government that you are not the receiver of their records or?
That we're working? No. We have, so within the state archives, we have all 3 branches, including the legislature, for each biennium, all committee records, legislative audio, everything comes into the State Archives and Records Administration. We are the custodian after that point, and the legislature is able to move on to the next session. We are sessioning different records in the courts, and there's a process that happens, and it's about 2 or 3% of all records graded across the board are archival and would meet this criteria of being legally transferred. We also are the holder, which means we're not the legal custodian, but when we have a state record center, that's in terms of paper records, agencies and departments will transfer into the state record center. We manage them in accordance with the records management processes and procedures that have been uniformly developed. And then the records are disposed when they're legally required to go. Mm-hmm. And so in terms of the 3 that we operate, the other ones would be operated by Agency of Digital Services, or they could be within their own branches. Like your case management system, legislative systems would be, it's not necessarily enterprise-wide, but it's still within your own branch. And then our last charge, and there's a couple more related to this, but for this context, is information management standards. We have done a number of those over the years, have been in collaboration with Department of Information Innovation when they existed, and then information governance frameworks, which is what I'm really going to talk about today within the context of what we look at when we're looking at protection of records and information across the state and how well agencies and departments and branches are able to do that. So what is information governance? There's a number of different definitions, but the end is really about managing your records and information, and that's inclusive of data, so it's regardless of format, in a disciplined and coordinated and a measurable manner. So do we know, are we being effective with it? And it's a combination of people, processes, and infrastructure, which is nothing new. I know the focus was cybersecurity, so I always like to go back to what the definition is. So cybersecurity is really focused on electronic and internet and computer, so to speak. At the end of the day, though, we want all our public records to be effectively protected. So when it comes to the statewide records and information management program, we are not format specific. We cover all formats. So that's just the big difference between cybersecurity and what we would say as protection as a whole. Of course, we're looking at electronic records and wanting to ensure that those are protected, but paper records have the same kind of risk. Other kind of formats, whether it's logs or other forms of data that even are something that someone can read, are at equal risk too. So we really cover the whole part of it in terms of scope. When we look at people, processes, and infrastructure, these probably look like the classic service domains or the business domains of business architecture, information data architecture, application technology, strategy. When we put on the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration hat and looking at it in terms of legal requirements, the strategy is really what the legislature enacts. Your goal is to try to provide services to citizens through legislation, and then it's the public agencies that are responsible for figuring out how to apply that and what is the most critical needs that they have. And that comes into why we receive or create information. And then we're looking for applications to really service that, and we're looking for the technology to support it. So that's really the goal within that program. So what we've implemented over the last couple of years is there's a standard to say maturity model, like where are we? And we can do this at a small level with a particular office or division. We can do this with the agencies. We've worked with the Agency of Human Services that actually is working through a large scale kind of overhaul of their records and information management right now based on the information governance maturity model. So it's 3 levels. Very basic. It's used at the corporate sector as well as the public and private sector. Level 1 is basically saying that things are kind of ad hoc across the board. When you're talking about business, when you're talking about people understanding the information and records that they receive, If there are policies, procedures, infrastructure, technology, ad hoc, kind of working in some areas, not always. Level 1 is really substandard. Development, more awareness. Level 3 is basically the essentials are being met at all levels. Level 4 is really being able to integrate into operations, so we're maximizing our information, because the reason we create and receive all this is to make good decisions, right? And provide the services that we need to provide. So our goal as a state and any entity is always to be at transformational, that we're really having the right information at the right time, given to the right people, which is at the same time as making sure the information that we don't want to the wrong people is occurring, but we also want accurate and reliable information. So each of these can be measured at different levels, and it can be done at a technology level, it can be done as a business process level, it can be done as a record keeping level. And so we have been working with the agencies and departments on having them walk through an assessment of what that looks like.
So I want to ask you a question. So how does an agency experience you working with them on information governance and ADS? Like, how do those things kind of...
How do they work together?
Yeah.
I mean, the Agency of Human Services is probably the best example. When we work with an agency, we require 4 disciplines to be around the table at all times. And that includes information technology, business operations, the records and information management, which tends to be our staff mentoring an individual within the staff of the agency, because most agencies don't have records and information managers as a full-time position, or and then the last is legal. So in terms of like ADS collaboration, those agencies already have representation from whoever has been assigned to be the liaison for the technology piece. Okay. Yeah. Success rate, just to let you know, if those 4 disciplines aren't around the same table and working together, it's the same as that architecture model they just said here. If you don't have those together, you're not going to see success, because you're going to end up with more risks. So I'm just going to walk through these. These are the generally accepted record-keeping principles, and I actually like what Pat had just said, because she said transparency, accountability, you know, all those buzzwords. That's actually what record-keeping requirements are. So they walk through it. It's independent in terms of format. Each principle, though, is as important as the other. So if you're picturing building something like a platform, if you have one pillar that's much higher than the other, it's an unstable environment. Or if something's shorter but looks, you know that's going to start falling apart at some point because it's not stable. These equally have to be there for a functioning governance component and to be very successful in terms of managing records and information across the board. Accountability.
So, you know, where we ended, are you getting to the place where we ended with Pat?
Yeah, it's kind of, it was a nice segue.
Yeah, okay. I'm just interested if you would have, you know, said, well, here's what we could do, or here's what we're thinking of.
And yeah, and we actually have an active collaboration with the judiciary as well, and one of our staff members. So yeah, accountability is the biggest thing, is having, you know, ironically, most agencies and departments actually fall at a sub-level on this one, which means that there isn't one particular person who is familiar with the records and information of that agency or department across the board and is at a high enough level to really motivate change. So that's kind of a key thing, and it can't sit with somebody who's just there to move, but really having that background. My background, just for context, is information science, so I disciplined in all 4 areas, had, you know, extensive kind of education and training. That's the ideal, because you do want someone who understands the technology piece of it, as well as the business operations, as well as the information management needs, and the legal, because that's where a compliance level comes through. So when we do an assessment and walk through with the agencies, we really ask them where are you on this? And this is the one that is the most highly recognized of not having that particular, even an FTE.
I'm just trying to see how technology is influencing. I'm back years ago, for example, with child welfare cases or public assistance cases. After 3 years, they'd be sent to public record, and of course they were confidential.
Right. Exactly.
Now we have a kind of a combination of paper and a lot of it is online,
right,
in a database. How do you reconcile and then there was obviously you had after a period of X number of years, those records were disposed.
Right.
How do you reconcile if you've got both paper and you've got digital, or are you making everything digital now?
No, so it's not so much on the format. What we're really starting with, the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration, just to back up a little bit, was created in 2008 by the legislature, and part of it was to dissolve what was the Public Records Division underneath Buildings and General Services. So up until that point, records management was really just about assigning retention period and then disposing it, and very paper-based. There was a Public Records Advisory Board that was appointees. None of the individuals on the board were actually had a background in records and information management, and so when we took
Well, the
over,
less you know, the easier it is.
but it also meant that we were making a lot of decisions on records that were not great. So sometimes holding records too long, which I'll show here, is a risk. So all the policies now, they have to run through a record schedule, which is the life cycle management. And then whether it's paper or electronic, the life cycle is still the same responsibilities. Accountability is still there. The management controls are still there. They're just a little bit different if they're paper-based versus electronic. But you'd expect these things to execute, because if you have a retention for 3 years of something, does it matter if it's electronic or paper? It doesn't. You just have to be in the right repository to make sure that that can execute correctly. So we don't do anything format. When we write the policies, and we do it in collaboration with the agency's department that set the management plan, also set the retention and disposition, which are two of the principles here. That's the high-level policy of accountability of what's expected in terms of life cycle management of that information. The next layer down is, okay, from an operations standpoint, how is this going to
Can you
occur?
actually delete or dispose of digital information? With a paper record, you
Right.
can shred it.
Yeah, those
But
electronic
it seems
records
like
you can-
Ollie North discovered that in fact, that record's out there somewhere.
Well,
And
when we get into.
So I'm just wondering how you deal with.
There is, and that's where our collaboration is with, ADS on if they stand up the systems. The digital archives, obviously, we don't want to destroy anything out of that, because those are records that are expected to come in and be permanently preserved. But electronic records management systems exist, and they do. They run through a purge cycle, and then there's a different, depending on the system and how the infrastructure has been set up. I always worry, because we do know this within the state of Vermont, it can look and feel like it's been destroyed, but the agency is not aware that it's still sitting on another server, maybe as a backup or some other thing in the past. And now responding to public records requests and stating, because from the business operation, they believe that it has been deleted, or discovery requests, that happens more often than not. But if we are in a good state, and at least being at, say, level 3, which is essential in terms of governance, that likelihood should be less, because everyone knows where their information is actually stored and happening. They don't need to know the details of how it's been working behind the scenes, but at a very high level, we need to know where our information is stored. Because that becomes a risk on the cybersecurity part. If we don't know where to protect, and we don't know what we're protecting at a certain level, and it's a little ad hoc, that's where we end up not only risk on having information get out that we do not want to be accessible to other individuals, but we also end up with risk from a management perspective of, falling into a quagmire with legal discovery, public records requests. We also end up paying a whole lot of money to store things that maybe we didn't need to do. So that is a collaboration component, but it is based on the statewide records and information management program. And so if we really just walk through the agency, starting from a policy to an implementation, then to a decision-making of what those applications really need to be, and then what kind of platform, and then they work with their partners, which include Agency of Digital Services, as well as any other vendor, to really execute that. Transparency, this is really getting into the documentation. We always use transparency in government but it's transparency of also knowing what we're managing and why we're doing that, and which level everyone is in terms of business processes being documented, as well as the records and information management processes. Is a key part. Obviously, we want our software and our applications to match the requirements that we're trying to meet. So having that transparency is where an agency feels confident to be able to say, I feel that we're effective in managing these child welfare cases, and here's the system documentation about where those records go in the life cycle and what happens to them. So it's not just, someone's own memory or it's kind of we don't want the ad hoc approach to that. So system documentation as well as process documentation. Integrity, the key part is we want good information. We want things that are reliable and authentic. Best example of this where we have that is like when you have an electronic version too, not knowing which version it is, and we have, just from a business process standpoint, when you have an agency that might be scrambling to figure out if they have the latest copy or the individual, that's where we end up finding the integrity is pretty low. So there may be one that is the final draft that everyone wants to share, but the way that's being managed or whatever the business process is, we have to expend some more time to try to find that. That's when we get concerned about integrity. So when we look at that maturity model and we ask agencies, give us an example or an office, this is where we're able to rate where they are. Does that help?
Yeah, I'm thinking about the video that Secretary of State posted a couple of days ago, the deepfake video, and thinking about this integrity, and if you are doing any thinking about
with the
integrity of records and deepfakes and that sort of thing.
Right, so in terms of, I'm not really sure which video they posted the other day. Was it on their Twitter account?
Yeah, it was one showing this, I can't remember his name.
Related to the elections component.
Turning into Tom Cruise. I mean, it was a deep fake.
Oh.
My goal
It's
as an
creepy.
Information professional is when that life cycle's not working the way that it is in terms of either business process operations or even electronic, and the applications aren't supporting, integrity ends up being very difficult for an agency to say, I have the best information, I have the right information, and I have that.
So I actually am noticing the time, but I am actually pretty curious about this. And Secretary Quinn, maybe I will ask you as well. Who is responsible for, who would we turn to that could confirm that this is an actual record? This is, do you know what I'm talking about in terms of the deep fake? I can see our guest is, maybe it's something we can talk about later, but it's something I'm definitely interested in the future. How do we?
Well, so are you looking at that someone has falsified, basically has corrupted information? Yeah. So the integrity piece, there's two different checks. Even in one of the things that we've been watching, Secretary of State's office authenticates documents, which means we're responsible for authenticating that something is what it purports to be. In an actual technical world, that's easier and better to do than it is in the paper world. It's ironic, but paper processes for that. So I think what if I was looking at what from a technical standpoint, we can say, oh, that was there and it hasn't changed, depending on the system and what's capable. But it's still, when this comes to integrity, it also talks about, we get to protection after this, but it talks about the fact that we may not have the best information, or we might be able.
We may need to have you come back on all of that. I'm taking up some of your time, which we've already.
No, ask as many questions. I mean, I live and breathe this every day. Protection. So this is really where you get into your area of security on that. For the principle here, it's about what's reasonable and suitable. So the sense is that, if there's something that an agency is publishing out and wants to be there, obviously we don't want people to be able to change the content. That's the integrity issue of it. But we're not as worried about it getting into the hand, because we do want that publicly out there. So it's about suitable and reasonable guarantee. And there's a number of different things. And when you think about people and processes and infrastructure, one of the greatest risks on the protection standpoint isn't always just the technology, it's about the people. We all, we're in Vermont, we want to be friendly, we want to help people out. Oftentimes, it's the security issue ends up being more on an individual per se than necessarily always the technology. But this is really about having an agency assess. So where are they? Do they feel like there's a lot of emphasis on information security, that they feel that it's across the board no matter what the format of the record is? Do they know that? Can they audit it? Is it continuously looked at and improved on at all levels? Or is it kind of, maybe it's really good here but not so good there? Maybe we have the best kind of network for that electronic information, but the paper information is going out the door. We look at it holistically, but that's the protection category.
Do you have a schedule, like if we mandated that you go in and work with agencies and entities, or are they inviting you in on this? Like, how is that happening?
So Title I, in the Public Records Act, it does require all 8 public agencies to manage their records in accordance with standards that are provided by the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration. It also states that they cannot destroy a record without authority, which is a throwback from a 1937 law, but we've continued it. There was more emphasis in the past session with a revision to the law to try to make sure that there's collaboration. You know, we work with everyone. I can't force an entity to.
So it's at their invitation?
Yeah, I mean, not that I want to, because it's supposed to be a collaborative thing, so we wouldn't be very successful if we're forcing somebody who didn't want to be there. But this to me is this is just good government, and it's about having all the right people at the right time and really working together as a team to move forward. Compliance, this is not only just with legal requirements across the board, and this can be related to exemptions, obviously, of information. We want to have those protected at a different level, but also the agency's own policies and procedures, and how is that actually working when it comes to records and information management. You know, so are the things identified, and do the employees actually know what their responsibilities are within the particular sets of information they're working with? Is it really kind of emphasizing having different kind of auditing, different controls is being reviewed? Compliance is a really big one. The legal community obviously likes this one, but do they always know when the process isn't working very well, or do they know where the loopholes are? So having that that as being part of the governance component is required. Availability, accurate and retrieval information. We're running out of time.
Oh, you're running out of time.
You've like.
I'm almost done.
We'll give you 5 more minutes. We'll shorten our break.
This is a challenge.
Yes.
Hours are spent going through
Yes.
Wildcat.
Yes.
But these are records that aren't necessarily archived.
Right. I mean, we live the legacy of, you know, I always say even the State Record Center, which was, just to digress a little bit, it wasn't managed as well. And so it ended up being a place where agencies just would kind of offload paper that they didn't know what to do with and offload it, and it's become a huge liability. So walking through availability, right now we actually have someone from DCF, you know, scouring old records that are sitting in the Record Center in response to lawsuits. So availability is really a key part. You know, we're doing all this, and we're supposed to be managing our records and information in a way that not only do we have accurate and reliable information, but it's available to the right people at the right time. It's not a struggle to find. Of course, we all have the legacy of what we're trying to do, and so does Secretary Quinn. I always say we're the original server, where it's like you don't know until you open up the box. I mean, it's supposed to be something, and you open it up and it's office supplies. That wasn't what it was reported to be. The same thing happens on the electronic environment as well. From a library science and information science background, it's about recall and precision. You know, someone's doing a search, they should be able to recall everything, get everything that's available for that search, and it should be precise of what they're looking for. That's the goal for this availability, but it needs to be equally balanced with all the other pillars for that. And the last was retention and disposition, so they go hand in hand. How long do we have to keep this information, and why? And that's what the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration is actually charged with, making sure that we set the retention requirement, and we do that in collaboration with all the public agencies that we work with. So it's not something that I just send out, because we really have to understand the bigger picture. We collect every single legal requirement around all that information. It's encoded in part of the schedule. We do metadata classification so that they can manage them inside a repository that's going to be reading that information, make sure the records are managed. So retention, and last, disposition. So they're actually disposed when they're required. We have the business processes and the infrastructure in place to actually do that. And disposal, it means 2 different things. One, if it's a retention and it's appraised as being something that should be destroyed, that is effectively destroyed at all levels, right? And it's effectively destroyed everywhere. If the goal is to not have it there, we need to know where everything is. And that's the availability factor, right? We don't always know where everything is. Disposition in the state of Vermont also can mean disposing for permanent records, that they actually get disposed into the state archives. And so that's where we become the legal custodian, and we continue them because they have continuing value. Vital records, great example, continuing value. So those come into the state archives, and we administer them. depending on the age and so forth, when the Department of Health feels there will be no corrections or amendments anymore in those. And we do electronic and paper. And so, just last part, unified governance is really all these disciplines together, including security and risk, which is kind of a newer factor in here. Associated costs, just kind of in closing, this is one that came out of the electronic discovery because they're expending so much time and attorneys trying to find stuff that they can't find, is walking through the information governance. So this is actually a really good model to figure out, like when you hear, oh, we had unexpected costs, and they're really surprised, we didn't know this was gonna happen. It's not just on, certain IT fronts, it could be, well, we didn't know we're gonna expend, for attorneys to go look for this, or we didn't know that we're gonna have this other human capital cost. When things are surprising and people are reacting to something, that tends to lead to what we usually see as a very low information governance. And then, overruns and some unexpected costs because it's ill-fitting. Oh, we bought this, technology and it turned out not to really work very well. That tends to be a lot. There's awareness, but not really quite where we want to be. And when you get to essential, what we're seeing is there's a lot of control costs. There's a lot of reuse of information, so we don't need 20 agencies compiling the same kind of data. They should be able to leverage the data that we have as a state and go across these, so information exchange gets much stronger. And then proactive is when you see these integrations, and it can be in a business process as well as technology, and you're seeing more targeted reductions, like how can we actually streamline this and get it more efficient? And then transformations were really shared across the board, and we're really using technology as we want to be using it. So those are direct correlations that have come out in terms of the information governance model. Sorry I talked so fast, but I wanted to.
No, I really appreciate it, and we have time for a couple weeks, so we have 10 minutes before our guests, and I wanna make sure we have a 5-minute break, so.
Yeah, that would be sad.
Yeah.
Quick question, do you have different levels of disposition based on the sensitivity of the information?
Yeah, so in terms of, so for disposition, there's 2 different levels that, when we code the record schedules, we do it at a high level that goes kind of across. So we'll do a shred versus a recycle. And there's electronic shredding as well as paper shredding. If it's disposed into the archives, there's a whole nother security code that we use on the information. So whether or not we do 4 different levels. One is that if, based on all the legal requirements, we wouldn't expect something to be in that particular set of information. Like someone throws in a social security number on a record, but there's no reason why they should have done that. We mark those as general, which means like the agency should not expect to have anything that's sensitive or secure in that. Review is a default that we use when there's kind of a mix, but it's not really clear. Redact is another security level that we have when we know that the records themselves or the data related to the registers or databases have information that is exempt from public access, and all the different reasons why, all the legal requirements, and then we have outright exempt. So those things fused together. If it says exempt, it's automatically a shred. If it's redact, it's automatically a shred. If it's review, we really default to shred, and then it's really, if it's general, then the agency can use a normal recycling component, and they can use the tools that are available to them from a paper electronic perspective.
Thank you. Forgive me if you covered this at the beginning, but I feel like you've sort of outlined your grading system, and I'm curious if you have the results for us. I mean, or if you have it measured that way.
We do publish them on our website.
Okay.
I'm happy to send that afterwards. We haven't updated them. When we first launched it, we did across the board, and really the first 2 we started with the first 2 pillars, yeah, we do. We publish it on our website for the executive branch. And so the first thing that we look at, especially the accountability, just to let you know, so under statute for the executive branch for agencies and departments, specifically underneath the governor, there is a whole separate statute that requires them to have agency records and information management programs and to assign a member of his or her staff as a records officer. We've been monitoring the appointments of those and then monitoring how well the agency can actually succeed in information governance. So if the appointee has always been at a level that's not a senior level of that, then that got a lower score. I'm happy to show you where it is on the website before, but I know that you have it.
Or just a link with
Work with
Mike
Mike.
and.
Yeah,
that'd be
so I'll
great.
send that to Mike afterwards, and then you're able to see that. We haven't updated it. This new version of the law that has a little bit more teeth in it came into effect last July, and so what we've been doing is more, I have a really I have 17 people for all our operations. So I have 4 people who are records and information management specialists who are like spread across every single agency right now and local government. So what we're really doing is we actually put a physical person into the Agency of Human Services, which is my staff member in there. And we're really focusing on looking at that modeling that works really well and seeing where we can get the most kind of opportunities that not only the Agency of Human Services can be successful, but the next agency.
But that's half of state government.
I know, well, that's my philosophy too.
Might as well start on the big one.
We actually have another staff member too that because we actually do take a lot of court records as well. We're the only state that's a statewide court in the nation, right? We don't have, everyone else has county government and county archives, and we have a person that's dedicated directly to collaborating with the court administrator's office on that. But those are, limited resources. So what we haven't done is really try to push this because we recognize we're limited resources, so are the agencies, but let's continue to collaborate together.
Yeah. Last question?
That was my question,
Okay.
of the evaluation of the various agencies.
Yeah, so we do publish it, and I will,
Okay.
yeah. And that was something that having the agencies do some self-reporting as well, and, yeah.
And so you obviously have an ongoing program?
This is continuous. The Agency of Human Services is the best example right now of having a very active, strategy to do this, very good collaboration within there. DEVA in particular has been really, they have been way low, but really having come up, and it's about that team and that collaboration. When we don't have that, we just know it won't be successful in any area.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Julia.
thank you for the
Thank you for your
opportunity.
flexibility.
Oh, yeah.
We appreciate it. Okay, let's break till. You were kind enough to bring us what you hoped was a resource. I've been asking you really about.
So we'll call the meeting to order, 9:05. And there's not if anybody's parked out front, you know that that's not a good idea. You need to move. Other than that, I think that's about all the announcements. And the meeting is yours, Jen, to run. Put us through our paces. And thank you for this. I know I appreciate you being here and all the work you put in. And I think everyone, I speak for everyone in saying thank you. This is a valuable tool for us.
You bet. I'm glad to be invited. I have high hopes for the day. This is fun for me. I enjoy doing this work. So we all have our things, right? So before we start, I want to introduce Liz Francis. Elizabeth is my new part-time admin assistant. I have to say, having an admin assistant is fantastic. Having Liz is like beyond the moon. So she's going to be a great asset to us today. Peter's taking our official minutes for the board, but what Liz is doing today is she's going to help us with our products and our outcomes for the meeting. So I'll talk a little bit about that. So just to give an overview of the day through facilitated conversation activities, our real outcome for the board today is for you to have a plan of action of the work you want to do this year and the topics about what those are. So that's our big outcome. And then I'll call them products. From today, we'll have 4 products coming out of today. 1 will be your norms. 2 will be your values. 3 will be your committees. And 4 will be that action plan that's actually on the calendar. So my hope is today, by the time we leave We have those. Liz and I will put those together electronically and send them out to the board once they're all finished. So that's why there's 2 sets of minute takers. So. All right. So, one thing before we jump into our first activity, I do plan on having you move around a little bit. There'll be different things for you to do. You'll get to you'll sit, you'll get to do some chart paper like we love. You can't go to an educational like PD day without chart paper. It's just part of our life. So the parking lot, if that's an unfamiliar term to you, the parking lot are ideas that come up, concepts, topics, burning things that you're like, we must talk about this, and it may not be on the agenda, or it may not be what we're talking about right now. So at any point, you feel like you have a topic that isn't being addressed today, and you want to make sure that happens, we're gonna put it on the parking lot. Okay? And I'll routinely, regularly come through and check to make sure, like, oh, have we covered these topics or not? And it may be that we don't get to them today, but it's good information for you as a board to say, okay, this is still something we have to tackle. Fair? And at any time, if you feel like you need to get up, write something on the parking lot, if you need to use the restrooms that are downstairs, if you need to take care of personal business, I operate under adults, take care of adults, and take care of your needs. So, I love that. If you all leave at once, it's a very strong signal to me. So. All right, so the first activity, we're going to do a couple little group activities today. This is a activity for you to get to know each other a little bit better. I use this with teams that know each other, but maybe don't know each other as well, or only know each other in certain roles. So it's called Paper Mingle. I'm going to have a volunteer.
Yes.
Oh, good. Thanks, Bill. Come on up. So we'll only do this it takes about 10 minutes. It is. We're going to lift you up.
Yeah, I'm hoping not to.
No fun? So this is called Paper Mingle. So Bill and I will each take one of these cards. And on each of these cards is a question or a starter statement. And what will happen is randomly find a partner. Hey, Bill. What's up?
Hi, Jen. How are you today?
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Love your time.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so I would read my statement to Bill, and Bill would tell me, he would respond. And then Bill would do the same. Some of these are pretty deep. Some of them are more lighthearted. Bill.
Jen.
Would you please describe one of your passions?
One of my passions. One of my passions.
And it's okay, we can allow.
One of my passions. One of my passions is to help other people succeed.
And I can ask follow up.
Jen, describe one of the best days of your life.
Okay, Bill's got it. Best days of my life. You know, that's an easy one for me. Outside of my wedding, which was fantastic. I got to be in the delivery room with my sister when my nephew was born, and he's a big part of my life.
And what is his name?
His name's Marcus Miles, and do you know what his birthday is?
It is on July 29th.
Don't you have a son named Miles?
I do, and his birthday is July 29th.
There you go. Okay. So here, keep your card.
Oh.
So now, Bill and I switch cards. We put our hand up, and we go find someone else. So now you have a new question. You ask the questions, and every time you switch, if you end up, the signal to get a new card is if someone asks you that question. You've heard that question, you've been asked that already, and then you swap that. And there's no time for how long it takes to talk to a partner, but we'll probably do this for about 10 minutes or until people get tired of it. I'll leave the room. Cool?
Michael, come on over.
Everybody stand on up. We're all going to do it. Come grab a card. Come on over. Find yourself a space. Everybody takes their first card. All right, and find a partner. Take it up.
That's a major influence. I love reading Shakespeare, and I like reading plays because I can see them in that. So, some of the visuals.
But thank you, everybody. I really appreciate everyone participating. I know it was fun to get to play as well. I hope you got to learn something about one of your colleagues or connect with them in a different way. Oftentimes in organizations, especially boards, you have to make really hard decisions. Sometimes that's challenging. So to know each other in a different way can help move you forward, like that you have these connections. Okay, so our next piece, you were all, I think, given a handout for norms. If you haven't read it already, we're going to spend some time building norms. It is in the left-hand side of your packet. And I think, Joe, you may have sent this out beforehand. I'm not sure if you've seen it or not, but you'll have time to read it anyway. So one of the things that effective organizations do is they have norms. They have norms about how they communicate, about how they make decisions, about, they have ways to communicate, how they make decisions, how they talk to one another, how they are presenting in public. All of these pieces make it so you have a healthy organization that can move forward. And sometimes norms can feel different for individuals. Like, I'm an introvert. I prefer quiet time, and I need that sometimes in order to be the most effective. Other people need that interaction all the time. Some people like to hash it out, and they need to do that. They need to process that loudly. Not loudly. They just need to process that out loud. So I think there's just different things that come from us personally. And then as a board, you have real objectives you need to accomplish. So, and there's rules for how you run those meetings. But the norms all play into that. So we're going to spend some time creating norms as a group. But first, I'm going to give you a little time to read. You have a one-page handout that I put together about why we establish norms, the purpose of them, and then keeping each other accountable. So I'm going to give you about 5 minutes to read quietly, and I'll know you're finished when you get to my contact with me, and I'll move on. So the purpose of norms are really to make sure everyone gets to contribute and that all voices are heard, and that you're effective as a board, and that you accomplish what you set out to do. And I know you have big ideas of what you want to accomplish, so norms help you get there. On the page there are some sample norms that I collected these from, Google. It really is great. So lots of different places. Part of my background before education, I was in education as my bachelor's. My master's is actually in public policy and administration. So in addition to this facilitation and coaching work, I also geek out on organizational theory, which I know, well, so much fun at parties, so much fun. And then my doctorate is in educational leadership. So I feel like this is a great marriage of those two things. So when we do norms together, sometimes it's things like starting on time. Sometimes it's I hear 3 before me. That's a teacher thing that we say that, or when we're sharing, in a setting like this, you've spoken once, and you mentally make yourself wait for 3 other people to talk before you share again. Yeah, so it's just those kind of little tips that you can do. Assuming good intentions, things like this, are all part of being part of a healthy board. So, our activity. This is pretty resilient, right? Like, this is pretty good. Like a creative poster board over here. Like, I took the stuff off the stairwell. So this is going to be my whiteboard today. You have yellow Post-it notes and a black Sharpie in front of you. And the activity how we're going to start this is quietly. You're going to write a norm that you want to have this group establish. Always move forward. Don't hash ideas. Assume with good intentions. Whatever that thing is that you want, I want you to brainstorm as many norms of the things that you want to see happen in this board that you need. So Trish, you might have 8, but Drew, you might only have 3. But you're just going to write 1 on each sticky note and do as many as you like. And when we're finished, when I see you starting to slow down, we're all going to put our norms up here on the sticky notes, and then we're going to start organizing them and come to some agreement. Okay? Any questions about what you're doing right now? Great, okay, so sticky note, norm away. So if you're ready, some of you are still writing, and that's fine, you'll have plenty, you can still keep writing and adding. At this point, if you are ready to put your norms up on the board, what I'd ask is that when you come up, put a menu on the board. If you see one that's kind of similar, you can move your post-it note next to the other norm. Try not to knock over our whiteboard, if you would please. But once you're up here, if you want to stay up here, because we're going to look at the board together, and we'll just do a quick activity up here while standing. So when you're ready. So I'm having you stand up here a little bit so you can see what everyone else wrote before you sit down, because it might inspire something else for you too that you went.
You want us to read them right now?
No, we're not going to take a seat. Once you get a chance to read them all. So I'm going to read aloud each of the norms. If I need clarification, or anyone needs clarification on what do you mean by that, then we'll provide that. So, and then we'll work together. I have my glasses on this part. We'll work together to put those into categories and establish probably 5 or 6 norms, maybe more or less, but that's probably top, so 6. Be nice. Emulate what we expect of our children. Be the model. Be prepared, ready before meetings. Be prepared and do your homework. Be prepared and read documents prior to meetings. Show up, be present. So you did some grouping, thank you for that. Remember why we're here, the livelihood of children. Our mission is top of mind. Can someone clarify for me what that meant? Our mission is top of mind.
So we have a mission statement, vision statement, so always keep that in mind. You know, whatever our statement is, keep that as the focus.
Active listening. Be present. Show up and be present. Be present and participate. Listen rather than refute. Value others' opinions. Agree or disagree. Start on time. Listen to the public. Wait until called upon to speak. Respect each other and the public at meetings. Stay on topic. Stay focused on the goals. How we get there can be controversial, but goals should be clear. I think that, am I saying that okay?
Yeah, the goal shouldn't be controversial. What we're trying to achieve should not be controversial. How we get there and how we achieve that goal is probably going to be very controversial amongst everybody, right? That's in the public.
What we're trying to do should not be controversial. Wonderful. Thank you for clarifying. Listen respectfully. Responsible to express different opinions. Move forward. Be respectful of other views. Express disagreement with ideas, not individuals. Express your viewpoint. Always frame comments and questions positively and respectfully. Treat each other with respect and dignity. Attending meetings as regularly as possible. No cherry picking by topic. Listen respectfully. Be respectful, don't talk over others. Give others a chance to speak. Working hard, we need to work harder to allow all voices to be heard. Everyone should speak up and share their thoughts. Once a decision is made by the board, respect and honor that decision. Once a decision has been made, agree to support it in public and move forward. Publicly supporting decisions made by the board regardless of personal beliefs or feelings. Accepting that this is one board and we each represent all towns, not only the one we reside in. Do your homework. Be prepared. Up down here. Start and end on time. Stick to agenda. Start and end on time. End on time when possible. Put those together. Anything burning after listening to those that you want to get a norm up there that you might have forgotten about or it hadn't occurred to you? What themes are you seeing here? I'm seeing a few.
Listening.
Respect. Listening. Respect. I'll wait till it drop.
Preparation, participation.
Preparation and which can be different
Which are
things.
separate, but preparation and participation are both also.
Two separate.
I'm hearing the importance of hearing all voices.
Being goal oriented.
Focusing on mission and goals, yes.
And there's also the, in addition to the working together piece, there's the, once we've made a decision to move forward, that we act as a board rather than as individuals. You know, there was 3 or 4 that were, you know, support the decision publicly regardless of your own opinion. You know, the board takes a position as a board member, then that's the position of the board. The debate happened, now it's the board's position kind of thing.
It kind of sounds like if I could marry this.
Please.
If you're allowed time and respectful conversation and dialogue around something and the board does that productively, then you'll have a decision and then your voice was heard, so now you move forward as a board. It's kind of what I heard this together. Mike.
So is now the time to talk about a norm that comes up, like the one that was just mentioned? Or are we going to get through this first and then have a dialogue?
Ask me again.
Is now the time to talk about the norms as they come up, like the one that was just mentioned? Or do you want to get through that first and then have the dialogue?
Thank you for clarifying, or responding. So what we're going to do to clarify is we're going to put these by groups and come up with statements around each of the groups, and then we're going to decide whether we agree on those norms or not. So my answer is not yet.
Say it.
Say it. Okay. So I heard a lot about goals and children and the mission. I'll just go over here. I'll find it. Here we go. No, it's not. Right? Yeah, same focus on the goals. What might we say would be a header or a statement? So I might write this, here's my example. I might write this to capture these 3 norms, be something like stay focused on the goals of the board, or stay focused on our mission, or put children first, something like that. And let me tell you, I'm going to go after this meeting wordsmith and come up with better things than what I'm saying off the top of my head right now. But think about this, what might that sound like? Am I capturing it if I say stay focused on the mission, the goals, children?
The mission does capture it.
Yeah. One more time.
The mission does capture it.
Be mindful of our mission.
Because if you reference the mission, then it will capture children at the forefront of decision making.
Yep. So I put mission and children here, and again, I'm going to come up with language. Just want to make sure we capture that. All right, so then down here, let me move these a little bit. Because I see, be nice. Be prepared, come to the meetings, do your homework, show up, be respectful, be present. What does it look like when you're present at a board meeting? If I'm watching you and I know you're present at a board meeting, what's
You're engaged.
Okay.
Eye contact.
Eye contact, participate in the conversation, participate, follow along, right? Do you have a rule about cell phones at your meetings or anything like that? Is that an issue for you guys?
I don't think it's been an issue.
Okay. It just all depends on the groups. I read one more that was, I don't know what this organization was doing, but it said, do not attend to personal care habits during the meeting. And it had examples, brushing hair, flossing, and I was like, what happens at that meeting? Right?
Clearly it's not on camera.
You're all right, yeah, right, yeah, hope not, hope not.
I promise you'll never catch me brushing my hair.
Okay. It's shocking. Is that a fair capture? Be prepared, and those might be 2 different norms, but be prepared and present during meetings.
Well, but they flow into each other. If you're prepared, you can be present.
Yeah, and also I think present is during and at, because sometimes, you know, we don't have people at meetings, they don't show up.
Physically.
We'll miss a few people today. And I understand that we can't always be, but we should do our best to, as I spoke to Michelle last night.
So a sample norm might be,
But I did let you know.
Yes.
be present at meetings, and under that would be some bullet points about, being prepared for meetings, or meeting first, attend as regularly as possible, and then be active listeners or something like that would be under that heading of your norm. And again, we're gonna come back and discuss all this, so this is just gonna go going. This one's talk definition. I'm gonna jump over here, because I heard a lot about decision-making and respect, and I wanna tease that out a little bit, because that came out in a couple different ways. So, be respectful and allow others a chance to speak. Don't talk over others. Tell me a little bit more about what that looks like when it's going well. It sounds like that might be something that can be a challenge for boards.
I think when it's going well, you sort of look around and you see people, there's a lot of nodding and a lot of eye contact and everything. It feels like you're making a decision as a group. It doesn't always happen that way, but when it does, that feels good, and it feels like we're moving forward.
I'd also just add that we've been through some pretty challenging topics and timeline and all of that recently, which lends, I think some of what you're seeing there is a reflection of the challenging topics that we've taken on, and the big decisions we've been making over, it feels like a really long period of time, but in the real reality of things, it hasn't been all that long, lots of big changes. And so I think that it's hard to remember to keep emotions inside, and it's very understandable why all of us get very passionate about what we're doing. So I think maybe some of this is a reflection of the challenges.
Yeah, I would just say I enjoy when there's conflicting opinions, but when people are calm and expressing that. I think that there are times when you feel like you're in the minority or you're in the majority, but when you just are expressing your opinion in a respectful manner, it continues the flow of the conversation instead of ends it. And I've seen the board participate in that, and it feels really good. And the reaction of the public feels really good. And so anything that we can do to encourage honest dissent. I think that Lindsay had a really interesting point. I don't remember when, but it was like something about let's have really vigorous debate, but do it in a very respectful manner. Because we don't want to stop the discussion, but there's a way to have that discussion that keeps the flow of respect going.
I read up here too, someone said, finding it, to the essence of disagree with the topic, but not the individual. That's not personal. You can have dissent in that way. First one. I'm going to come up with something better. Communication maybe. So this might have a few subsets underneath it of what that specifically will look like. And again, I'll create a draft for you to decide what fills in there. And you use rules when you're debating, right? Or when you're discussing a topic, or you're talking minutes before you move to vote. Joe usually facilitates this, right?
Right, yeah, we use Roberts.
Right? Okay. I was going to say Robert's Rules of Order, but I wasn't sure.
Small boards, yes.
Okay, well, so part of that takes that away, but it's really important for, and this is going to be one of my things I'm going to pound into you about norms. Joe's the facilitator, but all of you are responsible for the norms. So if Joe it doesn't see somebody with her hand raised or is caught up in a passionate debate with that, you have to help him remember, and all of you remember, that this is your norm. So all of you, not just your facilitator, has to be able to say, like, I want to refer to our norm, like about respectful conversation. And I think, and it might be Al saying, I think Trish has a thought that she wants to share that she hasn't had a chance to. Like, you do that together. And the more that becomes the responsibility of every person on the board, the stronger your team's going to be. And it takes that pressure off of standing in front of the public and having this and trying to figure out how to do this debate and not have it be heated and have it look like you guys are a mess. Because you're not. You're trying to get to the goal together. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I do want to come back to listening because I feel like that's came up a lot. Even though respectful conversation and communication is in there. And there's two parts to this. I'm going to separate this from listening to one another, I heard, but then listening to the public came out as well. Fair? And they might group together. What's going on? I heard the public a couple times in here. What would that look like if we were actively listening to the public? How does that work on your board?
It starts with our communication with the public, in fact, to get them to engage. Okay? I think that's the beginning stage. Finding a way, an effective way to engage the public in a conversation so that we have an opportunity to listen to their feedback.
Not just in the meetings themselves, but outside of that.
Right. I think that a lot of what we get at public meetings, you know, in my time on multiple boards, it tends to be centered around one thing, and it's a fairly small representation of, you know, the entire public with a viewpoint.
Sure.
And the people that tend to agree with the decision don't show up to support the decision. It's only the people that disagree with the topic. So, you know, you sort of, it's hard because you have 50 people in front of you saying something, but you know that there's a lot more people out there that aren't engaged, or that you know, don't know, I'm not gonna come to the meeting, you're doing the right thing. So it makes, you know, it's hard to, like, it's hard to say that if you don't do what the people that come to the meeting say, that you're not listening to the public, you know. So there's that. It's like listening to the public needs to be a much broader experience than just what shows up at a meeting. Not to discount the people that show up at a meeting. I mean, I'm glad they come and express a viewpoint, but that isn't necessarily the overarching view, I guess.
And to tag onto that, I think we all talk to our friends and relations and neighbors, whether you agree or disagree with what they're saying. It's hard to bring those conversations to a meeting because you don't want to you can't really call the individual out and say, well, I spoke to this person and here is what they said, because you can't do that. But also, because you can't do that, what you're saying doesn't often feel valid, or it doesn't feel like you're really properly able to represent kind of what you've heard. It feels like, well, I spoke to some guys and this is what they said. It doesn't, sometimes it's difficult to bring validity to what you're hearing in the community if they aren't showing up at the meetings. I have found that to be difficult at times.
It's not always friends and neighbors, just so you know. It's also people that you can
True,
run into on the street or next door or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
We do get a lot, I'm sure everybody else experiences the same thing that I do. We get a lot of feedback anecdotally.
Yes.
Which is hard to, you know, we can process it ourselves, but it's hard to share.
And I also, sorry, Mike, I also felt like maybe I'm not properly expressing what they've expressed to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you sort of get the gist, but you know, I'm not quoting this person, but this is what I think they said, kind of, I don't know.
In the context of the conversation.
Yeah.
So, you know, we had an interesting thing happen last year, right, with a couple of petitions. So there was a large amount of public who didn't feel like the board was listening to them. So I think that's why this is particularly on point. And, you know, what can we do as a board to come, you know, to minimize that, right? We had, you know, 196 or 8 voters feel like they weren't heard. And, you know, then there's ramifications from that, potentially down the road with other votes that we have or whatnot, you know. So what can we do to make sure we're not giving that impression going forward?
Can I clarify something? As it will inform me for how we do our committee work later? Is it that they weren't heard or they didn't like your decision?
Well, what I heard back was they felt like they weren't heard because on a technicality, yeah, the board, on the first petition, the board did technically address it, but everybody felt like that wasn't sincere. And then the second time, the board just flat out denied you know, the 198 voters or whatever. So, you know, that's, you know, we need to win the public's hearts and minds, and you know, to have them supporting us in what we're trying to do. So, you know, how can we be better in handling those in the future?
So I appreciate that because it's going to inform when we're talking about committees a little bit, both where Trish, Emily, and Joe also said, Mike, about the purpose of one of our committees around communication. But what I also heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the board made a decision, and then part of one of the norms is that I heard of here is once we make a decision, we move forward. We don't rehash. So I'm not sure if that plays in or not, but
Well, that's what Mike brought up earlier about discussing.
Okay, got it. That might be something that you want to talk about. Okay, got it. Okay, so I'm going to say listening, and I'm going to kind of put these together, but then I'm going to say communication and responsiveness to the community, to our stakeholders. Not sure if it's technically a norm, but we're going to figure out how to make that work, because it sounds like that's a big value, if not a norm of value. So I don't want to lose that. Okay. All right, so since I poked the bear, what about decision making and moving forward? I saw this a few times. So once a decision has been made, agree to support it in public. Once a decision is made, respect and honor that decision. Publicly supporting discussions made by the board regardless of personal beliefs or feelings. Might be kind of in here. Accepting that this is one board and we represent all the towns, not only our own. So is a norm, I saw moving forward in here too. So a norm that this might represent is once a decision is made, move forward, and we'll still discuss it. But once a decision is made by the board, we support it. And that's assuming that there's been active discussion and people have been able to weigh in.
One, it depends on the decision, because if it's just a decision like a budget, it's a done deal. But if it's a decision that will impact the students, whether positive or negative in the future, it has to be rehashed and revisited.
Only through process, though. Through process. So I'm going to say that that's part of our discussion. So how about I propose the norm, and then we're going to hash out, because I think there's some ideas about what that looks like, because it may be that we just need to tease out what that looks like. What decisions come back up? Do they go back on a topic to come later on our agenda? Or do we say we need to table this, give us some time to think and come back? But I think what I've heard, and again, recasting it to you, is that once you vote and the discussion has happened and you spent valuable time on that topic, the decision is made that you need to honor that decision as a board, both publicly and privately. But you're always publicly a board member, right? Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what the intention of this was? Again, we have time to discuss it. Ken, please.
Again, okay, this is a real hard one for me, okay, because I'm a firm believer in democracy, and even though you're in the minority, when it comes to something, if I have no problem whatever the board decides as a whole to say, well, that was the board's decision. But if somebody asks me my opinion of the decision, I will give them my answer, whether it is with the majority or against the majority.
Okay, so we'll come to that. We'll come to that, because I think that's going to say that until last. I should have started with stay on time. That one was a lot easier, right? All right. I'm going to start and stay on time. Stick to agenda. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then I'm just going to put decision right here so we don't come back to it. Did I miss anything? Thinking of, give yourself a second. All right, so I'm going to start with what I call easy ones. So start and stay on time, stick to agenda. So the process that we're going to do now is I'm going to take each group of norms and then we're going to discuss those. And then you have something in your sheets that says FIST 2.5. And this is how, when I feel like the discussion maybe is done, I'll ask you to give me a FIST 2.5. So 5, I'll champion. I love this norm. I've never seen a better norm than this. Wow. Like, I will be the reminder. FIST means absolutely not. I will fight you every day. This is not what I agreed to do. If you give a FIST or a 1, discussion opens back up. So 2, it's really good to say, like, you have reservations, but you're on board. 3, good norm. 4, yeah, good, I'm with you. Okay. So 5, yeah, FIST, hells to the no. 1, I need more information. 2, I'll live with it. Okay? And then everything in between. So, starting at end on time. Can you see that? You all get to see my printing live. Starting at end on time and sticking to the agenda. Discussion. Ken?
I think that's great, except for there are times where we'll have like an informational meeting, and we've actually done it, is ask for more time, even though it was supposed to end after 45 minutes, because that particular group of people had a lot of questions and a lot at stake. So if they ask for more time, you give them more time.
People agree with that, is that unacceptable?
So it's not a commandment, you know what I mean? But it's a good habit to finish. It's always a good habit to finish on time.
So what happens if we're the only one who wants to spend more time?
Well, no, it's not up to me to spend more time on it. It's the public.
Got it. Thank you. I just, by the way, my job is to tease this out.
And I was just going to say, this has been an issue over many, many years for us, where when folks aren't happy with the feedback, the comments get repetitive, and I'm speaking now from the public, and they're sort of like reframing the same thing over and over again. And you know, we've always been very respectful and had meetings go till 10 o'clock or later because we have allowed that to continue. A challenge, I think, is how do we end the debate when it becomes repetitive, when we value what the public has to say, and we do value it, and we have always been respectful of it and have not cut people off. So that's a challenge that I think we've had a long time, and I speak now from not just the West River Board, but from the previous Leland Gray Board as well.
Okay.
So for you.
So there's realities of it as well. I'm just reading the room to be able to say, like, yeah, we need, like, our norm of being responsive to the community is going to trump or stay on task and end on time. And when you have that committee work, I made some guesses about what the communities might be based on the feedback of the surveys you did, that I think one of those will be about communication. So maybe there is this space where you go, okay, we have to end because it's 10 o'clock at night or what have you, but the committee has created a way to keep gathering that feedback, whether it's a survey or an online source or a web block, an IRL or something. So like those are some good things to think about. So what I hear is we start and end on time and stick to the agenda, but we know we have to be flexible and responsive to the community. Any other discussion about this one? Yeah.
I'd also just say that we have in the past, and I assume we'll continue to do it, have an item on the agenda that says we can change the agenda at a specific time in the meeting. So I have no problem with sticking to the agenda, especially because we can modify the agenda if something happens. We have to be very careful about modifying the agenda, because we haven't notified the public.
And you might have the intention is we'll have a work plan for a year. Yeah, this things come up.
But that's the flexibility.
You don't know who's going to walk in and what might happen. All right, let's do a fist of fun on this norm with the pieces underneath it. Norm will be flexible, so I'm going to put flexibility here too. How are you feeling on fist of 5? Fist to 5. Having one of your norms be sticking to the agenda, starting and ending on time. So you can just give me a hand. All right, 5s and 4s, awesome. Okay. I'm gonna write flexible, just so we make sure we have. We have our first Nora. We're gonna wait on that one. Okay. Focusing on the mission and our children as our goals. Thoughts about this?
I wouldn't mind if you added the taxpayers to it too.
It's in the mission.
It is.
Right, well, that's,
Yeah.
Okay, as stakeholders, okay.
yep.
I think for me, this is the most important thing. And I think I probably have 2 of those up there about mission and children. And I think it's one of those things that we forget from time to time during meetings is why we're here. And it's those little kids running around the halls that we're trying to give the best education possible. So it's my passion.
Yep.
I feel like I've actually found it interesting when, whether it's, I don't think any, oh no, some of us have done it, or members of the public bring their kids for, just whatever reason. That helps me remember why we're there. There are definitely times where you're sitting there and you're like, if you could just stop making that noise, but it helps. It makes you remember, well, this is why we're all here. This is whether they're too young to be in the school or they're of age or whatever it is, and it's interesting to watch the different ages that come. It sort of helps me focus at times on just what we're all doing in that room at that time.
Do you have your mission posted at the beginning of your meetings, like on the screen, or do you read it aloud as you start? Might be something to think about.
We should have our mission on every agenda.
I would also say that as a group, keeping our,
I can stop and say, I have one person talking right now, so I'm gonna make sure we're listening to Lindsay right now.
keeping our focus on the mission, sort of similar to what I said about goal-oriented, is how we get there is going to be different, but we all have to understand we're working towards a good thing here. And as long as we can all agree that this end product that we're trying to achieve is really what's best, then we can hash out how to get there. And we won't necessarily agree all the time, but knowing that we're trying to do the same thing, we're all in the same boat, we're all doing this together, that's our goal. I feel like we'll help with all of those other things.
Awesome. Let's go fist to 5, and I'll see how we're doing here. Fist to 5 on focusing on the mission of the children and our stakeholders of what we're doing. If you give me 5, 5, 5, 5, 3. I'm sorry, 5, 5, 5. Great. Okay. You'll keep this here. You'll think about how that looks. Sounds like alpha champion good for us. Be prepared and present during meetings. Any further discussion or ideas about this one? Do your homework. Ready. Busy, busy lives, and that's challenging. See, to me, that would be too, like you need leave time, you get your work before, more than 48 hours before, it doesn't you have to do that.
I think something that I've definitely struggled with in meetings as far as being prepared is I definitely read all of the, literature and everything that we're given. One of the things that I've struggled with though is the history. There definitely are times where we'll come into a meeting and something's being discussed and I'm like, I have no context other than this meeting and this document or whatever. And sometimes I'm hesitant to bring it up in a meeting because I'm like, I don't want to be that person that drags up 5 years worth of, or whatever it is. Sometimes I definitely have struggled with that. I can't come up with a specific instance right now, but there are definitely times that I moved to this area 5 years ago. So there's also that piece of it that I'm like, I didn't go to school here. I don't know exactly. I don't have the perspective of somebody who graduated from one of these schools to be able to say, oh, but how we used to do it was this way. And I think in some ways that's good, but there have definitely been just some historical instances that have come up, and I'm like, everybody clearly knows some type of history that I don't, so this sounds like an okay thing to vote on.
No, I think that's a really interesting point. So it would be helpful if issues that come up that you might anticipate, knowing some background, that could be some pre-work that could be prepared. You know, just you know, some bullet point things.
And I know I have a big mouth. And
No, but like-
I make the conscious decision
We're
not to
just,
open it.
we're gonna have on the agenda, financially supporting during the budget, Journey East, right? So that could be the time to say, hey, it would be really helpful to have, what is Journey East?
Right.
When did it start? Can you just give us a little debrief? That, your point is really helpful for me, just as when Joe and I get together as the chair and superintendent to make an agenda. That's a great, just agenda building thing for me to think about as the new board comes together. Would it be valuable to have some?
And also, not just for us as board members, but there's plenty of the public who's
Exactly.
watching the video or at the meetings who don't necessarily have the background.
That's really.
And they won't know one way or another. They'll be like, well, that's a what's the money? But if they have known, then they might agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So part of having this norm, like being prepared for customary meetings, is a subsidiary to that, is that background, who's ever preparing a topic, gives you the background information and the history, the oral history of, right? And this was we're all guilty of this, but like we have the oral history of how we've always done things. And it's really good information for you to have because it allows you all to make a better decision as a board.
And bring up another good point that may not fall in here, but being comfortable. I think everybody should be comfortable to bring up things, and that might be part of the listening or respect. Or it's kind of sad to me that if somebody doesn't feel comfortable to bring something up, it might be important to the rest of the group.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that point is incredibly important. Yeah.
Within this would also be attendance, regularly attending meetings. I don't know how you monitor that. That's how you get to do that. Meetings are really interesting. I know. Are we prepared to go to a fist to five about this norm? Which will be about being present, getting background information, attending, being present like and engaged, but then also getting background information. And then being present and engaged might be in the other as well. Fist to five? Oh, we gotcha. Hey, awesome. You're almost all trained. I like how some people are like, I don't know. So I'm hearing a lot about effective communication. That's kind of what I just came up with the title, effective communication, being respectful, being comfortable to share and ask questions, respecting others' opinions, making sure that we keep this from being about topics, not personal, being part of a board that represents many towns, not just our own. Following Robert's rules.
And part of being comfortable is that if you do bring up something, that it's receptive.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not, oh God. And that's all of our work. You know, as we begin our work together, it'll be important to be patient. You know.
And that body language is a big thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to kind of put these together a little bit, but because I'm going to put this in the community brace. Sorry, not touching that one yet. Okay. How are we feeling about this? Bill?
Just a clarifying question. I saw a couple stickers up there about hearing all voices. And so I don't know if it would fit there. And I don't want people to feel like they have to talk if they don't want to talk.
Right.
But we need to make it comfortable for people to talk. I don't know how that fits. We have 11 members of the board. They're all elected officials. They all have important viewpoints and context that are going to allow our system to grow. And I just want to make sure that we are creating a culture where those voices are encouraged and celebrated and respectfully listened to. So I don't know exactly what that means. It's just, I think that's extremely important.
So you're not alone, because all of these tags are here, talking about respectful and listening and making sure your participation. So I think this is going to be much better than a huge norm for you. And again, I'm going to stop on this point. It's everyone's responsibility on the team, on the board, to reinforce those norms and to help everyone remember how to be respectful and how to listen well. And make sure that we are, again, being productive and effective as a board, accomplishing your goals, and working well together, which is the purpose. Yes?
Can I just follow up briefly on what Bill was just saying? So I wrote something, I can't remember what I wrote, but I wrote something about how people should speak. And the last thing I want any board member to feel is forced to share when they're not comfortable sharing, right? So that I don't want that. I've experienced that many times in my life where being forced to share something that I don't want to share when I prefer to do it on my own time and when I'm ready. And I want our board to feel comfortable with that. On the other hand, we're elected officials and we have a responsibility to share our opinion and to question what's going on. So there's that dynamic between the two sides of that where I don't want to infringe on someone's personal feelings but I also think that we as elected officials have to contribute to meetings. So I was going to temper what I said, which was, a lengthier one, with if they're comfortable, they should feel free. But I actually think that we can't always wait until we're comfortable. Mm-hmm. That we actually have to share and question things, even when we're a little uncomfortable. And that this is not at all reflective of what you were saying. I actually, when I was writing what I wrote there, it was more thinking about, we hear from people like me a lot more often at a meeting than some other people, and I really want to hear from others at a meeting. So I'm not sure how to address that dynamic between the two ends of that, but I do think that we should recognize, or I hope that the board will recognize, that we all have the responsibility to contribute.
I agree with what you said, but I think you shouldn't feel discomfort as a result of the board dynamic. I think that's, so yes, whether you're willing to share or not, totally up to you. But having that comfort level not be as a result of any feelings about the board, like they're going to shout me down or something like that.
That's great.
Thank you. So that's where I was going to piece those two apart. And so when we move into decision making, and what this norm is really talking about is that the actions of the board members make it safe for everyone to have a way to contribute and to share in the discussion. And they don't feel overrun, they feel like they've had time to voice their opinion, whether it's different or the same. And then when we talk about decision making, this is what I hear Emily saying is you have responsibilities as part of your charge as a board member to bring up the things. And it's your responsibility also to give dissent if you need to give dissent. Mike, any thought?
Just to go on to what these guys are saying, I think that would also, if more people were comfortable saying their opinions, it could also help our deliberative process, and I actually put that into my questionnaire response, because that's one of the criticisms I've heard, is especially like the contentious issues, some people have vocalized to me that they feel like some issues were predetermined before the meeting, right? And when you see consistent 7-4 votes, so there's, one view has more support on the board than the other, but that's why if everybody felt like they could weigh in on things, even just give an indication of how you're leaning, then people would be able to work with that. More people from the public or other board members might be able to spring off of that and, find common ground.
So, I'm going to recast what you said. So what I think I hear you saying is if this is effective, and I think I'm seeing this, if this is effective and respectful communication amongst your board members, when you get to decision making, you will at least feel like your voice was heard and that you represented what you needed to before that decision was made. Not necessarily how we do it. Is that what I'm hearing you say, Mike?
Well, I was really just saying just strengthen our deliberative process.
All right, so before we jump into decisions,
Go ahead. Just to add to that, one other thing that everybody should kind of keep in the front of their mind, that we're listening, we should be listening to each other to actually understand what the other one's feeling and trying to get across, instead of listening just enough to have a good rebuttal. Because there's definitely some of that goes on. And anyway, so putting that there.
I love that point. Tom Peters, business guru, before every presentation, he writes one word on his end. It's listen, because he's a bad listener. So I think, and the way he describes active listening is if you actively listen and have a discourse with somebody, you are exhausted at the end of it because you've spent so much time and focus on engaging and back and forth. So.
All right, so I'm going to do a FISTA 5 about effective communication, listening, and respectful communication within the board. FISTA 5. Awesome. Okay, the next one, public communication and responsiveness. I think this is, we listened to our, what I heard was you're listening to the public, you're making sure that there's an opportunity, that might be committee work, figure out exactly what that looks like. But that, while you're also keeping this mission in mind, this is part of it too, making sure you're responsive to the public. Is there more thoughts about this? Any more thoughts about this, I should say? And that may fit into the norms, it may not, or maybe.
What are the two last things?
Listen to the public, always bring comments and questions respectfully and positively. And then there was one more about the public up here that I got mixed in there, which was about voices being heard.
Well, we work for the public. So if we work for the public and the public has an opinion, regardless of what we think is best, what's best is what the public wants because they're the ones who put you here.
Other thoughts on that? Sure.
I think it depends on the topic. When we talk about respecting the opinion of the public, there's a lot of members of the public that, like Joe said, are not present at the meetings. There's a lot of members of the public that have not had the opportunity to review the documentation, the history. So respecting the public is, in a lot of ways, respecting the position you were put here to do, which is to do your homework, understand the topic, do the research, hear the history, and make an informed decision that meets our mission. That's respecting the public. It's not necessarily walking out, polling 10 people that are unengaged and coming up with the majority. I think there's a difference in respecting the public from just a quantity perspective versus respecting the public by being engaged as a board member and making decisions that are thoughtful.
Other thoughts?
To go with that, and the communication piece, because we are the ones that have the information, if the public, if the people with the information have a vastly different opinion than the people without the information, then we're doing a really crappy job of getting the information out. Because if the idea is that everybody has the information and can make a better choice, or at least a more informed choice, then maybe we need to additionally focus on that to
I would second that.
round that out.
So adding on that, I would think I would go back to what Mike talked about earlier, is learning from our first year of working together and communicating with the public and moving forward and enhancing that communication so that when decisions are made, we can feel confident that we have done an improved job of communicating with the public, no matter what that decision is, but getting farther down that path of communicating with the public. And then additionally, I just want to say, we're in a time of great change. And so achieving the mission, I and my colleagues will be presenting opportunities and options for you guys that are going to look different than what has been currently done. And that may be received in multiple ways by the public. So you should be prepared that not everything that you're going to be deliberating is going to be seen as 100% for or 100% against. And so that's just going to be part of the process.
Yeah, and I was just gonna follow up on that, saying that it doesn't matter how hard or well or engaged with the public you are, how hard you listen to them, or well you listen to them, how engaged with the public you are, you will never make everybody in the public happy. And we have to come to an understanding that we have been, I think it would be helpful if we came to an understanding that we have been elected to do what was described over here as doing our research and, you know, following our mission and our goals and our values and making the hard decisions that sometimes people are going to be unhappy about. And because we do know that no matter how many people show up, there are always people out there with a different opinion about it. And it's a really hard thing to do, represent the public. And we should really come to an understanding of that as a board, because otherwise, how do we operate? You know, I just, it's really tough.
Incredibly challenging. Gosh, it's a volunteer board with so much responsibility.
If you want to make everyone happy, you can't.
No. Nope. So what I think I'm going to do, with your permission, is I'm actually going to see this as a value rather than a norm. And I'm going to place that inside one of your committees to really figure out how you the practicality of how you are going to procedurally deal with giving that feedback, making sure you're respectful. And it might be that if the connection of listening respectfully is also to the members who come in front of you, which I'm assuming you do. But the responsibilities and the goods and the bads of being a board member sounds like that's also part of what the work you have to do. It's not necessarily a norm, but I understand that. Is that fair?
It is. I just want to say one more thing about
Go
this.
ahead.
We actually have a policy on, someone needs to help me, maybe Ken, on engaging the public.
Oh, great.
Right. Pretty sure we have a policy on engaging the public. And
I don't think we've got through that one because it's not mandatory.
I think it's right.
Okay. So if you have a policy, or if you do or do not,
well, it's at least at board meetings.
Great, great. So that can be part of policy committee to review that, but part of committee.
And the reason I bring it up is not because that this is valuable, but I'm wondering how policy fits into this and all of that. So policy procedures, what are norms? See what I'm saying? We operate by policy.
Got it. So
just wanted to bring it up.
I want to clarify that norms are for your communication amongst your team. It's how you are operating as a board, as a team. And then your policies and procedures are what you do with the public and how you make that work. But this is ensuring that you are focused, you're prepared when you get there, you're present, you're listening and respectfully making decisions together. You're doing your best to stay on time. I also know I'm off schedule right now, but we will make up for it. I'm built in. And then these are the norms that you're acting to be the most effective board you can be. And the policies and the procedures and the budget and everything else is going to be your work, but this is your core of what you believe you need to do to communicate well and be effective. So let's jump into decisions. So, decision making. If, as a norm, everyone is listened to, there's effective debate. I don't know if you have places within your meetings that you are allowed to say, I would like to table this agenda item until next meeting because I need time to think, or I want to gather more information, or I don't know if that's part of your procedures. I thought so. Okay. What's that?
The motion might fail, but you can make it.
Yeah, and just say, I want to come back to it. I mean, that's sometimes we need that think time. So if you were doing this well, if you were establishing your norms, you're communicating well, and you go to make decisions, what's happening here? Because I hear some debate. I've heard some sticky notes up here say, once we make a decision, move forward. I've heard, I'll just read it to you, I don't have to hear. Move forward. Once the decision is made by the board, respect and honor that decision. Once the decision has been agreed upon, support it in public and move forward. Accepting that this is one board and we all represent all towns and are only one of us, not just one we reside in. So I apologize, Ken, I put a personal thing in there that wasn't up there. That was my own editorial, I don't know why that happened. So please, discussion. I could say fists to 5 and we could find out pretty quickly where we're at.
So I think so I'll relate this to our work as a leadership team. I think the challenge is when you debate and you come to a decision, but fundamentally you disagree with the decision. You know, you debated against the majority that won. Where's your place? Where's your place as an individual? Where's your place as a member of the board? Where's your place going forward as a team? And I think it's an incredibly valuable conversation to have because it's important to know that, you know, and I think everybody here needs to understand what that feels like. But I think that is the fundamental point, that how do I remain, I completely argued for a decision that went the opposite way, but I want to be a member of the team and I want to move forward. What does that look like?
I would also say, following that, well, someone mentioned 7-4 or whatever votes consistently. Those votes, when you see them that way, you're interpreting just the vote itself, but no one realizes the effort someone may have gone through to get to yes or no. You see what I'm saying? So there's very different degrees of what those votes are, and there's an awful lot behind each one of those votes as individuals here. And so regardless of whether the votes are consistent or not, you can't make a judgment about, and someone said something about, I think it was you might mention about predetermined.
Yeah.
That the public assumes, you know, sometimes that these votes are predetermined, but I've never talked out, you know, I've never made a decision outside of a board meeting on something. I've certainly done a lot of review outside of a board meeting, you know, the items and documents. But it's really important for us to recognize that we all have different degrees of yes and no.
Really fall into this perspective
Yeah.
too, right? Assuming there's different.
Yes.
Thank you. That's mine.
All right, let's just jump into this. I actually find this quite offensive. And the reason I find it quite offensive is, like Emily said, we are elected public officials, so we are not employees of the school district. And as elected public officials, we retain our First Amendment rights to free speech. This is very settled case law, starting in 1966 with Bond versus Floyd, which specifically retains board or governing bodies from penalizing members for exercising their right of free speech on local or national political matters. So we really, in my view, the board really can't or shouldn't have a norm or a policy that circumvents First Amendment protections given to all citizens. They even, you know, in that Bond decision, they even say how, you know, the state basically argued that they were justified in asking for a higher standard of loyalties from its members than from citizens, you know, and they were rejected on that, and they said that the board or government can't have policies that limit the members' capacity to discuss their views in public, you know. So, I mean, that's the first part.
So I'm going to interject real quick, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Because I think I'm hearing something that maybe is about wording right now.
Right.
So I said personal. That's on me. I apologize. You absolutely. I should have said personal. It's public. But is the intention of this, because this may change how we do this, is the intention that once you've made a decision as a board, like the next agenda, it doesn't get brought up again in public, and it doesn't get brought up again in public? It's not that it's, is that the intention of this? Or is the intention that you have to comply?
It seems like it's to quench dissent, is what it seems like.
So maybe we need to present it a little bit differently, because if I'm correct in its wording that the spirit of this is, man, we made a vote, we did all this work, we did our background knowledge, we listened respectfully, everyone had a discussion. In April, we made this decision that everyone has to eat corn on Tuesdays, like, you know, whatever it is. Don't bring it up next month again, because we don't want to talk about it. We don't need to talk about it again. We don't need to keep slowing down the work of the board. Is that, I don't know what corn came out.
I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's happening.
Okay.
Once a decision's made, it's made. Unless, of course, the public comes in with a petition.
And then it's a different public responsibility.
Then it's brought up by the public, not by the board members.
Okay. So I'm making sure that I'm not editorializing this like I already did, and apparently I want to eat corn a lot. I don't know where that came from. But like, what is the spirit of this? What, for those who wrote this about decision making and moving forward, is the spirit we've made a decision and we need to be more productive about our time and not have this come up once we've had that? Is this the spirit of it that we had this discussion but my voice wasn't heard respectfully? Or is this, the decision was made and I don't like it, so I'm going to bring it up every time?
Well, I'll give you a perfect example, okay? I got a standard. Bill knows this standard, he's dealt with it for years, which is if you come to me with a budget that's higher than last year's COLA,
Okay,
I'm against it.
okay,
Period. I don't care what you're offering, I'm against it.
okay.
It's very
Because
consistent.
Very consistent, all right.
That's my norm.
Okay, so let me kind of use you as an example of permission. So this is how you feel. You get a budget in front of you, and you're probably in the budget committee, you've seen it, but like it comes and you say absolutely not. Then the board has a respectful dialogue, they discuss everything, every voice is heard, they take the time, the community feedback, and then they vote that budget that you didn't want. Is that okay?
Then if somebody says to me,
Yep.
why did you guys pass this ridiculous budget? Or, oh, that was a great budget. I said, well, the board felt it was the best budget.
And you're allowed to have a different opinion, aren't you?
I'm allowed to have, and I am allowed to have a different opinion.
But you're not gonna bring it up again and bring that budget up every month
No,
for eternity, right?
nope.
Is that the scenario?
That is a very true scenario.
Nor do you then come to a meeting,
Very true thing.
nor do you then come to a meeting and as a board member on a voted budget, encourage the public then to go vote that budget down because you didn't support
It's a
it.
settled issue.
Okay. Yeah.
You know,
That's a
the
very-
board has made its decision, the board is supporting the budget. Personally, you don't support the budget, go back to what you learned when you were a kid about if you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all, maybe. You know, it's like, that's the board's decision. I didn't support it, but that's as far as you need to go. You don't need to then actively campaign against the board decision once the board has made a decision.
Okay, so let's talk more about that, because that's a new spin on this theme. Seems like a big concern for someone. Mike, I just want to go back to Mike, because I feel like I may have cut you off from what you were saying. I didn't mean to do that.
That's a double-edged sword, though.
Right, well, and I was also gonna point out that it's not in the VSBA board member ethic policy. It's not in the NEA or Vermont NEA board member policy. It's not in the statutes of board powers to take away, First Amendment rights. And there, in this document on municipal life from the Vermont Secretary of State, there's 4 pages of ethics for board members, and this does not show up there. So it's
What
not even
doesn't
really
show-
a standard.
What doesn't show up there? Can you?
The part about once a decision has been made, that everybody must move forward and support it publicly and privately.
And let me clarify again, like I cast that the wrong way, it was not public, it wasn't privately. I'm hearing that First Amendment, I gotcha, I misspoke, but publicly, I hear it's not necessarily about how you speak in public, it's about when you bring it back, the board needs to be productive and effective. In order to do that, once a decision is made, like making sure like you're respectful of the agenda, your voice has been heard. Am I correct? Because I hear what you're saying, but I think that we started off on the wrong interpretation of it.
I think it may also help to say that goes for board members and for the public. Similarly, if the public wants to show up and say, we want to rehash this 78 times, that I think it's fair for us to say, we voted, we made a decision, we're not going to revisit this until we have additional information that changes things. Maybe we'll have an evaluation time or whatever it is, but nothing has changed in 1 month that's going to change all of the background research that everyone's done and the discussions that everybody's had and how everyone got to where they got. It isn't changed. So whether it's a board member or the public or whatever, if a decision is made, there's a lot that was behind that. Let's not revisit it over and over unless we have an actual reason to, like something changed, or we have more information now than we ever had before.
No, that's fine, but the board still doesn't have the right to take away somebody's First Amendment right.
I don't think, I think I agree with you. I agree that privately, we all are our own humans. We can all say anything we want to say when we want to say it. I hope we can be nice, but you're not required to be. That's on you. I think if people hate you as a board member, they won't re-elect you.
Right, that's who you're responsible for.
And similarly, I think I don't think we can mandate everyone being nice, but I mean, hey, let's all be nice, you know? Like, I wrote that. You mean to be nice?
So part of what I hear too, Joe saying is like, that's what the productivity of the board and the effectiveness of the board. Drew, go ahead. Right.
I think as we make decisions, maybe as part of the decision, we should set ourselves a timeline to revisit the decision. So, use a real example, we decided to have change our school lunch program. And maybe we should have at the time said, we are going to implement this new lunch program and we are going to evaluate this program 12 months from now. And by saying that, we all agree that we are not going to revisit this or evaluate it until that period of time. Because evaluating the school lunch program on week 1 at our next board meeting is pointless. There's nothing to evaluate. So that's really, I think, what we're trying to get at. Is we've made a decision, and absolutely, as board members, we're responsible for evaluating those decisions, but there's a time period. We must let the decision be implemented. We must give the administration and the schools and the staff time to do the task that we assigned them or gave them before we can evaluate it. So maybe with our decisions is a thoughtful timeline for evaluating that decision, and we agree that we're not going to bring this up to another board meeting until.
We actually started that discussion. No, I was just going to say, it was one of the things we brought up at one of our last regular meetings, that talking about one of the decisions we had made and when we're going to review. So this is even more deliberative, and because the decision is made when you make the decision on the timeline of
evaluate. So I'm wondering if paired with that, if it would be acceptable to respect First Amendment rights, where this norm would address not only part of an evaluation, but that it's simply that the board deliberated, the board decided we're evaluating it on X. I personally voted against the decision. Would that feel like you could retain your freedom of your First Amendment rights to be able to be public? I disagreed, but the board voted and we're going to be evaluating in 12 months and I look forward to that evaluation. Something like that. Does that feel, going back to our original one of listening, respectful, and creating it comfortable, does that feel comfortable or is that not going far enough?
I mean, that's a good start, you know, but maybe we amend the norm to say something like the board norms or policies can't violate the law or constitutional protections afforded to its members. Something along those lines, just because the board, you know, we're responsible to our constituents, and I actually am all for having better, smoother running meetings, friendlier meetings. That's great, you know, but at the end of the day, that's something that's very important.
Yeah.
So that needs to be respected.
Yeah, not at the cost of that.
Right.
Can I chime in for a second? Because I like where this is going. Which is, first off, I think the revisiting thing, like you say, the lunch program, the 6th grade, whatever it is, I don't care what you're talking about. If we implement something, if we're going to be responsible board members, we should revisit it.
We should.
At a certain period down the line and see if it's actually working. Because if we implement things and they don't work and we keep doing the wrong thing,
yeah,
we're not helping the kids that we're here to help. And that's what we need to do. We should be responsible. And the thing is, we can't say everything that we put into play 12 months down the line we need to revisit, because once we do that, then you're setting yourself up for a liability. It should be the responsibility of the board members to say, Joe, you're the chair. A couple of months, can you make sure we review this? And make that your little pet peeve of how to pester Joe on his, off time. Hey, Joe, this year's, that year for the lunch program's coming up. Can we review that in the next couple of months? Can you keep that, open for a little time to review that?
I'm kind of wondering if, rather than have this as a separate norm, that this really falls into this piece, that agenda items come back to reevaluate or revisit decisions, not reevaluate. Maybe that's votes. Is that part of it, or is that too procedural? Go ahead, Emily. I can see your faces.
I can answer that in a minute, but I just want to say, I guess it takes me back a little bit that this feels like an infringement on our First Amendment rights, because that is far from what I believe than you could possibly imagine. My belief, though, is that there is a time for that expression of support or question or dissent And then we, as a board, because we need to operate as a board and function, once we've gone through that whole thing, then we have to make a decision, however difficult that is or however split that is, and then we need to find a way to move on. The conversation around the way to move on is what I'm talking about, and in no place in moving on is that, in my mind, a reflection that we should stifle dissent. So, I mean, that's the last thing I want to do is stifle dissent or stifle even opinion of any way. But as a board, we need to function and operate and move, and we haven't always done that really well so far. And so I guess that's where I'm struggling with even sticking it into the agenda sort of thing, because I think this is something that we need to flesh out a little bit more, so that we're all comfortable with the last thing we want to do is stifle opinion or dissent, but that we also need to function and agree to function effectively for our public that we represent. And we don't do it effectively if we're always having that disagreement about what happens after we make a decision. So I love the idea of having a timeline for revisiting. In fact, I don't think we've ever had a decision that we haven't had a process for timeline in some way, but it hasn't been quite as specific as Drew had mentioned. Like, when we make the decision, we will revisit it at such and such a date. I love that idea. I think that helps to help us move on and know that we're going to revisit it, but I still think there's some maybe disagreement around what happens once a decision has been made, and I don't want anyone to feel like they haven't been heard. And how do you address it when you go to the public? Joe mentioned something about going out to the public and saying, vote no on our budget. That's, I think that's something we should discuss, because if a board has made a decision to support a budget and put it out there for the public to decide how to vote, and if we actually had a divided board actually advocating when we're another, and I don't mean just no, I mean yes too. I don't think we should actually go out and advocate yes either. I think we should go out and advocate for the decision that we have made to put this budget in front of you, and here's all the information that we want you to have so you can decide whether this works for you. And so yes or no, either way, I think we've got a problem if we're individually going out and advocating for a vote one way or another. We do have to support what we voted for. So I'm not going to go out and tell someone when I have supported the budget or our board has supported the budget, I'm not going to go out and say, you know, I want you to vote yes on this. But I am going to go out and say, I supported this because. So how do we get to the place where I didn't support this because? And what does that look like? That's all I'm saying. I think that we still have...
Has that been an issue about people going,
I don't know. I'm just repeating what, you know.
I'm not aware of it being an issue.
I used it as an example.
Right, it's a good, yeah, it's a great
example.
Yeah, you're right. There could be any decision.
I just used that one.
No, yeah, well, we did have a board member on camera publicly state, vote no for this budget. I encourage you to go out and vote this budget down with our last budget. That happened. You know, but yeah, I think any time you, as a board member, you know, I don't think you should advocate against the decision of the board, even if it wasn't a decision that you supported. The larger body has decided, and now, as a board member, part of your work is to move that board's work forward, even if it wasn't necessarily work you agreed with.
But that's a very debatable position, right? And you're totally in your right to have that opinion, but people can have other opinions.
I don't think you necessarily have to speak for the, you know, you don't ever have to say, I now agree with this decision. You can hold your personal opinion, but I don't think you should try and hamper that decision either, you know, because then if once the board has decided to do something that as a board, we're not sort of unified as a board, and we have pockets of, well, I didn't support that, so I'm not gonna, you know, help with this, or I'm not gonna, you know, I think it makes us not, you know, it makes us weaker as a board if we're not gonna move forward as a group.
The word advocate is something that I think we need to think about, because when we're talking about advocating, that's different than we're talking about explaining a decision that was made, right? There's two different levels of it. And so advocating for or against is different than just saying, here's my opinion, I didn't support this decision and here's why, but the board did support this decision and here's why. That's not advocating one way or another, that's explaining.
Yeah, just one quick example that I can think of. The board makes the decision that we're going to change all of our school colors to purple, just for whatever reason, and the building committee is now tasked with working with the administration to get RFPs out to paint all of our buildings purple. I chaired the building committee and I was not for that particular project, but now it's been tasked to the building committee to work with the administration to put out the RFP. You can't then undermine that decision, because that was the board's decision as a whole, even though maybe the committee or maybe those people that have been tasked with it, that wasn't really the way they voted. And that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about agreeing with it, we're talking about agreeing to move forward with the work of the board. So we have made a decision, as silly as it is to paint the buildings purple, that was the decision we made, and now we all must work to get the work of the board done. And if that work is, again, changing our class structure, or educational procedures, or a food program, we have agreed to that decision and the work of the board. Now, all of our work is to make it successful. It's not to undermine that work. And that's really what we're getting at. We don't have to agree with it, but we have to do the work of the board and whatever tasks are associated with that once we've made that decision.
It's our job.
That's our job.
Well, and I would say, taking it full circle, a perfect example of that is Ken's example of voting against like a WCSU budget that's above the COLA. He will stay firm to that decision, but he will support the work after that budget is passed to make sure that he is supporting efficient operations to work within the budget that was supported. And if a director of operations is part of that budget, Ken is looking for ways to support that position that was part of that budget. So I mean, I think that's a perfect example for that. And then if I could, just one 30-second thing, I just wanted to point out that Mike was a perfect example of 3 of your norms, because he was focused on the mission of the children and the stakeholders. He did all of his homework, right? He came prepared in a very thoughtful way. He didn't hijack your agenda. He clarified when it was going to be appropriate to talk about it, and then he laid out in a very succinct way, very respectfully, his point that allowed us to have a respectful conversation. So I feel awesome, and we're only 90 minutes in.
I agree. And I think everyone has been very active in listening and participating and respectful and enjoying the conversation. I think the moving forward piece, there's way more clarity than when we started about decision making. It's really about moving forward. If we're going to paint everything purple and Drew wanted blue, he's not going to destroy the RFPs and make sure that process gets slowed down. And do that, he's going to, maybe he will say this color's terrible, but he's going to support the board by not getting in the way of that once that decision's made. He's not going to bring his color palette to every board meeting and talk about how green makes you feel better. Kind of that's in the mood.
But he's also not restricted from saying, you know what, I didn't like the purple, but my job as the building chair is to make the same.
Right. And my amendment of when you say you don't have anything nice to say is that you're not trying hard enough. So, may I add some information around moving forward, being productive and moving forward as a board once decisions are made, moving forward. And that could be, it shows up on the agenda later for discussion, evaluation. It could mean first amendment out there, but having that be either its own norm or part of effective communication. Go ahead. I think you could maybe even put it in, be present during meetings. Because if you're back here 3 meetings ago, you're not present in what we're doing right now.
Good point.
This is what we're doing right now.
And if you don't show up for the meetings, you can't bring it up 3 months later and be like, oh, I had this thing, right?
Yeah, if you didn't show up to the meeting that it was discussed, then you basically forfeited.
Yeah, when does purple thing come up?
I mean, it's my least favorite.
What is RFP, request for purple?
Yeah.
Request for purple.
That's good.
So I would come up with some sort of way to say moving forward once decisions are made. Individual opinions, and it's public, you still have that, but that we are, because the goal is to be productive and effective to reach our mission as a board. Okay.
Yep.
What a wonderful discussion. It's already showing me how well you communicate and that you are showing respect for one another and able to have dissent and hash out details. Because I made assumptions for it, right, when I read post-its. Fist to 5 about some sort of wordsmithing of moving forward.
That's not enough.
What is that? That's amends. What are you, Caesar?
I just want to say you've moved me a little because I was going to do 2 fists and I gave you 2 fingers. So.
I appreciate what you said. Well, that's something I think too will come back to me work. I'm going to propose a break, 10 to 15 minutes. Let's say 11:15 on that clock up there, and then I'm going to turn it over to Joe, and I'm going to amend my time, Joe, so I don't come into yours.
That's fine.
Cool. Okay.
I do not.
Thank you. Just figure while we're here, while we're doing that. All right, so next on the agenda, Joe was going to talk with you about accomplishments so far. And just thinking about the snapshot and this great discussion we just had about, like, this is all the work you've done so far, and maybe it will show up on your agenda again. Like, it's some of these items are like, oh, we want to make sure with this new food service program, we get that on our agenda later. Tying our threads together here. But Joe, I'm going to let you take this part forward.
Thanks.
Before we move into values.
Thank you. So, it was really actually kind of fun to look back and think about what we accomplished in our first, in our time before we became operational and everything. And, we've done a lot when you start thinking about it. And there may be things I've missed, and I'll certainly look for input after. But, we've first and foremost successfully navigated the transition under Act 46. And there have been a lot of challenges that we've worked through, and we've done it. We have responded to community requests for choice in the district and implemented that, and we've seen that, move forward and be utilized. We've created a true middle school, and are watching that happen. We've expanded pre-K to all the schools, not physically, but the access to that pre-K. We have implemented the universal food program, so we are feeding every child in every building, 2 meals a day. And I have heard good things about the food quality. I'm sure there are hiccups, but they'll work it out. We have a principals advisory committee in every building. We piloted it, and now we have it in every building. And I think we'll be hearing, that's one of those lines of communication that we've tried to open, and I think we'll build on that this year. As a member of the WCSU board, we were a positive voice for the director of operations. We've got one, and we are using that position heavily. Just asking. And lastly, and this sort of feeds into our next discussion, for me, this feeds into our next discussion as well. At our last retreat, we spent a lot of time developing our values, and I like to think that as we went through the things that we did, we looked back at those values. I know I did. They're posted at every meeting. They're actually in the packet here because we're going to look at them again a little bit. But, I'm proud of the fact that we developed that, we thought about that, and then looked at that as we move forward. So, if there's anything else that we want to pat ourselves on the back for, now's the time. And congratulations and thank you to all of you. We have done a lot, and there's more to do, and I look forward to doing it. And I look forward to working with you to get it done. We did pass a budget.
Eventually.
That actually is part of the hiccup of Act 46, because there was confusion about how the budget, we passed a budget like nobody's ever done before. Two-piece, budget with all kinds of different things. And, that's just another one of the things that we've navigated through successfully.
Yeah. Thanks to the business office.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Because that was really
Much smoother than I anticipated. It was. I thought it was pretty, much worse. It was pretty tough.
It was. Did I miss anything? Bill, Jen, board?
I kind of feel like even if not everybody agrees with every decision, that we ought to be able as a board to be like feeling pretty good about the big picture of things there. That's a lot of stuff. We may not agree with every part of it, but overall, I think you got to say that's good work.
All right. So that's my piece.
Well done. Effective organizations celebrate their successes just as much as they require to take a moment to come back and say, what else we've done so we keep moving forward. Especially volunteer boards who have, I don't know, I'm sure your monetary reward is just an incentive. I know that you, doing this work as volunteers, you put yourself in front of the community. You sometimes anger your neighbors. You feel like you are, if you're the dissenting vote or the supporting vote, sometimes it feels like you're put in this, can't win, can't lose kind of thing. And it's just really important that, what I've heard everything saying here too, is your organization is still focused, I took it down, your mission, right? And you did that. So that's great. Thank you for sharing all that, Joe. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
In your packets, you have, in your folders, you have a packet that is hopefully paper put together that has a group activity assessing our board values. And behind it are, Joe referred to your board values that you established before. And there should be, we collated correctly, pre-K values, values K to 6, values 7 to 12, equity opportunities, and the second page for equity opportunities. So the activity we're going to do next, I'll modify the times a bit, are that we're going to look at those, take a few minutes and look at your values that you've established. I think you know them pretty well, but you'll have a packet there to refer to. And we're going to reshape those values into 3 different configurations. And because you are now West River, you have a pre-K to 5, a middle school, and high school. So those are the 3 configurations that I created. And you're going to take these values, and they may be the same, there may be some duplicates, there may be some more, and we're going to create our values under each of those grade configurations. So again, our work, the goal that we're doing today in this section is to, under the 3 configurations, pre-K to 5, which would be elementary, middle school, and high school, determine your values as a board for each of those. Make sense what our outcome is going to be? Okay. So as an activity, I have the directions in front of you. Make sense? So you have to share your work and your values. We'll put those up. Does that make sense in general what we're going to do? And I'm going to walk you through what that activity looks like. Okay, so that's our outcome. So the first thing we're going to do, you're in a small group. You have your packet of values from last time, and you're going to brainstorm.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah, we're still can't achieve it.
Just that one kid might not.
Right, because English 5 or English.
Oh, that I don't care about. No, I thought we were talking about
I think we are all back. Thank you. Just to recap our directions at this point for what we're going to do next. I'm going to modify the times a little bit. So it looks like we have elementary, middle, and high school. So you are going to get together as your triad and decide who's going to be your presenter first, and the other 2 are visitors. So for my example, Al, Emily, and Mike were in a group, correct? And you were middle school? Is that correct?
We were K-8, 6 to 8.
6 to 8, okay, so middle school. So you would stay here, and let's say Al would be the first presenter. He would present. I'm going to modify it to have it be 6 minutes. I'll keep track and give you some warning. 4 people will be there asking questions, giving feedback. Al's going to take notes in some fashion, and then his group will come back. I'll say time's up or something. I don't know, exciting like that. And to bring back, then Al and his group might make some changes or clarify some things on their poster. And then either Mike or Emily will be the next presenter, go back out to the groups, repeat the process, come back until you've had a chance to see every poster and you've had a chance to present your poster. And that's the step 2. And once we're finished with all of that, then we're going to present our posters to the whole group. So if you didn't get to see the high school poster since your first round, you'll get a chance to see it again. As a whole. Any questions about what the procedurally, what we're going to do, or steps? Are you ready? Go team. All right. Head to your poster and decide who's going to present, and then try to mix it up. Try to do it with different people.
All right, Drew. Joe is going to present. I'll present first, unless you really want to fight me for it. Yeah. Just side here. Good to see you. Super.
Okay, go ahead and start, please. In about 6 minutes.
So, from my perspective,
That's 3 more weeks.
Yeah, something outside center. But I know that when everybody's done.
Mention that the bus routes, you know, it's not necessarily pre-K, you know, so it's like, you know, how do
Okay, let's head back to our original group.
Yes. Just to grab your attention for just a second. You're back in your original groups, and yes, you're gathering feedback from what you just learned, but now you're going to have a project. So you're going to have about 5 to 10 minutes where you're actually going to create this poster for your group based on all the feedback you've gathered and discussions you've had. You're about to create that values for your elementary, middle, or high school to present to the group. You might have it. It might be just perfect the way it is, or you might want to make some changes. So when you're ready, I will know your group is ready, and I see you peel off a poster off the wall and come in the middle. You're going to be ready. Your own poster. Don't put it up there.
I did by doing this, because we were actually not having a conversation around this, we were having it around this. But it was a similar conversation. And whether it should be this, your choice, and
I can't make you understand. I know you can ask the question.
That is it's on there now.
So the direction is grab your poster when you're ready. Looks like you are.
You know it.
We're going to gather around in a circle. Should I mess you up if we're right here? We'll do a semicircle. Do people want to sit rather than stand a little bit? What's this, actually? I have an idea. I was walking in and I lost my purse.
Hey, Bill.
Why don't you do this, and we all gather around on this side, you can see them all at once. Perfect. We'll make it work. I don't need a screen, I don't need no whiteboard. All right. Okay, so if we're all on this side, our next step is we'll start on going right to left, and it's against everything. Your coordinator thinks. But so right to left? Oh, I guess so.
I like to think outside the box.
Yeah, it's good. It's in order. So I'm going to have the values pre-K to 5, and then 6 to 8, and then high school values present their work and give you a second if you haven't had a chance to see the final product. Again, remember, these are going home with, well, not home to Liz's house, home to my house and Liz's, and we're going to type these up, or work home. And these will be the draft that you'll see as a poster. I'll bring those back to you as drafts and you can decide. So, pre-K to 5, if you want to, elementary, give a quick overview. And
just do it from there.
After you give your overview, I'm going to just ask for thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways.
So those values incorporate values from both the pre-K and the K1, or the two values. We took all our feedback and put it on the poster there, and then tried to incorporate it in there. So we added something. We added, outdoor play space for play-based education. We felt comfortable leaving the values as pre-K 5, while acknowledging that it's very different worlds with early education versus versus, you know, the older grades in there. But we didn't think we had to change the name necessarily of the document itself. We, you know, so we added some things about communication that we based on feedback, and we still have, you know, we had some discussion in the presentations about foreign language, that we had valued that, and the, you know, the question is like, where does it fit and how does it look in there? I mean, does it start in 5th grade? Does it start in, you know, very low? Or is that really more of a middle school value where we expose them to foreign language starting in 6th grade, and maybe they don't necessarily need foreign language added to the curriculum in pre-K 5? A question, just where is that actually, does that actually belong? And then the other question that we had on ours was about location of the pre-K programs, and that's still a question. Obviously, we still value that, but you know, is it in all 3 buildings? Is it as it is now in 2 buildings with transportation? Is it centralized? I mean, you know, we need to talk about location a little bit, but again, a question more, you know, once we decide we value it, it's like, okay, do we value it everywhere, or how do we present it once we acknowledge we value it? So that's it.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Certainly.
So I see this poster up behind you at the board meeting, and I'm a community member, and I walk in, and one of our pre-K values is food. So I'm wondering what that actually means.
Obviously that would be fleshed out to, like, you know, high quality, locally sourced, you know, food. That would shorthand for us.
Okay.
Access to food for all. I mean, I think we're doing just that with our food program, and we continue to support that food program as it grows and changes.
And I'm being like,
right, I understand, but we should probably put more words in. That's short.
Right. So I am being like, but also, as someone who's going to print up the posters, I would like to understand more of what we're printing up.
High quality, healthy.
Without chocolate milk.
And chocolate milk.
And chocolate milk.
And accessible to all.
Extra chocolate milk. High quality food accessible to all. It's on here.
There you go.
High quality food accessible to all.
High quality.
Fresh. Throw some pink marker.
As much local as possible?
Yes, throw it at Bill.
Go for it.
Bill, what's up?
That's huge.
Incoming? Oh, it's fun.
Healthy, high quality, local. Those are the 3 words I would put in there.
What?
Healthy,
Okay.
high quality,
I missed the
local.
first word.
So that was my clarifying. Do other people have clarifying thoughts or comments? So please go ahead.
So you're all gonna know that I'm gonna continue to say this, and you guys can shoot me down as long as you want. But I'm going to continue to say that I don't object, because I recognize that the state is focused on pre-K, but I would still love to have us continue to think of our early grades, early ages of education as an early learning, which would be everything prior to 1st grade. So an early learning as opposed to pre-K. I'm not objecting to us keeping this because I recognize that the state says we have pre-K. But if we can change the way we think about the early learning for our students, including parents into the learning, making it more play-based, making it more nature-based, we overcome the stigma, I think, that public education has been facing around accusations that we can't provide the same quality programming that private home-based or small centers can provide. And I actually don't agree with that kind of a stigma. I believe that we can and should be doing exactly that. So I just want to put it out there, and I'm not asking you to change anything, but I'll continue to say that I still think early learning, and I don't want to limit to an age, because I think there are different ages for children before 1st grade. They can be 3, 4, 5, and 6-year-olds, in fact, I'm sure. So I don't want to limit it to that, but anything prior to 1st grade should be an early learning cohort or group. Anyway, I'm just throwing that out there.
I'd like to even extend that beyond 3. What about 0 to 5?
That would be fantastic.
I mean, even if it's 0 to 3 is more of a consultative thing, where WCSU has information for brand new parents.
So like birth to
No.
first.
Yeah.
Birth to first works for me. We have, there's a different.
I know there are other
You're gonna
resources
get a onesie.
available, but eventually that child will be a student here,
Yeah.
so why not start the relationship as early as possible?
I know, but I'm trying to not stay with, I agree with that, but I'm trying to stay away from the children who, you're 6 now, you're in first grade, and I'm not sure that's always true. But I agree, birth to five is the category that, just like pre-K is a category that the state uses. I love that. There's a different, there are different supports and resources that we have available for zero.
Right.
That's all. And I'd love to explore that more.
One of the questions I brought up was around foreign language when we were talking, and I just wanted to clarify that. I think the only reason that I questioned it was the question in my mind was how is it, not necessarily how would it be rolled out, but is it always Spanish? Is it, what is the offering, I guess? Because to me, I feel like that would be amazing. I think it would be wonderful to have a foreign language prior to some of these older grades, and it would be great to just be able to roll it in to continue it in the middle school on and through high school. That was the only reason that I brought it up. I think that's it.
Yeah, and the reason we put it under questions is because it was on a previous value sheet and we didn't do it.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a question, do we still value it? And the group that I got to talk to said, if we do value it, we need to have some information as a board of what it could look like.
That's great.
And so the question that I have for the group is, do you guys still value it? And if you do, is it a task to come at budget time on what it could possibly look like to fulfill that value?
To me personally, it's extremely valuable because we're looking at it, we, as the group that did the high school values, one of the big things we talked about was having multicultural experiences. Well, if you have no exposure prior to high school, or maybe we're talking middle school, but then that's not really full exposure. I think it would be wonderful.
Well, the best time for language immersion is when they're young,
Yeah.
very young.
Yes.
And I think it's one of the things that has always fallen off in elementary schools because we just don't have the resources
Right.
or the funding.
But it also,
But it should be a value.
it doesn't have to be a class either. There's ways to mix it into the curriculum without being like, okay, it's time for a Spanish lesson, Right.
Or choose.
Whatever.
In my kindergarten, they taught us the English and French alphabet all at the same time, and that's exactly, doesn't help me now, but that's on me.
But you probably remember it.
Yeah, I can remember the song, but I'll spare you.
Come on, prairie shop.
We can do our hand thing if we want to keep it on there.
So I'm asking, do you want to put foreign language here under high quality instruction, or is it another value separate from that?
Same.
I think it fits there.
It's there? Because you're talking about enrichment, right?
Yeah. It's not a question, I agree.
So it's moved
not a
from question?
value, so let's put it
Okay.
Everybody does a question about it.
So, mix it up a little bit. Yes, this is something I value and I stand behind this poster for my group. No, some of it. And I will watch your thumbs because if I get any of these, we're back. We want to really tease that out, and even some of this.
Can I ask whether we're going to have a conversation or we're going to leave that as a question around the pre-K because we took off foreign language out of the question? Were you expecting an answer on that now, or were we going to just?
We'd love to have that conversation if it fits with the time period structure of what we're talking about.
About pre-K locations or value
Yeah,
pre-K
we
itself?
got two questions
or-
down there, whether we're going to add those as follows. Are we going to add, we took off foreign language to say yes or no. Now there's a pre-K location thing.
You just moved it up.
Okay, so do we want to, as part of the values of pre-K, is it access to pre-K for all students? Is that the issue? Or is it the actual physical location?
They actually have access to it now, so it's location.
It's location.
Because we have one school that doesn't have it in the building.
So I would say, other than that, pre-K location would actually be under the value, but it may be something we need to think about as committee work.
So that should be a parking lot conversation.
Yes, that'd be great. And I can move that into
Okay.
our committee work when we start doing that too.
You got it?
I can write.
Okay, thank you.
We can also move, I'm gonna make an amendment too, we can also move in the idea of changing it to first to 5, elementary to high. That's great. Thank you for answering that. Thank you, no, I appreciate that. Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways, accepting these values as our. Awesome. So I'm gonna. Awesome, we have all thumbs up. Fantastic. Woo! All right, middle school, 6 to 8.
All right, 6 to 8 values. I think this is going to be a common theme, high quality instruction. We also added to it personalized learning plan. Every kid is climbing their own ladder, so that's extremely important. Intervention for students based on needs. School support services, nurse, counselor, social worker, etc. Outdoor recreation space, nature, play-based learning. Think of the environment that we're in. We're in Vermont. We're not in inner city New York.
Yeah.
There's so much that we can do and use around us, so very important. Enrichment offerings, art, music, language, PE. I had PE, sorry.
It's totally yours.
Near and dear to my heart.
It is.
Capstone trips and co-curricular. So we had robust conversation around capstone trips and for not being prescriptive about what that means. I think that would come out in the committee discussions, exactly what that would mean. We talked about doing it in 6th grade, doing it in 8th grade. That could all be decided later. So, career exploration, trades versus college, your choice. There are, we certainly don't want there to be this stigma of not being on the right track. So in 6th to 8th grade, as they're starting to learn about these things, make these decisions, not steering them in one direction or the other, but informing them and showing them what the options are. What does it mean to go to college? What does it mean to go into the trades? What do you need to know? If you don't go to college, there's not nearly as much for expenses, but there are trade-offs, no pun intended. Unique offerings, web-based learning. Boy, talk about a difference between when some of us went to school versus now. The web, what's the web? Spider over there. So that's huge and has added so much to the value of teaching and learning. So we might as well take advantage of it and seeing this. And this, I guess if we were going to rank them, funny how this got down to this portion of the list, but it was the first thing that came to our minds. Safety, culture, climate, very, very important. Now that we've added 6th grade to middle school, true middle school, this is when we help all of the parents realize it's okay. Your 6th grader is going to be all right. Everything is safe. We've created a nice culture for them, and the climate is right. And also, you can't see it there, but we've added that we need to have family and staff buy-in and involvement to make all of that work. And then transitions. We have lots of transitions. We noted two. 5th to 6th grade, and then 8th to 9th grade. How do you help students make that transition? How do you help the staff make that transition? And then also, on top of that, mentoring. How important is it to have somebody who's in 7th grade talking to that incoming 5th to 6th grade student on a one-to-one level about what the transition is about, making them feel comfortable in that and being a partner as they make that transition. Safe, functional facilities with high-quality food and means of transportation. We had a little addendum to the transportation piece of that. So and it did say late bus, but now we said late transportation for after-school activities, drama, etc. I mean, this all goes back to equity, right? So if the child is going to participate in something after school, we need to give them the opportunity to get home safely. And also having the bus routes, schedules accessible so that everybody knows where everybody's going, when, how, and why. And then finally we have communication. And the communication between high school and middle school and home, etc., making sure that everybody's on the same page, and then we have all that covered. And that is our 6th grade.
Thoughts?
There seems to be a theme here.
Yes, it's good. That's a good sign.
just throwing that out there.
What's the theme?
The theme is a lot of these things are so repetitive, just at different levels.
Yeah.
You have food, transportation, you have, so I'm wondering if some of these values should just be straight values all the way across the board, and then come down to your different education, your different levels of values.
How about when I type them up, if I see that whatever is standard in all three, I'll make sure they're at the top.
Yeah.
We can make that decision. Thoughts for 6 to 8? We got thumbs going up. Okay, where are we? All right. Efficient group. Fantastic, you guys. Wonderful. All right, high school, you're up.
Who wants it? There you go.
Thank you. All right.
And put your shoes on.
I'm not going to shoes. It's not going to happen. Okay, so obviously we want a safe environment in all of these things. So in addition to that, effective communication between the administration and home, between teachers and home, both directions. It's not enough to have offered the information. If no one's getting it, there's got to be some connection here. Individual student growth. So every student, no matter where they're at, is climbing their own ladder. Everyone's getting better. We're not trying to measure how great everyone's doing by a line item. We want everyone to climb their ladder. Both academically, socially, and emotionally, etc. We want whole people growth. And also the career paths is part of that. Continued emphasis on new and or different experiences, including cultural experiences, things like Journey East. It does not have to be that, but things that are outside the box experiences, something that you wouldn't have had an opportunity to do otherwise. Real world experiences and knowledge put into the curriculum. It's cool to know how to grow your own food and then what you do with it after. It's great to have, you know, some of these life skill things. I know how to do this math and I can now do my taxes. Like whatever this thing is, real life skills. A culture and a climate that families are engaged in and buy into and are involved in. Co-curricular activities, not just sports, all these things. Also outdoor time and experiences. Just because you're in high school doesn't mean you never get to go outside anymore. And then equitable access to those things. So that comes down to the transportation stuff. If we value co-curricular activities, we need to make sure everyone can get to and from them. And then also, speaking about transitions, post-graduation support and how that transition is supported. And also, after you've graduated, can you ask questions still? Can you still get that support?
We talked about wouldn't it be great if, you know, somebody decided to take a gap year and then 6 months in was like, I hate this. I hate doing this. I hate being an adult. I want to go back to college. How do I do that? And, you know, all of us, whether you have children in the school or not, you're paying taxes. So you should have access to be able to go back to the counselor and say, I graduated from here 2 years ago and I'm lost. I don't know what to do. Can you help me? Or at least be able to point them in the direction of a career center.
What's the resource? Tell me where to go. Who do I talk to?
I don't know
what do I do? I started college. I decided this is isn't for me, maybe I want to do a trade instead, but I don't know who to talk to or what to do, how do I do that? So instead of like, you know, how is that supported? So those are our values.
Lindsay, can I
Absolutely not.
just, I don't know why it didn't come to me earlier, but the social and emotional well-being of the students, why we didn't have it as a value. I think it's important. It may tie into safety, culture, and climate, but I think that's incredibly important with how kids, especially in high school, are feeling about themselves. And yeah, I'm glad you put
I agree,
that.
it should be in the middle school there too.
Yep, I should be in all of them.
Yep. I totally agree with that.
I think that we should have a definition of high quality instruction that we keep saying, high quality instruction. And that's sort of a vague term, right? But that can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people. And I think we keep saying high quality instruction, but then the things that that means are whole student growth, academic, social, emotional growth, and if every student is growing. And, you know, I think we should actually have a definition of what that means if we keep throwing the term out.
I think that's a great idea. I really do. The social emotional piece is, we didn't really get there because I think we're looking at it under climate, but I am so glad you teased it out, and we need to be talking about that across the board.
Yeah, that's across the board.
So you're kind of a friendly amendment to the social and
I
emotional
think
health.
everybody takes that as a given. That's
Which
why.
we should.
We should take it as a given, but it should be
Part of our
part of our value, so it's there, so we don't forget
Yeah.
that it's on the back burner.
Because the social and emotional well-being helps to avoid many other things that happen.
So many.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Well, we take high quality instruction, frankly, as a given too, and we didn't forget to leave that off. So I think this is really important to tease out. Thanks.
Could I ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
Going back to your high quality instruction, are you suggesting that maybe we ask our director of curriculum to offer a generalized description of what high quality instruction would look like?
That's exactly what I said.
Okay, thanks.
Across the board. I thought I was clear.
Okay. Just wanted to make,
wow, the great delegator.
And the answer to that question is it will reach every student on every level. To promote growth.
Will I put my other hat on and we'll get that out. For the high school values, adding social and emotional health and well-being of our students, and more clarification about what high quality instruction by definition could be. Are we ready to thumbs up, sideways or down about the high school values? Yeah, good job. Just roll it. All right. So you have your values at this point. That is fantastic. Well done. I will let you sit. We're going to shift gears a little bit, and some of this has come out during our discussions today, which is fantastic. Both, and that was the plan for these to come out, that we are talking both about our values, about our some of our challenges and accomplishments. So what I did was, I'm calling this a chalk talk, but we don't have a chalkboard, so we're going to do it a little bit differently, or a whiteboard. I want to make sure through this process, I read through the survey that went out to all of you. I don't know if everyone participated or not, but I read through all of those, and that helped me design today around some things that might be norms we believe in, might be challenges we have as a school board. Well, Roy will tell you. Challenges and things that you're facing, and it could be things about your own communication, and it could be things that I've heard about equity, I've heard about communication, I've heard about what's facing your district board, things from the AOE, things in our control and things that are out. So what I have, this is helping me here, finances, there's another one I heard, and then there might be other things that I haven't heard about. Pre-K location might come up somewhere in here. So what we're going to do, this is called a chalk talk. And all of you, if you don't have a marker from the last activity, if you make sure you grab one. Any color. And so this activity, you might be around the room a little bit so as long as it doesn't bleed through onto the wall. You can tell right when it comes back.
So these are some categories I came up with. And then I have, the last one that's coming up is a question mark. So that's kind of our didn't get captured here. So the activity is this. So it's a silent activity. We'll do your best. That's actually I'm getting faces like silent. The first part's silent. So what you're going to do is you each have a marker, and at any of the bubbles around the rooms, why don't you grab over here? We'll go this way. So you're kind of near here. If you can think of a challenge that's either facing you as a board member, or challenges or things that you know you're going to have to deal with. Pre-K location is a great one, right? Like that's just something you know you're going to have to deal with. Maybe that falls under equity. But your job is to add, we do it just like this, the school system. So communication, I heard this say, a challenge that the board is facing doesn't have to be a negative thing. Communication goes like this. And I'm writing in a highlighter, which isn't that great, parents, staff, board. And I'm adding that. That's something that I know is a challenge. I've heard today that you already mentioned. Don't use that. How's that? And if you're walking up out and you see that, you might just put a little check mark next to that, or a star because you agree with that. That's a big one for you. What you're not going to do is cross it off because you don't get to decide what other people's challenges are. So we're just going to take about 10 minutes for you to walk around, read what other people have written. Again, it's supposed to be signed, but you're just going to write out some challenges you know that you're going to face as a board this year. The purpose of doing this activity is not to dwell on the negative. The purpose is our next step is we're going to be looking at committee work and creating topics for the school year of the big things you want to tackle this school year. So by establishing your values, by establishing what challenges you know you're facing, that's going to help you build your committees and help you build your topics and your agenda for the year. To make sure these big things that you want to deal with and these big values that matter to you, you want to make sure you're doing the work. And you don't want to build an agenda that you turn around and it's March and you haven't gotten to these things because you got mixed in the day-to-day. You know? Make sense? Any questions? Does anyone want to change out the color? Okay, when you are ready, come on up and add away. I'll move. We'll keep on this all. Take just another minute. I want to point out how respectful everyone is being. So I really appreciate how Mike is walking through and reading. If you haven't had a chance to really look at what each of these are, we're not going to discuss them all in detail, but to look at each so you really gather with you. Chuck them up for all didn't make it onto the board and see. So starting here when I see it, and I'm going to move this. I'm going to start with this one. I purposely don't yet, but. Unified work of the board, middle school success, more community involvement and buy-in, respect First Amendment rights of members, district success, move forward, evaluate, repeat, respect and establish grow individual cultures. So I think a lot of this is coming out in the norm discussion we had today, but it's wonderful to see it recaptured. It's consistent with what has been said. Challenges, which challenges aren't necessarily a negative thing. They're things that we grow when we strive and we grow when we struggle. Speaking of struggle,
can I just ask for clarity, and I did get feedback on it, but I don't know who wrote it. Individual cultures, does that mean of the buildings? Specific building?
Yeah.
I checked it, that's what I was
I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood, because that's how I interpreted it, but I wasn't sure that that was the intent.
I really appreciate that because that's how I interpreted it, and it's good to stop.
Thank you.
Okay. Speaking of challenges, unknowns, AOE changes, mergers, unknowns. Kind of hard to plan for what's coming next. We have some ideas. Act 46, then what?
The big change that's going to be coming up, which we already discussed at his district level, was the Committee of Six, which is the merger of districts, of supervisory unions as Hughes, which is probably going to be the big new thing to come up, because they realize by us consolidating our governance at this level is a good thing, but we need to look at, we have too many administrators compared to the number of students we have now.
Challenge. It's a challenge. Whether we merge or whatever happens here, even if we're doing great communication, things happening, like whatever's happening here might impact this or vice versa. We know will probably impact this. So one of the challenges boards face are the fiscal responsibility to your taxpayers, to your stakeholders. Balancing that with your values, what you believe in and how you make that balance in changing times, right? Diversity within equity, double knocks on equity checks. Transportation, double. Pre-K, check, check, check. Personalized learning, big check. Dr. Love for all, I appreciate being with the group. Self-edit for you, well done here. So equity, and again, this community, and back, a couple of extra dots there. Listening with purpose, and that can be, I'm thinking, communication from your community. Feedback, or with each other. Feedback with a star, respectful and sincere.
I'm fine. I mean, I really didn't want to put it on one of those yet, because I'm not sure how everybody feels the same way I do about public education being under attack, and if they do, then we should be talking about it in other ways. But for me, is it a problem for around this board? Like it is.
And because of your yeah. So anytime we do work on a leadership team, we talk about, we do root cause analysis and think about the things that are the causes for the problems we're having. And then we build everything, we've done this work as a team, we build everything, all the challenges we're having. And then we go into actions, we cross out the things that aren't in our control. Because it's just, why put our energy of banging our heads against something that we have no influence on? So you might have some influence on this, I'm not saying that. But you make it as palatable as possible. But there's just going to be things that come up that because of the different things coming from AOE, you're going to be as nice as you can about it.
I mean, I don't know how much we've had a conversation, I don't think I've been board meetings, and maybe I've forgotten how much conversation we had around, setting up committees. No. But So I guess what before we even talk about putting committees, do we actually as a board agree that committees are appropriate? And that's number one. And because in the past in other boards, we have actually had many committees and then said, actually they're not working for us. And so eliminating them became a much more functioning board. That's number one. Mm-hmm. Number two, if we're talking about, we agree that committees have a purpose for this board, then how are they going to operate, and will they be permanent standing committees, or will they be temporary committees, or what is the purpose of them? So I think that the conversation around committees is really important to have before we say, is this a committee, is that a committee, is that a committee? Great. How about committees in general? Great. Because they can be really dysfunctional. Yeah. And we can't have that. We don't have the time.
That's not the goal. That is not the goal. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's take a 5-minute break, and I'm going to start with Emily's topic when we get back to it. I did put out some chocolate. All right, we're going to do I moved the agenda around a little bit. Thank you for being flexible. We're going to do a quick team building exercise before we move into the next thing. You guys have been. If you would please come form 2 lines of equal numbers facing each other right here.
That's the height that we go to. No higher. Everybody start to lower.
You have to be touching at all times. You've got to start at
Okay,
all hands touching at all
hands
times.
Lower.
Down.
Lower.
Down.
Lower.
Down.
Lower.
Down.
Slowly lower.
It's right there.
I can feel that in my back. You guys are doing great. Keep going.
Come on,
down.
keep going down.
Keep going down. Drop it.
Come on, just let go.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
I think you're good. I think you're good. Communication. Oh my God. What did you find in the beginning? I saw a lot of this. Who's looking it up? Who's doing that? How was that working for you or not working for you? Did I get yelled at?
No, you know what's interesting? Is as soon as we said, don't look at the poll.
Everybody looked at the poll.
No.
At one point,
Mike looked at the poll.
at one point, people closed their eyes, and I was all behind their eyes closed. How did that happen?
So then all of a sudden it went down. Ken was the only voice I heard. And then there was kind of some chanting, down, 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 in rhythm. I didn't hear anyone.
At the end.
You had a plan. And who contributed to that plan?
Pardon me?
Who contributed to that plan?
Everybody.
Could you have gotten that to the ground without communicating?
No. That was a heck of a lot harder.
With a heck of a lot harder. So I'm just gonna like make it real obvious here. When you work together and you communicate and you have a clear goal together, you get there faster and more effectively. Okay? So super. When I was putting this together, I thought this is where I start. I didn't start here, but this is really the outcome, right? This is you're making a work plan for the year. So these are your meeting dates for the year based on your current schedule. I know the February date is a holiday maybe. I don't know if you meet or not, so it might change. But I looked at this and I thought, how, based on the survey and the challenges, and not the values, but the work that I know you have to do and what budget takes, that I made an assumption that you would have committees. This is not my work. If you don't have committees, I have no skin in that game. But what I thought about was if we had a clear, my thinking was if you had a clear topic, so budget, 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 is that kind of budget season or whatever. If committees had a charge, and you knew what that committee work was going to be, and you plug them in here, they would be on the agenda as reporting. So that was my thinking, so you know my thinking behind it. Let's talk about what Emily brought up right before we went into the transition to the break. Do you have committees? Do they function well? And do you want committees? Let's just say this. Take out the function well. Do you have committees? And is it something with the right scaffolding and parameters you want to have? Bill.
So I would just say we had an example of a high-functioning committee for the school choice policy. The board delegated a group. The group named a chairman. The chairman organized effective meetings. They delegated work to the central office that was necessary before meetings. We met 4 times, and by the end of the 4th time, the committee had a school choice policy, 2 to 3 pages long, very fleshed out, that they could then recommend to the board. The board could read it prior, and it was adopted and was very effective in deploying. And so when I think of committee work, I think of that group and that organization as a model for this board working. The other committee that has been established has been the Facilities Committee, and they did a lot of pre-work last year, getting our engineering studies together, getting a lot of data together. They've already met with our Director of Operations and are preparing for this type of work. So my 2 examples of the committees involved with this group have been highly successful. So I know that when we met as a planning, I was one of the voices that a well-organized committee could be highly beneficial to this board.
Let's have a policy.
Well, and that's true. And then the policy committee came through with the 17 or 18 recommended required policies in a very efficient manner as well.
So this is just all of my questions were about clarity so that we're all on the same page about committees. What Bill just described were 3 very different committees to me. And they all need a different charge and a different function, and we all have to agree with the project. So I'll just share my thoughts, and so other people can do whatever they want. The choice, that was a temporary, had a specific need. We asked them to come up with something very specific. We were very clear. I don't know as we told them how many meetings to have, although committees are often told you're only allowed to have 3 meetings or whatever, and get it done by such and such a date. I don't think we did either of those things, but that's one of the options that can happen with a temporary committee that's taking on just one topic. There's the policy committee, which I think, I think you're still chairing that. That's sort of an ongoing committee. It meets when it's needed. And we have been using them for a long time, so we're familiar with them, and I don't think anybody ever questioned about whether we should do that, and I think that has a very specific charge. We may ask them to take up a policy or come up with a policy for us, or they'll come to us. So we sort of give them a little more autonomy because it's a piece. And then there's the building committee, which actually was created by need. In fact, even, I wouldn't want to call it emergency, but we certainly are in a challenging time with our buildings. And so we really felt like we needed to have something like that. So there was a group who were ready to jump into it as needed. I think there's value to all of them. I just want to make absolutely sure that when we do them, we know which kind of committee we're entering into, and having a very specific charge and hopefully a timeline for results. And then the committee would disband. We also need to understand about the structure of committees because, if there's more than 5 people, then that's a quorum of the board. So all of that has to be considered as well. I know everybody already knows all that, but we just have to. So that was my thing. We have never talked about this as a board. So those were just some of my thoughts. Other people have different thoughts.
Right. So as part of, I was in the organization and meeting talking about this, and, I was on the preliminary board with you when we got rid of the standing committees because they didn't seem to work.
Could you explain to everybody why they didn't work?
The biggest I don't want to use the word problem, but the biggest thing with the challenge with the standing committees was that the committee would go off and do a bunch of work, and then they would come back and present it to the board, and the board would essentially decide that in order to really make this decision, they needed to redo all that work. So the committee spent a great deal of time doing work that was then repeated. And so, if that's what happens with committee work, then, then there's no point in having the committees because people are unhappy that they put in all that time. And it doesn't actually save the board any time. When we talked about forming committees, it was really driven by the fact that, again, we have a large amount, everything is new. In the past, a lot of boards run on, well, this is how we've always done it, and, there's momentum, and there's precedent, and there's things like that to fall back on. We don't have any momentum or precedent. This district has never been a district before. So as we go forward, we're making up the new normal for this district. And that's a lot of work. We're going to run 4 buildings. Nobody's ever run more than 1 before. We've got policy, and we'd like policy to be as minimal and, building adaptive. But if we set policy for, 4 buildings, we don't want to have 4 policies for this. We want to have a building use policy and then lay out procedures that work for each building. And on with things like we were talking about, one that Lori is kind of interested in having a budget committee, which is somebody that works with her through budget season so that they could give the presentation she could give. Somebody who's really familiar with that budget and spends some time meeting with her and has a more intimate understanding than maybe the rest of us starting out and can help her teach the rest of us as budget season goes on. We talked about a committee for communication because that's, in the work that we've done today, it's come out that that's clearly something we need to focus on. So if we have a committee look into ways that are effective and brainstorm and everything else, and then come back and say to the board, okay, here are all the things we've looked at, these are our recommendations. As long as the board then is willing to trust the committee work and say, okay, let's go with your recommendation, then we've actually saved time and energy. If the board then says, well, we want to look at all these ways of communication because we're not sure, we want to, did anybody think about this? Was this discussed? Then maybe we don't need a committee for that. We just need to start meeting twice a month and build bigger agendas and get through all that work ourselves. But that was the vision. I don't think any of these committees, when we were talking about kind of putting together committees to do this behind the scenes lifting, was envisioned as a standing permanent committee. It's more, we have a lot of work to do right now. There's a lot of homework, there's a lot of stuff to get through, and if we can have 4 or 5 people meet, get to something, and then make a presentation to the board can ask questions, task the committee with some more work, similar to what we do with Bill and his team. We'd like to discuss this. Could you get these answers for us so we can have this discussion? We can come back with those answers and we have this discussion. That's kind of what we're looking at in terms of committees.
A couple of things. I agree with pretty much everything you said. I think we need to be mindful of the time that we all already put in here, and as well as the rest of our lives and our other volunteer opportunities. And I think that's hard to ask. So to me, a permanent committee feels like a slog, just personally. But the idea of a committee with a deadline, a timeline that you know is, okay, well, we've only got X amount of meetings or weeks or days or whatever it might be, that feels like okay, yes, I feel like I can donate that time on top of this time. So for the example of the budget committee, I went and met with Lori when we met once or twice, when she was going through the budget, and it was like, I wrote budgets for a living. It's a very different thing than what she does. So that was hard. I don't think any of us would be interested or qualified to make the presentation that she makes. Personally, that's just my take on it, having sat there and been like, what? Say that one again, because I don't know. I completely missed what you're talking about. I'm trying to keep up, but she's built an entire career around that. But I also think I really agree with you that some of this is really necessary, and maybe necessary to do outside, but as long as people, I really loved that you guys in the policy committee just took that up, and you just came to meetings and said, here's what we came up with, and we were like, great, or hey, add that. That, I felt like took a lot of weight off of the group. So I think there's definitely pros and cons to both ways. Looking at a whole year and divvying it up seems a little overwhelming. But that's just I love the idea of, okay, I've got a deadline of November and April. Great, those are my committees. For me personally to go, oh God, now I'm on a committee that is lasting until the time of June, feels a little daunting, but that's just my take on it.
This is great. I'll go ahead and then I'll. Oh, sorry.
I like your point about the timing piece. We're all busy. So maybe it's have a committee meeting prior to our big meeting, right? A half hour before, as opposed to in between or whatever. And so say maybe the committee meeting that you have, if it's a long-term thing, prior to that meeting is for the next meeting. Like you're talking about what you're going to work on, and maybe there's some outside work that you do, gather information, whatever, for the next meeting. But if you keep it tight and to the regular meeting schedule just a little bit before, for at least for the standing committees, I think that'd be easier.
Go ahead.
So part of what I see the value of the committees is dividing the work. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I don't like communication. I have no interest in the font on the page of the flyer. And we spent board meetings, we spent hours talking about font. No, seriously.
Yeah.
Yep. And that, to me, that's not a board meeting discussion. It's a waste of valuable board time. Let somebody else do that. But we do a lot of information gathering. And how many times have we sat in board meetings and we're presented with something and we have questions and our administration is great. I'll get you the information. Wouldn't it be nice if we could have got to that before the meeting? If the committee met and we asked the same questions because we don't understand education, we don't understand this building problem, we don't understand curriculum issue, and we asked 2 weeks before the meeting, we need more information, and now we can come to our board meetings and be more productive. I think that's really what this is about. And maybe the committee can sift through all of the information that is not necessary for everybody to read. You can certainly read it if you want to, but point to the information that is critical to the decisions that we're making. I think having a calendar that goes out for the year helps us focus on the important deadlines that we have. Like, for example, communication. Communication committee, probably, if we create one, should have a fair amount of work to do just before our annual meeting. But they probably don't have a whole lot of work to do tomorrow. Well, the building committee has a fair amount of work to do leading up to the budget preparation, because we have to figure out what out of the millions of dollars in building repairs we want to include in the budget. So I think that's where the calendar helps, and asking the committee with a very specific, at our November meeting, you really have to have some idea as to what maintenance issues we're going to work on. And now we can then task the administration to get the information and have productive board meetings.
So I'm going to direct you to the right side of your folder. You'll see there's a packet of a committee template, and behind it is what you see here in a colored sheet. So what I did was I just did some research. I looked at what the purpose of committees are, what seem to be well-functioning teams, what that looked like in an organizational view, and listening to what the directors had given me for feedback for creating this agenda. And then I put those up on posters. So much of what's been said, it was the spirit of what I was putting together, was these are committees that have a specific purpose, with a scope, with frequency of dates. They may be dormant part of the time, but they may be very active part of the time. I think you gave such a simple example, Drew, of fonts. Like, I don't care about fonts, you're right, but someone else might. And someone else might care a lot about chocolate milk. So we want to make sure the person who cares about chocolate milk is getting their voice heard and can be part of that committee, and probably not do it live in front of your community for 3 hours on Monday night in order to be the most efficient and productive. Especially when you know other topics we don't even know about yet are going to come up. So on that sheet, I wrote down the purpose, and I took a liberty here. This is your work. I would be glad to change it. But what I wrote was the purpose of a committee is to make recommendations to bring back to the school board. And the purpose of that meaning, it's not the time to rehash everything that's happened. It's the time for them to come forward and say, here are my recommendations. Here's all the information we came up with. So if a committee has a clear scope and a clear purpose, you are to go out and find out about ways we can better communicate with our stakeholders. Then that committee is going to come up with different ideas, they're going to do all the research, and they're going to come back to the board and present that. And there'll be times where there might be a vote or decisions to be made, or the board might say we need more information, but it won't be the time for that committee to come forward and then the board to say, well, what did you do this, did you do that? You know, it's really to present information. So I put that as a purpose. This is your work. If you don't like this purpose, we can change it or clarify it. I was just trying to come up with some stuff. And then I also took liberty about the recording of the work. So I've thought a lot about how busy you all are and the work that you have to do. And my thought was, rather than say you must take minutes or you have to post them as a committee, if you present that as part of the board, your synopsis, and then submit whatever paper research you have, then that becomes part of the minutes of the board, and then that takes care of the documentation and the clarity and transparency of your work. So these are the two liberties that the person sitting in front of you did. So if you do not like these, this is the time to amend. Yes?
So the recording, actually, we have to operate under open meeting rules, and any committee of the board actually has to take minutes.
Okay.
And they have to post their meetings as if you are a board meeting, and you know, that there are very specific guidelines and rules around committee work. So we have no choice in that part.
I did look up and I couldn't find anything that clarified, so I really appreciate you sharing that.
Right, but the depth of the minutes are
Well, that's true.
legally variable.
Okay.
That's true.
Right.
Discuss policy.
Exactly. Like Peter is doing
Exactly.
very, very detailed minutes, and I would expect the board to take
I'm the
minutes.
first one to tell you I am very opposed to detailed minutes.
Right.
I don't think we should do that. I don't think it's helpful, mostly because here we are being recorded anyway. If you want to know, go back, you should be talking to the people or looking at the recording to see what we actually said. Detailed minutes are often misinterpreted because, especially if there's quotes, you cannot. do as well as we do.
So I would suggest that I will come back with a different, I'll wordsmith this and come back with you. Am I on the right one? On the right
Yeah, I
one.
just want to make sure that we're following open meeting law.
Perfect. I can do that.
Includes posting and warning.
Warning?
Yeah, they need to be posting.
I would just say, if we choose to move forward this way, what I would propose is that we give sort of a template for each committee. Like, you know, here's how you warn it, here's how you do it, here's what you have to do for your minutes that can literally be fill in the blank. I mean, the committees aren't actually taking any action. So, you know, there's not gonna be motions and votes, it's just gonna be discussion. So, you know, what are you discussing? And then the committee, there may actually be a report that the committee makes to the board that's more informative than the minutes would be. You know, and presents at a meeting so that the board can then deliberate and take action. But, you know, I think we could make a pretty easy template for a committee so that they would follow the law.
I think some committees would have to take votes though, like policies, or like if you're gonna advance them, right? So if you have a committee of 4 people and you're not sure if the policy's gonna go to the rest of the board, you have to have a vote, right?
You would come to consensus as a committee. You can't vote as a committee because you're not a quorum of the board, but you would have to have a consensus as a committee to advance the work of the committee to the full board.
So I'm wondering, maybe it makes sense, Jeff, like, out of my scope, but maybe yours.
Right.
So maybe create that template?
Right.
Okay, perfect.
Right, I can, sorry.
Cool. So what about the purpose? How are we feeling about, sorry, I'm gonna dive in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to talk about the recording of work and open meeting law, but the scope?
Well, I'm not there yet.
Pardon?
I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
We're not gonna do that.
We're not gonna.
We'll come to it. I'm back to purpose.
Gotcha. Hear that. Sometimes it's really hard to hear you in this room because it's echo.
Oh, I apologize.
No, it's
I
quite
cannot
all right.
say it.
It's hard. That's all.
How do you feel about the purpose, as a stated purpose?
That's what it should be.
Okay. Now, the scope was my word, we could call it something else, but that would be specific to the committee. So Emily, your thoughts on, and again, these are Jen's. Jen did research, but these are not hers. So policy committee was one where most boards have a
I have a question.
So
Your scope for the policy committee. The policy committee does not handle procedures, ever. The procedures have to be brought up by the administration on how they're gonna be implemented, just so, you know, because everybody for some reason thinks policy and procedure go hand in hand. They do go hand in hand, but when they are worked, the policy committee does not deal with the procedures.
It's hand to hand, not hand.
okay. So what I wrote here,
Yeah,
you have this in print in front of you, in your packet. What I wrote here, good point, Ken, because I wrote reviews district policies, no procedures in there.
No procedures, that's.
Recommends changes to current policies, addition of new policies, and deletion of outdated policies based on changes in law and recommendations from the BSBA. Is this a committee? Yes.
I don't care about the policy committee or whatever. I just want to define what that area is.
What the scope will be.
So I just want to say that what we would normally say, and scope is fine with me, what we would say would be, it's a charge from the board to the committee saying, this is what your charge is, this is what we want you to do. So I think this is the area where I think is really important and will make committees effective and will create buy-in from the full board when the committee comes back. The charge is everything to this. So we need to be very specific, and that's where we would put a timeline in if we want it. And it's very specific to the charge, to the topic. So I think it's critically important that we are very clear, because you don't want a committee to go outside of the work that a board has asked them to do either. And that is something that happens quite often. They say, oh, take us down this tangent and go down that road when the board didn't ask us to do that. We shouldn't be doing that. So the more clear, concise, and simple the charge is, the more effective the committee work is, I think. And so I just think that this is a really important piece to the whole thing. The policy committee is a standing committee. I think we've created a standing committee with the policy committee that meets when needed. Most of these things that I think we're talking about, I'll ask you, Joe, to respond to Bill. Most of them will be one topic committees, not a standing committee that we can go back to all the time. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that makes it even more important that we're very clear. We want you to go and do research around choice, school, inter-district school choice, that kind of thing. We just need to be very specific about this.
Love it. So that, when I look at the template in the packet in front of you, I would change the scope to say charge. And like this to me is almost how you would develop all your committees, right? So you have a clear purpose, you have a charge to what that committee is, recording of committee work will change that, template, and then the plan of action. Like so now your charge is to go review policies, blah, 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 and scratch that out, right? But go do that. And then whoever the chair is would then come up from the board's recommendation, create a plan of action. Well, we're going to meet Monday and we're going to review F16, G4, and whatever the policies we want to do and bring a recommendation back. So it's really clear. And it may be that this would work for standing committees, but it might also be as new committees come up and charges come up, that this becomes very clear and becomes the template of the board to create those committees.
And part of the reason I said about not going outside of the charge is because we want to be very mindful that we're not micromanaging.
And it's
Also,
very easy to do that. You're probably, if you go make a charge about communication and then come back with a field day, that may not be what you intended for that to happen, although it could fall under that big scope. So a purpose is much more clear. Sorry, charge. Love it. Thank you. Love it. Other thoughts? And the template itself? Yeah.
Regarding the charge, I would just say, I mean, there may be some things that we charge a committee with, and they go out and they do some research and have some findings, and then all of a sudden the charge changes.
Yeah.
So just to give them enough latitude to come back to the board and say, here's what we found, we need to rejigger the charge based on our initial findings. Something like that.
Good point.
I would encourage, I mean, again, if this moves forward, I would encourage committee chairs to, you know, if that does arise in your work, it's like, you know what, we found this other thing, you know, we're not sure if this fits in our charge, come back to the board, ask for time on the agenda to talk about it, and we can fit in, you know, a few minutes, we can fit in the time to, you know, give you direction and help with the work, you know, because, again, the committees are doing the board a huge favor by doing all that research and gathering of information so that we can have the discussion and make the decision.
So let me ask this as a board. So I guess I'm proposing a committee outline that has the topic, the members, the chair, a purpose, a charge, a recording, and a plan of action frequency as a template for you for this work. So before we make that decision, do you wish to go forward in creating committees, both standing and less frequent? Please.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to comment, but I have one other question about it after you read all that. If it's a committee that is not just meeting, I'm not worried about policy because that one meets on need and we all have a report back and we have a need for them to report back. But if there's a committee that's meeting 4 or 5 times, what is the expectation of the board for reporting back during the work process? Is that something that we don't ever ask, or is that something that we give a committee chair 5 minutes to say, here's what we've been working on, we've met twice, and just a quick summary? I mean, is that important to the board or not? The reason I bring it up is because I think it's really important that the full board stays connected to the work without slowing the work down that we've charged them with. So I don't know what the balance there is, but I think we all need to come to an agreement on how we're going to do reporting back. I don't care what we say, I just want us to all agree.
So on our last agenda, the officers had pre-imagined exactly what we're talking about. And so they have created a structure that would be included in every single agenda for the opportunity to do exactly what we're talking about. So the board would be able to stay.
Written questions, and then the board would charge the committee with additional work if they needed to, is the hope.
Sort of like the administrative reports. Here's what, you read it ahead of time. And then, you know, if there has to be some sort of discussion, like the committee feels it needs an answer or more direction, but otherwise it would be like, here's where we are, do you have any questions?
And I think that's great. I think we just have to be really mindful of not opening a door to start micromanaging the work that we've charged the committee with too. So I'm fine with all that. But once we start to give and take partway through a process, the board can take over the work of a committee, and that could be a challenge too. So I'd limit that as much as we possibly could. That would be my hope, that as a board we do. If we've given them a charge and we need to change the charge, that should either come directly from us or directly from the committee, and not a part of the dialogue where, you know, we didn't really like what you just said, so why don't you try doing this kind of thing. I just want to be careful that we work as effectively and efficiently as possible. Okay. Less is more, but I think that we should be updated.
Okay.
And if we have a really clear charge, I think that is awesome.
So I haven't heard from everyone, so I'm hoping to hear some other voices about this, about committee work. I think there's been some really great thoughts and careful thoughtfulness about how you want this to work. And it sounds, again, going back to being a productive and effective board.
I think we should have a very limited number of standing committees, and I think we've already kind of mentioned most of those: building, policy, budget, just the things that, you know, we have to have those standing ones in place, and then having the, you know, more intermittent ones with a specific purpose and charge sprinkled in here and there.
Well, and of the four that you've got, I think policy's standing, and maybe the only one. I mean, eventually we'll have our arms around the buildings, the facilities, and we may not need a committee to manage that. I think the budget ought to form every year, so that we get rotation on the committee. Maybe not totally reform, but I would think budget and, you know, maybe communications are standing. You know, develop a plan, the board will implement it. If the board wants to change the plan, we can form a new communications committee and direct them with a new charge. But those are all single event things. You know, they may be in place for a year, but no, I don't think we're creating necessarily 4 standing committees. Was my thought. Because I don't think we want to necessarily. I agree. We don't want to create a bunch of standing committees. You know.
And also, a person shouldn't be alone on a standing committee. Trish. Poor Trish. The committee of one.
So let's just do a quick straw vote. We'll do the thumbs up, thumbs. How about fist of 5? Let's go back to that. Fist to 5. Forming committees. Forming committees in the structure.
I don't know.
You're on one.
I'm on one, so I guess I'll go halfway. I'll agree.
Okay, with some reservations, but I think, okay, we are going to form committees. So I'm looking at the time right now, and we have 2 tasks ahead of us, and I'm open to suggestions. So one of the things that we have 3 tasks actually. One of the things is, in your paper packets in front of you, I did put together some different committees based on the feedback I had gotten. I don't know if those will be standing or not. So we have the option right now that we could try to plug in some dates and some chair people or members for those, and maybe tweak the purpose, the charge a little bit, and then plug them into the action work plan. Or the other option is we could say the board will work on committees later, and let's just look at our work plan for topics.
I think the fun.
The latter?
Yeah. If we find ourselves with extra time, we can always go back to this process.
Well, what you could do was take the template, and at your September meeting, that could be part of the work you decide. Emily?
I don't know whether this is directed to you or to Joe, there's probably more to Joe, but I'm gonna just say it. I'm gonna ask about, because it sounds like we're gonna move on before we leave committees, the finance committee, which sounds like it's morphed into a budget committee. Am I right?
That was a committee that Lori had specifically asked for, so that she would have 2 or 3 board members who had a deeper dive into the budget with
Got
her.
it. So I think that we have to take the time, not today, to scope out what the work of that committee is. Because if that committee is representing the board to build a budget, that's a completely different thing than just to give feedback to the finance director who's doing, who's developing the budget with the administration. I'm cautious about what that committee would be. And I just want to make sure we all understand.
Yep, I think we would want to talk to Lori about that, but my understanding of her request was not that the administration would continue to build the budget with the entire board. And that this was more, once the budget, there may be a little bit more like, sort of seeing how the sausage gets made behind, but also just being able to explain, being able to explain a little more in depth, being involved in the process a little bit more. It's not taking the building of the budget out of the entire thing.
Great. I really appreciate your clarification of that so that we all agree, because that's exactly what I think. And I do think that we all need to be able to stand up and explain the budget to our communities. Lori shouldn't be doing it. We should be doing it as a board. And it shouldn't just fall in the hands of the chair too. So I totally agree with that. We just have to be really careful, because we as a board in the past, or our boards in the past, have charged the administration with, as Ken had suggested earlier, I want to have it at, 0% increase, I want to have no more than 3% increase, I want to see the budget go down 3%. We can do that as a board to give him direction, and my guess is you're going to come to us and have that conversation, maybe not, but it feels like I don't want this committee to get in the way of the work that the administration's doing and the board's doing. So thank you for the clarity.
Okay, so these are the third Mondays of the month. If I'm wrong, I apologize. I did double check with Meg, but it's kind of that way, once a month. So you have the topics here, and what my suggestion is now is I am looking at our challenges and our values, and I feel like I can record your thoughts. Okay. About what we're going to put on here. I'm going to move it closer to you. I'm hearing that on your September meeting, that maybe taking some time, and I'll move it forward. The topic would be forming committees, and developing the charge of committees, and what that looks like. Might be something that you want to dedicate some time for, based on this.
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay. This will be helpful with the part. Whiteboard or whiteboard. Sorry, I did not mean to block you out. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. I also know these things are going to come up. Like Judy brought up communication before our vote. Probably a really big deal, right? So looking at, if you have 1 or 2 topics and 1 or 2 committee report outs at a meeting, we're probably pretty full.
Can we just raise our hand?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's make a proposal. Before budget season, we need to talk about pre-K.
Okay. Let's do these. When do we know your meeting is just going to be budget? Or your big topic at least is going to be budget?
At the very latest, the 18th, the 16th, and the 20th.
So here, budget, and that will help us plan on each side, right? Okay. That's the very
Yeah, so that parking lot pre-K question is going to have to be soon.
Okay.
For 2 weeks.
Well, let the record show, and I already this really down for a minute.
Wow, that's impressive.
All right.
That gives you 2 weeks.
Okay, topic here. So it sounds like pre-K is going to be here, right?
Yep.
Both. Okay. Talk about it at one meeting.
Well, before we can say both, what information do we need to have in order to have that discussion, because putting it on the agenda
Yeah,
without information is a waste of our time.
but that's not,
The 16th is not very far away.
well, I know, but I thought this, because we're talking about committees, so we're not there, what we're gonna put it on. Maybe I'm confused about what that says, but it says committee, I mean, we may be setting up a committee to have that conversation.
Right, so maybe this means you're setting up a committee that's charged to go look at pre-K and come up with that.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, well, so we can talk about the charges for the committees that we've talked about forming on the 16th. And if there's another committee, if we want to have a 1 month committee to go find some answers for pre-K, or, you know, we may just have a quick pre-K, we may have a pre-K discussion and come up with 5 things that we want to know by October 21st. Yes.
Could we make a decision? Do we have enough information right now today to make a decision on preschool?
That's what I was.
What's the question?
Location of preschool is moved to a parking lot. Do we want to run a preschool a new thing? A new development? Could we make that decision today, right now?
Do we have the space available?
And that's what I'm trying to get at. So what information do we need in order to make that decision? Because if we're telling ourselves we're going to make that decision on October 21st, then we need to task somebody, whether that be ourselves or the administration, with making sure that we have that information for the 21st.
Okay, so we need to know if we have the space. What else do we need to know?
The cost.
There's a desire. Will people use it? Does it exist?
Space, desire, cost.
Potential number of students.
I'm not sure that's
I'm
known.
getting that bill is.
I'm not sure this requires a committee because we've already had the talk.
Okay.
We have already made the decision about pre-K.
Fair enough.
This is just about location.
This
Plus
is
everyone's gonna, I feel like everyone's really gonna wanna have a say in it, and I want to hear what everyone has to say, so to have a committee and say, okay, this is our suggestion, we're all still gonna have a say.
So we're gonna
We're gonna have this conversation anyway, so
Okay,
we'll have to.
so we're figuring out right now what we need to know to have this conversation.
Yes, right.
Yeah. This is good.
So we got 4
Space,
things, right? Space,
cost,
desire,
and what is desire?
Do you have students?
Is there, you know,
If you
are there
build-
parents asking for it?
Have you had
Are there people who
requests?
want? Have you had
Survey
requests for
monkey,
pre-K?
something.
Maybe reach out to the parent advisory committee and ask their opinion.
Because parents need to, I mean.
Space, cost, desire, under desire, I have students, I have requests, I have PAC. What's the 4th thing you wanted?
That was it?
Did you say cost?
Space, cost, and desire. And under desire, students, requests, PAC.
And I guess feasibility, is it possible to pull together? Is it, I mean, is there a reason it's?
Wouldn't that information determine feasibility?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Do you want a administrative recommendation?
Yes.
Sure. So I could make the suggestion that go on as a topic for October 21st, because especially if there's a pack that has to meet, it may have already met, and not necessarily going to be in the next 12 months.
Perfect.
Okay.
Done.
And because these topics will probably be out to the community, do you want to say pre-K location or pre-K expansion to Newbrook?
Yep.
We're going to discuss it.
And so I'm thinking of timeline. That still gives us the time to ask for feedback after that meeting for the public.
Yeah, because you can add it or subtract it from the budget up
That's what
until
Right, so that'd be our first.
January 10th.
But we'll be able to give the administration guidance whether we want it included or not.
Yes.
My question was only making sure that the community had a chance to give us feedback at a board meeting.
Does this give them enough time?
Yes, that's what I just asked him. He's great.
Already.
So,
Sounds like getting you the information.
your move is that have these, which might be policy. I heard communication a lot, so I don't want to lose sight of that, because communication before the vote's very big, but also before and during the budget. So that may become a committee, but it might also be.
Lots of different scopes of committee out there. Like communication with the community about budget is a completely different thing than communicating with parents about, whatever, you know, about the transition to preschools. they're totally different communication needs and uses, so. Not sure how much.
So just a suggestion, I think there are a lot of incredibly important topics that we have coming up and work that needs to be done. Maybe we flesh out the topics and then attribute a committee if necessary. I think it's really important to, let's talk about the work and then the committee that might need to take it up.
Great. You have a finite number of meetings. How do you want to spend them? Mike, put your hand up.
Well, I was just going to mention that there was something that I put into the parking lot, which was school choice, and probably not I was wondering if we should survey the families who took advantage of that to find out why, right? So like, the natural inclination is to say, well, if everybody's leaving one school, maybe it's a school problem, but maybe it's not a school problem. Maybe they just want to be closer to Lehman and Gray, you know, like, so, because the parents work in Brattleboro, like, so to know that, I wonder if that would, like, not a high priority, but it might affect how we build a budget if we had that information. So I just wanted to throw that out.
What's the timeline for best feedback?
Yeah, when would you want that info by?
Well, like, if we agreed to some questions, you could send out the survey to those families, and I guess it's a question to the board. Does the board feel like that information would be good to have before we build our budget? Or is it not gonna really change anything and we can kick that can down the road?
So clarifying question from my outsider's view. With Act 46 school choices happening, correct? So it's not like we would change school choice, correct?
Well, we have elementary school choice, which we didn't necessarily have to do, right?
Okay.
But I agree with elementary school choice, so.
I'm not stating, I'm asking because that makes a very big difference between whether we're just getting feedback about what they've thought about how it worked, or if we're saying, should we go back to no choice? Like, those are really big differences.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just,
You're not talking about an evaluation of whether or not to continue.
No, not at all. I'm just wondering, like, you know, was it the quality of the after-school programs at Townsend that made a lot of people come, or was it simply that, you know, parents already had a kid at L&G and, you know, they wanted to just be all in the same town for convenience, you know?
Why did you make the choice?
Why did you make the choice? So we could, as a board, actually have some information as to why that happened, you know?
Kind of back to equity.
Yeah,
Like something here.
and just because, you know, one of the things that people, like, I wonder, like, why did so many people leave mostly out of one school, right? You know, so it just, something that I think the board should understand more. Doesn't necessarily have to be one of our first meetings, but could it potentially affect the budget? Possibly. You know, we might learn some things that we could just, you know, deploy in other schools and then make every school its best potential.
Okay. So the idea, thank you for clarifying that. I just want to make sure I wasn't leading down the wrong path. So I'm not sure where the survey, if that happens as a topic or if that's a committee.
Well, I think
or
just
if
as
it's
the board, we
information.
have to figure out what the questions we'd want to ask in the survey, and then let Bill and his team go do the survey.
Well, I agree, because we've also had like questions come up. How do we make this program look more appealing now that there's less students in the building? Was one topic, if I remember correctly. And so it was almost asking that question of what was lacking, because you want to make it more appealing after all those kids left that one building. And it does, for us, we can't make things better if we don't know if things are wrong. You know what I mean? I'm not saying there was anything wrong, because I don't know.
No, we don't. Okay. Lindsay, go ahead.
So just piggybacking on what Al said earlier, maybe it would be helpful if we had a separate piece of paper and made a big long list of here's all the things, I just want to throw it out there, this is something that's important to me that we haven't brought up, that I want to bring up this year. And let's have a list, and then let's know what things we're going to talk about, and then we can all put our things out, and then we'll decide where they fit, and does this need to happen before budgeting or after budgeting, and we can go through the whole big list when we have, because one thing might inform another thing, and then there may be more than one thing that's connected, and maybe it's a good idea to just have the big picture before we start trying to fill things in. Let's know what the things we're going to put on there are.
Right, so I'm going to make an amendment to that because we could be here a long, long time. So what I would suggest is right now, again, coming back to, so that kind of parking lot item, it sounds like that's a task that we're going to figure out when that's going to happen, that the board members want to know about that. Like more
I was just asking if we wanted to put it on one of those agendas.
So that's one of the
Sooner
things.
rather than later.
And then we have all these big things, these big topics that we know. So maybe, I mean, this is, we can scratch stuff out. This is perfect. So, like, let's get some of those big topics out on here, and then we might find we have too many on one, we might have a survey, and we can move them around. So let's get those big topics like Al alluded to. Drew, go for it.
I think a big important topic for budget season is unique needs of our schools. We need to hear from them as a topic. And if we hear from them after we've done the budget, that's not going to, we need to hear from them before we do the budget. The budget programming go together. So, well, I'm assuming that we'll hear from administration, we'll hear from our principals, we'll hear from our PACs. But we need to make sure that we make time in our agenda to hear from our schools before the budget's done.
October.
So I'm seeing that in October, I'm going to throw it out there, and I'm going to say that that survey should probably be part of that work too, right? Like, why did you move to where you moved, and maybe looking at, don't know. Yeah. I'm just going to put administrative reports or school reports.
That's fine, but I also would caution us on evaluating our school choice program.
Okay.
That early, I think you know, we might be saying when, I think evaluating our school choice program after.
People have taken advantage of it.
Yeah, that.
But Mike has a good point though, that if everyone, what if everybody came, all right, we're gonna leave this school and go to this school because of this particular, that, because this school we came to has this thing. If we all know before budget season that this thing is the important thing that's drawing people, maybe we need that more than, in more schools than the one.
Right.
That's the driving
And I wasn't
factor.
talking about evaluating the whole program, just the reasons why.
So I'm wondering if we can narrow that down even and send out a survey just to the people who moved.
That's what I said.
Yeah, just those.
Just the people who took advantage.
And it could even be through the PACs that gets managed. We can, you know.
Because I do hear what you're saying, evaluate, because we don't want this to turn into an evaluation.
No, no.
Okay. Emma?
Because we probably, I mean, you know, parents are just barely beginning to take advantage of the choice, right? So they have very clear reasons, but those clear reasons could actually change in 6 months from now or in 3 months from now. Which means the value of feedback from them right now may not be the same as the value from feedback from them in March, right? So I guess, and I'll just expand my comments to, in general, that when we are going to survey, we need to be very clear about what it is we're trying to find. What is the answers? What are the answers going to inform us on? So if we're not considering a change at this point in time, and we just want to look at, we need to know ahead of time. That's all I'm saying. I'm very cautious about opening up.
So let me try it right now. Can I put that on as a topic for September, to talk about that school choice survey and think about what it is that it would be? Or is this something you want to discuss now? Because we keep coming back to this kind of small thing and I want to get bigger.
Yeah, I feel like it's too.
Well, and I guess my reason for wanting to see it sooner is like, if we somehow found out that, hey, it was really the quality of the after-school programs, that's something that we could offer in other schools, and that would be good for us to know before we build a budget. It could be not have anything to do with that, but we don't know.
We don't know.
Was that part of the questions when people asked? I mean, I know there was a process that we went through.
Some people answered the
That's what I'm
question
trying to
why,
say.
some
Do we
people did
have,
not.
okay, so, but do we have a?
We don't have the quality yet.
And the program was more successful than we thought, right? So like, a lot of people took advantage of it. So, you know, there'd be new voices potentially answering now than before.
What's the timeline for new people for next year?
March.
So March seems like a big timeline. If people are going to be doing school choice, we should probably evaluate March.
The other thing is impact on budget. We need to understand, that's the other thing I'm trying to figure out. We can change things, right? We pass a budget, but there are shifts we make.
Yeah, you guys pass a bottom line budget.
Right, exactly. So it doesn't mean we can't make shifts after the budget. I'm a little mindful and worried about us sending a message that we're questioning already something that we've only just barely started and haven't even allowed parents.
But it's not questioning the effectiveness of the system, it's questioning what can we do to, is the system we currently have, do we have feedback about what's currently
And I get that, but we have to be very careful that we have to be very deliberate in that. So I agree, put it on the agenda so that if we're going to go forward with that, we have to be very clear that we're not questioning it.
Okay.
You know, this is what we're doing it for.
I-
And we need to agree.
And I hear unintended consequences. That's what I'm hearing. Like, unintended consequences of putting out a survey this early makes people think that there's something wrong with choice, that they want to do something else.
But it wouldn't go out to everybody, it'd only be those people who took advantage.
So let's put it on the agenda so we can say it to everybody and deal with it as an entity. At the same time that we're looking at the administration reports and what's happening in all the schools. And if a school is, if one of the reasons, say, is an after-school program, everybody left because we don't have as good of an after-school program, then the PAC should be telling us that. That's the job of the PAC. And so if those things come in anyway, that can be incorporated in that. And
So make it one of the topics of the
So that's
tax
part of that.
to report to us in October. What are you hearing? What's the rumble on the street?
Right, that's the point, right?
Bill, would it be appropriate to say between now and then, could you put out a survey to the people that elected school choice and ask them if they would please share why? If we were very clear about the purpose. Why did you make the choice you did? The purpose of this is to help the board understand programming?
I can do whatever the board.
I'm not
wants
giving
me
you
to
a
do.
charge. I'm gonna tell you what to do.
I think the information is valuable. I don't think it will affect dramatically the budget preparation. I think Mike makes a good point that if we talk to 21 people, 19 people say the same thing, that would be good to know before you do a budget. I worry about unintended consequences. I worry about it being viewed as an evaluation of the program. And then, quite frankly, I kind of want to know a little later as to how they feel about their school choice choice.
So-
I'd kind of like to know that.
Mike, do you?
You know, because I want to.
But I'm gonna let, okay, so Joe and then Lindsay, go ahead.
Can we,
And then Karen, sorry.
as a board, reach out to our administrators, the principals, to go back to their PACs and get the information that way as to why the choice was made? Much less informal than a survey, just as informative. Maybe a dialogue with the parents and the PAC about, why did you make the choice you made that comes back this way.
Why'd you come?
That it probably has less of the unintended consequence because of how it's coming, and we still get essentially the information that we want, especially where, Bill's saying it has minimal budget impact. And it minimizes the unintended consequence.
So I'm gonna stop.
No, it's not bad, 'cause
I'm gonna norm bust you right now. I'm gonna norm bust. I'm
Norm
gonna
bust.
conversations. We've had a couple interruptions and people not going in order. So I'm gonna stop you right now. I'm gonna let Joe finish, and then I'm gonna go Lindsay, Ken, and then Bill, if you have more to add.
That's actually exactly what I was going to say, was that if the PACs can be in charge of this, it can just as easily come from the PAC saying, hey, why did you come here? What is it about us that you love? And that's just as easy of a way to gather the information in a much more positive way instead of what do you hate? It's what did you love? And then also we'll know without having any of those unintended consequences.
Great. And then Ken?
No, I was just trying to figure out where the work would wind up being easily done, and that makes sense to do it with the PAC, but there's the biggest shift of it's going to be, okay, all you people came, because the biggest shift was to Townsend. So the town, we're all asking the Townsend PAC to do most of the work right now.
Welcome to your job.
No, I'm just, and it's just pointing out that it's like, okay, so all of a sudden you have, what is it, 20 new kids, 18 new kids coming?
25, right?
20, how many?
20.
What was the final number?
I think it's 22.
Okay, so 22. So you have to find out from 22 people, or approximately 22 people, why they chose to come, and, because you don't have to find out who chose to leave, but what drew you to this school.
Right.
What drew you to this school, and what drew you to this school.
So
I just find it interesting.
I'm just gonna make a point of clarification. Every student made a choice, every family made a choice.
Yes.
Right.
So like going through the PAC, and you're talking to your whole school community, you're saying, why did you choose Newbrook? Why did you choose Townsend? Why did you choose Jamaica? So we don't necessarily, it doesn't sound like from what you're saying, you don't have to necessarily target those 22. You're going to ask every student because they've made a choice. Their parents made a choice to do that.
Well, what's interesting is, let me piggyback off of that. What you're saying is then you can go to a family that chose to stay in their own town and say, why did you choose to stay instead of not go?
Yeah, absolutely. So Bill and then Mike. Bill, did you have comments still?
Not now.
Okay, Mike.
Well, I just wonder about the quality of the data we get when we introduce a PAC and an administrator into that equation, right? Like you might get more direct or truthful answers to a somewhat blind survey than, you know, like if hypothetically, if there was an administrator that you didn't like and you don't want to say, well, it's because of you, you know, and your kid still goes to that school, right, you know, or whatever. So, you know, the quality of the data might not be the same if you go through intermediaries as if you just task the SU and our administrator with putting out some questions and finding the data that way. Just.
So can I offer a compromise? If you don't mind just standing for the PAC work going forward, like I've heard here, getting feedback about why did you choose your school and getting the information. And then the compromise or consensus, I heard March is when school choice is going to come again. Maybe that's the time to put out that survey to get that blind information as well. That maybe that's the board develops that survey, but what that looks like. So you have that quantitative data actually that you can look at, and it's not causing any unintended consequences of making people think that you're reversing the decision. Would that work?
I'm good with it.
You can always change it.
I just want to say one thing. I think we need to be thinking about whether we are making decisions today in a retreat about whether we're going to survey about school choice when we're just at a retreat. I think this needs to be a topic that we have at a board meeting, that we discuss whether we're going to survey, whether we're going to, I mean, I'm fine with the timeline and all that. I just am mindful of what we're here today to do, and that's not board work. It's board work. You know what I'm saying? Yep. We're not supposed to be doing the work. So we're definitely cautious about that.
I'm trying not to overstep my goal, but we're definitely in the weeds. I'm trying to respect that. So. Drew.
Can we move on to another?
Yes, please.
I know we've talked a lot about building issues, and I would suggest that we have to have a discussion at a topic budget meeting for the building, and I would say later because our director of operations is currently digging and buried in many, many building issues. So if we could squeak it down in our budget process, knowing that it's going to be a big number, but maybe not put it first because there's a ton of work that needs to be done. So maybe a December meeting.
Like building or facilities building, report out.
On the building needs, that's some idea, but I want to give them as much time as we can to get the information we need.
So just to clarify, what I think I hear you saying is you would like to hear a recommendation from the Director of Operations on the facilities in which this board is responsible at a December 16th meeting.
Gives him time to do an audit.
That is a good time. That's a reasonable time.
I saw some faces kind of go, is December too soon, too late?
When would we have to have the final budget? I think that informs the
January 20.
Okay, so only 1 month out.
I mean, you can shoot for November 18th, but
too early. Yeah.
We could
Even
schedule a
prelim?
meeting in between.
Maybe we could have some of the information
So we can have an update.
and then make a final decision in December for the final budget in January.
Yeah, I mean, I think
so how about this? What if the information was provided to you all December 1st? Allowing absorption, collection, you know what I mean?
Well, it's about ahead of the board meeting, and that's what we've agreed, part of our norms. We're going to
That would give you, because it's going to be a lot of info to digest.
Yeah.
And that still gives 3 full months of collection.
Yeah.
So the committee will meet.
And we'll establish a committee that will be meeting in between.
Got it.
But the board will get to have a recommendation December 1st from the Director of Operations.
Great.
I think that gives us enough time for you guys to be full, because it's big. This is big. That's exactly.
Okay. What other good topics we have?
Another thing that we should have. This is the timeline.
think you're probably right. So we should also add facilities to September 16th, just to talk about the timeline and that it's big and that it's coming. And the building committee, I think, will be meeting probably in September and October and November. Not necessarily will we have anything to report back, but building committee and director of operations will be working for those 3 months, and may very well come to the board and say, okay, here's where we are now. What do you think?
So,
sorry,
was I next? I apologize. I think, and I don't know where it should fall, but we should do some kind of a gap analysis, like we come up with these values, what we value. Is there anything in any of our facilities that we're missing? So based on what we value, do we need to plug in X here or Y there? Go ahead, Lindsay.
To go with that, let's make sure that we're putting those evaluations that Drew talked about earlier in all these things. So all of the big changes that we've made this year that Joe went through, all the big things that we've done, we should have some sort of time span and then an evaluation of those decisions. So how is the 6th grade working? Do we wait till the end of the year to have that conversation? I think we should have some sort of conversation before the end of the year, but how did all of these things go?
So to clarify, that work, is that a topic that the board would work on together? Like, you said gap analysis, but I'm almost saying like alignment of values in the work you're doing, or is that?
Yeah, so as you're putting together everything that we've talked about as our values, is there anything specifically within a building or in general that we're just missing? Like, so here's something that we want, do we not have it? And then bring it back to the board and see is it feasible? Can we even manage it budget-wise? Yes, no?
So I think that is going to absolutely be what that budget process is. Because, for example, the foreign language that was a value that was not put in this budget. We didn't do a gap analysis when we were building the budget based on those values. So I see that as integral to, you have your values up, you guys are building a budget. Are you including the things you say you value or not?
Makes sense. Yeah.
Would it make sense to put values down, board values on the 18th, just to make sure that we bring that
value alignment?
Yes, that's really okay. And then did anybody else have their hand up? I don't want to be. You did. Go ahead.
Can I get back to Lindsay real quick? Are you changing topics?
No, I was going to follow up on
that. Okay, good. Go for it. Go for it, Bill, then. If you're on the same topic.
I didn't know if you were tasking yourself with coming up with that gap analysis for the meeting.
Yes, let's do that.
Because we need to have the information. So you're going to have that for us?
On November 4th.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
So Lindsay
Thank
talked
you.
about food service, grade 6, and school choice being some major things that have changed that I heard as accomplishments of this board. And you were looking at when do we come back to talk about and give feedback about how that's going. Okay.
So I was going to suggest February is the perfect time for that because you guys have already locked down a budget. It's halfway through the year. It gives you an opportunity to reflect back on the execution of what you guys have put in place while the budget has already been put to bed.
All right, so
that's just a suggestion.
The suggestion has been made that
there's no way to possibly get the information, enough information before budget season to make an educated decision about whether or not it was super successful or not. So might as well wait till all the way after.
So I would write the topic I would put down is reflection on board accomplishments, and I'll parenthetically write food program grade 6.
And that may end up, depending on what that evaluation is, how...
It's a progress report, right? If you guys need info, so that you guys can, because you're not going to change the budget.
Right, but I feel like it should, it should be more than just progress though. There should be some sort of evaluation of says. I don't know what that looks like, but I feel like the food program is, I mean, you can say, okay, well, we fed this many mouths, and that's
A year-over-year comparison.
and that's good, but is there a further evaluation possible? Especially for things like, maybe not for the food program, but for the 6th grade, I feel like there's probably more evaluation necessary. I don't know what it is yet, but yes.
And I just wanted to tack on to that. Is it really just a reflection on moving to 6th grade, or is it a reflection on creating middle school?
Correct.
Or is it both? Like, if it's not, it wouldn't be.
Did it? Well, we did it. We did. Does it feel like more of a middle school now? What is
That's why,
like?
really evaluate.
What if it is that you're asking, Chris is coming to talk about the food program and you're getting information, you're inviting community to give their feedback as well? And then middle school would be Pam and Bob, I'm assuming, or others. And then choice might be part of, I don't know if choice belongs there, we're going to talk about it in a moment.
Right.
So I hear you.
I want measurable. That's, I guess, something measurable. You know, other than just like, it feels nice. I just want something measurable.
Maybe some of those things are hard because there's nothing to measure against. We're creating the bar.
I'm wondering too, if the school climate surveys that come out in May, if that might be something to think about, because that's going to show you information definitely about your middle school program in here. This might be the report out, but this will be the, is it working?
Right.
At least for
That
that
would be
time.
real bad.
That's better. I'm in. I'm hooked.
Whatever.
That happened.
Okay.
Yeah, that's progress report and then reflection.
Okay.
Perfect. I like it.
The survey, yeah.
Done.
Bill?
So,
Sorry.
just to clarify, school surveys go to parents, they go to staff, and to, so parents and community, staff, and to students. So there's 3 pieces to that, it's not just one. Go for it.
Annual report? We have to have that out, goes out their budget, all that stuff. We got heavily criticized last year about the work that we did with that, January.
That has to be published January.
So should we, the board, put that as a topic to review at our January meeting?
Probably December. I think it's too late in January.
We can't put the annual report out if we're going to finalize the budget, because the budget needs to be the annual report, so.
But we can talk about timeline, what we want in it, and all that. We could say, because I was just looking at it, there's no warning in it.
Right.
And I just think that maybe we can improve on this, and so I hear what you're saying.
So really what you want prior to any of that is, and this would be reasonable, is October 21st to see an entire budget development timeline, including annual report.
Love it.
Okay.
That's great.
Do you need to put annual report here or no?
Yes, put it down. Can't hurt.
We're voting in the end of March again?
I think it's March 27th.
It was last year, March 27th.
Oh,
It's the
that's
same
pretty
time.
good.
Yeah, it's the same timeline is what I'm trying to get at.
It'll be whatever that Wednesday.
It was March 27th.
Okay. Whatever that equivalent Wednesday.
There's some voting happening here. Do you need to do anything here about communication or anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll communicate probably in February,
February
March.
and March.
I'm just gonna put it in garbage.
Yep.
You can have it.
I was going to say the same.
You're doing really well down there. Better than
What do we call it?
So by April, we'll have to deal with whatever
Policy.
New laws that Emily passes that are affecting
Exactly. Policy.
Whatever new legislation is, by April, we'll know what
Well, that's actually a really, I mean, thinking on the journey. Lost it. If there's new things coming down from the AOE to enact in 2021, when will you know? Well, tell us in the beginning of June what we're going to do for last year's budget. So, I don't know. It's a good question. So, anything that happens in the legislature, we may know ahead of time, but by the time we adjourn, which is beginning to mid-May, it's election year, so it'll be earlier rather than later probably. And so before the middle of May, we're lucky. That's when we'll know whether there have been any significant changes. I know pre-K is a topic that is going to
come hard and heavy now.
Yeah, that's probably the highest level of education things that I can identify.
That's the
Who
only
knows?
one.
Something always surprises us, but pre-K is going to be tough.
So if we know pre-K is there's going to have to be discussion at the board level. Do you want to try to plug in some time just so you have that? Your dates now, or are you going to wait to see what happens first?
Because it's after our budget anyway, I don't see how it really matters until we adjourn. You'll be updating us, you always do.
Yeah.
Update us on the work that's being done. Because the only thing that I will bring up, and I put it on the question, no, I put it on one of those things there, was the special ed piece, which got delayed a year, but being delayed a year, being delayed a year only means that we have to discuss it during budget. It's potentially a significant change in special ed funding. And this is the memos that we talked about as a board. All I'm saying is for timeline, that may or may not need to be discussed during budget, but those things can pop up. We just never know.
Yeah, I don't think you can pre-plan.
That was the AOE. I don't know how to plan it.
So think about your values, think about the challenges, and then you've got the conservative board go out. Think about some of the topics that your board dealt with in the last year in different configurations. Are there things that, are you looking at this saying, oh, we better leave time for this thing? Drew, go ahead, I can talk.
So we have surveys. Is there a point where we're going to get student data? When does that come out?
You guys will get that in October.
So we should probably leave room for our student data on our agenda?
Yeah, October 21st, you're going to get student data reports.
Do you want here as part of the admin reports? Yeah. Make sure we have SBAC on there? You're talking about the Sun of the data, right?
Yep.
Be a long meeting ago.
They're practicing it on the 25th at the WCSU, very efficient. 2 slides per principal, per building. You'll get the information 3 weeks in advance.
What about that stuff about the high quality instruction definition? Is that a September thing? Or is that not till after that?
Depends what you do with it. I thought you were going to take a stab at it. Is that what we talked about? You talking about what we put up for values?
Right, definition for high quality instruction
discussing high
from the, well,
16. We're doing that earlier.
Yeah. This is what we expect of everybody. What does it mean? This is what we're valuing. What does it mean? And how do we measure it?
And I thought we were going to have Jen come up with a working definition for that.
Yeah.
So what I understand is I'll come up with something for you to work from, and then you can discuss that at your...
That's exactly
right.
Cool.
I'm trying to see that far over. No, it's the values. Sorry. All of it is values.
Are you running that steam?
No, not at all.
Well, and I think it's okay to
There you
hear
go.
necessarily filled in on a couple of dates. It's like, stuff will come up.
I feel like stuff's going to come up. I feel like you're going to
Yeah, we don't have to fill
Always.
it.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that the administration anticipate, like the school climate survey, I had forgotten all about that. Are there any other things that are regular reporting?
Well, I'm definitely not putting it on October 21st. November 18th, we do have to, well, that'll be committee work, never mind. The proficiency based. So that's good, that'll be a good committee work.
Is there anything to do with the,
That'll be a policy.
union negotiations that we would have to?
Again, that'll be a subcommittee that,
Okay.
and that'll be WCSU wide. So that'll just be an update in executive session based on what's going on. And that won't get rolling until after budget time because they have to go through mediation. We won't know until December 15th what it looks like.
And is there anything left over from any of the disbanding boards that we will have to absorb or
December
discuss?
Oh, because December 31st, they go out of business.
Is everybody, yeah, because they're officially done at the end.
They will be done with all their money stuff next month. I mean, really, they're just finishing up any of that stuff, and then
When the audits come back.
and the audits will come back. No, I don't foresee any. All the finances have already taken care of.
Somehow my husband seems to think that there's so much work when he goes away.
No,
Oh, he embellishes.
Do you think?
I think you're going to be fine.
Anything with transportation? I heard that come up a lot today with you guys. Is there anything that would need to be on here?
You could add that to the December 1st. Yeah, that gives us enough time.
Report on transportation.
Well, because we're going to need to have that for the budget.
We talked about, right, we talked about communicating it and all that, so that's good.
I heard things about after-school programs, enrichment, athletics. Is that something that needs to show up here as a topic somewhere? It might be part of administrative report. It might just be part of that. Just
Well,
check the
and
list.
I would just remind the board that you'll see on the agenda that you'll have an opportunity at each board meeting to task the administration with specific things that you want for upcoming meetings. So you don't have to pre-think everything as everything comes up. There's a lot.
This is helpful.
Maybe we get to
I'd like to suggest,
Maybe.
as a board, as a healthy organization, you spend time in June looking back and talking about what you did really well and the work you've done, or sharing your successes. I like that. That'd be a huge thing. It's not more work.
Reflection.
I'm gonna write it up, you guys don't have to do it. Do it.
That's great.
March. Yeah, March is when we have reorganization, board reorganization.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That was gonna be, yeah, you're voting.
So that's that. That was through.
Oh, we will do board reorg. Well, we won't do board reorg then, because we'll have an at-large vote on March 22nd.
Oh, really?
So it'll be April.
April.
This goes here.
Yeah.
Yep, sorry.
That's okay.
Which one you guys are at?
This was just saying, we're gonna wait till you write it out before it's done.
Well, you might still brief new board members anyway.
We should have
You
3
won't
up
completely do
every year from this way.
Some of them get elected in March. Some get elected.
Right.
Right. Town meeting will be
For-
non, what do you call it?
At large.
At large, yes.
Town representative.
We should have a Townsend person, we should have a Newfane person. I have to check on the window.
Do we have to do that?
Any other,
Yes.
so any other
You
topics?
have to be voted on.
Thoughts?
I'll tell you in a second.
We'll
You want me to
try
tell
to
you?
keep this out of the minutes if we can for a little bit here at large.
Because you have to do a Australian ballot vote, and since we're doing
So
the
it's not
budget
you.
on
So I'm just coming from a Newton perspective, we're already electing Australian.
you are, but not every other town.
Well, they are.
So I've asked us to get back on topic a little bit, just so we don't go too far on the weeds, because I know Bill has a topic to bring up with you as well. I think we're at a good stopping point. This is a great first start, or I think it's really good. Looks like you've got your majors on here, and as you establish your committees and your sub-work here, that may change what happens. And I wrote committees on here with the idea that that might be report outs or things that you need them to do, but it doesn't have to show up. Good?
Good.
Thank you. All right. Awesome. Okay. Hang in there.
Right.
So, I had last on the agenda was school visitation by school board members, and Bill was going to facilitate that part. And then I'll just back to the item at 5 minutes. Wrap up. We're close.
So I think that we have 30 minutes slotted, but I just wanted to bring this up because you guys are a new board, and you all have developed relationships with your original boards, if you were on the original board, and now you're on a new board, and I thought it was important for us to have the discussion about board visitation to schools so that we're all on the same page, because I got to see every board work, and every board did it differently, and I think you all should do it uniformly. So I looked at the VSBA policy. You guys don't have a policy on it, but I like the model policy, which is simply that the board's role and responsibility is to support the schools, and if you have information that you want to gather, for example, if you want to come and have a tour of the school and the principal walks you around because you're really interested in the investment that you're making in the pre-K expansion, well, that is an interest that you have that you want to know more about. That makes sense. But I don't want board members going in and telling principals what to do. That's my job. And I want to make sure that everybody is comfortable with that, and also everybody acts in that same way. But I also don't want it to be unwelcoming, because you guys are responsible for 600 students, and I want you to know what investments you're making. So the suggestion from the VSBA is simply to encourage visitation by school board members. It's done through the superintendent. You tell me what you're interested in doing. It could be as simple as, I've never been in all 5 of the buildings that I'm responsible for, and I would like to visit them. And then it would be my responsibility to take your request and figure out how to facilitate. You could adopt a policy on that. I don't have a model for you now. We could go through our policy committee to do that. But as school was starting, and you guys are a new board, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to at least hear my opinion and recommendation, and see if you guys had any feedback. Because I know it's new and formal.
So if we follow that, you potentially have 11 times you can take board members to a school.
Well, I would.
Well,
I would take a request, and I would delegate that responsibility. If it was particular to curriculum, I might ask my director of curriculum to do that.
But it doesn't really matter. I'm just saying 11 potential visits. Is there a better way we could handle that? And should those be at the direction of the board, not the individual board member? We don't operate as individual board members. We operate as a board. Other than that, I mean, parents can go in all the time whenever their principal says it's okay. But if you're going in as a West River board member, operating as a West River board member, I don't think that's appropriate unless the board has directed that. Or that's how my perspective.
Right, I was going to say that is a board decision.
Board members entering a building, even with the principal saying, yay, that's fine. I think if we're going as a West River board member, maybe we should consider, because I agree that it would be wonderful to be able to get into the schools at some point. Maybe we should have a couple of opportunities when there could be a tour for board members to be able to go in, and then anybody who had time to take advantage of it, we could have a couple of opportunities and do it that way.
I'm game for whatever. I just want to set myself up as the gatekeeper.
Bill, I believe we actually had opportunities from, I know Newbrook and Townsend, there was something going on up there that they sent out, and also Jamaica. That, the board members are welcome to come and.
Are you talking
Got
about
an
a
event
specific
or something? Yeah.
event? That's a different thing, because I think we're invited to an event, and I'm sure we
Absolutely.
run that by you, and that's a different thing
Yeah.
completely. And I think that's wonderful. I know Newbrook was always wonderful about inviting people to come to their field day thing and that sort of thing, because they have our workings and all that. That's different. That goes through the.
And I don't want to discourage that. I'm just talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
Here's what I don't want.
Board
Let me just be
driven.
frank. Yes. I don't want any 11 of you showing up at one of the buildings unannounced. I just don't want that. I don't want to put the people that I am supervising in that position. That's what I'm saying.
And I go further than
And
that.
I don't think you guys would do that.
We would also have to.
But I just wanted to make it clear for everyone.
I would just take it a step further and say, I think it's inappropriate for a board member to go in even, I don't know why you would give permission for individual board members to go in. For what purpose, as a board member to go in? If we're going in to review a school, we should have a reason for going in, not just because I'm curious. We can do the I'm curious, and then we have a time frame for it. I mean, those schools are busy and they're educating kids. I don't want that to be that random. That's all I'm saying.
I just want the board
We
to
should
make
go
the
in.
decision.
Just do it.
This is your call.
I'm not giving an opinion of the board. I'm giving my opinion. And I would be very cautious about that.
So I think a good example of when it would be appropriate is, so say for example, the building committee, we should be going to, with the director of operations to an individual building to say, to kind of flesh out the report, here's what it says in the report, here's what it physically looks like, and then just to kind of help us better understand. So that's just an example of a purpose.
Mike.
I'm fine with Bill being the gatekeeper, and I'm actually fine with what Emily said about, like, maybe we just set up a date for the board members to whatever. I'm just a little cautious about having the whole rest of the board be the gatekeeper, right? So I'm fine with Bill doing it, or I'm fine with having it open at certain times for that reason, but, I mean, we are responsible, so we should be able to do that in the appropriate way.
Okay. Thoughts? Thank you.
I don't know what.
Well, Bill obviously said he wants to be the gatekeeper, and then Emily said, well, maybe, she had reservations about us going in at all as board members, but then she also said individually. But then she also said the field trips invite to the whole board is, I think, a happy medium, right? That way, But I'm just like, if somebody says, hey, I really think we should get into this building and see this construction project, and then for whatever reason the rest of the board says, no, I don't think you need to, then how are you making a fully informed decision? That's all. But that we have the solution.
I trust Bill to be the gatekeeper. I don't
Yeah,
feel
I
like we
do
need to
too.
micromanage things. I think that if you start to feel overwhelmed by it, then maybe we could reevaluate it, but that.
So my purpose for saying it was exactly that. We shouldn't be micromanaging. Individual board members don't have any authority whatsoever on their own. So what's the purpose of them going in? I love the idea of committees and of invitations and real purposes. But when we are only acting individually just because we're curious about something, that's a change, is what I say, from anything we've ever done before. What's the purpose?
So is it okay to say visitation through a bill with veto power? Yes.
And are we going to ask for feedback from individuals who go in? I mean, so that we all have the same information that that person got, because I think that would be very important. If a board member is going in acting as a board member to review something going on in a building, the full board would need to have feedback on that, right? Sure.
think this is a dangerous discussion. So, November, we're gonna have a discussion about budget, and I don't really like the widget program at the high school, so I'm gonna go and I'm gonna evaluate the widget program by sitting in the widget program for the next 45 minutes and decide that I don't like the teacher, I don't like the widget machine, I don't like the program, I don't like the number of students, and I'm gonna base a decision on what? I think this is a very dangerous discussion when we're having board members access what? For what? I completely agree with Al that there's going to be a time where there's a building project where there's let's go take a look at the new boiler that we just spent $400,000 on. There's going to be times, but when it comes to looking at, I want to go watch the principal work. It's completely, or the teacher work. It's completely inappropriate for a board member. That's the superintendent's responsibility. And I would hope that nobody would ever ask to enter a school building to sit in a classroom and watch. In the capacity of a board member, I think that's inappropriate.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess I never assumed somebody would ask that.
I don't think anybody would.
Hopefully nobody would like, no.
I'm very comfortable saying that.
But
Let's make that a radar. No. Active classroom. No.
How about this? What if we start this? Why don't I set up a couple field trip opportunities that are amenable to when the principals would be available? I'll publicize them to you over the next couple of months. And in general, committee work all makes sense about any kind of things, but everything still flows through me. And let's see how that goes, and I'll report back to the board mid-year.
And you may be able to connect that with some of the wonderful things going on in schools, like Newburgh has their field day or something like that.
But the original point that Ken said, when it's a school event, that is a community event, board members are encouraged to attend, just like I went to the soccer games today, right? I'm not intimidating any of the sixth graders sitting there throwing peanuts at me.
But that's an invitation, right?
That's
To
not
all
true.
the
No, I showed up.
No.
No, that's not true. I heard you did intimidate someone.
I'm talking about board members coming to an event at a school. We don't necessarily know about that unless we're parents, that it's going on. So every board member should be invited to those at once.
We will keep you informed of those opportunities.
And I think that's great.
Yes.
I was
So-
only talking about individual.
So here's how I'm operating. I'm going to be the gatekeeper. I'm going to set up a couple field trip opportunities. I'm going to inform you of events, and the expectation is your committee work is probably going to lead you to the most opportunities. Everybody cool? Rocking it.
Can you tie in the field trips with promotion?
And here's
The West River Board just.
What do you do if you get 6 members?
To see the brand new boiler.
I will know.
It'll have to.
I'm only going to let 5 of you go at a time.
Multiple trips.
Only let 5 go at a
You're
time.
not meeting.
There's some flexibility.
I don't know if you're all going at the
some
same
things,
time.
But not a tour. And we could all show up at an event that we were invited to because we're not doing board business, but actually a tour that's more than 5 people would have to be.
Right.
You can borrow
It's open meeting if you want.
That's good then.
We just have to.
It's just like, well, how many times, like as New Brooks had said to the board, we're having this going on and you're all welcome to come. And everyone's like, well, if you and you were going, then I can't go because that'll make 5.
There's a distinction around that. Like, we can all show up at a basketball game, but we shouldn't be sitting together talking about board business.
Right.
Well, 5 of you can, not 6.
Right, no.
Well, I'm just saying, 6 people could be at a Newburgh ball game, but without warning it.
All right, I feel good. You guys are
Good.
No worries.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay, so we made it back on our agenda. It's amazing. So we are wrapping up. We went through the parking lot. We've gone through a lot. Does anyone have anything burning that they came in? Maybe last night you thought the one thing I want to talk about is this, and I think if you haven't gotten a chance to say what that is, we're not going to talk about it now. But we're any pressing? Fantastic day. I am going to go around and do something we call sharing successes. So it is a fast, I'll give you a moment to think, this is your first time doing it.
At the end of our meetings, we take a moment to share a success, and that can be personal and professional. And we can go in any order, but almost always we go around a circle. So sharing personal or professional success and celebration that you want to share with the group.
Nothing to do with this.
You can do it. Any brave volunteers to go?
I'll start.
Bill will start.
So I sent you all the cabinet report for the month. I encourage you to click on the link that says Base Camp. This is year 4 for 11 out of the 13 people on our leadership team. Only 2 people existed that's principals and cabinet members, or director of finance, director of curriculum, prior to 2016. 80% of our students are in new school districts. They may be in the same school building, but they're governed by a different governing board. We did an activity on our opening day where we divided into 5 areas of Dutton Gym, where you pre-2016, hired in 16, hired in 17, hired in 18, and hired in 19, and it was almost 20% for everything. So we've got 80% of all of our people were hired in the last 3 years. And it's a nice slideshow just to look through, but it's kind of our opening day of our connecting our work to where we are as a group, kind of acclimating to what we call base camp after this long, arduous 3-year climb, where we're setting up systems, where we're creating curriculum, where we're creating intervention systems, where we have new people to deliver on the promise of all the values you guys talk about. And it was a really uplifting morning and day, followed by 3 very successful professional development days. So I just really encourage you to check that out. That was a huge success for our team, and I wanted you guys to be able to experience a little bit of that.
It's great. Personal, professional.
Just force them to do it.
I'm taking a pass.
Personal? I can go personal. I'll go personal. I did my first PT yesterday for my back. How's that?
That's good.
Right. So I can't move today. No.
Al, go ahead.
So I successfully got into the Boston Marathon.
After the knee injury?
Yeah. So, and right after I did the Vermont Marathon, I proceeded to tear or sprain my MCL, so I've been on PT for the last 6 weeks, but finally starting to recover, and yeah, I'm excited about doing that on April 20th.
Nice. Pretty exciting, huh?
Yeah.
Teacher, you're ready. Teacher, ready.
Sure.
All right.
So, somewhat related, personal, professional, and board. We're kicking off a CPR initiative, which hopefully our superintendent will support. And we're offering free CPR education to all students, educators, paraeducators in this district starting the 1st of October.
How young?
As young as we can get them. So we're targeting 1,000 students and educators over the next 12 months.
Awesome. Great.
Awesome.
That's wonderful. Mike.
Filed a continuation on my patent, get new claims, hopefully will get approved, but expanding that intellectual property, and hopefully it'll pay off someday.
Awesome. Very good. Celebrating each other personally is also a great keep a healthy organization. It's fascinating. You have also done this stuff. Emily.
I'm going to say 2 things. One is that my husband and I successfully navigated another, and Rick's the only one who's going to get this, another son of me for our business. It's an art show that goes 9 days and it just about kills us every summer. Right? So we did that. I'm feeling so good about that being behind me. The other thing I'll just say is I felt pretty good about being able to advocate very hard on behalf of all of our students in the state of Vermont to get them to delay that special ed memo. And it wasn't just me, but it was really important that we took that off the table for now so that we can actually do good work moving forward, informed decision making, including our students and our administrators. So I'm feeling really good about that. I'm happy with it. Yeah. You knew it sounded.
You want to know about my bus?
I'm so excited about my bus.
I'm working on my bus. I'm really excited about that. I don't know if that's quite a success yet. It's a success. All right, it's a success. We're my family, my husband, myself, and my kids are building a schoolie, and it is so close to system ready. We can drive it. We can get it going. I'm pretty psyched. We're going to have adventures, and I love it.
Can you ask her a question? Can you drive it to here?
Oh my God, yes.
Can we use it for board field trips?
I mean, yes.
I've been so excited about it ever since she told me about it. I think it's wonderful.
That's how we get to all the schools.
All right, you know who you are. It's coming. Trish?
Yeah. I successfully navigated the summer where I only had to move the hay in my loft and not actually throw it on the back of the truck with Joe Liver.
All right. You don't count that as your success, though. This one's true.
My back only hurt this summer for 3 days instead of.
Well, that would be a failure on my part because I had to throw all the hay and Trish didn't help me. Oh, the one we just did was like 100.
We only did 107.
The first cut that you didn't get all of was 400 or 500.
Yeah.
I'll do that one.
Okay, Joe, bring us on home with a positive success you'd like to share.
Okay, so I'm like running through all these professional things and I'm going, you guys would be so bored. So I'll give you a personal success. I learned how to remove all the bones from a pig.
That's right. You did teach them.
Because then you can take it and stuff it and roll it up and cook it whole and then slice it. And he's got pictures. I have pictures.
And it was delicious.
And it was delicious. It was a really cool cooking weirdness that I learned over the weekend.
We still miss your bacon. Cool. Just so you know.
We might have to get the bacon back.
Thank you.
The bacon come back. Again, thank you very much. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. We're going to do some cleanup after this while Rick is here too. Clean up? Anything? Okay. These kids go back into the grades.
All right.
All right, so is this meeting adjourned?
Oh, I didn't do that.
No. Did we call it to order? Oh, yeah, we did. Oh, we need a motion to adjourn.
Oh, sorry.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. We are adjourned.
many times, expanding our workforce and making sure Vermonters have the skills they need for the good jobs we know are available today is incredibly important to our economic future. We know we have a good education system here in Vermont, and I believe we can make it the very best by moving to a cradle-to-career system that creates a path to opportunity for all Vermonters. If we can, it'll be the best economic development tool we could ask for. To get there, we must continue to make investments in early care and learning, as well as higher and continuing education. This is why I propose increased investments in both areas, and I'm very thankful for the legislature's partnership on many of these initiatives. Together, we focus on trades training and apprenticeships, returnships, and non-degree programs. Even focus, each and every one of them, focus on providing tools to pursue a good job and greater career opportunities. But today, I'd like to highlight what some of Vermont businesses and our higher education community are doing to provide much needed training and educational opportunities. With the unemployment rate at the historic low, in fact, the lowest in the country at 2.1%, Vermont companies are seeking new ways to recruit and train employees. Vermont Tech and CCV partner with businesses and organizations across the state to develop and offer training programs tailored to the needs of employers that you'll hear from today. Workers have an unprecedented opportunity to take advantage of these training programs and access great jobs with quality employers. Jobs that not only pay well, but also offer benefits such as paid time off, health insurance, and a pathway to progress. CCV works with employers to understand their needs and workforce training that's available to them. They've developed nearly a dozen new programs in recent years, with offerings from a single course for employers at a work site or to a group of employers and community organizations, all working together to identify, find, and train new workers. VTC has partnerships with many employers across Vermont, New Hampshire, and upstate New York, and they have had success with employer-specific customized training. VTC also oversees the Electrical and Plumbing Apprenticeship Program in partnership with our Department of Labor. In fact, this year's class just kicked off on Saturday, and I understand it's the largest class ever, which is great to hear because as someone who's spent much of my life in the trades, I know we're in desperate need, with the average age of a construction worker at about 56 years old. I want to thank Joyce Judy, President of CCV, and Pat Moulton, President of VTC, for joining us today, and we'll hear more from them in just a bit. The bottom line is we have many great companies with good jobs available and are partnering with training providers like CCV and VTC to offer real opportunities for Vermonters. I'm hoping we can learn a little bit more about these opportunities today, share this news, and help someone looking for the right training program or a new career. We have a few guests here as well, and some students with us from Global Foundries, GW Plastics, Central Vermont Medical Center, and McDonald's to talk about these training and educational opportunities and how they're impacting our state. So I'm pleased to welcome everyone here today, and with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Judy and President Moulton to talk a little bit more about their role in this important process. Joyce, Pat.
Thank you, Governor, and I want to just begin by acknowledging and thanking the Governor for his tremendous support of the Vermont State Colleges. He has really taken the initiative to really help begin to increase appropriation, which makes it that much higher education that much more affordable to Vermonters. So thank you so much for your leadership in that. As Governor Scott was talking, I was reflecting on all of the programs and certificates and apprenticeships and customized trainings that CCV offers in our 12 locations and our online programs throughout the state. And in addition to that, we are doing more and more on-site with businesses where employees can actually take courses while they are at their place of employment. But I want to begin by saying we couldn't do this work alone. And I want to thank and acknowledge our incredible partners, the Vermont Department of Labor, the Agency of Education, Vocational Rehabilitation, Creative Workforce Solutions, VSAC, the technical centers, the high schools, and Vermont Technical College. Because without all of us working together on this, on really trying to create workforce programs, we couldn't do this as well. So I think together we offer Vermonters and Vermont businesses the space to think of what's possible and then how to get there and get it done. So I just want to highlight a couple programs that really illustrate our work that we're doing. So this past summer, we partnered with Workforce Opportunity Solutions, and they had contracted with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Vermont to really help them build a pipeline of workers. And so Workforce Opportunity Solutions has a track record and a mission to provide training and employment opportunities to underserved youth and veterans. And through their efforts and classes taken at CCV this summer, there are 9 new employees at Blue Cross Blue Shield in jobs from medical claims to project management in just a few short months. And then we've just launched a couple weeks ago a pharmacy technician apprenticeship program. So a few months ago, CVS came to us and said, we have a huge need in the state of Vermont for pharmacy techs, and can't you help us provide that training? So as a result of conversations, we were able to launch a pharmacy tech apprenticeship program. We started that program 10 days ago. We have 14 participants statewide. And what's nice about apprenticeships is it's a model where people get to earn and learn at the same time. So we have a number of pharmacies, from Smiling Steve's Pharmacy, which has 3 locations in Rutland, Ludlow, and Springfield, to CVS, to Walgreens, and Shaw's throughout the state of Vermont, all employing these individuals as they are going to school. So it's a win-win. It's a win first for the participants, it's a win for the businesses, and it's a win for CCV. So these are just a couple of examples of the things that we're doing. And it's a pretty exciting time in terms of really thinking about all the possibilities we can do with, in our work with Vermont businesses. So Pat, I know you have a couple of programs to highlight as well.
Thank you, Joyce, and thank you, Governor Scott. And I, too, want to take this moment to thank you for your continued support of the state colleges, but also the work you mentioned earlier in bolstering funding for workforce education and training programs, because we couldn't do what we do for employers without that assistance. So thank you for your leadership there. And I think we all know that Vermont Technical College is well known for providing great degrees in technical education, our 99% placement rate of graduates. But what folks may not know is that we are leading, along with CCV, in the area of customized training for employers. And we provide solutions that bring workforce education solutions to the employer, as well as on our campuses. Companies and employers like Global Foundries, who you'll hear from, GW Plastics, who you'll hear from, GS Precision, Fujifilm, GE Aviation, Central Vermont Medical Center, Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center, numerous other healthcare facilities, manufacturing, energy, and many, many other firms are engaged with us in customized training. We provide apprenticeship programs as well as specific customized to their needs. And these employers are investing in their talent pipeline by bringing training and education onto their shop floor or into their workplace. And we customize these solutions to meet their specific needs. And these solutions can carry college credit so that these students, these incumbent workers and new hires, can earn a degree through this work, starting with their employer. Whether they already have certain credits or already have a degree, they can augment that. And these employers recognize that their employees are their #1 asset, and they are investing in them. And it is a real win-win for these employees and employers and the Vermont workforce when employers are investing in their talent pipeline. Many times programs such as the Vermont Training Program from the Agency of Commerce or the Workforce Education and Training Fund or other federal funds from the Department of Labor are utilized to help offset these costs for employers. But by employers putting skin in the game and investing in their talent, it's really critical for them to do that as we continue through the workforce challenges we have here in Vermont. And at Vermont Tech and CCV, we are uniquely situated to develop those workforce education and training solutions that we can bring to employers throughout the state of Vermont. And we can literally do almost any configuration you wish. We work very closely through our Continuing Ed and Workforce Development Division. Maureen Hebert is our director. She's here today. She and Tiffany Cunin from CCV partner all the time to figure how we can collaborate together to serve the workforce needs. So it's my pleasure to be here today, and thank you for the opportunity to highlight this. It's now my distinct pleasure to introduce Dale Miller, who is the Senior Location Executive for Global Foundries in Essex Junction, and I would note, a Vermont Technical College graduate. So, Dale, please come to the podium.
Well, thank you, President Moulton and President Judy. At Global Foundries, we're proud to continue and further our relationship with Vermont Technical College. We are grateful to Governor Scott for his support of public resources, including the state college system. This technician training program with Vermont Technical College allows Global Foundries to further its talent pipeline and continue to thrive in the state of Vermont as a leading specialty foundry and innovation hub for mobile and consumer products. We are excited to bring this program to our community to help support building a Vermont-based technical workforce. Our first class of 15 students started August 28th. They are earning a full-time wage and attending college-based courses while being trained internally at our Global Foundries complex in technical applications such as vacuum and radio frequency systems, along with basic maintenance skills. I'm happy to report that we are beginning the recruiting process for our second class starting in the fall of 2020. I would also like to recognize a couple colleagues here with me today, Ken McCavey and John Lafreniere, which really spearheaded this process and made it happen for us in Vermont, working with Vermont Technical College. I would now like to introduce Kevin Locke from GW Plastics.
Thank you. As Dale said, my name is Kevin Locke. I'm a manufacturing quality engineer from GW Plastics. My story is 6 years ago, I chose to make a career change in a field that I had zero experience and minimal knowledge. That's very intimidating, and by being able to enroll in this program, I was able to get the education that helped me every single day with what I do, and it enhanced the learning every single day. My job performance increased. I was able to get a promotion, raises, and it opened up the opportunity for career growth. Throughout this 4-year program, like Dale said, we go to school, we go to work every day, you have your family. It makes it reasonable to obtain a certificate, and you're able to, have confidence in your job performance at work. Throughout the 4 years, you learn a lot, and at the end, you have to put together projects, or you have to use everything that you learned. And we were able to put a project together where we created cost savings for the company, a yearly cost savings. And those are the things that it opened up for me. And having zero experience, now I'm confident every single day with what I do, where I'm at, and when I'm communicating with people at work. Thank you.
So now Jesse Anderson from McDonald's.
Hi everyone, my name is Jessie Anderson, and I moved to South Burlington, Vermont in 2014 from my home country, Liberia. My family moved to the U.S. specifically to provide a better education platform for my siblings and I, and to be closer to family. I graduated from South Burlington High School in 2017 and decided to further pursue my higher education at St. Michael's College. As a first-generation college student, education means a lot to my family and I because it provides an opportunity to be independent and grow. But paying for education is difficult. I received aid from the state of Vermont to attend college through the Vermont Student Assistance Cooperation Grant, VSAC, but attending St. Mike's is still expensive. So I still have to work almost full-time on and off campus. But on campus, I work as a resident assistant in the International Housing, and off campus, I work at McDonald's as a certified manager. Advancing my leadership skills at McDonald's has not only helped me gain a significant pay raise, but I've also received $6,000 in the Archway to Opportunity Tuition Assistance Program. I anticipate getting $12,000 in total by the time I graduate college. Getting this much help through the Archway Opportunities Program has made a significant difference in my life, and not only taking some financial burdens off my shoulders, but also allowing me to grow towards my career goals. I aspire to be a clinical psychologist someday, and I'm currently a junior psychology major with minors in philosophy and religious studies. The help I get from the Archways program at McDonald's has allowed me to not have to work all the time, but also give back to my college community by being the president of a club that creates a safe space on campus for women to connect and talk to each other. I plan on staying in Vermont after I graduate to pursue my career in psychology, and I know that my McDonald's family will always have my back. Thank you. I would not like to... Thank you. I would now like to introduce Sydney Konopka, who is a current nursing student at the Central Vermont Medical Center.
So hello everyone, I'm Sydney. I'm currently an employee at Central Vermont Medical Center at Woodbridge, and I'm also in the LNA to LPN program with CVMC and CCV and Vermont Tech. I actually moved here from New Jersey 5 years ago after visiting family and received my LNA license in the Northeast Kingdom, where I live now. Still getting used to the winters. Through a friend of mine who also works for CVMC, I learned about Woodridge Rehabilitation Nursing, and she told me all about their great benefits and opportunities. Plus, I'd be able to use more of my LNA skills. I have now been an employee at CVMC's Woodridge for almost 3 years. At Woodridge Rehab, I see a lot of people come in at their worst, and I'm able to provide them with the help and to get stronger and independent again to go home. It is really, truly a rewarding job. So when I heard about CVMC offering the LNA to LPN program from our Director of Nursing last year, I was truly excited. Myself and 17 others who are also in this program started taking 2 classes at the beginning of this month. So we're just started. CVMC has also made the classes very convenient for us by having our classes at the hospital, and Woodridge has really been great with our schedule. As an LNA wanting to grow and provide more care to the patients I take care of and further my career, this program really helps me to do so by providing financial support, and that's what's most important to me. With that being said, I'd like to thank CVMC and Woodridge for this great opportunity and all the support that they provide me. Thank you so much, and thank you, Governor Scott.
Thank you very much. So at this point, we can open up for questions, maybe on-topic questions at first.
Joyce or Pat, when a company comes to you and says, hey, we have these jobs, maybe we could develop a customized curriculum to fill them, are they contributing any money to you to help you get that going?
Now I'm going to sound like a lawyer, and I'm not a lawyer. It all depends. And oftentimes, like I will use an example of the Central Vermont Hospital. It's a combination of, we were able to get, we have a federal grant with the Department of Labor, a federal apprenticeship grant, and so some of the funding is picked up by the apprenticeship program. Central Vermont Hospital is contracting for a couple of the courses, and students are also eligible for financial aid. So it's oftentimes a combination of, or from the Vermont Training Program, there's sometimes state resources, sometimes there's federal resources, sometimes it's straight financial aid, and sometimes we also, if a company contracts with us for a course, we oftentimes will give them a discount for that course. So it's usually, we try to pull all the resources we can together to make it as inexpensive as we possibly can for the participant.
Well, and same with us. It's going to depend on the program, but usually there is skin in the game, if you will, from the employer. I'm just looking as an example at the GW Plastics program that Kevin graduated from. It's a leadership program, 4 years as he stated, where students are going to school at their workplace, and GW releases them a little early, still paid to go to classes. Then GW is covering the full cost of our faculty going down to teach that class. They also provide scholarship opportunities for our students enrolled in our degree programs and provide paid internships in the summer. And so that kind of participation and assistance that we have with a number of employer partners is critical. Then we have other programs that might blend some Vermont Training Program money. We also have access and are a partner with VDOL on the Federal Apprenticeship Program grant. So it's a mixture depending on what the circumstances. But more and more GS Precision in Brattleboro, as well as GW, have set up their own training center on their own nickel. They're paying the full cost of the apprenticeship program that's happening there. Same with GE. So it depends. And similarly with the hospitals, they're picking up the cost to train their employees and giving release time many times and providing scholarship for those students to continue on to a degree. So it's quite an investment, but it's an investment that's paying off. I will quote Ben Reel, CEO at GW Plastics, the other day that said, but for Vermont Technical College, they probably wouldn't be growing in Vermont if they were still here, because they need to know there's a pipeline of students coming out of our colleges to support their needs. Thanks.
Governor, are these programs, you think, are they enough to solve Vermont's labor shortage?
Well, obviously, they're just one tool in the toolbox. We have to attack this at many different levels with many different initiatives, and we've done that through the legislative process. The good news is it appears we all understand that we have a demographic crisis on our hands. So it's great that the legislature, as well as the administration and our business partners and the educational community, are all working towards the same goal and trying to bring more people into Vermont, as well as giving them the tools they need to succeed. So one of the tools, this one, doesn't do it alone, but it certainly is a big help in moving us towards and moving those who want to progress towards prosperity.
How many are involved, you think, in sort of these workforce improvement training programs through either the state colleges or VTC?
How many individuals?
Yeah, I mean, is this still pretty
I'm going to go back to.
Well, I will just say that people come to CCV for two reasons. One, they come either to start their education and transfer to another school, or they come to CCV to get a job. We have over 5,000 students enrolled this semester. So, you know, how you split that out and the individual programs, it's, you know, we have, well, between Pat and I in the nursing pipeline, we probably have a couple hundred students. Right. It really depends so much on the program and on, but I would say, you know, the 5,000 students that are at VTC at CCV this year are all here or primarily here to get a job or a better job. And we serve 95% Vermonters. So they're here and they're going to be here.
Well, and just to piggyback on what the governor said, we're very pleased to have the biggest apprenticeship, plumbing and electrical apprenticeship class in a long time, ever, I guess, at this point. And they're part of over 3,000 students we serve annually through our continuing ed and workforce development division. And then we have enrolled roughly 1,400 students in our degree program. So there's a lot, but it's not meeting the entire need. So we're delighted at the volume, but what I hear from employers, they love our graduates, they love the product through the training, there just aren't enough people going through it. So if you want a good job and you want to make good wages, you need to come and look at some degree, be it certificate, associate, or otherwise, and then you can launch your career through CCV or Vermont Tech. So
that's the path. If you're a high school graduate, you don't know what you want to do or what your options are. You come to VTC first, or you approach the employer first, or what's your counsel to wavering high school graduates?
Well, that's a really good question, Stuart, and it really depends on where you're at. If you can afford to come to college, that would be recommended, but more and more students are getting a job and having the employer help them pay for their education, as illustrated here today. And I think that's becoming more and more a trend for the younger generations. We're a little more debt adverse. But it really depends on where what your means are and where you are at personally, to your point, what 18-year-old really knows for sure. And sometimes you got to get out in the workforce a little bit and find out where your niche is. And then you can come back and get a more focused degree. And we have multiple adult learners. Jay Fayette, the president of PC Construction, he tells a great story about got out of high school, got a job in construction, loved it, thought, here we go, until he got laid off 2 winters in a row and said, I can't do this anymore, and came back as, I believe, 22 or 23-year-old student, got his degree, and the rest, as they say, is history. So each person has to decide what's right for them. I don't know if you want to add to
No,
that,
I would
Joyce.
just say that I think that's right, and oftentimes we have people who come in and out. They get a degree, they get a certificate, they go to work, they get a job change, they get an upgrade. We did a program with the manufacturer in Colchester. I'm drawing a complete blank.
Fabtech?
No, it'll never. It will,
yeah, the other one.
It was.
Some of the other ones.
It is. I mean, the president of the company has a theme. The more you learn, the more you earn.
Right.
And so I think we are finding what we're finding with adult students is they come, they get a few courses, they get a job, then they want something more, or they want a promotion, then they come back, they get more, they get that promotion. So it's an in and out. Right.
Yeah, I think that's the underlying message in many ways. It's never too late. And what I've seen, I've had the opportunity to speak and attend the graduation at CCV in particular. And you can see the wide range of students who are graduating from there, anywhere from 19 to 81. And you can see how hard they've worked to get to where they are. And the same with the apprenticeship program, with the plumbing and electrical down at VTC. I've been part of that for a number of years. And they don't just, they don't go and take these classes during the day. They come at night. I mean, they work all day, and then they come at night to further their career. So they have skin in the game, each and every one of them, and it's meaningful to them. But there's light at the end of the tunnel, and they're able to further themselves and make more money, to be perfectly honest. Other questions on topic? All right. Well, this is the point where I asked Jesse to come up and Sydney to come up and take all the rest of the questions. You're going to get hired. You're free to get out of the picture if you want. You're welcome to stay right where you are, but there'll be some other questions that you may or may not want to be in the background for. Thank you. Thanks.
Governor, you expressed concern for public safety after the Chittenden County State's Attorney dismissed a couple of pretty high-profile murder charges over issues of insanity. And Attorney General Donovan has refiled first-degree murder charges in a case involving a Cleaver attack in Burlington in 2017. Do you greet that with relief or pleasure or what?
Well, none of the above in some respects. I'm very grateful. The Attorney General took another look. We obviously have some opportunities to do things differently. I think we're going to have discussions about this in the future in the legislature, and in terms of how we go through the judicial process. So I'm just grateful that he is taking a look at these 3 cases. And what I didn't know that there was anything public at that on this issue in particular, but I'm just thankful that he was able to move forward and look forward to the other 2 cases as well, and what his response will be.
Did you define what a reform would look like?
Well, no. I mean, I think that there's, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but I think that we have to determine what it is. I've made this statement before in the past, and it was something that I borrowed from Governor Shumlin in one of his State of the State addresses. And he said, we have to figure out, who we're mad at and who we're afraid of, and then distinguish between the two. And there are cases, I believe, where we're afraid of people who should be either brought to justice, and if there's an opportunity where they may be able to work around justice in some way, then we need to close that loophole. So again, I think that using an insanity defense is becoming more prevalent, it appears, and we need to figure out how do we close that, and how do we make sure that we're truly seeking justice for those, the victims, and their families.
What message does it send to the elected prosecutor that the Attorney General second guesses her judgment?
That's probably a better question for her. Obviously, she had determined she was doing everything she could, and we'll see what the Attorney General uses as a defense and where he goes from here.
On the topic of the Attorney General, have you spoken to him about the recent Purdue Pharma lawsuit settlement?
I have not.
You plan to?
I just read about that myself, so I would like to see what he thinks.
Does Vermont deserve a share of the Sackler fortune?
This is going to be much like the tobacco settlements that we've seen in the past. This will be, I believe, we'll see in many states that will seek restitution, and rightfully so.
The Green Mountain Care Boards, we talked about the commercial health insurance double-digit premium increases for next year. Neither of the insurance companies have appealed that, so those will take effect. Now the hospital budgets, including the big one for UVM, is going up well over the Green Mountain Care Board's cap. What's this?
Yeah, there is a difference, again, between the cap and the amount of revenue that they can derive and the rates, and they're two separate issues. So I think it's important to make sure that we separate those two, because in some respects, increasing the cap doesn't necessarily mean it costs more for the rates. So the rates were, I believe the Green Mountain Care Board had come to the conclusion they should not go any further than 3.5% for the rates. So again, I'm concerned about healthcare costs in general, and what we need to do long term is to change our demographics. I mean, we're hearing it, we're seeing it. We have an aging demographic, which usually leads to more utilization, and I think we're seeing that in real time. So the more we can do to bring more families, younger, healthier population into the state, I think will be beneficial for healthcare costs, and as well we're moving away from a fee for service and going to a more holistic approach, and trying to make sure that we contain costs and work on prevention and other areas where we believe we'll have the most opportunity to lower costs in the future. But it's a long-term approach.
The Green Mountain Care Board wrote a letter to you saying one of the things that we need in order to move forward with healthcare reform is a bigger commitment from the state towards Medicaid funding and towards delivery system reform dollars. What do you think of the argument they made to you in that letter, and will you respond with the increased funding they're requesting?
Right. I did respond to their letter. I disagree with some of their contentions, and I stated why in the letter. And I believe that we have made a lot of commitments, and we've done a lot in terms of increasing Medicaid reimbursement. So it's not as though we've been cutting back. We've actually made some gains, and we're seeing the utilization rate of the caseload has dropped in Medicaid as well. So some of, in the letter I showed why I believe that we're doing a lot in that area, and why I'm not sure that their argument was correct. So we'll see where they go from here. But we're willing to talk about this, work with, this isn't a unilateral decision on my part.
This is a legislative process as well. We'll work together with the Green Mountain Care Board, the legislative leaders, my administration, to do whatever we can to make sure that we're reimbursing as much as we can and keeping healthcare costs overall confined.
But you've got private health insurance premiums on the exchange going up 10 to 15%. You've got hospital budgets going up 5%, 5.9% in the case of UVM.
Well, okay, but
Anyhow.
that's the revenue, right? That's the cap on the revenue.
And then you've got annual increases in Medicaid, state's share of Medicaid going up 0.9%. So how can you reconcile the disconnect between those rates of increase?
Well, again, we've been working on this new approach, the all-payer model, trying to curb the usage, the utilization, and that's going to take some time. But again, my contention is that we've been doing a lot in that area. In fact, the caseload has decreased over the last few years. So I think that's positive news.
On demographics, a new GFO report just came out saying that that wealthy folks are not moving away from Vermont because of maybe tax policy, but it's actually lower income and middle income folks who are migrating away from the state. Does that surprise you at all?
Well, the data is the data. Obviously, this doesn't surprise me. Anecdotally, I know a number of folks that I've been close to that have moved away from the state. Blue-collar workers, those with low and moderate incomes that have decided to move away from Vermont. Mainly, what I hear is property taxes. That's what I hear most. And so it's not a surprise. The affordability of Vermont is in question, and that's why we're doing everything we can to make Vermont more affordable and to bring about filling those openings in our workforce that would help, obviously, in some of our revenue issues that we have and the affordability of the state.
President Trump called his Republican challengers, of which I guess there are three, a laughingstock this week. Said he would not attend any Republican primary debate. Do you think they're a laughingstock? Are you looking at any of them?
Well, I wouldn't characterize any of them as laughingstocks. There's at least two governors, former governors, that have moved forward, who were popular at one time in their states, enough so that they were elected. So I think it's unfortunate that we don't have at least the dialogue about, and primaries are not easy. I get that. I've had a couple myself, but it's important for the people to hear different perspectives and different points of view, and it makes you a better candidate in the end.
Is it important for Republicans to have that dialogue?
I think it's important for all the electorate to hear different points of view. I think it's really important.
You've reached out to Senators McConnell and Graham regarding guns. I guess, what are you hoping to accomplish with that?
I think it was important for us to share our story, and me in particular, coming from I'm a Republican in a fairly blue state, and I had a change of heart, as we well know. And I thought that in this time and place, sharing my thoughts, sharing our story, was important to share with fellow Republicans. So I thought it was important for me to add my voice.
And speaking with the senator's office this morning, it seems like he's kind of waiting to see what the president will or will not sign. Do you think that's a good approach, or do you think they should get started on their end?
Well, obviously, I think there's some common sense solutions here that we've implemented. Red flag legislation, I believe, increased background checks. I think those are two areas where I think we can make significant gains in terms of safety for Americans and for Vermonters. So I think we should move forward, and I think it's unfortunate that we haven't done so already.
Just on the Medicaid issue, and we hear a lot of conversation on the other side about Medicare for all. We'll hear it again tonight. Wouldn't in some ways Medicare for All solve a lot of problems for governors like you?
Yeah, well, it may solve some problems, but I'm not sure that it's the answer. And I don't believe that, I think we have to be realistic about this. So it sounds good. Free healthcare sounds good, but somebody's got to pay. I mean, there's obviously areas where we can improve. That's what we're trying to do. The all-payer model is something that we've been working with the federal government on, and we're proving that that we can make some gains in that area. And I think we'll see some long-term gains as a result. So I would much rather continue to work the way we have in Vermont. But again, these primaries are opportunities for people to talk about different perspectives and flush those out and see who's going to pay and how much, what do they think it's going to look like in the future.
Any response to hearing the Trump administration's plans to push for a ban on e-cigarette, flavored e-cigarettes?
Well, as you probably know, in my State of the State address, as well as the budget address, I took a position on this, and I think that this is something that's very concerning to me as we've seen the escalation of our youth using vaping products throughout our state and country. It's time for us to take action. We took action in a different way, and I applaud the president for at least talking about this. We'll see where he goes with this at this point, but I think he's moving in the right direction.